A surge of foreign memories flooded Lin Yongmao's mind. The original owner of this body was also named Lin Yongmao, a fourth-generation descendant of the Lin cultivation clan. At the age of 7, he awakened dual spiritual roots of wood and water, shocking the clan elders. At 8, he successfully guided qi into his body. At 16, he reached the 4th level of qi refining. He was considered talented. But talent alone could not protect him. A few days ago, his cousin deceived him into taking his place as a menial disciple of the Qinglan sect. Upon arriving at the sect, Lin Yongmao was beaten half to death by inner disciples and thrown back to the Lin clan like discarded trash. And in that moment between life and death, another soul replaced him. When Lin Yongmao opened his eyes, his body was riddled with injuries. Yet in the corner of the room, a broken bronze hoe emitted a faint 9-colored glow. It had once been nothing more than a toy picked up by his father during a demon hunt. Now, after absorbing a drop of his blood, ding! A mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Shenong sign-in system activated. First sign-in triggers 10,000 times critical reward. Chapter 1 System Activation, Sign-in at the World Tree. A flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into Lin Yongmao's mind. This person was also named Lin Yongmao. You were born into a family of cultivators, the Lin family, the 4th-generation descendant. At the age of 7, you were found to possess dual spiritual roots of wood and water, causing a sensation within the family. At the age of 8, you successfully guided qi into your body, becoming a first-level qi refining cultivator. At 16, you had already reached the 4th level of qi refining. A few days ago, your cousin tricked you into taking his place as a menial disciple of the Qinglan sect. Upon arriving at the Qinglan sect, because of your handsome appearance, you were beaten to the point of near death by 3 inner disciples. Even though it's a small family, they have a complex and intertwined relationship with the sect. Let's focus on our work. Have I transmigrated? Soul transmigration. Cultivation world. This is a truly disastrous start. This must be the Lin family, a powerful cultivation family. There was even a thin layer of spiritual energy. Soon, Lin Yuan, the Lin family patriarch, upon learning the news, personally came out to greet the 2 Qinglan sect disciples. Seeing the situation before him, Lin Yuan was somewhat at a loss. No need, we're still busy returning to the sect to report. The 2 Qinglan sect disciples, unwilling to say anything more, placed Lin Yongmao's corpse down and took their leave. Lin Yuan called out sorrowfully. He had watched Lin Yongmao grow up, how could he not be heartbroken seeing him in this state? Soon, 2 figures arrived like the wind. The newcomers were Lin Yongmao's father, Lin Yuqing, and mother, Han Yueying. Seeing their son's condition, they were already on the verge of collapse, their eyes and faces filled with tears. Lin Yuan comforted him, 4th brother and sister-in-law, don't worry too much. Yongmao is still alive. Don't worry, as long as he's still alive, we'll use every rare and precious treasure to save him. Now he could finally get a good night's sleep. He opened his eyes. The room was empty, but there was food and several bowls of medicinal soup prepared for him. None of this concerned Lin Yongmao, his gaze was fixed on a bronze hoe in the corner of the room. The hoe was radiating a dazzling 9-colored light. According to the original owner's memories, it was merely a piece of broken copper that his father, Lin Yuqing, had casually picked up while hunting demons, and subsequently transformed into a hoe. It wasn't a magical artifact or spirit weapon, it was simply a childhood toy of Lin Yongmao, which was why it was placed in the corner of the room. But now, Lin Yongmao saw it emitting a mysterious 9-colored light. Could this be my cheat code? His hands still bore traces of blood, which he quickly smeared onto the bronze hoe. Ding! A crisp sound rang in his mind, and the bronze hoe transformed into a streak of light, flying into Lin Yongmao's sea of consciousness. In that instant, Lin Yongmao's injuries miraculously healed completely. Shenong sign-in system. Note: 1. The first sign-in triggers a 10,000x critical hit. 3. More system functions will be activated after meeting the conditions. Shenong sign-in system activated. Sign in? First sign-in triggers a 10,000X critical hit. Sign in. His cheat system had finally arrived. Is this the World Tree Seed? Just as Lin Yongmao was about to continue examining it, there was a knock on the door. It was Lin Yongmao's mother, Han Yueying. Lin Yongmao quickly stuffed the seed casually into his pocket. Yongmao, I'm coming in. The door opened, and Han Yueying, looking tired, walked into the room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Lin Yongmao lying on the floor of the room and immediately helped him up with heartache. As Han Yueying helped Lin Yongmao to the bed, she sobbed softly. Lin Yongmao couldn't bear to see a woman cry, and panicked, unsure what to say to comfort her. From now on, you'll stay by your father's and my side. Don't go anywhere else. With our combined abilities, supporting you won't be a problem at all. Indeed. The cultivation world was too chaotic. Staying within the family and living a life of ease was probably the best choice. Lin Yongmao nodded foolishly. Having been reborn, Lin Yongmao is influenced by his past life's memories. The woman before him is genuinely devoted to him, blood ties bind them together, and Lin Yongmao is willing to accept her from the bottom of his heart. In truth, the current Lin Yongmao is essentially living for the past Lin Yongmao. His voice was slightly hoarse as he called out, "Mother." Now he relies on the sign-in system to strengthen himself, but unfortunately, the system only allows sign-ins within the family's territory. He wonders if establishing another family counts as signing in within the family's territory? He dares not gamble. These medicinal soups are something I hastily concocted. While they can't compare to pills made by a master alchemist, they'll still be beneficial to your injuries. Your father has already gone to the nearby market to buy some, he should be back soon. Lin Yongmao noticed that his mother, Han Yueying, seemed quite talkative. However, Lin Yongmao showed no impatience whatsoever. This familial concern gave him immense warmth. Mother, there's really no need. My injuries aren't serious, I'm almost fully healed now. Actually, I faked my death to get out of the Qinglan sect. Otherwise, how could your son be standing alive and well before you? Lin Yongmao lied. He had been injured, but the bronze hoe had already healed him. Really? Han Yueying was suspicious. She felt her son was trying to reassure her. Lin Yongmao sat up in bed, then took a few steady steps. Now you can rest assured. Han Yueying casually inquired about Lin Yongmao's health, to which Lin Yongmao mostly responded with a smile. Because he fully possessed the memories of his predecessor, he wasn't worried about being exposed. After a while, Lin Yongmao's father, Lin Yuqing, also returned. That's true. Otherwise, the Qinglan sect would never have let him come back so easily. It's just a pity we bought those pills for nothing, spending so many spirit stones. Lin Yongmao listened to his parents' conversation and fell into deep thought. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount, but his current abilities are far from sufficient to protect himself, his family, or even his entire clan. Although he possesses dual wood and water elemental roots, his cultivation level is only at the 4th level of the qi refining stage. Perhaps he's considered talented within his family, but in the entire cultivation world, he's utterly ordinary. The only thing he needs to be careful about is to play it safe and not be reckless. Son, what are your plans now? His father, Lin Yuqing, inquired. As a father, of course, he hopes his son will become a dragon and his daughter a phoenix. But if things were to return to the way they were before, he would rather his son live a healthy life. Lin Yongmao had wanted to join the Lin family's demon hunting team led by Lin Yuqing since he was a child, and even once secretly ran away with his father. Knowing that the Qinglan sect was a den of wolves and tigers, he still chose to go. All of this showed Lin Yongmao's adventurous and rebellious nature. He had dreamed since childhood of a good man's ambition lies in all directions and wandering the world with a sword. Lin Yuqing and Han Yueying both showed expressions of astonishment. Was this really their son? Although surprised, they also felt a pang of sadness. Perhaps his experiences at the Qinglan sect had tempered their son's character. He hadn't revealed the truth so harshly to avoid worrying them. How could his character undergo such a dramatic change without experiencing a life or death crisis? Son, if that's what you want, your mother will definitely support you. Lin Yongmao added, I hope this land can be a little secluded, not too rich in spiritual energy or too fertile. I don't want to be disturbed, so I can cultivate in peace. No problem, Mother is the only second-tier spirit herb master in the family will definitely fulfill this request. I'll take care of it for you tomorrow, Han Yueying assured him. Yongmao, do you really not want to join the family's demon hunting team anymore? Lin Yuqing asked, unwilling to give up. The former cultivates powerful spells, while the latter strengthens one's physical body, resulting in formidable combat power. Besides physical and magic cultivation, there are many secondary professions, also known as the myriad arts of cultivation. For example, there are alchemists, weapon refiners, formation masters, talisman makers, and spirit plant masters, among others. Among them, the entry barrier for spirit plant masters is relatively low. Spirit plant masters can cultivate large quantities of spirit herbs, medicinal plants, and fruits through various means, accumulating sufficient cultivation resources for themselves. While they may not be as skilled as alchemists, even alchemists have to curry favor with high-level spirit plant masters, as even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. Without the spiritual herbs cultivated by spirit plant masters, how can alchemists refine pills? The reason there are no other options is because the family lacks other cultivation arts and crafts to pass down. Between the demon hunting team and the spirit plant master, Lin Yongmao chose the latter without hesitation. Lin Yongmao didn't say anything more. The support of his family gave him immense strength. Lin Yongmao woke up naturally, stretched, and the first thing he did was sign in. A small bag of grayish-brown spirit soil appeared in Lin Yongmao's hand, weighing exactly 1 pound. He could clearly see the attributes of this bag of spirit soil through the system prompts. Low-grade spiritual soil. Description: soil rich in spiritual energy, it accelerates the growth of spiritual plants and slightly enhances the efficacy of spiritual herbs. It's not a dispensable leftover. He had also studied the World Tree Seed last night. Sleeping World Tree Seed. Description: a legendary divine spiritual plant, originally born in the Chaos Land, forming its own world. Although the World Tree Seed is dormant, it will sprout as long as its growth conditions are met. Note: adding essence blood will allow the World Tree Seed to sprout and establish a contractual connection with it. These two items are naturally worlds apart. Now, all he needs is his own spiritual field to begin his journey as a spiritual plant master. Lin Yongmao left his room, only moving around a little in the vicinity. He didn't go to any other places in the family. Because he only had the 4th level of qi refining cultivation, he lacked access to many places. Moreover, even within the family wasn't entirely safe, at least his cousin, Lin Yongrong, harbored ill intentions towards him. Lin Yongrong had tricked him into becoming a menial disciple at the Qinglan sect, and now he nearly lost his life. While cultivation families should be united, conflicts of interest exist, and a slight misstep can lead to a life-or-death struggle. Under the condition of absolute strength, Lin Yongmao was unwilling to invite any more trouble. Of course, he would definitely seek revenge, but not now. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. In the world of cultivation, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 100 years. Even 1,000 years. Even if he couldn't get revenge, he would outlast him. Lin Yongmao now had this realization. After wandering around outside for a while, Han Yueying returned from the clan leaders' meeting hall. Lin Yongmao smiled happily as well. I'll take you there now. Han Yueying was a woman of action. She led Lin Yongmao to the spirit field allocated to him by the family. If it were truly a spiritual vein, even the lowest quality, low-grade one, the Lin family wouldn't have the opportunity to establish themselves here. Therefore, much of the land was wasteland, even inhabited by numerous demonic beasts. Led by Han Yueying, Lin Yongmao had walked for at least half an hour, his clothes soaked with morning dew and mist. Aren't we there yet? Almost there, almost there. Han Yueying led Lin Yongmao to the edge of a cliff. Damn it! Your uncle actually lied to me, saying it was the largest spiritual field, but it's in this godforsaken place. This is Thousand Cliffs Cliff. The already less than gentle Han Yueying couldn't help but curse angrily. Lin Yongmao shook his head helplessly. His uncle must have known that this spirit field wasn't something Han Yueying wanted herself, but rather something she'd requested for her precious son, which was why he'd chosen this plot that wasn't actually a spirit field for him. Lin Yongmao's uncle was the clan leader, Lin Yuwan. Although he was the uncle, he was still the clan leader, and he had to consider the family's interests. Lin Yongmao wasn't a spirit plant master, how could he own a spirit field? Wasn't that a complete waste of the family's resources? That won't do. This is the middle of nowhere, beyond the coverage area of the family's formation. Although this is still family territory, rogue cultivators and demonic beasts might pass through here. Han Yueying was extremely worried. Mother, have you forgotten? I'm also a 4th level qi refining cultivator. I can handle most situations. Now that he was out of everyone's sight, Lin Yongmao could use the system to develop. You can cultivate the spirit fields here during the day, but you must go home at night, Han Yueying demanded. Lin Yongmao could only compromise for now. Once he built a wooden house here and everything was on track, he wouldn't bother going back and forth every day. Han Yueying gave Lin Yongmao several items. A jade slip, a bluish-green color, was displayed. It was the complete guide to beginner-level spirit plants. To become a first-level spirit plant master, one must know hundreds of herbs, meaning one must be able to identify at least 100 kinds of spirit plants. This is a prerequisite. Lin Yongmao collected all the items at once, saying, "You can go about your business now. I don't need your help here for the time being." Only then did Lin Yongmao have time to reassess the entire 1,000 cliffs. The 1,000 cliffs were covered with jagged, strange rocks. Below the cliffs lay a bottomless abyss, a natural barrier. Low-level cultivators lacked the ability to fly or teleport. While the land area on the 1,000 cliffs was vast, suitable land for cultivation into spiritual fields was limited. These rocks would make it easy for me to build a stone house. Running back every day is impossible. A cultivator's time is finite, especially for qi refining stage cultivators, whose lifespan is only 100 years. Wasting too much time on the road would be a huge loss. Lin Yongmao was a 4th level qi refining stage cultivator, and with his considerable wood and water attribute spiritual roots, his combat strength was actually quite good among those of the same level. However, compared to true prodigies, there was still a significant gap. As for those cross-level challenges, he didn't even dare to think about them. He just wanted a peaceful environment to cultivate properly. Lin Yongmao, relying on his superhuman physique, moved the giant rocks, attempting to build a stone house. It's a pity I don't have an earth attribute spiritual root, otherwise building a stone house would be much easier, Lin Yongmao sighed. After spending the better part of an hour, a barely habitable stone house was finally formed. Oh well, it'll have to do for now. With his own place to live, Lin Yongmao got down to business. This open space was about an acre in size. Lin Yongmao had already cleared away the rocks, leaving only some thin, not particularly fertile, soil. Although it's only low-grade spirit soil, it's barely enough for the spirit plant to grow. A bluish-green seed appeared in Lin Yongmao's hand. This was the legendary seed of the world tree. Lin Yongmao then planted the seed in the soil. The system prompted that he needed his own essence blood to germinate the seed. A cultivator's essence blood is not the same as their blood. Generally speaking, it takes decades to condense a single drop. From the time his spiritual root was detected to reaching the 4th level of the qi refining stage, Lin Yongmao had only condensed 1 drop of essence blood. The essence blood dripped onto the spirit soil, then seeped into the ground and was completely absorbed by the seed. A tender green seedling sprouted from the soil. The seedling was only a finger's length tall, with 3 tender leaves sprouting from its branches. The leaves were also bluish-green, but each had a different shape. The shapes of the 3 leaves vaguely resembled the beginnings of a qilin, a azure dragon, and a vermilion bird. Is this the world tree? Truly amazing. System notification: the dormant world tree seed has sprouted, unlocking the new function, Attribute Panel. The host can now view their own attributes and those of all things. The world tree, seedling stage, has been nourished by the host's essence and blood, and has signed a mind contract with the host. Mind contract: the host can establish a mental connection with the world tree, their own fortune is bound to the world tree, and the world tree's lifespan is shared with the host. Through the system's new attribute panel function, Lin Yongmao viewed his own and the world tree's attributes. Host, Lin Yongmao. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 4. Cultivation skills, none. Age, 16 years old. Spiritual roots, wood and water dual attribute spiritual roots. Cultivation technique, azure wood technique, 4th level. Spells, wood spike technique, water arrow technique. Secret techniques, none. World tree, seedling stage. Rank, divine. Description, a legendary divine spiritual plant, originally born in the Chaos Land, forming its own world. The world tree's seed has sprouted, with careful nurturing, it can form a complete plane. Attribute 1. Spatial barrier, the world tree's roots release an invisible spatial barrier, capable of resisting any form of divine sense detection, celestial deduction, and cross-dimensional attacks. Attribute 2. Law of time, the world tree possesses rudimentary power of law, capable of accelerating the growth of spiritual plants within its range. Currently at a rate of 1:100. Attribute 3. Terrifying. Lin Yongmao took several deep breaths, shocked by the world tree's heaven-defying attributes. In other words, as long as the world tree doesn't perish, because of the mental contract, my lifespan is theoretically infinite. Then why fight and kill? Staying safe and sound within the clan is the best. Lin Yongmao completely determined his future direction, to never cause trouble and to cultivate peacefully within the clan. Once the world tree matures, it will possess more attributes. The early development is actually the most difficult, and Lin Yongmao currently lacks means to protect himself. Thousand Cliffs are not even within the family's array range. If he encounters powerful demonic beasts or rogue cultivators, Lin Yongmao will have no way to defend himself. Even within the family, he is not entirely safe. His cousin is still eyeing him covetously and may well have the intention of eliminating him completely. However, thinking about it now is useless, he can only meet the challenge head-on. Considering that this is Lin Yongmao's first time planting spirit plants, Han Yueying chose seeds that are easy to cultivate. Spirit rice. Hemostatic vine. Spirit nourishing grass. These 3 spirit plants are not difficult to cultivate, the only requirement is spiritual energy. If planted in an area rich in spiritual energy, their growth rate and yield will be greatly enhanced. Conversely, if the spiritual energy is scarce, the yield will decrease. Lin Yongmao believed that these 3 spiritual plants would thrive in low-grade spiritual soil, so he buried the seeds in the soil. The world tree possesses the attribute of the law of time, granting spiritual plants growing near it a 100-fold increase in growth rate. Even though Lin Yongmao isn't a spiritual plant master yet, he can successfully cultivate these plants. Sure enough, the seeds of the 3 spiritual plants sprouted successfully shortly after being planted. During this time, Lin Yongmao only fetched some spring water to water the spiritual soil. It seems becoming a spiritual plant master isn't as difficult as I imagined. Lin Yongmao took out a jade slip from his storage bag, which only had a volume of 1 cubic meter. Jade slips are used in the cultivation world to record various information, even cultivation techniques and secret arts. The information within can only be read through divine sense. Some high-level jade slips can even encrypt the information within, making their contents impossible to decipher without a powerful divine sense. The jade slip Lin Yongmao took out was just an ordinary one, the very complete guide to beginner-level spiritual plants given to him by Han Yueying. There are 2 conditions for becoming a first-level spiritual plant master. First, one must be able to recognize hundreds of herbs, possessing a comprehensive understanding of the various spiritual plants recorded in the Complete Guide to Beginner-Level Spiritual Plants, including their growth habits, cultivation methods, and medicinal value. Therefore, becoming a spiritual plant master actually requires another condition, possessing either a water or wood spiritual root. Lin Yongmao's conditions were perfectly met. He possessed not only a wood attribute spiritual root but also a water attribute spiritual root. Lin Yongmao probed the jade slip with his divine sense and was overwhelmed by the vast amount of information within. Although it was described as knowing hundreds of herbs, The Complete Guide to Beginner Spiritual Plants recorded not just 100 types of spiritual plants, but nearly 1,000. Becoming a higher-level spiritual plant master required mastering even more types of spiritual plant knowledge. After carefully studying the system, he confirmed that it didn't have any functions to assist in learning knowledge. He had no choice but to rely on himself to memorize it. He first found information about the spiritual plant, spirit rice. Spirit rice. Grade, low grade, first rank. Growth cycle, matures in 1 year, growth accelerates in areas with abundant spiritual energy. Growth habits, requires absorption of spiritual energy and ample water, needs plenty of sunlight. Spirit rice is the best choice, not only solving the problem of hunger but also providing spiritual power. However, even the most common low-grade, first-rank spirit rice isn't something every cultivator can afford. For example, even Lin Yongmao of the Lin family, a family of cultivators, can't guarantee he'll eat spirit rice at every meal, he can only enjoy it during festivals. If I could eat spirit rice with every meal, my cultivation speed would definitely increase. Lin Yongmao's eyes burned with fervor as he looked at the spirit rice seedlings that had just sprouted, wishing they could be planted today in barriers of rice tomorrow. Right, my system can detect the status of spirit plants, perhaps it can tell me specifically how to accelerate their growth. Sure enough, as Lin Yongmao stared intently at the seedlings, some small text appeared on the attribute panel. Spirit rice, seedling stage. Time to maturity, 3 days 5 hours 23 minutes 3 seconds. Current status, low-grade spirit soil provides them with ample spiritual energy, and spring water provides sufficient moisture, but lacks sunlight. Suggestions. 1. Transplant to a sunnier location. 2. Water with low-grade spirit spring. 3. Set up a spirit gathering array around it. 4. The spirit plant master casts spirit wood technique. As expected of the Shinong sign-in system, it can achieve this level of skill in cultivating spirit plants. Although the system provided Lin Yongmao with suggestions for improvement, he couldn't implement most of them. The only requirement for spirit-nourishing grass is abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Due to its unique spiritual energy composition, spirit-nourishing grass is generally given to spirit beasts. Of course, in the hands of an alchemist, it can also be refined into spirit-nourishing pills, to help qi-refining cultivators improve their cultivation. Lin Yongmao glanced at the plant. The spirit-nourishing grass would take more than 10 days to harvest. The hemostatic vine, on the other hand, was a perennial herb. Unlike the spirit rice and spirit-nourishing grass, it could continue growing indefinitely, and its leaves had healing properties for external injuries. The hemostatic vine preferred to grow on cliffs and precipices. It was highly susceptible to death if not properly cared for. Of the 3 spiritual plants, the hemostatic vine was relatively the most difficult to cultivate. With the system, I don't actually need to fully master all this knowledge about spiritual plants. However, to become a true spiritual plant master, this process is still indispensable. Lin Yongmao secretly resolved to study diligently. He transplanted the hemostatic vine onto the cliff face and then entered the small stone hut to begin his studies. Since starting work, opportunities to study so intently had become rare. He initially thought this would be a tedious process, but unexpectedly, he thoroughly enjoyed it. Compared to working, studying is much better. Lin Yongmao sighed. If his job hadn't been so strenuous in his past life, he wouldn't have died from overworking on a project all night. This life, he must cherish his life. The day passed quickly. As dusk approached, a mysterious aura emanated from the world tree, concealing itself in the surrounding spiritual plants, making the area visible only to the naked eye. This was the spatial barrier. Unless someone accidentally wandered in, these spiritual plants wouldn't have been discovered. At home, Lin Yucheng hadn't gone hunting lately. Lin Yucheng's hunting team went out twice a year, each trip lasting 3 months. Lin Yucheng spends about half the year at home. There's spirit rice tonight. And spirit mushroom soup. Then I won't be polite. He had never tasted these things since arriving in this world of cultivation. He only knew about them from the original owner's memories. Don't rush, these are all for you. Your mother spent the whole afternoon preparing them, saying you absolutely must have some good nourishment. Lin Yongmao's face beamed with happiness, his cheeks bulging. So delicious. It feels so good to have family. The Lin family mansion. In a secluded room. A young man and an old man sat facing each other, having been silent for a long time. The old man pondered for a moment before speaking. Originally, the Qinglan sect required our Lin family to send a direct descendant as their hostage. But the Qinglan sect was too dangerous, so we came up with this idea. Although we arranged for Lin Yongmao to replace me as a menial disciple of the Qinglan sect, Lin Yongmao himself agreed, so I suppose everything will be alright. Yongron, Lin Yongmao hasn't yet achieved much. But his parents have considerable influence within the family, so we need to consider this matter carefully. This young man was Lin Yongmao's elder brother, Lin Yongrong. The two were discussing the very scheme they had devised to have Lin Yongmao replace Lin Yongrong as a menial disciple of the Qinglan sect. Lin Yongrong was 4 years older than Lin Yongmao, and he had been jealous of Lin Yongmao's spiritual root talent since childhood. Moreover, it was only a matter of time before Lin Yongmao's cultivation surpassed his. Very good, as expected of a direct descendant of the Lin family, third uncle supports you. Third uncle, do you have any good plans? So much spirit rice, how did you manage that? Seeing Lin Yongmao bring back so much spirit rice, Han Yueying asked incredulously. This is our son's opportunity. The fewer people who know, the better. You must not let this slip, and don't ask our son about the specifics. Mother, I hope you can exchange this spirit rice for cultivation resources, whether it's spirit stones or pills to enhance his cultivation. Han Yueying cautiously replied, Don't worry, young Mao. I will hand over the spirit rice to the family in my own name. It won't involve you. Lin Yongmao added, There's a lot of spirit rice here, this is just a portion. Moreover, the quality of this spirit rice is at least 30% higher. Even as Lin Yongmao's parents, they felt that the less they knew, the better. The cultivation world is full of secret techniques for prying into memories. If one falls into the wrong hands, their secrets could be leaked. Such high-quality spirit rice can definitely be exchanged for a lot of family contribution points and spirit stones. Considering Mother's status as a second-tier spirit plant master, it's not surprising that she grows such spirit rice. With his mother's second-tier spirit plant master status as a cover, this spirit rice can be sold smoothly. Lin Yongmao has no defensive measures at Thousand Cliffs, but the spirit stones and family contribution points required to exchange for a set of formations are simply too many. About half an hour later, Han Yueying returned. It's just a pity that there's still a lot of spirit rice that we can't digest. Even though this is our family, countless eyes are watching. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Lin Yongmao had read countless novels filled with murder and robbery plots. Lin Yongmao could harvest hundreds of caddies of spirit rice of this quality every 3 days, but selling it all would be difficult. Lin Yongmao happily put away the items his mother had given him and then headed towards Thousand Cliffs. System, I want to sign in. A crisp notification sound rang in Lin Yongmao's mind. Today's sign-in reward was no longer low-grade spirit soil, but illusion heartflower seeds. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yongmao realized that it was the 30th day of his sign-in streak. The Shen known. Sign-in system triggers 2x, 5x, and 10x critical hits for consecutive sign-ins of 30, 100, and 365 days, respectively. Over the past month, Lin Yongmao had memorized the entire complete guide to beginner spirit plants, meeting the first requirement to become a first-tier spirit plant master. However, he found no record of the illusion heartflower spirit plant in the complete guide to beginner spirit plants. Lin Yongmao opened the attribute panel and saw the attributes of the illusion heartflower. Illusion heartflower. Rank, first tier high grade. Description, an offensive spiritual plant. Mature specimens can spread illusion heartflower pollen to confuse cultivators and demonic beasts, rendering them unable to fight. Note, mastering, spiritwood technique, allows for preliminary control over the direction of the illusion heartflower pollen spread. Lin Yongmao's face lit up with joy, he finally had an offensive ability besides, wood spike technique, and water arrow technique. His biggest worry right now was the lack of means of self-defense, but now that he had a first-tier protective array and the illusionary Heartflower, he wasn't so passive anymore. The first-tier protective array was relatively simple, consisting of 10 array flags and an array plate. The direction in which the 10 array flags were planted limited the area they protected. The larger the area, the weaker the array's protective ability. Don't underestimate this first-tier protective array. According to Han Yueying, it cost 1,000 family contribution points and 300 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Yongmao decided not to cover the entire Thousand Cliff with this first-tier protective array for the time being, but instead chose to protect only a few stone houses and a few spirit fields. Array masters are among the most difficult professions to master in the world of cultivation. Becoming an array master also requires being a weapon refiner. Crafting array plates and flags demands considerable weapon refining skills. Therefore, becoming an array master is exceptionally difficult. However, array masters are also incredibly powerful. By setting up a specific array in advance, an array master can unleash abilities far exceeding those of their peers. Arrays have many different focuses, such as spirit gathering, protection, illusion arrays, and killing arrays, among others. High-level array masters can even master composite arrays, enabling them to defeat enemies of higher levels. This particular protective array, though only first tier, would cost at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in the market. However, within a clan, it can be exchanged for using a portion of clan contribution points and a portion of spirit stones, a benefit afforded by the clan. Thus, becoming an array master, while difficult, can be extremely profitable and highly respected. Lin Yongmao harbored no illusions about becoming a formation master. The prerequisite for becoming a formation master was becoming a weapon refiner, and the prerequisite for becoming a weapon refiner was possessing both metal and fire attribute spiritual roots. He hadn't even met the most basic requirements. A first-tier protective formation had only one function: defense. Even ordinary chi refining stage cultivators would find it difficult to break through a first-tier protective formation. Unless multiple people join forces, concentrating all their attack power on a single point, an individual chi refining stage cultivator's attack would likely be insufficient to breach its defenses. Of course, the defensive strength of other areas would decrease. After setting up the first-tier protective formation, Lin Yongmao's mood improved considerably. To become a first-tier spirit plant master, one must master at least one of these spells. The spirit wood technique can directly stimulate the potential of spirit plants, promoting their growth. These are essential abilities for any spirit plant master. Therefore, spirit plant masters can accelerate the growth of spirit plants. Because of the world trees, time law, attribute, Lin Yongmao hadn't focused on this aspect recently. Now that he had fully mastered the complete guide to beginner spirit plants, he naturally shifted his focus to this. Because he possessed both water and would attribute spirit roots, Lin Yongmao mastered both spells in less than 2 days. Crack! All of this spiritual energy was absorbed by the spirit rice. Even the low-grade spirit soil became noticeably more moist than before. Don't underestimate these 2 hours of ripening time. For other spirit plant masters, it's nothing. However, the spirit rice planted by Lin Yongmao, under the influence of the world trees, time law, only required a little over 3 days in total. Reducing it by 2 hours is incredibly efficient. Spirit wood technique. A bluish-green light flashed in Lin Yongmao's palm, then floated towards the roots of the hemostatic vine. Under the influence of the world trees, time law, the hemostatic vine had grown to be 100 years old. During this time, Lin Yongmao also collected many leaves of the hemostatic vine. After the roots of the hemostatic vine fully absorbed the bluish-green energy, its medicinal age increased by more than a year. Moreover, many of the leaves of the hemostatic vine also grew significantly larger. It should be known that the medicinal age of the hemostatic vine is closely related to its medicinal properties. If this continues, the time to cultivate a 1,000-year-old hemostatic vine will be greatly shortened. So cultivating spells isn't so difficult after all. However, he was currently only at the 4th level of chi refining, and his spiritual energy was quickly depleted after casting 2 spells, requiring a long time to recover. He took out a low-grade wood attribute spirit stone and began absorbing the pure spiritual energy within it. Replenishing one's depleted spiritual energy with spirit stones is one of the most common methods used by cultivators. Relying solely on absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth is far too slow a method of recovery. Lin Yongmao held a fist-sized greenstone in his hand, its color slowly fading. This was the result of the spirit stone's spiritual energy being depleted. Simultaneously, Lin Yongmao's spiritual power was slowly recovering. As the azure wood technique circulated, spiritual energy continuously nourished his meridians. Lin Yongmao felt a surge of excitement, but quickly composed himself. The most taboo thing during cultivation is experiencing significant emotional fluctuations. 2 days later, Lin Yongmao continuously circulated the azure wood technique, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowing through his meridians along specific pathways. Although the azure wood technique is a very common cultivation method within the qi refining stage, it is also an extremely practical one. It allows qi refining cultivators to solidify their spiritual power and build a strong foundation. Although it lacks the powerful offensive capabilities of other cultivation techniques, the cultivator's spiritual energy is several times more substantial than others of the same level. Suddenly, the speed of spiritual energy circulation accelerated. Whether it was the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or the spiritual energy within the low-grade wood attribute spirit stone in Lin Yongmao's hand, it all rapidly surged into Lin Yongmao's body. Crack! The low-grade wood attribute spirit stone, its spiritual energy completely absorbed, turned to dust and shattered. Lin Yongmao quickly took out another low-grade wood attribute spirit stone from his storage bag to replenish it. A few breaths later. It's done! Lin Yongmao's cultivation broke through, his spiritual power became more abundant, and his physical strength was greatly enhanced. His cultivation level broke through from the 4th level of qi refining to the 5th level. Lin Yongmao is now a formal 5th level qi refining cultivator. Is this the thrill of increased strength? No wonder everyone is so content with their lot, focusing only on their careers. In the Lin family, a family of cultivators, a 16-year-old 5th level qi refining cultivator is considered exceptionally talented. Lu Dawei, Chen Xiao, and Chen Shi were 3 independent cultivators, with Chen Xiao and Chen Shi being brothers. They hadn't joined any faction, relying solely on their own diligent cultivation to reach the 7th, 6th, and 5th levels of qi refining respectively. Just a few days ago, they met up with a former friend in a private room of a restaurant in Xingyang City. "Brother Lin, what brings you here, esteemed guest?" Lu Dawei asked suspiciously. "Oh? Brother Lin's cultivation has reached the 9th level of qi refining, higher than all of us. Even the 3 of us combined might not be able to defeat you. Is there someone you need our help with? Don't be so quick to refuse. Consider these 50 low-grade spirit stones a deposit. If they bring us his head, I'll offer another 450 low-grade spirit stones in full." Really 500 low-grade spirit stones? 500 low-grade spirit stones was no small sum for these 3 qi refining stage rogue cultivators. They might not earn that many spirit stones in half a year. Could this person have been hiding within your Lin family clan? This is putting us in a difficult position. Alright, we accept this mission. Lin Yongmao spent some more time consolidating his 5th level qi refining cultivation. He couldn't let his emotions overwhelm him and cause a tragedy. I need to hurry home and tell them this good news, Lin Yongmao thought happily. Just then, Lin Yongmao noticed the array plate beside him vibrating. Someone is attacking the protective array? Lin Yongmao quickly grabbed the array plate and stepped out of the stonehouse. The 3 middle-aged cultivators met Lin Yongmao's gaze. His initial hope vanished completely, and his mind raced as he considered a strategy. At this moment, the 3 cultivators' greedy eyes were fixed on the nearly ripe spirit rice in the spirit field and the lush hemostatic vines growing on a cliff face. I never expected such a good thing. Not only can I get 500 low-grade spirit stones, but I can also harvest so much spirit rice here. I didn't expect there to be a protective formation here. Breaking through it will take some time. Hearing the 3 of them talking so unabashedly, Lin Yongmao's heart pounded. Even if he was thousands of miles away, Lin Yuqing would rush over as quickly as possible. Lin Yongmao crushed the sensing talisman in front of the 3 of them, hoping to scare them away in this way. He shouted, "Fellow Taoists, this is a sensing talisman. My clansmen already know the news. Can you bear the consequences of offending a cultivation family?" The three men's expressions changed drastically, and they were immediately caught in a dilemma. Lu Dawei pondered for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, "Never mind, let's hurry up and break the formation. Even if Lin family cultivators come, it will take at least an hour. I refuse to believe that we can't break this first-tier formation within an hour." The Qin brothers, Chen Xiao and Chen Shi, nodded repeatedly. These three rogue cultivators had fought in bloody battles and experienced several life-or-death crises. Naturally, they wouldn't be deterred by such a small scene. Lin Yongmao's breath hitched. Damn! They're right. The three began to attack the protective formation with all their might. Lin Yongmao, inside the formation, also felt the first-tier protective formation constantly shaking. Lu Dawei's hands moved rapidly, forming hand seals and continuously generating fireball spells to attack the transparent energy shield formed by the first tier. Protective array. Although the fireball spell was only a first-tier spell, its power was quite astonishing among first-tier spells. With Lin Yongmao's current cultivation level, if he were to directly withstand a single fireball attack from Lu Dawei, who was at the 7th level of the Qi refining stage, he would at least be severely injured. If a vital point was hit, it could even be fatal. Each time a fireball struck the transparent energy shield, the shield's light seemed to dim slightly. The Qin brothers, Chen Xiao and Chen Shi, each wielded a flying sword, their sword bodies and sword light constantly attacking the transparent energy shield. Let's concentrate all our attacks on one point, that way, we can break this array faster. Okay. The two replied in unison. All three attacks converged on one point, causing the energy shield to shake even more violently, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Lin Yongmao wasn't about to sit idly by, he quickly began manipulating the array plate. Due to the attacks, the rate at which spiritual energy was being consumed had increased significantly. Relying solely on their attacks, it should be difficult to break through this energy shield. As long as I keep replacing the low-grade spirit stones, the energy required for this shield will never run out. Lin Yongmao gave himself a boost of confidence. If it were a foundation establishment cultivator, a single attack would likely shatter this energy shield completely. After all, the attack power would be dozens of times stronger. Even so, Lin Yongmao still manipulated the array plate, adjusting the strength of the energy shield. Since the three rogue cultivators were attacking in one place, he manipulated the array plate to strengthen the defense of that point. His expression gradually calmed down. With each minute of delay, the three rogue cultivators' faces grew increasingly grim. They were, after all, within the Lin family's territory. Attacking a member of the family within their own territory would surely invite a combined attack if discovered. Lin Yongmao manipulated the first-tier protective array while pondering various questions. For example, how did these three rogue cultivators discover this place? And what if they chose to retreat? Would that reveal the large amount of spirit rice cultivated here? It seemed he couldn't let them leave alive, but his offensive methods were truly limited. Right, I still have illusionary heart flowers. His gaze fell upon the illusionary heart flowers planted beside the protective array, now in full bloom. The pale blue flowers weren't particularly vibrant, but seeing these small, pale blue blossoms immediately evoked a sense of tenderness. If you're deceived by appearances, you're in big trouble. They will manipulate your mind, trapping you in an illusion. These illusionary heart flowers were planted by Lin Yongmao, who could control them entirely with spirit wood technique. Spirit wood technique. Lin Yongmao cast a spell, channeling a stream of emerald green energy into one of the illusionary heart flowers. The three rogue cultivators laughed. This family's scion clearly lacked combat experience. Using spirit wood technique to cultivate spiritual plants at this critical moment? However, this spiritual plant was completely unfamiliar, they had never seen it before. Under the catalysis of the spirit wood technique, this illusionary heart flower grew considerably, becoming taller than the surrounding illusionary heart flowers. Moreover, the pale blue flowers were in full bloom. A cloud of pollen, barely perceptible to the naked eye, began to disperse towards the three rogue cultivators. Let's be careful. Lu Dawei was about to take out a defensive magic weapon when the illusionary heartflower pollen had already enveloped the three of them. So many spirit stones. Now I'm rich. I don't have to worry about cultivation resources anymore. My miserable days as a rogue cultivator are finally over. As he spoke, tears unconsciously streamed down his face. Little brother. Seeing Chen Shi crying while hugging a pile of rocks, Chen Xiao was about to remind him when the scene before him changed. His flying sword breached the first-tier protective array, and he leaped into it, killing the Lin family scion with a single strike. Then, he began harvesting the ripe spiritual rice. Fields of spiritual rice stretched before him, far too many to harvest, and increasingly rare spiritual herbs appeared before him. 1,000-year-old mystic crystal ginseng. 1,000-year-old purple Ganoderma. I'm rich. Lu Dawei had the highest cultivation level and relatively stronger mental power, but he still couldn't resist the illusion created by the illusionary heartflower. Soon, he was the last to fall into the illusion. Within the illusion, he achieved foundation establishment in 3 years and golden core in 10. Those who had bullied him before, those who had looked down on him, he killed them all. So he was the chosen one. So he was the protagonist. Lin Yongmao couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Chen Shi was hugging a pile of rubble, crying and laughing at the same time. Chen Xiao was gathering wild herbs while muttering something about 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum and 1,000-year-old ginseng. You'll all die. They had completely lost their ability to fight. Despite this, he didn't leave the first-tier protective array. He was worried about being tricked, and even more worried that enemies were lurking in the shadows. During this time, several illusionary heartflowers withered. After all, their potential had been squeezed out. Once they had fully released their pollen, they would wither. However, they firmly held the three people under control. In less than an hour, Lin Yuqing and Han Yueying arrived together, anxiously assessing the situation. Yongmao, are you all right? First, they looked at their son with concern, only relaxing after confirming he was unharmed. Then, they focused their attention on the three rogue cultivators. When the sensing talisman was torn apart, their hearts had been in their throats. Lin Yongmao quickly used his spirit wood technique to control and collect the illusionary heartflower powder, preventing it from accidentally harming his teammates. Die! Lin Yuqing decisively attacked, wielding a large sword and slashing at the three. The three rogue cultivators, rendered incapacitated, were torn to pieces by Lin Yuqing's attack. Lin Yongmao felt a wave of nausea wash over him upon seeing this. Lin Yuqing was indeed a ruthless demon hunting team leader. He killed 3 people in an instant without batting an eye. Without such a ruthless temperament, he would probably be devoured without a trace while hunting demons outside. Han Yueying quickly stepped forward, ignoring the gruesome sight of the corpses, and looted the 3 men's storage bags and valuables. Then, Lin Yuqing used a fireball spell to incinerate the 3 bodies completely. Looking at his ruthless parents, Lin Yuqing sighed. Indeed, this is the world of cultivation. Release the protective array, and Lin Yuqing and Han Yueying entered Lin Yongmao's spiritual field. That's good, that's good. Han Yueying was also shaken. Could it be? Lin Yuqing guessed. It's very likely him. That bastard Lin Yongrong has always been jealous of Yongmao, he might have instigated it, Han Yueying analyzed. There must be other people supporting this as well. Lin Yongrong alone couldn't have mobilized these 3 rogue cultivators. Lin Yuqing was no fool, he was quite shrewd. We're all from the same family, must we really go to such lengths to wipe us out? Lin Yongmao sighed. Han Yueying comforted Lin Yongmao, urging him not to have any sympathy. Fine, I haven't even come after you, and you're already targeting me. Lin Yongrong, you are now my number 1 enemy. Moreover, without Lin Yongrong's scheming, he wouldn't have become a menial disciple of the Qinglan sect, leading to his predecessor's death. Although he wasn't the original Lin Yongmao, the memories and emotions of his predecessor still influenced him. Lin Yongrong, you're dead. Lin Yongrong was 4 years older than him and had reached the 7th level of qi refining. Although Lin Yongmao wasn't his match now, with his spiritual root aptitude, he could easily surpass him if he cultivated diligently. Besides, Lin Yongmao had the Shinnong sign-in system. Lin Yuqing and his wife, Han Yueying, turned their gaze to the spiritual fields on the Thousand Cliffs. The spiritual fields had expanded to 3 or 4 acres, mostly planted with spiritual rice, with a small amount of illusionary heart flowers and spirit-nourishing grass. The most eye-catching feature was a hemostatic vine on the cliff face, already over 100 years old. Only the world tree sapling showed no obvious growth, hidden among the spirit rice bushes. "Son, did you plant all of these?" "In just 1 month, these spirit plants have grown to this extent." Han Yueying was incredulous. Lin Yongmao simply nodded, saying nothing more. From the moment he entrusted the spirit rice to Han Yueying, he had no intention of hiding it from his parents. Very good, very good. It's not safe enough for our son here at Thousand Cliffs. Although we've set up a first-tier protective array, it's only a defensive array. It would be best to buy another illusion array to completely conceal our movements here. Buy him some other defensive magical artifacts as well. We won't lack spirit stones after selling this spirit rice anyway. Lin Yuqing readily agreed, saying, "Okay, leave this to me." Really? Seeing their son's achievement, how could any parent not be happy? By the way, my cultivation has also reached the 5th level of the qi refining stage, Lin Yongmao added. The couple were overjoyed and quickly congratulated Lin Yongmao. Since their son's brush with death, he had become much more meticulous and his temperament had undergone a significant change. He was no longer like a 16-year-old. Lin Yongmao's decision to participate in the first-tier spirit plant master assessment was not without reason. Within the family, 15 years old signified adulthood. The family could no longer provide cultivation resources unconditionally, instead, one had to complete a series of family tasks. These tasks included either hunting demons or performing miscellaneous family duties. If he could become a first-tier spirit plant master within the family, he would naturally no longer need to complete any family tasks, he would only need to submit some spirit plants as needed. Moreover, the higher his status, the less likely Lin Yongrong would want to harm him. Before leaving, Han Yueying handed over all the storage bags of the 3 rogue cultivators she had killed to Lin Yongmao for disposal. Besides 2 low-grade flying swords, there were 3 storage bags. Flying swords are the most common low-grade magic weapons, not valuable, but if a low-level cultivator is pierced by such a flying sword, they will die instantly. Therefore, these low-grade flying swords are favored by qi refining stage cultivators. Lin Yongmao unceremoniously put the 2 flying swords into his own storage bag. Lin Yongmao also emptied all the items from the 3 storage bags. Change of clothes. Personal rations. Women's undergarments. Most of them were worthless items. The 3 rogue cultivators were all impoverished, anything they acquired must have been used to exchange for resources needed for their cultivation. Rogue cultivators are really poor. Huh, what's this? A delicate jade box was hidden in their change of clothes, almost burned by Lin Yongmao's fire. Lin Yongmao carefully opened the jade box, inside were several seeds. If they were ordinary spirit plant seeds, they would immediately lose their vitality upon being placed in a storage bag, as if boiled in hot water. The reason is simple: storage bags cannot store any living things. Whether it's a spirit beast or a spirit plant, once placed in a storage bag, it will completely lose its vitality. However, the simply crafted jade box has the effect of effectively preserving the vitality of spirit plants. What kind of seeds are these? They've hidden them so carefully, they must be some kind of ordinary seeds. Lin Yongmao quickly used the system's attribute panel to identify them. Sword Soul Grass. Rank: low-grade Tier 1, growable. This kind of spiritual plant wasn't recorded in the complete guide to beginner spiritual plants. Attack-type spiritual plants are already rare. They must have learned about these spiritual plant seeds through some means, but simply dared not make a move. Once they traded for spiritual plant seeds of this caliber, they'd probably have the spirit stones they got but not the life to use them. Unexpectedly, Lin Yongmao benefited greatly. Lin Yongmao quickly planted the 4 sword soulgrass seeds. It will take 15 days, 10 hours, 23 minutes, and 11 seconds for the sword soulgrass seeds to germinate. Seeing the information on the attribute panel, Lin Yongmao felt a sense of helplessness. The rarer the spiritual plant, the longer its growth time. But where can I find this gung metal chi? This attack by 3 rogue cultivators served as a wake-up call for him. Thousand Cliffs was not safe. He needed to find ways to improve his strength and defensive measures, as enemies lurking in the shadows could attack him at any time. Fortunately, the rogue cultivators who came this time were not highly skilled. But what if all 3 had been at the great perfection of chi refining or even foundation establishment stage? Even with arrays, he wouldn't have been able to withstand them. Qingyang City. These independent cultivators spontaneously gathered, thus forming Qingyang City. Qingyang City is essentially a large market town, where cultivators conduct most of their transactions. It's a melting pot of people, sect disciples, family members, and independent cultivators all come here. However, the city's security is quite good, there's basically no forced buying or selling within the city. This is because the city lord of Qingyang City is also an independent cultivator, and his cultivation has reached the late foundation establishment stage. With him in charge, few dare to cause trouble here. It is precisely because of the city lord that independent cultivators have a greater sense of security in their livelihoods. He had come specifically to sell the spirit rice grown by Lin Yongmao. Lingbao Pavilion operated in various regions, this was merely a branch. Because of its high reputation and the absence of any instances of customers being taken advantage of, most cultivators preferred to trade cultivation resources here. Within a few minutes, Lin Yuqing was led to a private room on the 2nd floor of Lingbao Pavilion. Brother Lin, long time no see. Let me guess, are you here to trade the animal hides you hunted, or the spiritual herbs your wife cultivated? He didn't seem like a merchant, more like a scholar. Lin Yuqing exchanged a few pleasantries with Su Lizzie before quickly getting to the point. He casually tossed out a storage bag. Take a look at this. The storage bag had no restrictions, and Su Lizzie's divine sense quickly probed its interior. This must weigh at least 2,000 jin. Su Lizzie suddenly realized he had asked too many questions. As a professional merchant in the cultivation world, he understood the principle of not asking too many questions about the origin of goods. Fortunately, Lin Yuqing didn't mind. Besides, look closely, this spirit rice is at least 30% higher quality than the spirit rice you usually sell. Indeed, this is extremely high-quality spirit rice. You're going to entrust all this spirit rice to me? Lin Yuqing may seem like a rough man, but having spent half his life navigating the world of cultivation, how could his vision, experience, and temperament be lacking? This time, Su Lizzie pondered for a long time. This was indeed something that needed to be handled carefully. In the world of cultivation, although being a merchant isn't one of the many arts of cultivation, it's still a very important profession. All right. Let me offer 2 proposals first, see if they're feasible. Please speak freely. The first proposal, I will purchase your spirit rice at market price, which is 1 low-grade spirit stone per gene, 500 g, of rice. I will also give you 1 low-grade spirit stone per gene. Su Lizzie wasn't without profit, the quality of this spirit rice was very high, and he could easily sell it for a higher price. The second proposal, our Lingbao Pavilion will handle the sales, and you will receive 80% of the profits. This applies not only to the spirit rice but also to any other spirit plants you give us. The second proposal completely ties Lingbao Pavilion and the second-tier spirit plant master behind Lin Yuqing together. According to the second proposal, Lin Yuqing would definitely receive more spirit stones, but he urgently needed them this time. All right. Su Lizzie readily agreed. Su Lizzie took out tools to weigh the rice, 20-30 jin of spiritual rice. He immediately handed over 2,030 low-grade spirit stones to Lin Yuqing. As expected of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, any other small shop wouldn't be able to produce so many spirit stones at once. Lin Yuqing also felt these spirit stones were a hot potato, he had never possessed so many spirit stones before. This was all thanks to his son. With spirit stones, naturally, he would need to spend them. Lin Yuqing planned to start collecting the resources his son needed directly from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Manager Su, do you have any formations here? preferably illusion formations with concealment capabilities. Lin Yuqing inquired. Isn't this a coincidence? Lingbao Pavilion just received a batch of goods, all of extremely high-quality magical artifacts and array setting tools. Shall I bring them up for Brother Lin to take a look? Please. Manager Su mysteriously entered a secret room set up with an array, then took out several items. He returned to his seat and began to carefully introduce the items. He first took out a set of array setting tools, consisting of several array flags and an array plate. This is a first-tier illusion array. It can conceal the cave and spirit fields, blending them seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to detect it without stepping inside. This first-tier illusion array costs 1,300 low-grade spirit stones. Merchants naturally emphasize the advantages of their products. While the array is indeed excellent, the problem is actually quite obvious. This formation has no offensive or defensive capabilities, so its practicality is limited. That's one point. Lin Yuqing immediately saw the crux of the problem. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If Manager Su is willing, I'll take this formation with me. Lin Yuqing smiled knowingly. The most important task his son had entrusted to him was finally completed. Su Lizzie then displayed several magical artifacts, and Lin Yuqing chose one for himself. He spent 800 low-grade spirit stones to buy a high-grade flying sword, a high-grade magical artifact. This high-grade magical flying sword possessed a sharp, metal attribute, perfectly complementing his metal attribute cultivation technique. My son probably won't mind me using his spirit stones. Lin Yuqing thought to himself. After leaving the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Lin Yuqing went to a shop specializing in talismans and purchased a large quantity of first-tier talismans. With this batch of talismans, even if his son encountered an opponent 3 or 4 minor ranks higher, he would have a fighting chance. If danger arose, he could simply throw talismans at will. Having almost exhausted all his spirit stones, Lin Yuqing finally left Xingyang City. Of course, no murders or robberies occurred on the way out. Lin Yuqing's cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage. Those rogue cultivators who resorted to murder and robbery would be blind to target someone they couldn't handle. Lin Yongmao returned home with Han Yueying. He stayed overnight, reviewing the complete guide to beginner spiritual plants until late. Although both conditions had been met, Lin Yongmao was still somewhat nervous. During this time, Lin Yuqing returned, handing him the tools for setting up a first-tier illusion array and a large number of talismans. He also showed the mother and child his newly purchased superior-grade flying sword, looking as happy as a child. These were all cultivators from the Lin family. Apart from those on missions or in seclusion, the rest had gathered here. The Lin family patriarch, Lin Yuhuan, stood at the head of the table, with other family members standing in order of seniority. All eyes were focused on 2 people. One of them was Lin Yongmao. Standing beside Lin Yongmao was his aunt, Lin Yulian. This first-tier spirit plant master qualification exam wasn't just for Lin Yongmao, Lin Yulian was also a participant. In the plaza, the Lin family cultivators were buzzing with discussion. Our family will have another first-tier spirit plant master. The Lin family's growth and prosperity are just around the corner. Yongmao just returned not long ago, and he's already taking the first-tier spirit plant master exam? Isn't that too reckless? Most of the people present didn't have high hopes for Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongrong also came to watch. He gave Lin Yongmao a venomous look, then, remembering they were in the family compound, quickly concealed his fierce expression and feigned a friendly demeanor. Moreover, none of the 3 had replied to his messages. Today, we will be holding a first-tier spirit plant master qualification examination. The participants are Lin Yulian and Lin Yongmao, and the examiner is Han Yueying. Although Han Yueying was the chief examiner, there were multiple examiners, and the chief examiner had no decision-making power, thus eliminating the possibility of favoritism. The first stage of the examination is identifying herbs. The difficulty of the first stage was neither particularly high nor low. Because the selected spiritual plants could be in seed form, seedling stage, or growth stage. Identifying spiritual plants at these stages requires considerable skill. This necessitates a comprehensive understanding of the complete guide to beginner spiritual plants. Soon, 5 jade boxes were presented to Lin Yulian and Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao glanced at them casually and then began writing at a wooden table. Number 1, Snow Lotus Grass. Prefers shade and moisture, abundant water attributes spiritual energy accelerates its growth. It can accelerate the recovery of a cultivator's spiritual power and has a slight effect on enhancing the cultivation of those practicing water attribute techniques. Number 2, Hemostatic Vine. A climbing spiritual plant, its growth environment requires abundant spiritual energy, otherwise it easily withers. It likes to climb rock walls. It can treat external injuries. The older the plant, the stronger its medicinal properties. Lin Yongmao was 3 or 4 times faster than Lin Yulian. He quickly wrote down the information of all 5 spiritual plants on pen and paper and handed it to the clan leader, Lin Yuwan. Lin Yongmao stood silently to the side, eyes downcast. After both of them had handed in their slips of paper, Lin Yuwan handed 2 slips to the 5 judges. The 5 judges passed the slips of paper around, each with a different expression. Some were incredulous. Some were all smiles. Some looked grave. Although Lin Yuwan had also read the information on the slips of paper, he wasn't a spirit plant master and only had a superficial understanding of many aspects of spirit plant knowledge. The most influential of the 5 judges was Han Yueying, a second-tier spirit plant master, and the only second-tier spirit plant master in the Lin family. Lin Yulian's identification of the 5 spiritual plants is entirely accurate. She has successfully passed the first test. Lin Yulian smiled. This wasn't her first time taking the test, and she had finally passed successfully. If she passed the second test as well, she could become a first-tier spiritual plant master in the family, which would dramatically increase her status. Actually, she had always had a worry. She feared becoming a victim of a political marriage. If she could become a first-tier spiritual plant master, she should have the power to control her own marriage. Lin Yongmao, the information on the 5 spiritual plants you identified is also entirely accurate. Successfully passed. She had prepared diligently for 2 years. However, she harbored no resentment, only genuine joy for her nephew. This level was practically a cheat code. Lin Yuwan was also very happy to see them both pass smoothly. As the clan leader, he was very satisfied to witness the continuous growth of his family members. You two rest for a while, the second test will begin soon. 5 judges discussed the second round of the assessment within a soundproof array. The second round of the assessment is to save a withering spirit rice plant. Successfully reviving the spirit rice will be considered a pass. Lin Yuhuan announced. The spirit rice's leaves were withered and yellow, clearly due to excessive watering and insufficient spiritual energy. In fact, spirit rice in such a state is very common. Due to improper care, spirit rice easily develops various problems, leading to a decrease in yield. Lin Yulian acted first. She took the flower pot and carefully examined the spirit rice plant within. Lin Yongmao possessed a water attribute spiritual root, making him extremely sensitive to water attribute spiritual energy. Using tools for cultivation was a common method used by spiritual plant masters, so it wasn't considered cheating. In fact, Lin Yongmao could have easily done the same. He only needed to replace the soil in the flower pot with low-grade spiritual soil. After completing this step, Lin Yulian still seemed unsatisfied. Right in the plaza, she began to form hand seals with her delicate hands, the starting stance for the spirit wood technique. After consuming a significant amount of her spiritual energy, the spirit wood technique was successfully cast. A bluish-green light enveloped the entire spirit rice stalk, gradually merging into its interior. Almost visibly, the spirit rice became more active. The spirit rice, which had been nearly withered, miraculously came back to life, brimming with vitality. Lin Yongmao, naturally, couldn't just stand by and watch. Instead of using low-grade spirit soil, he cast 2 spells in succession. Spirit wood technique. Both spells provided the spirit rice with spiritual substances. In comparison, Lin Yulian's care for the spirit plant was obviously more effective, although the difference in their spells wasn't significant. Note: 2 hours equals 4 hours. Once the spirit rice had fully recovered and become a normal spirit plant, Lin Yuan announced, "Congratulations to both of you, you have both passed the second stage of the assessment. I officially announce. Lin Yulian and Lin Yongmao have become first-tier spirit plant masters, and the family will bestow upon them the medal of first-tier spirit plant master. Furthermore, the family will provide them with a high-quality spirit field and exempt them from all tasks required of family members. We also hope that all cultivators of the Lin family can learn from them and strive to achieve something in the various arts of cultivation, or even break through their cultivation levels." Lin Yuan diligently encouraged his family members. He was a qualified patriarch. Han Yueying and Lin Yuqing were overjoyed. Their son's progress was phenomenal. Perhaps only Lin Yongrong felt threatened. Seeing Lin Yongmao officially become a first-tier spirit plant master, it would be a lie to say he wasn't jealous and resentful. The higher Lin Yongmao's status within the family, the harder it would be for him to harm him. Lin Yongmao refused the spirit fields offered by the family, saying that even if the quality was excellent, it probably wouldn't be much better. He'd rather cultivate new spirit fields at Thousand Cliff using low-grade spirit soil. Spirit fields made entirely of low-grade spirit soil would definitely be of far superior quality to those offered by the family. As for the exemption from the monthly family tasks, that was a lie. A wave of intense competition quickly swept through the entire Lin family. Many family members began to consider their secondary career paths. Some chose to become spirit plant masters, while others aspired to become weapon refiners or alchemists. After all, even Lin Yongmao had become a first-tier spirit plant master in a short time, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Family members without such ambitions began to cultivate diligently. The Lin family was bustling with activity, a sight that the family's management was very pleased to see. Holding a first-tier metal spirit plant master badge, Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Cliffs. In truth, this first-tier spirit plant master badge wasn't very useful, it was merely proof of identity. Actually, Lin Yongmao's parents didn't really want him to return to Thousand Cliffs. After all, they had just experienced an attack by rogue cultivators yesterday, and more dangers might be lurking in the shadows. Lin Yongmao went anyway, as this was his foundation. Upon returning to Thousand Cliffs, the first thing Lin Yongmao did was set up an array, ensuring that the coverage area of the first-tier illusion array was exactly the same as the first-tier protective array. They had become a pile of rubble, completely blending into the original environment. This was the power of the illusion array, the ability to transform the form of things. If a cultivator wanted to hide the location of their cave dwelling, they would set up an illusion array within its area. With a first-tier protective array and a first-tier illusion array, coupled with the world trees, spatial barrier, attribute, the location could be completely blocked by divine sense detection and various forms of deduction, making it impossible for cultivators to pinpoint the exact location. Of course, even if the location were accurately found, the first-tier protective array could completely withstand attacks from qi refining cultivators. Currently, only Lin Yuqing and Han Yueying knew the location. Even if others knew Lin Yongmao was on Thousand Cliffs, they wouldn't know his exact location. Having done all this, Lin Yongmao didn't plan to leave Thousand Cliffs for the time being, as he felt very safe there. The following days were very peaceful. Lin Yongmao spent some time tending to his spiritual plants in the mornings, and devoted most of his afternoons and evenings to cultivation. The Azure Wood technique controlled the flow of spiritual energy within his body, continuously enhancing his cultivation. This speed is already very fast. Without the high-quality spirit rice they grew themselves, this time would probably have taken several times longer. The Lin family residence. In a secret room. Is Lin Yongmao really that powerful? He even managed to kill the experts you sent out? However, his great perfection of qi refining was rather unstable. Why did he appear so old, even though he was of the same generation as Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuan? That was because he had taken a pill to stimulate his potential when he was young, and the damage this pill caused to his body was almost irreversible. In other words, he would never be able to break through to the foundation establishment stage in his lifetime. Since reaching the great perfection of qi refining, his status within the family had risen. Lin Yongrong's eyes widened. Isn't this too risky? If things are exposed, we'll both be implicated. Over the years, I've cultivated a few trusted men within the guard team. As long as Lin Yongmao is dealt with without leaving a trace, no one will suspect a thing. Then I'll leave it to you, uncle. Lin Yongmao recalled Han Yueying's words. To become a second-tier spirit plant master, 3 hard conditions must be met. A second-tier spirit plant master is one who cultivates spirit roots. The first condition, memorize and thoroughly master the complete guide to intermediate-tier spirit plants, which records approximately 2,000 kinds of spirit plants. The second condition, be able to instantly cast spirit wood technique and use spirit wood technique to increase the growth rate of spirit plants by 20%. The third condition, be able to sense the emotions of spirit plants. These 3 conditions are increasingly difficult. Given Lin Yongmao's current situation, he can at most achieve the first condition through the attribute panel. Han Yueying was far more proactive than Lin Yongmao, having already borrowed the complete guide to mid-rank spiritual plants from the family's scripture pavilion for him. Lin Yongmao naturally needed to dedicate a significant amount of time each day to mastering information on various spiritual plants. The Lin family's guard team consisted entirely of members of the Lin family. While the guard team wasn't as prestigious as the demon hunting team, its status was higher, and its security was greatly guaranteed. Lin Li and Lin Qi were responsible for patrolling the Thousand Cliffs area this time. Generally, the patrol team's task was to investigate whether there were any dangerous demonic beasts nearby. At the same time, they also needed to ensure that no hostile family cultivators or rogue cultivators had secretly infiltrated their family territory. Your mission this time is to go to Thousand Cliffs and kill Lin Yongmao without leaving a trace. They knew Lin Yongmao, he had just passed the first-tier spirit plant master assessment a few days ago. Although Lin Yongmao wasn't a direct descendant of the family, he was still far stronger than them, and besides, his parents were both extraordinary figures. They were very reluctant to make an enemy of such a person. The brothers Lin Li and Lin Qi arrived at Thousand Cliffs. Thousand Cliffs were filled with strangely shaped rocks. However, all of this was nothing to cultivators. The brothers Lin Li and Lin Qi were both quite talented, their cultivation levels reaching the 7th and 8th levels of the Qi refining stage respectively. Let's split up and search. Thousand Cliffs isn't that big, finding a spirit field shouldn't be difficult. But be careful not to alert him. If Lin Yuqing and his wife are here, we must leave immediately. Lin Li, as the elder brother, repeatedly reminded them. Okay. Lin Li and Lin Qi split up. Before making their move, they had to find Lin Yongmao's spirit field first, so they could follow the clues and kill him without leaving a trace. Sign-in successful. Congratulations on receiving low-grade spirit soil, X1. A large amount of low-grade spirit soil was piling up at Thousand Cliff, forcing Lin Yongmao to continuously expand his spirit field area. Although low-grade spirit soil was a pretty good reward, Lin Yongmao wasn't satisfied. Spreading the low-grade spirit soil in his spirit field, Lin Yongmao planned to start reading the complete guide to mid-rank spirit plants. But just then, a furtive figure caught his attention. Lin Yongmao saw a middle-aged man looking around, occasionally using a compass to probe something. The middle-aged man was dressed in the uniform of the Lin family's guard team. In Lin Yongmao's memory, this was Lin Qi, a member of the family guard team. Because of the first-tier illusion array, Lin Yongmao could see Lin Qi outside the array, but Lin Qi couldn't see Lin Yongmao, his spirit field, and his stone house inside the array. If he was just patrolling, he wouldn't need to spend so much time, nor would he need any equipment to detect him. Lin Yongmao's heart tightened. This was truly endless. If he continued like this, and they accidentally stumbled upon the energy shield of the first-tier protective array, they might actually be able to find his location. He gently crushed a sensing talisman. It was best to notify his parents of this situation. Lin Yongmao didn't intend to take action himself. Although he could use the illusion Heartflower to bewitch Lin Qi's mind, completely incapacitating him and then kill him. This method wouldn't provide a permanent solution. Calling Lin Yuqing and Han Yueying over was a desperate attempt to expose the person behind Lin Qi. The spirit detection compass could detect nearby spiritual matter, such as spirit stone veins, spiritual plants, and herbs. Unfortunately, this type of spirit detection compass had a limited range, only able to detect spiritual matter within a radius of a dozen meters. Of course, there were also high-grade magical artifacts, and even spirit artifact-grade spirit detection compasses, whose detection range was extremely wide. He groped his way forward through the thick fog. Suddenly, the spirit detecting disc emitted a strong light that lingered for a long time. Lin Shi took a deep breath, thinking, could there really be a spirit field nearby? Is Lin Yongmao really hiding here? Lin Shi reasoned that since Lin Yongmao's parents were both extraordinary individuals, he wouldn't be content to languish here. He would likely be cultivating a better located, higher quality spirit field, or simply hiding at home to cultivate. After the spirit detecting disc reacted, he didn't rush to act. Instead, he first tried to contact his brother, Lin Li, using a secret technique. The members of the Lin family's guard team possessed a secret technique that allowed them to sense each other's presence within a short distance, greatly facilitating patrols. Soon, Lin Li also arrived. Just outside Lin Yongmao's first-tier protective array and first-tier illusion array. Of course, none of this escaped Lin Yongmao's notice. He watched Lin Shi summon Lin Li. Brother, I think I've found Lin Yongmao. His spirit field is nearby, but it's obscured by the thick fog. After searching carefully for a while, Lin Li finally spoke. There's an array. He must have set up an illusion array within the spirit field, which is why we can't see what's inside. What do we do now? Should we forcefully break the array? Lin Li was conflicted. Although he now knew Lin Yongmao's hiding place, he dared not act rashly. If they knew this was a spirit field belonging to a member of the Lin family, wouldn't they be violating the clan rules by attacking it rashly? As a family rooted in spirit plants, harming a spirit plant master was a serious offense for the Lin family. Lin Shi, relying on his brother, naturally had no objections since Lin Li had spoken. Lin Li's voice, though not loud, clearly reached Lin Yongmao's ears. Lin Yongmao quickly grasped the implications. The Lin brothers, Lin Li and Lin Shi, decided to act, naturally intending to kill them all and destroy all evidence. Each of them produced a flying sword, both mid-grade magic weapons. The two flying swords were as thin as cicada wings, extremely light, but their attack power and sharpness were remarkable. After locating the energy shield protecting the formation, they attacked together, concentrating all their attacks on a single point. First, he activated the formation plate, increasing the defensive strength of the attacked area. With their combined cultivation levels, they wouldn't be able to easily break through the energy shield in a short time. Then, he planned to activate the power of the illusory heart flower. We'd better finish this quickly and get the talismans. Let's use them to create a crater in this formation, then the people inside will be much easier to deal with. Lin Shi nodded and took out 3 talismans from his storage bag. All 3 talismans were extremely precious, fire explosion talismans. Fire explosion talismans are first-tier high-grade talismans. Although they are single-use items, they are not cheap, each one costs around 300 low-grade spirit stones. The damage caused by a fire explosion talisman is equivalent to a full-force attack from a chi refining stage cultivator at the Great Perfection level. Combined with the explosive nature of fire, their destructive power is extremely strong. Unable to find a weak point in the formation, the Lin brothers, Lin Li and Lin Shi, decided to use brute force to break it directly with talismans. Each of them used 3 fire explosion talismans, a total of 6, which they activated instantly with their spiritual power. The surrounding area was filled with turbulent fire attribute spiritual energy. Once activated by spiritual power, the explosive talisman could unleash its full, violent energy, like a small bomb. Lin Yongmao, witnessing the scene before him, was surprised by the brothers' decisive action. Unable to break the formation with their flying swords, they directly resorted to more powerful talismans. If all 6 explosive talismans struck the energy shield, the first-tier protective formation would surely be broken. Humph, talismans, huh? You have them, but don't I? Lin Yongmao patted his storage bag, instantly producing a thick stack of talismans, all first-tier talismans. For his safety, Lin Yuqing and Han Yueying had bought him quite a few talismans. From low-grade first-tier to mid-grade, and then to high-grade first-tier, from offensive to defensive to supportive types, they had all sorts of talismans. Ice Seal Talisman. Lin Yongmao rapidly channeled his spiritual energy into more than 10 talismans, then unleashed them all at once. The talismans he chose were perfectly suited to counter the explosive talisman. Moreover, water counters fire. The simultaneous sensations of cold and heat caused them to retreat repeatedly. Lin Qi remarked. The ice sealing talisman is more complex to manufacture, making it rarer and naturally more expensive. But Lin Yongmao seemed completely unfazed when throwing out the talismans. Now, all 6 fire explosion talismans had been used, yet they still couldn't break through the formation. Lin Qi saw Lin Li's determination and nodded firmly. The two brothers' cultivation speed was slow due to their limited spiritual root talent, and they were not valued within the family. Of course, all of this was to win them over. That's why they were so decisive in their attack on Lin Yongmao this time. This technique could indeed achieve a significant boost in cultivation in a short time, but the side effects were severe. Burning one's own life essence meant a drastic reduction in lifespan, and one would never have the chance to reach the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. The secret technique they cultivated was extracted from this technique. Blood Soul Guide. The two brothers roared simultaneously, their faces turning a vibrant, dark red with excitement, their auras surging. Lin Qi and Lin Li, originally at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refining respectively, had in a short time leaped 2 minor realms, reaching the 9th and 10th levels of Qi refining, respectively, at the Great Perfection stage. Lin Yongmao witnessed this and was startled. Indeed, the world of cultivation was full of wonders, but he anticipated that such a rapid advancement would come at a great cost, and this state couldn't last long. Lin Yongmao then unleashed several more talismans. Explosive Talisman, Wind Blade Talisman, Earth Wall Talisman. Even with a great perfection Qi refining cultivator among them, such a barrage of talismans forced them to evade its power. Many of the talismans were of high-grade, first-tier quality. If not handled carefully, they could potentially cause severe damage. Seeing the two brothers switch to a defensive stance, Lin Yongmao finally had time to cast other spells. Spirit Wood Spell. A phantom heart flower near the energy shield was infused with a bluish-green spiritual energy. The invisible pollen of the phantom heart flower drifted slowly towards Lin Li and Lin Qi with the gentle breeze. Lin Li and Lin Qi, outside the first-tier illusion array, were naturally unaware of this change. Soon, their minds were manipulated by the phantom heart flower. The phantom heart flower is an offensive spiritual plant. Anyone affected by its pollen will see what they most desire to see. At this time, the person is usually at their most vulnerable. Of course, if one's mental strength and spiritual awareness are strong, they can be completely unaffected by the illusionary heart flower. Clearly, Lin Li and Lin Qi are not among these people. Seeing Lin Li and Lin Qi completely immersed in the illusion created by the illusionary heart flower pollen, Lin Yongmao finally breathed a long sigh of relief. If the sword soul grass grows a bit more, it should be able to unleash sword energy. Killing a Qi refining stage great perfection cultivator should be no problem. Lin Yongmao pondered. For now, he doesn't need to take action at all. He can just continue spreading the illusionary heart flower pollen until his parents arrive to help. He's joking. What if he steps out of the formation to fight the two, and there are enemies lurking in the shadows? Besides, if he kills the two, wouldn't he be unable to find the mastermind behind it? In less than an hour, Lin Yuqing arrived here. This time, he didn't even have time to greet Han Yueying before rushing over alone using his movement technique. Seeing that the two people controlled by the illusionary heart flower were actually members of the Lin family's guard, Lin Yuqing's teeth nearly ground to powder. Damn it! Lin Yongmao quickly removed the illusionary heart flower powder and simultaneously dispelled the first-tier illusion array. Good, this time I'll make them pay a heavy price. Lin Yuqing's eyes reddened slightly. These were his only sons, and they had dared to bully him. The two brothers, Lin Li and Lin Qi, had already emerged from the blood soul guidance state. Lin Yongmao's guess was correct. The secret technique couldn't last too long. Their cultivation levels had returned to their original levels, even becoming somewhat unstable. Soon, they awoke from the illusion created by the illusionary heart pollen, only to find themselves facing Lin Yuqing's flying sword. Lin Yuqing held a superior-grade magic weapon flying sword, his presence as radiant as a god. He had purchased this superior-grade magic weapon flying sword from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, exchanging it for spirit stones earned from selling spirit rice. Because it possessed a sharp attribute, Lin Yuqing named it the Gold-Slaying Sword. The Gold-Slaying Sword flashed an arc of light, severing the tendons in the hands and feet of the two brothers who were temporarily incapacitated. Lin Li was about to question or beg for mercy when Lin Yuqing abruptly interrupted him. "It's not over yet. You dared to bully my son, you're dead. It's not over yet." After severing the tendons in Lin Li and Lin Qi's hands and feet, his golden-slaying flying sword continued to thrust out, severing vital meridians throughout their bodies. A piercing scream erupted from their mouths, sounding utterly terrifying. Lin Yuqing's attacks were measured, he didn't kill them, but he was determined to make them suffer the consequences. Especially after capturing demonic beasts, he had performed countless acts of rendering them completely incapable of resistance. This time, however, the target was a member of a family. Lin Yuqing didn't finish his sentence, but the consequences of dishonesty were obvious. After confiscating their magical artifacts and storage bags, Lin Yuqing handed them all over to Lin Yongmao, who naturally accepted them without hesitation. "Yongmao, let's go to your uncle's place. We must find the mastermind behind this." Lin Yongmao nodded and followed Lin Yuqing to the clan's council hall. The spiritual energy of this highest peak was the most abundant in the entire Lin family. Upon arriving here, one felt every pore on their body open, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy of the place. If one could cultivate in such a place for a long time, the speed of cultivation improvement should be much faster. Clan Council Hall. Clan Chief Lin Yuan sat in the high seat, silently watching the two brothers, Lin Li and Lin Qi, who were slumped on the ground, occasionally letting out groans. Lin Yongmao stood behind Lin Yuqing with his hands at his sides. The expressions of the men were all different. Lin Yuqing's brows were furrowed into a deep frown. This wasn't the first time his son had been attacked, but this time he had caught them red-handed. Lin Yuqing's face was gloomy, and he dared not look at Lin Li and Lin Qi. Lin Yumao watched Lin Li and Lin Qi with great interest, even glancing at Lin Yongmao, seemingly lost in thought. Otherwise, the Lin family would have had another foundation establishment cultivator, further elevating their status among the various cultivation families. Because of his decline, he didn't join the family's guard or demon hunting team, but instead began managing the family's logistics. Lin Yongmao also glanced at his second uncle a few times, but felt a sense of incomprehension. Because Lin Yongmao didn't see any sense of frustration or dejection in him, instead, a heroic spirit occasionally emanated from him. Just as Lin Yongmao's mind was still racing, Lin Yuan spoke. "Lin Li, Lin Qi, do you two have anything to say?" "Lin Li, Lin Qi, you must think carefully before you speak. You weren't assigned to patrol Thousand Cliffs today. Why did you go there without permission, and even attempt to harm your nephew Yongmao? Isn't that right? Yongmao came along with us. Wasn't he at Thousand Cliffs? And how did you know Yongmao was at Thousand Cliffs?" Lin Yuan and Lin Yumao, who were present, basically already knew the whole story, especially Lin Yuan, whose face was extremely grim. The oppressive aura of a foundation establishment cultivator descended upon the two men. If they lied even slightly, they would face utter destruction. He had originally intended to kill the two brothers, Lin Li and Lin Qi, but Lin Yuqing was watching him closely. Lin Li and Lin Qi are just minor characters, their meridians have been severed, their cultivation destroyed. They can simply be sent to a mortal town. But now the person to be dealt with is his third brother, or more likely, his son. As Lin Yongmao's elder, he genuinely liked this child. "Third brother, you're too dishonest. Since you've done such a thing, killing your own nephew, I will no longer acknowledge you as my brother. A strong fortress cannot be easily breached from the outside, but if someone sabotages it from within, then even the strongest fortress is useless. As for Lin Li and Lin Qi, they are exiled to a mortal town and completely removed from the clan genealogy. For a cultivator, wasn't this verdict a death sentence? But if only they had known this would happen, why did they do it in the first place?" Lin Yongmao let out a soft breath. He had returned to Thousand Cliff from the clan council hall. One of the enemies lurking in the shadows had been eliminated, reducing the threat to him somewhat. Most of his relatives were still good to him, such as his second uncle Lin Yuma and his aunt Lin Yulian. As for Lin Yongrong, eliminating him wouldn't be so easy. After all, he was his uncle Lin Yuan, the son of the Lin family patriarch. Even if there was direct evidence to expose his crimes, the patriarch would likely protect him, not just within the family. This matter required careful consideration. Lin family ancestral hall. The family was quite prosperous, and the ancestral hall was filled with ancestral tablets. Just a few hours earlier, he had all his cultivation destroyed by the Lin family patriarch, Lin Yuan. It was thanks to this manual that he successfully advanced to the great perfection of the qi refining stage. Moreover, he had completely lost the possibility of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. He was on good terms with Lin Yongrong for two reasons, one being that Lin Yongrong was his nephew. The other was that the position of Lin family patriarch would inevitably pass to Lin Yongrong sooner or later. Ingratiating himself with the future patriarch was a valuable investment for him. Third uncle, let me help you up. Who else could this young, slightly heroic figure be but Lin Yongrong? Lin Yongrong was also somewhat helpless. It seemed he had exhausted all his methods, yet he couldn't harm Lin Yongmao in the slightest. He had never considered asking his father for help. Lin Yuan was an upright man, as the family head, he was impartial and incorruptible, and there was no way he would side with him. When I become the Lin family patriarch, I'll definitely arrange a good place for you, third uncle. Yongrong, all the cultivation resources I've accumulated over most of my life are now entrusted to you. I hope you can reach foundation establishment soon and become the Lin family patriarch. Once Lin Yongrong successfully reaches foundation establishment, he can become the Lin family patriarch, and Lin Yuan will retire. And once Lin Yongrong becomes the Lin family patriarch, his good days will begin. Goal achieved. Spirit stones, pills, cultivation techniques, materials. This must be the secret technique Uncle 3 used to rapidly increase his cultivation level in such a short time. If he were to cultivate this secret technique, killing Lin Yongmao would be a piece of cake. He couldn't bear to see that happen. He had been hiding in the ancestral hall's attic for over 30 years, in seclusion, cultivating to the point of near death. The family had long ago declared him dead, his lifespan exhausted. He sighed softly, epsilon sad face omicron asterisk, alas, each generation is indeed worse than the last. Lin Yongmao was weeding with a rusty hoe. Low-grade spiritual soil accelerates the growth of spiritual plants, but it also accelerates the growth of weeds. If not cleared for a few days, the spiritual plants would be completely covered by weeds. If the problem worsened, even plant-like demonic beasts that preyed on the spiritual plant's life force might grow. System, I want to sign in. Just as expected. Lin Yongmao had already cultivated 5 acres of spirit fields, all covered with a thin layer of low-grade spirit soil, ideal for the growth of spirit plants. Most of the land was planted with spirit rice. Therefore, planting spirit rice was the most cost-effective method. Lin Yuqing would come to Thousand Cliff every few days to secretly transport the spirit rice out and sell it at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in Xingyang City, exchanging it for a large amount of cultivation resources. He then reviewed the complete guide to intermediate rank spirit plants for 2 hours before immersing himself in cultivation. Qi condensation pill. A pill used by qi refining stage cultivators to enhance their cultivation. The qi condensation pill significantly improves the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy from heaven and earth. One qi condensation pill costs approximately 5 low-grade spirit stones, while a high-grade qi condensation pill requires at least 50 low-grade spirit stones. Note, pill quality is divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Lin Yuqing, considering his son's long-term development, purchased only high-grade qi condensation pills. Refining toxicity from the body also requires a significant amount of time, and in severe cases, it can even affect cultivation aptitude. Lin Yongmao swallowed a qi condensation pill like a candy, immediately feeling a surge of intense spiritual energy coursing through his body. His cultivation technique, the Azure Wood technique, began to operate automatically. After finally calming the surging spiritual energy within him, he suddenly felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. During the time he had consumed the pill, his sensitivity to the surrounding spiritual energy seemed significantly heightened. The Azurewood technique was now operating at least 3 to 4 times faster than before. In other words, his cultivation speed was 3 to 4 times faster than before. The effects of the chi condensation pill lasted for more than half an hour before the surging spiritual energy within his body and his heightened sensitivity to it completely subsided. No wonder everyone in the cultivation world fights and kills for even a little bit of cultivation resources. This is one of the important reasons. If cultivation resources are plentiful, one's cultivation speed is 3 or 4 times faster than that of a normal cultivator. Cultivation knows no time. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. During this month, Lin Yongmao would get up early every day to sign in. But without exception, he always received low-grade spirit soil, X1, which made Lin Yongmao somewhat emo. Bless me with a divine artifact for checking in. At a time like this, it's impossible not to believe in superstition. Lin Yongmao prayed to every deity he could name, then solemnly shouted, "System, I want to check in." Ding! Yes. Lin Yongmao was so happy he almost jumped for joy. Luckily, he was alone at Thousand Cliffs, otherwise people would think he'd gone mad. This double reward check-in actually yielded a set of second-tier formation equipment. He'd already experienced the security of a first-tier protective formation. What kind of functions would this second-tier formation have? All plants and trees as soldiers formation. Rank, high-grade second-tier. Description: a wood attribute formation, combining offense and defense, capable of instantly activating the abilities of spiritual plants and imbuing the formation with its power. The more spiritual plants and trees within the formation's range, the greater its power. Note: it can withstand a full-force attack from a golden core cultivator. This is the information about the all plants and trees as soldiers formation on the attribute panel. Lin Yongmao was thrilled after reading it. This is it. After cultivating for 100 or 200 years, it's not impossible for him to reach the golden core stage. He took out the formation setting tools. This formation consisted of a formation plate and 10 formation flags. Lin Yongmao couldn't decipher the materials of either the array plates or the array flags, nor could he understand the profound runes on them. System made, guaranteed quality. Just as he thought, he wasn't an array master and didn't need to understand these mysterious runes. Being able to use them was enough. He buried the array flags in 10 locations along Thousand Cliffs, covering the entire cliff. The range of a second-tier array was much larger than that of a first-tier protective array, and it had far fewer restrictions. This every bush and tree is an enemy formation is far superior to the clan's protective formation. Lin Yongmao manipulated the formation plate with his divine sense, and the entire formation began to operate, encompassing the entire Thousand Cliffs under his perception. Every blade of grass and tree seemed to become Lin Yongmao's eyes. What a sense of security! Thankfully, they planted so much spirit rice, which can be sold. If it were a simple rogue cultivator or a clan cultivator, their financial resources wouldn't be enough to guarantee that the formation could be activated and operated every day. Lin Yongmao began testing the all plants are soldiers formation. He activated the formation plate, consuming its spiritual energy, and locked onto an ordinary vine on a cliff face. Instantly, the vine grew and spread rapidly, reaching over 20 meters in a flash, firmly binding a boulder. The vine even left deep marks on the boulder. Awesome! This was just an ordinary vine, a common plant. If it were a plant with offensive capabilities, or even a spiritual plant with offensive capabilities, wouldn't it be able to kill one after another, 2 at a time? If it were to unleash the power of the illusionary heartflower and the sword soulgrass, Lin Yongmao would have a real chance to kill beings several times stronger than himself. Invincible in the chi refining realm. Even a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to cause me any trouble here. After having this thought, Lin Yongmao quickly suppressed it. He needed to be cautious. For now, he was at most invincible in the chi refining realm. Lin Yongmao repeatedly tested the grass and trees as soldiers' formation. He was determined to completely master this formation and consider whether there were any imperfections. The final result, of course, was that there weren't. The grass and trees as soldiers formation combined with the illusion formation made him virtually invincible within the formation. After studying the formation for a day, Lin Yongmao finally began to cultivate. Midnight. With an unusual fluctuation in the surrounding spiritual energy, Lin Yongmao's body suddenly trembled. I've broken through. At this point, his cultivation had reached the 6th level of the qi refining stage. At this rate, my cultivation will soon catch up with Lin Yongrong's. Lin Yongmao thought that once his cultivation surpassed Lin Yongrong's, his status within the family might not be inferior to this direct descendant. Now, the Lin family's survival was entirely tied to his cheat system, so he naturally cared deeply about the family. To completely control the family, he naturally needed to eliminate any hidden dangers, such as potential enemies, Lin Yongrong. Once my cultivation breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, I must sweep Lin Yongrong out. No, I must grind him to dust. After spending another half-hour consolidating his 6th-level qi refining cultivation, Lin Yongmao finally lay down on his bed, satisfied, and drifted off to sleep. Moreover, going to bed early and waking up early was a good habit Lin Yongmao had long cultivated. Dawn. Lin Yongmao woke up on the stone bed in the stone house and stretched. System, I want to sign in. Could it be that my cultivation level has increased, leading to an increase in my luck? The transition from the 5th to the 6th level of the qi refining stage is a major hurdle, with a significant difference in combat power between the two. Perhaps it has an effect on changing one's luck. What if one's cultivation reaches the foundation establishment stage, or even the golden core stage, or a higher realm? Lin Yongmao's desire to improve his cultivation level grew even stronger. Lin Yongmao could only link his cultivation level to his luck. Everything was a result of improved cultivation. The low-grade spiritual spring water in his hand was a glass bottle about the size of a mineral water bottle, filled to the brim. The spiritual spring water could be drunk directly, restoring a cultivator's spiritual energy. Long-term consumption could even slowly increase cultivation level. However, this wasn't its primary function. The spiritual spring water could be used for alchemy and to irrigate spiritual plants. Some rare spiritual plants could only be irrigated with this water. Although it was only low-grade spiritual spring water, its value was considerable. Lin Yongmao remembered that his aunt, Lin Yulian, had once used a small pot of low-grade spiritual spring water to pass the first-tier spiritual plant master assessment, a considerable investment. Currently, Lin Yongmao only had this small bottle of low-grade spiritual spring water, so naturally, he couldn't use it to irrigate his spiritual rice. He opened the glass bottle and poured the water onto the world tree sapling. Lin Yongmao had concealed the world tree sapling within the spirit rice, making it difficult even for a specialized spirit plant master to find this delicate seedling without meticulous examination. The world tree sapling still possessed only 3 tender leaves, the rudiments of a qilin, azure dragon, and vermilion bird. Visibly, the world tree sapling had completely absorbed the low-grade spirit spring water, growing rapidly by about a finger's width, and the outlines of its leaves seemed to have become clearer. Lin Yongmao quickly checked the attribute panel. The world tree originally had 3 attributes: spatial barrier, law of time, and coexistence with heaven and earth. Now, a 4th attribute has been added. Attribute 4. The world tree's new attribute is not bad. Lin Yongmao had only recently acquired the all plants are soldiers formation, which allowed him to share the perspective of spiritual plants and borrow their power. However, being able to sense the emotions of spiritual plants would undoubtedly be of great help in their cultivation. Currently, I can only share the perspectives of the sword soul grass, hemostatic vine, and world tree. In other words, these are the 3 spiritual plants with whom I have the highest affinity. The world tree goes without saying. Lin Yongmao had already signed a mind contract with it, and the two were inherently in a symbiotic relationship. However, the world tree, currently in its sapling stage, was like an infant, its intelligence yet to be awakened. Only one piece of information was transmitted to Lin Yongmao's mind. The world tree is currently like an infant, its sentience not yet fully awakened. Only one message was transmitted to Lin Yongmao's mind. I know you need nourishment, but where can I find the nourishment you need? However, the world tree's consciousness was vague, and it was impossible to know exactly what it needed. The world tree is of divine rank, so the nourishment it needs is naturally not ordinary. The low-grade spirit spring water just now was merely a lucky coincidence. The only things that could directly communicate with Lin Yongmao were the sword soulgrass and the hemostatic vine. The hemostatic vine was the first spiritual plant Lin Yongmao planted. Originally over 10 years old, and influenced by the world trees, law of time, and Lin Yongmao's meticulous care, it's now 100 years old. The hemostatic vine communicated directly with Lin Yongmao through its consciousness. Lin Yongmao responded with his own divine sense. Enough nonsense. I've provided you with so much spiritual soil, do you think this is a joke? Use your leaves to exchange for spirit stones so you can get more resources for your growth. Lin Yongmao was directly using psychological manipulation on the hemostatic vine. The hemostatic vine looked aggrieved, feeling that its master's words made sense, yet also sensing something strange. Lin Yongmao chuckled softly. This hemostatic vine was truly a treasure. The leaves of a 100-year-old hemostatic vine were very valuable. Lin Yongmao would collect 2 to 3 leaves every day and regularly give them to Lin Yuqing to sell at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. It's like chives, harvestable crop after crop. The sword soulgrass has also developed consciousness and has a rudimentary ability to converse with Lin Yongmao. Master, I only have 1 leaf, please don't pull it out. The sword soulgrass and the 100-year-old hemostatic vine were planted not far apart, and it often saw the vine's miserable state, so it was very worried about being treated the same way. Lin Yongmao was amused by these 2 clowns. Don't worry, you only have 1 leaf now, how could I possibly take your leaf? The sword soulgrass is an offensive spiritual plant, its strength depends on the number of its leaves. It can grow to a 9-leaf sword soulgrass, its sword-like leaves comparable to immortal artifacts. Lin Yongmao would never do something so self-destructive. The tiny sword soulgrass gently swayed its only sword-like leaf in the breeze, as if patting its chest. Immediately, Lin Yongmao cast a spirit wood technique on both the 100-year-old hemostatic vine and the sword soulgrass. Of course, he didn't forget to pick 4 leaves from the 100-year-old hemostatic vine. After tending to these spiritual plants, Lin Yongmao temporarily left Thousand Cliff. Back home, only his father, Lin Yuqing, was cultivating. Lin Yongmao handed most of the spirit rice, along with some leaves from the 100-year-old hemostatic vine, to Lin Yuqing, then inquired about his mother, Han Yueying's, whereabouts. Lin Yongmao readily agreed. The reason is simple, Han Yueying is the Lin family's only second-tier spirit plant master. Major cultivation families often form alliances through marriage to strengthen their ties. Forming a community of shared interests can make a family's position more stable. Cultivation families actually have weaker foundations than large families in the secular world, they can be crippled by the fall of a powerful cultivator within the family. With the support of a family through marriage, they can somewhat alleviate the ever-present threat of crisis. Since marrying into the Lin family, Han Yueying had diligently studied the Lin family's inherited skill in cultivating spiritual plants. However, no one in the Lin family of this generation had mastered the ancestral skill of a second-tier spiritual plant master, it had been learned by an outsider. Soon, Han Yueying opened the array and let Lin Yongmao in. He only remembered that Han Yueying wouldn't allow him to touch this or that, and that most of the spiritual plants were very fragile, requiring specialized spiritual plant masters to cultivate. Han Yueying still treated Lin Yongmao like a child, almost forgetting that he was already a first-tier spiritual plant master. Various spiritual plants were planted in the fields, a rich variety, but most were common first-tier spiritual plants found in the cultivation world. These spiritual plants were the foundation upon which the Lin family depended for survival. While traversing the spirit field, Lin Yongmao spotted his aunt, Lin Yulian. His aunt greeted him warmly, and Lin Yongmao responded just as enthusiastically. In the original owner's memories, because his parents were always busy when he was young, he spent a lot of time with his aunt, who was practically like a mother to him. Here was a small mound, upon which a special array had been set up. This was a first-tier array with the effect of gathering spirit. On a small hillside grew a massive tea tree, its branches bearing both old and new leaves, surrounded by swirling mist and abundant spiritual energy. Han Yueying introduced it. This is our Lin family's most precious spiritual plant, the cloud mist tea. This cloud mist tea tree is now 600 years old. Approaching the tea tree, one could feel the surrounding spiritual energy becoming even more concentrated. The cloud mist tea tree was simultaneously absorbing and replenishing this energy. Cloud mist tea possesses properties that calm the mind, heal soul wounds, and help break through bottlenecks, especially the 600-year-old variety, whose effects are even more pronounced. Han Yueying enthusiastically introduced this 600-year-old cloud mist tea. This wasn't a hastily grown spiritual plant, but a genuine tea tree that had grown for 500 or 600 years. He had heard that clan chief Lin Yuan was able to break through to the foundation establishment stage because he exchanged these cloud mist tea leaves for foundation establishment pills from the Qinglan sect. Lin Yongmao approached the ancient tea tree and used the attribute panel to examine its information. Cloud mist tea, growth stage. Rank, second tier spiritual plant. Cultivation suggestions. 1. Berry, cloud crystals, at the base of the roots to accelerate growth. 2. Improve the quality of the lower grade earth veins. 3. A second tier spiritual plant master should cast the spiritual plants spell. Lin Yulian spoke first. The surrounding spiritual energy is so abundant. It seems that the higher the level of the spirit plant, the more abundant the spiritual energy of heaven and earth it needs. Han Yueying nodded with a smile. Han Yueying's smile froze on her face, and Lin Yulian looked at Lin Yongmao with interest. Yongmao, are you serious? Han Yueying pondered, not replying to Lin Yongmao immediately. Logically speaking, tea trees can be propagated through root division and tea seed. Although cloud mist tea is a spiritual object, it is still a type of tea tree. Presumably, although more difficult, it should be possible. Han Yueying subconsciously replied, "You're thinking too simply. We've tried many times, but the seeds from this tea tree won't germinate. If we transplant its roots, it will only harm the mother plant." Han Yueying was still thinking about Lin Yongmao's suggestion to use cloud crystal to increase the yield of cloud mist tea. Should we give it a try sometime? Thinking of Lin Yongmao's ability to harvest spirit rice every 3 days, perhaps he truly possessed such a miraculous skill? The two were completely on different wavelengths. That's simple, just exchange it with family contribution points. I remember exchanging for a cloud mist tea seed requires 500 contribution points, which you have more than enough. However, exchanging for that stuff won't be of much use. Family contribution points are an exchange system established by the family to incentivize its members. Pills, spiritual items, cultivation techniques, etc., can all be exchanged using family contribution points. Moreover, compared to buying directly from the market, exchanging for cultivation resources with family contribution points is more cost-effective. For example, a low-grade qi condensation pill costs 5 low-grade spirit stones in the market, but only 3 family contribution points are needed. Completing tasks assigned by the family earns contribution points. Alternatively, they can exchange spirit stones for contribution points, but the exchange rate is 1 low-grade spirit stone equals 0.6 family contribution points. This is to prevent family members from using spirit stones to exchange for contribution points and thus misappropriating the family's cultivation resources. In short, 500 contribution points are less than 900 low-grade spirit stones, a sum Lin Yongmao can afford. If others can't cultivate new cloud mist tea plants, surely he, with his system, can't? Lin Yongmao went to the logistics hall alone. The person in charge of managing the entire logistics hall was Lin Yongmao's second uncle, Lin Yumao. This time, Lin Yongmao didn't see Lin Yumao at the logistics hall. The person who received Lin Yongmao was Lin Yongqian, his second uncle's daughter and Lin Yongmao's cousin. Lin Yongqian was 12 years old, but her face still had baby fat, rosy and adorable. "Little Qianer, isn't your second uncle here?" Lin Yongmao asked with a smile. "I thought brother Mao came to play with me." Lin Yongmao, his playful nature awakened, laughed heartily. "Qianer, you're 12 years old, a third-level qi refining cultivator, why are you still only thinking about playing?" Hearing Lin Yongron's name, Lin Yongmao's expression changed. They were brothers, yet the other only thought of scheming. We come from a family of cultivators, so naturally we're different from others. You must also focus on your cultivation and strive to keep up with everyone else. Lin Yongqian retorted, not to be outdone, I wasn't just thinking about playing. I'm very serious about my cultivation. I've already reached the 3rd level of the water spirit technique and will soon be entering the 4th level. He vaguely remembered that Lin Yongqian, like himself, was a genius with dual spiritual roots. However, unlike Lin Yongmao's dual attributes of wood and water, she possessed dual attributes of water and fire. As long as the Lin family devoted all their efforts to nurturing Lin Yongmao and Lin Yongqian, the two would definitely grow into foundation establishment cultivators. Lin Yongqian hesitated, saying, I don't want to roam freely. I prefer staying within the family, avoiding all the trouble. Lin Yongmao was surprised, his younger sister's philosophy coincided with his own. She had originally been influenced by her second uncle, Lin Yuma. Good. Lin Yongmao got to the point, saying, It's like this, I'm here to exchange for a seed of the cloud mist tea tree. The logistics hall should have some in stock, right? Oh. You have to find my dad. Lin Yongqian's chubby little face flushed slightly. She hadn't expected to be proven wrong so quickly, and she hurriedly ran to the backyard of the logistics hall. This girl. After about half a cup of tea's time, Lin Yuma finally brought Qianer's hand to Lin Yongmao. Second uncle. Lin Yongmao greeted the handsome middle-aged man before him politely. Lin Yuma nodded slightly in response. You've come to exchange for seeds of the cloud mist tea tree? Yes, my mother suggested I come to exchange for a seed. Lin Yongmao attributed everything to his mother. Upon getting closer, Lin Yongmao directly checked his attribute panel. Lin Yuma, early foundation establishment stage. Sure enough. This is a steady type of player, just like himself. Commonly known as a cunning old fox. It turns out the Lin family has more than just Lin Yuan as a foundation establishment cultivator. Lin Yuma is also a foundation establishment cultivator. This suggests the Lin family has been hiding its true strength. Upon reflection, this makes sense. Currently, the Qinglan sect is dominant. If other cultivation families become too outstanding, they will inevitably be targeted by the Qinglan sect. Lin Yuma spoke calmly, saying, Are you sure? Even your mother couldn't cultivate these cloud mist tea seeds. Taking them will most likely be useless to you, just a waste of contribution points. Lin Yuma's advice to Lin Yongmao was a friendly guidance from an elder to a younger generation. Alright, I'll go get it for you. Lin Yuma went to the back room and quickly returned, holding a small jade box. The jade box opened, revealing a dark brown seed, unassuming and no different from an ordinary tea tree seed. Cloud mist tea tree seed, worth 500 family contribution points. I will deduct these points from your identity token. Lin Yongmao handed his family identity token to Lin Yuma, who then skillfully began operating it. After receiving the jade box from Lin Yuma, Lin Yongmao prepared to leave. If you encounter any difficulties, come to your second uncle. Now that your father has gone hunting, if you have no one to back you up, come to me. Lin Yongmao nodded emphatically. Before nightfall, Lin Yongmao planted the seed of the cloud mist tea tree not far from the world tree. His family's 600-year-old cloud mist tea tree was planted on a low-grade ley line. Lin Yongmao didn't have a ley line, but he did have the world tree. Under the influence of the world tree's law of time, all spiritual plants could grow 100-fold. After planting the seed, Lin Yongmao cast a spirit wood technique. It's done. He was confident that in less than 10 years, this newly sprouted sapling would surpass the 600-year-old cloud mist tea tree mother plant. As night fell, Lin Yongmao returned to his stone house and resumed his cultivation. From now on, he only needed to focus on his cultivation and ignore everything else. As long as nothing happened to his family, he could relax and focus on cultivating and planting spiritual herbs. These days are truly comfortable. System, I want to sign in. Unsurprisingly, all future sign-in rewards would be low-grade spiritual spring water. Lin Yongmao didn't use the low-grade spiritual spring water to irrigate his spiritual rice. The reason was simple, it wasn't worthy. Although spirit rice has a high yield and an extremely short growth cycle, it's not considered a very valuable spirit plant. While it can be exchanged for a large amount of cultivation resources, the cost effectiveness is not high. It seems we need to find a new spirit plant that can fetch a good price and is compatible with spirit spring water. However, the current reserves of spirit spring water are not very large. It's sufficient for watering the illusion heartflower, sword soul grass, hemostatic vine, and cloud mist tea. I can ask my father for new spirit plant seeds at the market. I'll just stay on Thousand Cliffs Cliff. The cultivation world was a place of constant bloodshed and violence. Lin Yucheng had already set off for Qingyang City. His son had given him a large amount of spirit rice, and even some leaves from a century-old hemostatic vine. He needed to sell these items as soon as possible to exchange them for more cultivation resources for his family. Soon, the day his hunting team would set out would arrive, and he needed to make thorough preparations for himself and his daughter, Han Yueying. Qingyang City. Coincidentally, Su Lizzie, the manager of the Lingbao Pavilion, was at the entrance, and the two immediately exchanged pleasantries. Su Lizzie was now extremely respectful to Lin Yucheng. He had made a fortune from the spirit rice Lin Yucheng had provided recently. The spirit rice Lin Yucheng provided couldn't be consumed in Qingyang City, but it could be transported to other branches of the Lingbao Pavilion. And it was this transportation that brought him considerable benefits. Lin Yucheng was already used to Su Lizzie's behavior. After all, he was now the client. Second floor private room of Lingbao Pavilion. Su Lizzie rubbed his hands together and asked, "Brother Lin, how much spirit rice did you bring this time?" Actually, he could have delivered more, but his son had instructed him that if he sold too much at once, it might arouse suspicion from those with ulterior motives. The amount of spirit rice already sold was enough. If spirit rice far exceeding what ordinary people could imagine appeared on the market, the blame would likely fall on the Lin family, causing unnecessary trouble. Even if he stored the spirit rice himself, he couldn't sell it all. Upon hearing there were 5,000 caddies of spirit rice, Su Lizzie's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed hard. Given the quality of this spirit rice, he conservatively estimated it could sell for tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, allowing him to profit considerably. Good, Brother Lin, don't worry, our Lingbao Pavilion can handle it all. No matter the quantity of spirit rice, we hope Brother Lin will entrust it to us. Of course. Lin Yucheng changed the subject, saying, "Didn't Manager Su just mention receiving a new batch of goods? Could you show it to me?" The trays were all made of high-grade sandalwood, and each tray held a precious object. Now, let me introduce these goodies to Brother Lin. This is a good item. Even in the hands of a qi refining cultivator, it possesses strength comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. It's just a pity it's a one-time consumable. Lin Yucheng was very satisfied with the talisman. Whether he gave it to his son or carried it himself, it would provide an extra layer of protection. Even at a high price, he was determined to acquire this second-tier talisman. A one-time consumable costing an astonishing 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, that was unheard of. Lin Yucheng sighed. It seemed there was no other way, so he had to buy the sword talisman for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Lizzie continued his introduction. I believe Brother Lin will be satisfied with the third item. It's perfect as a gift for your sister-in-law. It's the pit of a purple jade fruit. With careful cultivation, it might even become a fruit tree that produces an endless supply of purple jade fruits. On the tray lay a peach-shaped pit, entirely made of jade and shimmering with a beautiful purple light. Brother Lin is probably familiar with this purple jade fruit. It's produced by a second-tier spiritual plant, providing cultivators with abundant energy, and it's also an indispensable ingredient for refining the foundation establishment pill. Upon hearing the words foundation establishment pill, Lin Yucheng's breathing quickened. His current cultivation level was stuck at the great perfection of the qi refining stage. If he had a foundation establishment pill, he was 70% confident he could successfully establish his foundation. However, if they could exchange purple jade fruits, there might be a chance. Lin Yuan was able to establish his foundation establishment only after seeking an audience with the supreme elder of the Qinglan sect, exchanging 2 caddies of cloud mist tea for a foundation establishment pill. The materials for refining foundation establishment pills are extremely rare. The second-tier alchemist typically only refines one pill every 10 years or so. Besides needing it himself, Han Yueying would need it sooner or later, and her son would also need to establish his foundation establishment eventually. It was time to plan ahead. This fruit pit might be difficult for Han Yueying, a second-tier spirit plant master, to cultivate successfully, but perhaps her son could? He had to buy it. I'll take this fruit pit. What's the price? Lin Yuqing didn't even consider haggling. It's just a fruit pit, not worth many spirit stones. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Su Lizzie held up one finger. What a shrewd businessman. Lin Yuqing had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Shopkeeper Su Lizzie showed Lin Yuqing many spiritual items, but none were as good as the first and third. Lin Yuqing, having spent decades navigating the treacherous waters of Qingyang City, naturally wasn't about to be fooled and chose not to buy anything else. These sword talismans and the purple jade fruit pit were truly valuable. This trip had been well worth it. After leaving the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, a young man slowly entered, his footsteps so silent that even Su Lizzie didn't notice. Manager Su has been in charge of the business in Qingyang City, so I'll naturally follow your advice. However, this person must have a secret, otherwise, he couldn't have produced so much high-quality spirit rice in such a short time. The young man analyzed logically, his eyes darting around, seemingly deep in thought. It would be better if there were more spirit rice. This is an essential cultivation resource for low-level cultivators, there's no worry about selling it. Su Lizzie looked at the young man, who was responsible for transporting this batch of spirit rice. He had just been there today, and Su Lizzie could tell that the young man was of noble status and had already reached the foundation establishment stage. The young man thought for a long time, but ultimately decided to give up on following Lin Yuqing. After all, if he went to the Lin family's territory, he might also encounter trouble. Forget it. Lin Yuqing didn't rush to leave Qingyang City. Instead, he visited several large shops and purchased a large amount of cultivation resources. Pills, talismans, and magical artifacts, these were all necessities. If they relied solely on arduous cultivation, when would they ever see any advancement? Leaving Qingyang City, Lin Yuqing became even more vigilant. While the Qingyang City law enforcement team was present within the city, there was no protection outside. However, he wasn't panicked. After all, with his cultivation reaching the great perfection of the qi refining stage, he was considered a master in the Qingyang City area. With years of experience procuring cultivation resources, he quickly noticed something amiss, sensing with his divine sense that someone was spying on him and had locked onto him. If the people following him are from the Lingbao Pavilion, then the rest of the transaction will be terminated. Lin Yuqing pondered, but felt it was unlikely they were from the Lingbao Pavilion. Normally, at this point, they should be heading directly towards the family. However, Lin Yuqing was doing the opposite, heading towards a more secluded place. Behind Lin Yuqing, 8 cultivators followed furtively, all trying to conceal their auras and staying close behind him. I've confirmed it. He purchased a large amount of cultivation resources, visiting several large shops. He's a big fat sheep. But the other party is a Lin family cultivator. If the Lin family finds out, we'll all be in deep trouble. Are you stupid? If we kill him, the Lin family won't even have a chance to find out. Yes, let's do it. Although he's a qi refining stage great perfection cultivator, we have 8 of us. Even the weakest among us is at the 8th level of qi refining. We don't need to worry about him. The group whispered amongst themselves, already convinced they had Lin Yuqing under their thumb. They were rogue cultivators from the vicinity of Qingyang City, specializing in murder and robbery. You followed me so diligently for so long, why don't you come out and meet me? This burly man showed no panic, instead, his eyes were sharp, exuding a menacing aura. 7 people emerged from the shadows. They all wore masks and were all male cultivators, radiating a chilling killing intent. If an ordinary qi refining cultivator had seen this, they would have been terrified. He, as expected of a qi refining grand perfection cultivator, your senses are so sharp. Now that things have come to this, why not surrender? We can promise to guarantee you a whole corpse. Are you all so confident you can subdue me? Lin Yuqing didn't intend to say anything more. The enemy was still in the shadows while he was in the open. It was best to strike first. He held the golden slaying sword in his hand. This was a high-grade magic weapon he had acquired at a great expense, and it seemed as if a sharp sword aura would emanate from its blade at any moment. In his other hand, he held a thick stack of talismans, all of excellent quality. Damn it! Seeing Lin Yuqing's arrogance, possessing both a high-grade magic weapon and a large number of talismans, they couldn't help but consider retreating. But the die was cast. If they retreated now, they would surely face the Lin family's furious retaliation later. Let's all attack together. Kill him, and all his treasures will be ours. One of the rogue cultivators encouraged. They weren't a hastily assembled team. They had worked together for a long time, committing murder and robbery together, so they all understood this principle. The 7 of them unleashed their unique abilities, launching various attacks towards Lin Yuqing. If it were up to him in the past, facing such a group would indeed have been difficult. All the attacks were blocked by the talismans, and Lin Yuqing took the initiative, wielding a golden slaying sword, directly thrusting it at the nearest short cultivator. The cultivator, at the peak of the chi refining stage, channeled all his spiritual power into the golden slaying sword, piercing through the man's protective aura with a single strike, then penetrating his heart. Blood splattered everywhere, and the short cultivator died instantly. Lin Yuqing pressed his advantage, his swordplay shifting from thrusting to slashing. A sword aura 4 or 5 meters long swept out, simultaneously killing 3 people. The 3 were still scrambling to defend themselves, but who knew the sword aura would be so fast? The other 3 were terrified. They hadn't expected their opponent to be so well hidden. The attack had just been nearly as powerful as a Foundation establishment cultivator's. Run! Behind a giant tree, a masked female cultivator was gathering her spiritual energy, clearly preparing a powerful killing move. She had mastered a secret technique, a powerful one capable of threatening even Foundation establishment cultivators. However, each use of this technique required an exceptionally long charging time, a long wind-up, and once successfully executed, it would consume all of her spiritual energy. Netherworld. This time, they were dealing with a Lin family cultivator, whose cultivation had reached the great perfection of the chi refining stage. They had agreed beforehand to go all out. In other words, the 7 cultivators attacking from the outside were there to provide cover for her. But in a mere instant, less than a few breaths, 4 of her companions had been killed by this Lin family cultivator. Li Wenwen silently chanted, a powerful aura emanating from her. It was a long, jet-black thorn, formed from spiritual energy, yet already a solid entity, its tip radiating an eerie and sinister aura. While a cultivator's strength, cultivation level, and magical artifacts accounted for a large portion of their power, combat experience was also crucial, often the key to turning the tide of battle. There! He quickly spotted Li Wenwen gathering her strength behind a giant tree. Li Wenwen had already exhausted most of her spiritual energy to gather this powerful killing move, leaving her pale and listless. Netherworld thrust. Finally, the charge was complete. Lin Yuqing saw a black spike hurtling towards his face and immediately switched from offense to defense, holding a shield in front of him. This was a defensive magic artifact purchased from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, a mid-grade magic artifact. Among the many types of magic artifacts, defensive ones are especially precious, firstly because they are prone to damage, and secondly because they can save one's life in a critical moment. Intuition told Lin Yuqing that this mid-grade magic artifact shield wasn't strong enough, so he released several more defensive talismans. The netherworld thrust was extremely fast, striking the shield directly. The shield was easily shattered, cracking into several pieces, and the talismans helped to deflect the force. Finally, Lin Yuqing managed to block the spike with difficulty. He was forced back several steps by the netherworld thrust, leaving a deep furrow in the ground. He was already drenched in cold sweat, his back completely soaked. Luckily I didn't skimp on those talismans, otherwise, even if I survived, I would be severely injured and unable to fight. The other 3 male cultivators, who had assumed the battle was over and hadn't fled, were stunned to see their opponents standing there unharmed. Why does this person have so many magical artifacts and talismans? Is this the power of a cultivation family? Lin Yuqing had already adjusted his stance, wielding the golden slaying sword, his feet barely touching the ground as he attacked the three cultivators. Another sword aura struck, and the three perished instantly. Now it's your turn. Lin Yuqing's sharp gaze fell upon Li Wenwen, the female cultivator hiding behind a giant tree, temporarily incapacitated due to exhaustion of her spiritual energy. Please don't kill me, they forced me. 2. Li Wenwen's face, hidden behind a mask, was as pale as paper as she pleaded. She quickly removed the mask, revealing a beautiful face. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your slave, to do anything for you. Li Wenwen was extremely confident in her appearance. This was her only chance to survive, even if it meant sacrificing her freedom and dignity, she would live. If she lost her life, everything would be lost. Big brother. Li Wenwen looked at Lin Yuqing with a pitiful expression. Although Lin Yuqing appeared rugged, his strength was formidable, and he possessed numerous magical artifacts and talismans, making him a reliable ally. The moment you attacked me, you already lost the right to surrender. Lin Yuqing quickly erased all traces of the battle nearby, stuffed all the members' storage bags into his robes, and then left. Lin Yongmao, upon learning of his father Lin Yuqing's ordeal, rushed home. Don't just stand there watching, I'm really fine. Lin Yuqing told Lin Yongmao and Han Yueying about what had happened on the road. Lin Yongmao was deeply troubled. This was the treacherous world of cultivation. If he had been the one out there reselling the spirit rice, he probably would have been killed by those cultivators long ago. Father, you shouldn't go out anymore. Just stay within the family. Let's only use that spirit rice internally. Lin Yongmao suggested. Lin Yuqing shook his head and refused, saying, how can that be? Only when the family develops can your growth be guaranteed. If I do nothing and just stay in the family all day, the family will stagnate. Han Yueying wholeheartedly agreed. Father, then with the spirit stones you get from selling the spirit rice, please prioritize buying some life-saving magical artifacts or talismans. That will put our minds at ease. Although Lin Yongmao's soul had only recently transmigrated, he had already accepted his parents and formed a deep emotional bond with them. Lin Yuqing nodded heavily. He took out some more items from his storage bag and began showing them off. Of course, some of these also belonged to the 8 cultivators who had undergone tribulation. They were veterans who had been robbing passing cultivators near Qingyang City, and had long since accumulated a vast amount of wealth, thus possessing a great deal of cultivation resources. I brought you 2 good things this time, I'm sure you'll like them. Lin Yuqing smiled, handing Lin Yongmao a talisman and a purple fruit pit. These were a sword talisman and a purple jade fruit pit. Lin Yongmao used the attribute panel to learn the attributes of these 2 items, but ultimately gave the sword talisman to Lin Yuqing. They were all family, so naturally, there was no need to refuse. However, in Lin Yuqing's heart, his desire to quickly advance to the foundation establishment stage only intensified. Now that his cultivation has reached a bottleneck and his comprehension is sufficient, the probability of him achieving foundation establishment should be extremely high, provided he possesses a foundation establishment pill. However, such a pill is incredibly rare. Alternatively, he could provide his family with enough resources to have them exchange Cloud Mist Tea for a foundation establishment pill. Within these 3 days, Lin Yuqing must recuperate and make ample preparations. In fact, this wasn't just a problem for Lin Yongmao's family, similar scenes were playing out in many other collateral branches of the Lin family. 70 or 80 people meant many families. If they had sufficient cultivation resources, there would be no need to venture out and risk their lives. However, the family needed to develop, so someone had to go out and acquire cultivation resources. These past few days, Lin Yongmao had returned home every day. Seeing that Lin Yuqing's injuries had completely healed, he felt much more at ease. He thought that his father wasn't going out to hunt demons. For the first time, and with the sword talisman for protection, his safety should be greatly guaranteed. 3 days later, Lin Yuqing and several members of the demon hunting team left the Lin family with everyone seeing them off. Lin Yongmao saw that Lin Yongrong had also set off with the demon hunting team. It turned out that Lin Yongrong had also joined the demon hunting team and become a formal member. Given Father's personality, it's impossible he would have eliminated Lin Yongrong during the demon hunting expedition. What a pity! From the original owner's memories, Lin Yongmao could deduce Lin Yuqing's character. He was extremely responsible and would do everything in his power to protect every member of the demon hunting team. Lin Yuqing bid a final farewell to Han Yueying and her son. Go back. Don't worry about me. This isn't my first time hunting demons. I can handle whatever happens. Lin Yongmao then slipped some more talismans to Lin Yuqing, most of which he wouldn't need while staying in the family. Besides, he already had the plants and trees as soldiers' formation protecting him. Lin Yuqing didn't stand on ceremony and accepted all the talismans. As the Lin family's only second-tier spirit plant master, she had no shortage of contribution points. Lin Yuqing also put the pills into his storage bag. After bidding farewell to Lin Yuqing, who was out hunting demons, Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Cliff. As for his side quest, it's naturally planting spiritual plants, and he's striving to become a second-tier spiritual plant master. It's worth mentioning that the purple jade fruit seed he planted a couple of days ago has already sprouted under the nourishment of the spiritual spring water. It would be difficult for any seed full of life not to sprout. However, it will still take a long time before the purple jade fruit actually bears fruit. A conservative estimate is at least 2 to 3 years. This time is actually quite short, considering that most spiritual plants in the cultivation world have growth cycles of hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Nearly 30 more days have passed. The past 30 days have been remarkably peaceful, with nothing unusual occurring. Lin Yongmao hasn't even left Thousand Cliff. During this time, only Han Yueying has visited him twice. Each time, Lin Yongmao gives Han Yueying a large amount of spirit rice and some hemostatic vine leaves, which she then gives to her family in exchange for contribution points. Today's sign-in is another double reward. Don't disappoint me. Having received low-grade spirit spring water for 30 consecutive days, Lin Yongmao has accumulated a considerable amount. This time, he hopes for even better items. System, I want to sign in. What? A spirit stone mine? Such a good thing? Suddenly, a mine shaft appeared on a small hill. This place was far from the spirit fields, making it suitable as a mining area. The small spirit stone vein wasn't large, only about 3 square kilometers in area. But it was a spirit stone vein, even the entire Lin family didn't possess one like it. Small spirit stone vein. Grade, second tier. Current production, 600 low-grade spirit stones and 3 mid-grade spirit stones per day. Note, spirit stone mining requires manual labor. As expected, this spirit stone vein was provided by the system. It wasn't a one-time consumable. As long as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was provided, this vein could produce a fixed amount every day. However, it required manual mining. It couldn't be done with the system's one-click mining function. Lin Yongmao looked at the mine with satisfaction and walked in with great interest. Looks like he'll be playing the role of a miner today. Stepping into the mine, it wasn't the pitch-black darkness he had expected. Shimmering spirit stones were visible on the surrounding stone walls, radiating light. Unfortunately, these spirit stones weren't fully formed yet. Their light was multicolored, quite magical. Generally, spirit stone veins have a single attribute. Different elements of the surrounding spiritual energy create veins with corresponding attributes. However, because the spirit stone vein Lin Yongmao had signed in with was provided by the system, it was actually a vein with all 5 elements, meaning he could mine spirit stones of any attribute. Lin Yongmao quickly found a suitable spot and took out the bronze hoe from his sea of consciousness to begin digging. This bronze hoe had a mysterious origin. His sign-in system was activated thanks to it. Now it resided in his sea of consciousness, usually used for loosening the soil in his spirit fields. Since he didn't have a suitable shovel, he decided to use this as a substitute. Leaving aside the bronze hoe itself, its sheer hardness meant that no magical artifact or spirit weapon could destroy it. Unfortunately, the excessive copper rust made it unsuitable as a magical tool. 600 low-grade spirit stones and 3 mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't care much for the 600 low-grade spirit stones of various attributes, but the 3 mid-grade spirit stones were extremely valuable. 2 of the 3 mid-grade spirit stones were fire attribute, and 1 was earth attribute. Theoretically, 100 low-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1 mid-grade spirit stone, and 100 mid-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 1 high-grade spirit stone. However, in reality, the exchange rate was much higher. Generally, in the market, 1 mid-grade spirit stone required about 120 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for. Lin Yongmao's reserves of mid-grade spirit stones were not very abundant. Many high-level formations require mid-grade spirit stones to activate, and these stones also provide better support for cultivation. It's just that mining every day is too tiring. It seems I need to hire a trusted helper. Thousand Cliff holds many secrets, and Lin Yongmao doesn't want outsiders to easily enter. Apart from his parents, he won't allow anyone to enter the Thousand Cliff area, not even the clan leader. From then on, besides cultivation and nurturing spirit plants, Lin Yongmao had another task: mining. Watching his cultivation resource reserves grow and his cultivation levels slowly increase, he felt a great sense of accomplishment. The only problem now is how to sell these resources. Before he has sufficient strength, these things are a hot potato. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Once someone discovers you have resources that don't match your strength, trouble will ensue. Therefore, he decided it was better to store them away than risk taking them out. He would sell them later when he had sufficient power. When Han Yueying arrived, Lin Yongmao asked her about the spirit beasts used in mining the veins, but Han Yueying had no clue. Asking a spirit plant master like this was indeed asking the wrong person, but Han Yueying promised to ask someone else. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today was a very special day. 100 days of check-ins. Lin Yongmao got up early, even taking a bath and burning incense. He had no choice. At such a crucial moment, he had to resort to some metaphysics. If there was anything that could temporarily enhance his luck, he would bring it without hesitation. Lin Yongmao clasped his hands together and devoutly called out, "Bangzi, I want to sign in. Millennium Spirit Plant Cultivation Agent, could it make a spirit plant instantly grow to 1,000 years old?" Opening the attribute panel, Lin Yongmao observed its information. Millennium Spirit Plant Cultivation Agent. Rank, Tier 3. Description: injecting the cultivation agent into a spirit plant can make it grow to 1,000 years old in a short time, possessing the effects of a 1,000-year-old spirit plant. Note: each spirit plant can only be used once. Just as I thought. And there are 2 bottles of this cultivation agent. Looks like I need to think carefully about which 2 spirit plants to use these 2 bottles of cultivation agent on. A world tree sapling? No, it's divine level, long past the realm of spiritual plants. A sword soul grass? No, that won't work either. Its abilities are related to the number of its leaves, simply increasing its age won't have a significant effect. A cloud mist tea tree? That's a good choice. The family's 600-year-old cloud mist tea has such good effects. How precious would a 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea be? A purple jade fruit tree? That's also acceptable. After all, the purple jade fruit tree is one of the important materials for refining foundation establishment pills. As long as the tree reaches 1,000 years old, it will definitely bear fruit successfully. In the end, Lin Yongmao decided to use 2 bottles of Millennial Spiritual Plant Cultivation Agent on the purple jade fruit tree sapling and the cloud mist tea tree sapling. The cultivation agent didn't seem like a product of the cultivation world, it was full of futuristic technology. Lin Yongmao injected the cultivation agent into the saplings, and within a few breaths, both saplings had absorbed all the nutrients. Whoosh! 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 The plant began to grow wildly, constantly sprouting new buds, which grew into branches, then trunks, and finally old trunks. 1 meter. 2 meters. 3 meters. Still growing. The purple jade fruit tree suddenly became the tallest spiritual plant in the vicinity, and at the same time, it awakened its intelligence. Lin Yongmao could communicate with it using spiritual plant perception. Master. The purple jade fruit tree eventually grew to a height of 3.5 meters, its lush green leaves blocking out the sun, but it looked no different from an ordinary tree. Lin Yongmao asked in surprise, "You've already grown for 1,000 years, but why haven't you flowered or borne fruit?" The purple jade fruit tree replied, "I have learned to control my flowering and fruiting. Bearing fruit consumes a lot of my energy, so I won't bear fruit unless absolutely necessary." So that's how it is. The purple jade fruit tree didn't refuse. Growing here, it depended entirely on Lin Yongmao's decisions and was very close to him. Then, the branches swayed a few times, and then began to form pale purple buds. The 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit tree blossoms and bears fruit in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Pale purple flowers bloom, adorning the seemingly ordinary fruit tree with a dreamlike beauty. The blossoms fall into the soil, and a tiny fruit begins to gestate and grow. Shedding its greenness, it turns purple and acquires a jade-like luster. Soon, the 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit has grown to the size of an infant's fist. It ripens so easily. If other spirit plant masters saw this, they would be green with envy. Such a difficult to cultivate spirit fruit ripens so easily. Lin Yongmao began to count the fruits one by one. A total of 17,000-year-old purple jade fruits. The value of these 17 purple jade fruits is extremely high, so high that he dares not easily part with them. Ordinary purple jade fruits are fine, but these are 1,000-year-old purple jade fruits. Their effects are far superior to ordinary purple jade fruits. Using them to refine foundation establishment pills would be a waste. What should I do? With my current cultivation level, I definitely can't consume these 1,000-year-old purple jade fruits rashly, and exchanging them for foundation establishment pills at the Qinglan sect is out of the question. If the Qinglan sect saw that the Lin family possessed 1,000-year-old purple jade fruits, they would surely inquire about their origin and eventually trace them back to Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao absolutely wouldn't allow that to happen. Fine, I'll just put them away for now. Lin Yongmao took out several small jade boxes and carefully stored all the 1,000-year-old purple jade fruits away. He couldn't eat them now, but he could eat them as fruit later when his cultivation level was higher. The cloud mist tea was also growing rapidly, though not as impressively as the purple jade fruit tree. The cloud mist tea tree was only 1 meter tall, growing like a shrub. The branches of the 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree resembled writhing dragons, bearing both old and new leaves, all of which were high-quality 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea leaves. Most striking was the swirling mist and fog surrounding it, a sight that clearly indicated this was no ordinary tea tree. Master. The 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree had also developed sentience, and a childlike voice entered Lin Yongmao's mind. "Thank you, Master, for helping me cultivate." Lin Yongmao didn't want to spend too much time on naming them, so for convenience, he derived their names from their own species. "Thank you for bestowing names upon us, Master." The two trees quickly replied. The tea leaves from the 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree could be used directly. Calming the mind, breaking through bottlenecks, strengthening the soul, suppressing inner demons. These characteristics can all assist Lin Yongmao's cultivation, making them extremely practical. Unlike the 1,000-year purple jade fruit, the 1,000-year cloud mist tea doesn't possess such violent energy and spiritual power, eliminating the risk of exploding and dying after consumption. His family's cloud mist tea was only 600 years old, while his was 1,000 years old. Of course, he couldn't sell these tea leaves, they were only for his and his parents' use. As expected of the 100-day sign-in reward, the Millennium Spirit Plant Cultivation Agent was truly miraculous. In a short time, Lin Yongmao possessed 2 Millennium Spirit Plants. Lin Yongmao then took stock of his current spirit plants. Several acres of spirit rice. A clump of century-old hemostatic vines. Hundreds of illusion heart flowers. A sword soul grass. A millennium-old purple jade fruit tree. A millennium-old cloud mist tea tree. A world tree sapling. These were Lin Yongmao's entire assets. The world tree sapling was the foundation, while the illusion heart flowers and sword soul grass were offensive spirit plants, the rest were functional. In fact, this isn't unique to the Lin family. Other cultivation clans, including the Qinglan sect, also have sizable hunting teams. Although Lin Yuqing was aware of the conflict between his son and Lin Yongrong, as Lin Yongrong's elder and bound by family rules, he truly couldn't do anything about it. Lin Yongrong, handsome as ever, looked at Lin Yuqing with hopeful eyes. Although Lin Yongrong outwardly agreed, his mind raced, wondering if he should take the risk. He seemed to have guessed Lin Yongrong's thoughts and wanted to completely extinguish any hope Lin Yongrong might have. But who knew what Lin Yongrong truly thought? At this moment, a scout from the Lin family's demon hunting team returned to Lin Yuqing's side and reported to him. "What is the strength of this horde of demonic beasts? How many are there?" The scout from the Lin family hunting team was named Lin Jing, a robust man in his 30s whose cultivation had reached the 9th level of the qi refining stage. Lin Jing held a low-grade flying sword in his hand, which was already covered in sweat. They are tusked boars, their cultivation level is roughly between the 3rd and 5th levels of the first tier. There are a great many of them, over 100. We've got such incredible luck this time. Lin Yuqing quickly scolded, "Don't get too excited. Tusked boars have thick hides and tough flesh. Even with low cultivation levels, killing them all won't be easy. Besides, if the battle gets too intense, it might attract the attention of other hunting teams, or even alert higher level monsters." The young man immediately fell silent, looking like he had learned his lesson. Lin Yuqing ordered, "Everyone prepare to move. Try your best to drive the tusked boars away. You don't need to kill them all, just leave some." Lin Yuqing himself took the lead, wielding his golden slaying sword at the forefront. The sword's metallic sheen radiated powerful energy, its aura as a high-grade magical weapon already spreading outwards. The other members of the hunting team also joined the fray, their attacks landing on the tusked boars like a pebble thrown into water, creating ripples. The tusked boars immediately erupted into chaos, their grunts deafening. The boars huddled together, forming an unbreakable barrier. The tusked boar is a first-tier Earth attribute demonic beast. Its physical defense is already formidable, and its mastery of the innate spell, Earth Wall technique, further enhances its defensive capabilities. However, its attack methods are relatively simple, relying on its tusks in charging attacks. Even ordinary qi refining stage cultivators risk death if they encounter a pack of tusked boars. Most of the Lin family's demon hunting team's attacks landed on the tusked boars but were blocked, seemingly sinking without a trace. The initially enthusiastic Lin family cultivators were now dumbfounded. What they thought was easy prey turned out to be a tough nut to crack. The only effective attack was Lin Yuqing's flying sword. The golden slaying sword truly lived up to its reputation as a superior grade magic weapon. It was worth the price. The sharp sword light easily sliced through the tusked boar's hide. The swords and blades of the other Lin family cultivators couldn't even leave a mark on the boar hide. The contrast between their attacks and the boar's strength was stark. "You have no eye for talent. This flying sword can even unleash sword light. It must be a high-grade magic weapon." "A high-grade magic weapon? How many spirit stones is that worth?" "Shut up." Lin Yuqing's golden slaying sword killed or wounded dozens of tusked boars in succession. The fear of death is an instinct for all living beings, especially for demonic beasts that have developed some intelligence. Lin Yuqing's attack was fatal to them, and the once impenetrable herd crumbled in an instant. The tusked boars scattered, leaving behind dozens of their companions' corpses. +1. Let's go, keep going. On Thousand Cliffs Cliff. Lin Yongmao had renovated the stone house to be more organized. Doors, windows, and various furniture had all been purchased. Most of the food was specially purchased by his mother, Han Yueying, who feared her son might suffer here. At this moment, Lin Yongmao and Han Yueying sat at a stone table, a pot of tea in front of them. Not far away, vast fields of spirit rice stretched out, golden waves rippling in the breeze, a truly beautiful sight. "Mother, come and try some. This is 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea brewed with spirit spring water," Lin Yongmao introduced with a smile. Han Yueying felt a tremendous shock. 1,000 years? Could she be hallucinating? Han Yueying took the teacup with a puzzled look and asked, "Is this really 1,000-year cloud mist tea? Would my son lie to you?" Han Yueying wanted to ask more, but she held back. She brought the teacup to her lips and sipped it slowly. It was best if she didn't know her son's secret. This was the best way to protect him. Lin Yongmao also took a small sip. First, a warm and sweet sensation entered his mouth, followed by a refreshing coolness spreading throughout his body. Cloud mist tea has many benefits, but its most noteworthy is undoubtedly its ability to enhance soul strength, that is, to strengthen divine sense. A cultivator's divine sense is directly linked to their cultivation level. Its strength increases with cultivation. When a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can even use their divine sense to unleash mental attacks. But besides arduous cultivation, there are many other ways to significantly enhance divine sense, such as cultivation techniques for divine sense or rare and precious herbs that directly boost it. Treasures that directly enhance spiritual awareness are extremely rare, and this cloud mist tea is one of them. Of course, the effects of ordinary cloud mist tea are negligible, but cloud mist tea that has matured for 1,000 years is incomparable. Lin Yongmao, after taking a small sip of the 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea, felt his spiritual sense continuously growing, and his perception of the outside world becoming clearer. Han Yueying felt the same way. The effects of this tea truly live up to its name, 1,000-year cloud mist tea. This was the evaluation of a second-tier spirit plant master. Although Han Yueying had always tended to the 600-year-old cloud mist tea tree, she had never drunk 600-year-old cloud mist tea. This tea tree was too important to the family. Every single leaf had been allocated. But today, at her son's place, she had actually tasted the even more precious 1,000-year cloud mist tea. Lin Yongmao's soul strength significantly improved. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th level of qi refining, his spiritual sense had already reached the great perfection of qi refining. This was just the effect of a single sip of tea. After drinking a few more sips of 1,000-year cloud mist tea, he could easily achieve spiritual sense separation from his body, possessing the spiritual sense strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. However, once spiritual sense cultivation reaches the foundation establishment level, it is possible to achieve spiritual sense separation from the body, completely replacing the 5 senses, and even more effectively. Han Yueying also drank the 1,000-year cloud mist tea. Boom! She felt as if a layer of paper had been pierced. The world before her eyes became clearer, and her senses sharpened. Unlike Lin Yongmao's cultivation, Han Yueying had also been stuck at the great perfection of the qi refining stage for some time, struggling to break through due to the lack of foundation establishment pills. After drinking the 1,000-year cloud mist tea, unexpectedly, with its assistance, her accumulated strength exploded, and her spiritual sense had reached the level of the foundation establishment stage. If she were given a foundation establishment pill now, her chances of achieving foundation establishment would reach 90%. This early breakthrough in spiritual sense meant she had already grasped the foundation establishment realm. All she lacked was the strength of her physical body and sufficient spiritual energy. Han Yueying was overjoyed. The teacup in her hand trembled slightly as she murmured repeatedly, "This is too precious. This is too precious." Lin Yongmao had already guessed the changes in his mother, Han Yueying, and was genuinely happy for her. "Yongmao, my spiritual strength has reached the foundation establishment stage. With just one foundation establishment pill, I'm confident I can reach that level in a short time." Han Yueying was extremely excited, sharing her joy with Lin Yongmao. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yongmao took out a small jade box from his storage bag and handed it to Han Yueying. "What's this?" Han Yueying looked at Lin Yongmao with a puzzled expression. Lin Yongmao opened the jade box. Inside was a fruit the size of an infant's fist. The fruit was a translucent purple, and judging from its texture, it was indistinguishable from fine jade. "It's a pity that our Lin family doesn't have any alchemists, otherwise we could refine a batch of foundation establishment pills with other ingredients." Purple jade fruit, and 1,000 years old? Han Yueying's mouth formed an O shape. The surprise her son had given her was simply too great. "Yongmao, neither the 1,000-year cloud mist tea nor the 1,000-year purple jade fruit can be known to anyone, not even for trade. The highest combat strength of our Lin family is only at the foundation establishment stage. With such strength, we can't protect such precious spiritual tea and fruit." Lin Yongmao nodded repeatedly. It seemed his mother, like him, hadn't been blinded by these things. Lin Yongmao asked the most important question. He had already checked the information about the 1,000-year purple jade fruit through the attribute panel. 1,000-year purple jade fruit. Grade, low grade 3rd rank. Description: a spiritual fruit nurtured by a 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit tree, rich in abundant spiritual energy. Consuming it can significantly increase spiritual power and cultivation level. Note: refining stage cultivators should consume with caution, as there is a risk of exploding and dying. It was precisely because of this note that Lin Yongmao dared not eat such a tempting fruit. If it were an ordinary purple jade fruit, I could eat it, since the increase in spiritual power is limited. But this is a 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, equivalent to a third-rank spiritual fruit. Han Yueying, as expected of a second-rank spiritual plant master, immediately saw through the effects and precautions of consuming the 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit. She had some unspoken thoughts. This 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit tree was equivalent to a third-rank spiritual plant. Did her son already possess the ability to cultivate third-rank spiritual plants? Even more perplexing, she remembered that Lin Yuqing had given Lin Yongmao a purple jade fruit pit just a few days ago. She dared not think further. Lin Yongmao sighed, "It's a pity we have such a wonderful thing but can't use it. If you and father could both break through to the foundation establishment stage, our family's overall strength would be much greater. Your father cultivates a body refining technique, perhaps giving him one to try might help him break through to the foundation establishment stage." Lin Yongmao smiled awkwardly. Only Han Yueying dared to say such a thing. He wouldn't dare let his father take that risk. He needed to learn a body refining technique. In the future, there would be all sorts of spiritual fruits and herbs. How sad it would be to be able to cultivate them all but be able to watch them grow. With his powerful physique, he could devour any spiritual fruit or herb. "Mother, are there any body refining techniques suitable for me?" Lin Yongmao asked. "By the way, didn't you say you needed a mining beast? I've been keeping an eye out for information, and there really is one suitable for you." "Where is it?" Lin Yongmao asked quickly. He had been mining every day for the past few days. It wasn't exhausting, but the process was tedious and had wasted a lot of time cultivating the azure wood technique and reading the complete guide to intermediate rank spiritual plants. Lin Yongmao nodded, inwardly delighted. It seemed he would have to make another trip to Thousand Cliffs. He needed to inquire about the gold-eating beast from clan chief Lin Yuqing. If it was suitable, he could choose to tame one as his own spirit beast. He also needed to visit the scripture pavilion to find a suitable body-refining cultivation technique. The two slowly finished a pot of 1,000-year cloud mist tea before preparing to leave. Before departing, Lin Yongmao gave Han Yueying a few ounces of tea leaves. Han Yueying saw the 1,000-year cloud mist tea that Lin Yongmao handed her. Although the quantity was small, its value was incredibly high. "Yongmao, keep this for yourself." Han Yueying firmly refused. The 1,000-year cloud mist tea was beneficial to cultivators of all levels. The more one drank, the faster their spiritual sense would improve. She couldn't take away this opportunity from her son. Then he changed his tone, saying, "Besides, I can already cultivate 1,000-year cloud mist tea in batches. This is just a portion." Han Yueying hesitated for a long time, but finally put the few ounces of tea leaves into her storage bag. She was deeply moved, and her eyes welled up with tears. She had given birth to a wonderful son. Lin Yongmao left Thousand Cliff with Han Yueying and went directly to find his uncle, Lin Yuwan. As the patriarch of the Lin family and the only publicly acknowledged foundation establishment cultivator, Uncle Lin Yuwan lived in the most luxurious residence. The Lin family resided in an old-style courtyard house, with one wife and 3 concubines. Lin Yongron was born to the patriarch, and the other 3 concubines each had children. Lin Yuwan, as patriarch, made outstanding contributions to ensuring the continuation of the Lin family line. In fact, the probability of cultivators having offspring is much lower than that of mortals, and their offspring may lack spiritual roots and be unable to cultivate. However, Lin Yuwan was an exception, having 5 children, all of whom possessed spiritual roots. The most outstanding among them was, of course, Lin Yongrong, born to his patriarch, Han Yuxiu. Han Yuxiu and Han Yueying were sisters, both from the cultivation family Han family who married into the Lin family. Although the two were sisters, they had always been secretly competing, vying for superior husbands and sons. Clearly, Han Yuxiu had consistently held the upper hand over the competition. Lin Yongmao smiled slightly, things were about to change. Entering the courtyard, Lin Yongmao encountered Han Yuxiu berating the servants. Helpless, Lin Yongmao could only greet her, "Hello, aunt. Is uncle home?" Han Yuxiu was seething with anger. She had treated Lin Yuan's concubine like a servant, and now the woman dared to talk back. This was outrageous. She and Han Yueying had married into the Lin family at the same time. She had married the clan head, whose cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage, and whose son was also quite accomplished, having reached the 7th level of the qi refining stage. But what displeased her was that Han Yueying's husband hadn't taken any concubines, while Lin Yuan had taken 3. Thinking about this filled her with rage. Lin Yongmao smiled and nodded in response. Unlike Lin Yongrong, who schemed behind people's backs, Han Yuxiu, though prone to jealousy, had never done anything outrageous. At least, that's how Lin Yongmao perceived her. In the study, Lin Yuan frowned, occasionally flipping through letters, bamboo slips, and jade slips. He sighed deeply, so much so that he didn't even notice Lin Yongmao entering. "Uncle." Lin Yuan looked up and replied, "It's Yongmao. What can I do for you?" In Lin Yuan's heart, Lin Yongmao was still just a child. After all, Lin Yongmao was only 16 years old, and most teenagers at this age weren't fully mature. For example, his good-for-nothing son was already 19, yet he was still plotting internal strife and secretly plotting to kill his own brothers. Looking at Lin Yongmao, he felt a deep sense of guilt. "Uncle, I heard you've captured several demonic beasts these past few days. Could I choose one to become my spirit pet? I can exchange it with family contribution points." "Okay." Uncle seems quite unhappy. "Is something bothering you lately?" Lin Yongmao couldn't help but ask. Even if you have a lot of spirit stones, you can forget about getting a single foundation establishment pill. No wonder Lin Yuan is so worried. He's already a foundation establishment cultivator and naturally doesn't need resources like foundation establishment pills, but as the family patriarch, he has to consider the long-term future of the Lin family. The family's development needs new blood, but its foundation lies in high-level cultivators. It's a pity our family doesn't have any alchemists. If we did, we'd use any amount of spiritual herbs to cultivate one. Lin Yongmao smiled bitterly. If he possessed both fire and would attribute spiritual roots, he could consider developing in the direction of alchemy. But fate played a cruel joke on him. He only had wood and water attribute spiritual roots. This was a problem that Lin Yuan, the Lin family patriarch, had to consider, and it was also a problem that Lin Yongmao needed to consider. Not to mention others, his parents alone desperately needed foundation establishment pills to break through to a new realm. Currently, there was no other way but to offer a large amount of resources in exchange with the Qinglan sect. Lin Yuan wrote several more letters, seemingly seeking help and cooperation from other families, before beckoning to Lin Yongmao, who was sitting not far away. "Let's go, Yongmao, let's go to the Spirit Beast workshop. The spirit beasts I captured the day before yesterday are all kept there." Lin Yongmao quickly followed. These are all important locations for the Lin family. Lin Yongmao had never set foot in the Spirit Beast workshop before. The Spirit Beast workshop houses many untamed demonic beasts, and these beasts are all aggressive, so naturally, Lin Yongmao and his group wouldn't be allowed to come into contact with them. The Lin family also has a first-tier beast tamer, the son of Lin Yongmao's second great-uncle, whom Lin Yongmao should address as his paternal uncle. Within the fences, various low-tier monsters can be seen, and a middle-aged man is busy at work. "Greetings, uncle." Lin Yongmao quickly greeted him respectfully. As a junior, he needed to be polite in the clan to get the best of a deal. "It's Yongmao. This is your first time here, isn't it? Are you looking to tame a spirit beast?" "I want it, the gold-eating beast. You can exchange it for a medicine-pounding rat, Tier 1, Level 3, which perfectly matches your Tier 1 Spirit Plant Master status. It can even assist you in cultivating spiritual herbs." The gold-eating beast resembled a hamster, with chubby cheeks, making it very cute. However, its size was much larger than a typical hamster. An adult gold-eating beast was the size of a strong bear, and its cultivation could reach Tier 2. This gold-eating beast was probably still immature, only the size of a gray wolf. A metal attribute demonic beast, it loves to eat ores and possesses considerable mining abilities. If it can be tamed, it's like having an experienced miner. This was all the information Lin Yongmao knew about the metal-eating beast. However, he hadn't expected that taming the metal-eating beast would be so difficult. Even a first-tier beast tamer couldn't tame it easily, let alone him. But the child has his own considerations, so let's not interfere. But you must temporarily seal the cultivation of this gold-eating beast to prevent it from suddenly attacking and harming Yongmao. Of course. What a beast tamer can do is merely remove the wildness from the demon beast, making the contract easier to succeed. Can I exchange for such a demon beast contract in the scripture pavilion? Lin Yongmao asked. Lin Yongmao continued, "Thank you, uncle and grandfather. This gold-eating beast is destined for me, so I'll take it with me." Lin Yongmao originally wanted to use his own contribution points, but Lin Yuhuan insisted on refusing, so Lin Yongmao reluctantly agreed. This is a spirit beast pouch, specially designed for storing spirit beasts. Although the internal space isn't large, spirit beasts can get a good rest inside. Lin Yongmao knew, of course, that ordinary storage bags couldn't store living beings, especially spirit beasts. They would immediately lose their life force upon entering. This spirit beast pouch solved this problem perfectly. Let's go. As the family patriarch, Lin Yuhuan naturally wouldn't continue strolling around with Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao went to the scripture pavilion alone. Lin Yongmao had been here twice. The second time, he learned 2 minor spells, wooden spike technique, and water arrow technique. An old man resides in the scripture pavilion. Lin Yongmao should address him as his second uncle, his grandfather's younger brother. The scripture pavilion wasn't large, a simple 2-story brick building, unadorned. Yet, the entire Lin family's legacy began here. Such a magnificent sight was truly rare. A cough interrupted Lin Yongmao's enjoyment of the scenery. Heh, I never expected that someone would come to the scripture pavilion not to urgently search for the cultivation techniques they need, but to admire the scenery first. An aged voice accompanied by a cough drew Lin Yongmao's full attention. Second uncle. Lin Yongmao quickly and respectfully bowed. Even though they hadn't met many times, cultivators possessed astonishing memories, and Lin Xuanzhong remembered Lin Yongmao. Yes, I am Yongmao. As Lin Yongmao answered, he could sense an aura of decline emanating from his second uncle, as if one foot was already in the grave. This second uncle's cultivation was considerable. Lin Yongmao had already detected this through the attribute panel. Lin Xuanzhong, late foundation establishment stage. Last time, he had observed that his second uncle, Lin Yuma, was already at the early foundation establishment stage, but this unseen second uncle was also a foundation establishment cultivator, and had even reached the terrifying late foundation establishment stage. Just how much strength has the Lin family been hiding? The family wasn't the kind of aggressive power that would rush in. Instead, they chose to bide their time, concealing their true strength. This perfectly aligned with his own philosophy of prudent conduct. Such a family wouldn't easily invite trouble, wouldn't attract the envy of other forces, and wouldn't be completely unprepared to counter any sudden crisis. Truly amazing. Lin Xuanzhong's cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage, and he was only one step away from the great perfection of foundation establishment. However, this step seemed like an insurmountable chasm. But this wasn't the most important issue. What troubled a cultivator most was lifespan. Refining stage cultivators generally had stronger physiques than ordinary people, with a lifespan of around 100 years. Foundation establishment stage cultivators, however, transcended this mortal realm, reaching 200 years, twice that of an ordinary person. Lin Xuanzhong was currently 195 years old, and would pass away in a few years. The aura of decline that Lin Yongmao sensed emanated from Lin Xuanzhong. In other words, even with his late foundation establishment cultivation, Lin Xuanzhong's insufficient blood and qi prevented him from unleashing the full power of that stage. Yongmao, do you need any spells or inheritances here? Second uncle Lin Xuanzhong asked. The scripture pavilion had only 2 floors. Only the family head or those whose cultivation had reached the foundation establishment stage could enter the second floor. Take your time looking around here. Just come find me when you find something suitable. Lin Xuanzhong didn't offer Lin Yongmao any guidance, because only he himself knew what was best for him. After saying that, he left the scripture pavilion and sat outside watching the churning sea of clouds. That's an exaggeration. How could a body refining technique at the qi refining stage possibly reach that level? And merely increasing power doesn't seem very practical. The jade slip gleamed with a platinum gold luster, clearly indicating its exceptional quality. The golden body technique. Using sharp metallic qi to temper the physical body, cultivating to the 10th level of great perfection, the physical body becomes equivalent to a mid-grade magic weapon. This should be the best body refining technique in the Lin family. I remember my father also cultivated the golden body technique, but the prerequisite was possessing a metallic spiritual root, which I obviously cannot cultivate. Lin Yongmao carefully took it out. The handwriting was crooked and uneven. Opening the first page, several large seal script characters were visible. The profound spirit body refining technique, copied by Lin Xuanzhong. It was a copy, and after quickly flipping through a few pages, Lin Yongmao realized it was an incomplete copy. This Xianling Qi is actually the energy of plants and trees. The higher the grade and age of the plants and trees, the more abundant the Xianling Qi they produce. But this is enough. As long as I master the method of absorbing the energy from spiritual plants, even a 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, I'm confident I can absorb its energy. Lin Yongmao was extremely excited. He was glad he took another look, otherwise, he wouldn't have noticed such a suitable body refining technique. This was copied by his second uncle. Perhaps asking him would reveal the origin of this technique. Second uncle, I've made my choice. You actually chose it? But this isn't a complete cultivation technique, practicing it can easily lead to problems, Lin Xuanzhong warned. Lin Xuanzhong seemed lost in memories. Years ago, I became an outer disciple of the Qinglan sect. During a mission, I accidentally stumbled upon an ancient cultivator's tomb. This body refining technique was copied from his coffin lid. Lin Xuanzhong recounted as he spoke. What? Such a bizarre experience. Second uncle, can you tell me where that ancient cultivator's tomb is? Lin Yongmao asked, still unwilling to give up. Lin Xuanzhong didn't reveal the specific location, recalling how extremely dangerous that experience had been. He had almost lost his life. It was precisely because of that experience that he tried every means to leave the Qinglan sect. Second uncle, can I take this mysterious spirit body forging technique with me? It's truly very important to me, Lin Yongmao pleaded. Sure, exchanging for this cultivation technique requires 20 family contribution points. That shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Because of the incomplete nature of the technique, Lin Xuanzhong only deducted 20 family contribution points from Lin Yongmao's identity token, an incredibly cheap price. That's not difficult. You only need 200 family contribution points to exchange for the spirit binding contract technique, which is most suitable for contracting spirit beasts. All right. Yongmao, come and chat with this old man when you have time. Lin Yongmao quickly replied, yes, second uncle, please rest well here. I will come to visit you as soon as I have time. Lin Yongmao had already secretly resolved that once his strength improved further, he would find a way to cultivate spirit plants that could extend lifespan. Only with these elders of the family still alive could the Lin family have a sufficiently deep foundation. Back on Thousand Cliffs, three things lay before Lin Yongmao. A copy of the mysterious spirit body forging technique. The key to the spirit binding contract is to absorb a wisp of a demon beast's soul into one's own sea of consciousness, thereby achieving control over the beast. That wisp of soul can directly control the beast's life and death. By continuously refining this wisp of soul within the sea of consciousness, one can even assimilate it with one's own divine consciousness, causing the demon beast to become increasingly close to the contractor. 2 points are worth noting. First, the contractor's divine consciousness must be strong enough, at least surpassing that of the contracted demon beast. The stronger the contractor's divine consciousness, the greater the probability of success. Second, it requires consuming a drop of the contractor's essence blood. Lin Yongmao breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially thought it would take a long time to comprehend this spirit binding contract, but now it seemed unnecessary. Other chi refining cultivators would find it difficult to successfully contract this iron-eating beast, whose cultivation had reached the 8th level of the first tier, but Lin Yongmao's spiritual sense was far superior to others of the same level. As for his essence blood, since consuming one drop after automatically signing a mental contract with the World Tree, he had only managed to condense another drop recently. This was thanks to the 100-year hemostatic vine's ability to replenish chi and blood. Otherwise, condensing another drop of essence blood in just 100 days would not have been easy. In a few days, once my spiritual sense reaches the foundation establishment level, I can basically guarantee a 100% success rate in contracting the iron-eating beast. This was a first-tier, 8th-level iron-eating beast, equivalent to the cultivation of an 8th-level chi-refining cultivator. Moreover, without considering magical artifacts, among cultivators of the same tier, demonic beasts were generally stronger than human cultivators. Then, he would not only have a dedicated miner but also a powerful henchman. Mysterious Spirit Body Forging Technique. Rank: Incomplete, rank unknown. Introduction: Absorb the mystical energy from plants to strengthen oneself, using this energy to nourish meridians, flesh, and bones, resulting in a significant increase in physical strength. Note, due to the incompleteness of the cultivation method, only the first 3 levels can be cultivated at present. First level, can refine and absorb any type of plant or spiritual plant with an age of 0 to 200 years. Second level, can refine and absorb any type of plant or spiritual plant with an age of 200 to 600 years. Third level, can refine and absorb any type of plant or spiritual plant with an age of 600 to 1500 years. Upon completion of the first level, the meridians are widened, allowing them to accommodate more spiritual energy, thus increasing the speed of cultivation advancement. Upon completion of the second level, the bones are strengthened, resulting in a physical body equivalent to the strength of a low-grade spiritual weapon. Upon completion of the third level, blood energy is enhanced, making the blood as potent as lead and mercury, accelerating the condensation of essence blood. Now that we've decided to cultivate this technique, let's begin. Lin Yongmao had already made some preparations. A large amount of spirit rice, piled up halfway up the stone house, lay before him. This spirit rice was of excellent quality, but unfortunately, it was difficult to sell it all for spirit stones. Now, however, it had a purpose. Growing from plants and spiritual herbs aged 0 to 200 years, this spirit rice was extremely suitable. A wave of hunger then washed over him, and Lin Yongmao couldn't help but swallow hard when he saw the spirit rice. Gulp, gulp. This was the sound of Lin Yongmao swallowing hard. The spirit rice, which normally takes time to digest, was quickly refined by his body, forming a strange gas that began to circulate wildly within him. This must be Xianling Qi, completely transformed from the essence of plants. Lin Yongmao began to guide this Xianling Qi along the pathways described in the Xianling body forging technique within his meridians. However, the Xianling Qi dissipated in a very short time. Gulp, gulp. He kept eating. This time, Lin Yongmao stuffed several mouthfuls of spirit rice into his stomach, but he couldn't even last a minute. It seems that the mysterious spirit body forging technique is simply uncultivable for ordinary people. The required cultivation resources are simply too vast. Even the inner disciples of the Azure Cloud sect probably don't have such financial resources. Lin Yongmao refined all the spiritual rice in most of the stone house in less than an hour. However, the benefits were also very obvious. The resilience of his meridians was greatly improved. If he were to circulate the Azure Wood technique, the speed of spiritual energy circulation would also be faster. The first level is essentially fortifying the meridians, and even has a slight effect on improving cultivation talent. To fully master the first level, it would conservatively take a month, requiring a full 2 hours of cultivation each day. Hiss! How much resources would that require? And I have a great system, and the World Tree, otherwise, even if this technique was perfect for me, it would be useless. Cultivation already demands numerous spirit stones and pills. If all spiritual plants were used for body forging techniques, cultivation progress would be drastically slowed. Lin Yongmao even experimented, finding that even the spirit-nourishing grass consumed by spirit beasts could be refined into profound spiritual energy using the mysterious spirit body forging technique. It seems that any plant or spiritual material can be consumed and refined. Lin Yongmao thought, it seems he needs to further expand the area of his spiritual fields. Outer outskirts. They tried their best to conceal the smell of blood on their bodies. This was a law of jungle survival, as the scent of blood could attract even more powerful demonic beasts. Lin Yongrong followed behind the team, thinking to himself that this couldn't go on. His destined opportunity was unlikely to come, and even if it did, it would be taken by those ahead of him, never his alone. Although he was a hothead, he was greedy. As they progressed, they encountered an increasing variety of demonic beasts, but they spared most of them. The demonic beasts we need to kill should either be of practical value to us or reproduce very rapidly. Otherwise, we should avoid attacking them lightly. Lin Yongrong asked, puzzled, I understand demonic beasts of practical value, but why do we need to kill those that reproduce quickly? Lin Yongrong nodded thoughtfully. Slow down, there's a spiritual herb ahead. These vines were those of the Polygonum multiflorum, He Shou Wu. For a Polygonum multiflorum to grow such lush vines, it must be quite old. This is a Polygonum multiflorum at least 100 years old. A Lin family cultivator immediately teased. Don't rush to dig them up. I'm worried there might be demonic beasts guarding this area. We need to make sure there's no danger before we act. Lin Yuqing knew very well that most spiritual plants and herbs in the wild were guarded by demonic beasts, who considered these wild plants and herbs their property. After observing for more than 10 minutes, he finally discovered a clue. A small white-furred mouse timidly peeked out of its burrow, which was built inside a hole in the trunk of a large tree. This treasure rat isn't very strong, it won't threaten us. The key is to prevent it from escaping. Everyone, surround this area. Following Lin Yuqing's instructions, everyone spread out, each responsible for a specific area, enclosing the area around the large tree. Seemingly sensing danger, the treasure rat became somewhat agitated, squeaking anxiously. Attack! Lin Yuqing shouted, and everyone began to tighten the encirclement, surrounding the treasure rat and its burrow. The treasure rat tried to burrow back into its burrow, but Lin Yuqing quickly sealed the entrance with his spiritual power. Just when everyone thought victory was assured, Lin Yongrong suddenly stumbled, the stone beneath his feet loosening and making a sound. Startled, the treasure rat rushed out from his assigned area. Lin Yongrong's face turned bright red, and he was at a loss for what to do. The treasure rat was incredibly fast, disappearing into the nearby bushes in the blink of an eye. The others quickly gave chase, but the bushes were tangled with branches, and the treasure rat, small and agile, vanished in no time. Lin Yuqing stomped his foot in anger, pointing at Lin Yongrong, you fool, you've ruined everything. We definitely won't get the 100-year-old He Shou Wu now, and the treasure rat's escape will surely attract other demonic beasts. We must leave immediately. The group had no choice but to abandon the He Shou Wu and, led by Lin Yuqing, quickly left the area. Lin Yongrong lowered his head, inwardly seething with resentment. Not only did he not get a chance to use his skills, but he also caused such a mess, making him lose face completely. Come back! Lin Yuqing shouted, but Lin Yongrong wouldn't listen. Life is only once, if you joke about it, you're a joke yourself. There was no other way, he had to bring Lin Yongrong back and lead the team to a safe retreat. At this point, they had even given up on the century-old He Shou Wu, Polygonum multiflorum, which showed how ignorant Lin Yongrong was. Lin Yongmao had been very diligent lately, clearing and leveling many rocky areas, spreading low-grade spirit soil, and transforming them into spirit fields. Originally, there was no need to plant so many spirit plants, because they wouldn't sell anyway. As his meridians strengthened, his efficiency in absorbing the profound spiritual energy from spiritual plants increased dramatically, allowing him to consume and digest thousands of kilograms of spiritual rice in a single day. The most significant change brought about by the tempering of his body with profound spiritual energy was the increased speed of his cultivation. His cultivation speed was at least twice as fast as before. The energy in the spirit-nourishing grass, which was difficult for the human body to absorb, could be transformed into profound spiritual energy through the profound spirit-body tempering technique, thus nourishing his meridians. Lin Yongmao thought to himself, "System, I need to sign in." Lin Yongmao used the low-grade spiritual spring water he received from signing in to brew his 1,000-year cloud mist tea. After swallowing the cloud mist tea, a refreshing coolness spread throughout Lin Yongmao's body, and he entered a state of ethereal clarity, feeling as if he had everything around him under his control. Boom! Lin Yongmao suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment, his divine sense within his sea of consciousness continuously strengthened, even undergoing a qualitative change. A wisp of ethereal consciousness detached from his body. Divine sense detached from the body. This was the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense. Although Lin Yongmao's cultivation was only at the 6th level of qi refining, his divine sense strength had already reached the level of the early foundation establishment stage. The thinness of the clouds, the dew-covered leaves of the spirit-nourishing grass, the texture of the rocks. And it was 360 degrees, without any blind spots. This was simply amazing. Lin Yongmao felt as if he had discovered a new continent. Just as he was enthusiastically extending his divine sense further, a wave of fatigue and weakness washed over him. His ethereal divine sense automatically returned to his sea of consciousness. This cloud mist tea was truly precious. Besides enhancing divine sense, it could also restore it. It's time to begin the contract with the metal-eating beast. Lin Yongmao released the metal-eating beast from his spirit beast pouch. The metal-eating beast lay weakly on the ground, its small eyes filled with resentment. It was unwilling to be enslaved by a human cultivator. Lin Yongmao looked at the metal-eating beast. Its appearance was rather cute, resembling a squirrel. Therefore, the metal-eating beast could traverse the earth, easily mining ores and even feeding on rare minerals. Lin Yongmao continuously cast incantations, using the spirit binding contract he had already mastered. A drop of essence blood was forced from his fingertip, which he guided with his detached divine sense to form a unique mark. This mark was pressed onto the forehead of the defenseless gold-eating beast. Spirit binding contract, complete. The unique mark formed by the spirit binding contract controlled the gold-eating beast's soul. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it was futile. A wisp of its soul was captured, and Lin Yongmao used his own divine sense to envelop it, bringing it into his own sea of consciousness. The gold-eating beast, having narrowly escaped death, now looked pitifully at Lin Yongmao. Its originally fierce eyes now held a hint of pleading. It seems the spirit binding contract succeeded. I can now sense some of the gold-eating beast's emotions. Lin Yongmao was overjoyed. With the divine sense strength of a foundation establishment cultivator, he had indeed successfully subdued the gold-eating beast. This was a first-tier, 8th-level gold-eating beast. Lin Yongmao released the restriction placed on the metal-eating beast, allowing it to slowly circulate its energy and begin to recover. Lin Yongmao then fed it some spirit-nourishing grass. Metal-eating beast. Cultivation level, late stage 1. Attributes, metal, earth. Growth stage, juvenile. Current status, weak, hungry, fearful. Skills, hardening, earth burrowing. Description: the metal-eating beast's fangs and claws are strong enough to cleave gold and split stone, making it an excellent miner. However, they usually don't leave the ore behind, but rather use it as food. Lin Yongmao gently stroked the metal-eating beast's head, a soft, furry sensation spreading through his palm. From now on, you'll be called Little Pine, since you look so much like a squirrel. Little Pine, you'll have an endless supply of spirit-nourishing grass from now on, so grow well and break through to the second tier of cultivation as soon as possible. He added, you're not allowed to touch the other spirit plants in the spirit field, but you can eat as much spirit-nourishing grass as you want. This is much better than cultivating in the wild. Lin Yongmao gave the gold-eating beast some instructions, and its initial fear gradually subsided. It began to think that perhaps following this human cultivator wasn't such a bad thing after all. It started digging a burrow and making its home in a small spirit stone mine. The area extending inwards from the outer perimeter. Lin Yongrong channeled his spiritual energy into his legs, making him faster than he could run normally. He had been desperately chasing the treasure rat, but his speed was no match for the rat's stamina, which was accustomed to darting through the forest. Damn it! Damn it! Lin Yongrong cursed incessantly, his handsome face contorted with rage. He was actually terrified. This was unfamiliar territory, but retreating now would surely invite ridicule from the Lin family's demon hunting team. As the eldest son of the fourth generation of the Lin family, he had never encountered setbacks or much unhappiness since childhood. The most frustrating thing for him was trying to harm his cousin, Lin Yongmao, without ever succeeding. Even if there were dangers along the way, he overcame his fear of the unknown and continued his pursuit. The treasure rat was only the size of a normal mouse, making it extremely agile. It leaped from ancient tree to tree and bush, avoiding most obstacles, making it virtually impossible for Lin Yongrong to catch it. The treasure rat glanced back at Lin Yongrong, its eyes revealing a human-like contempt. Lin Yongrong panicked. He took out a talisman and activated it without hesitation using his spiritual power. Ice Seal Talisman. This was one of the life-saving techniques his father, Lin Yuan, had given him before he left. The ice sealing talisman was successfully activated, and a chill swept forward. The nimble multi-treasure rat couldn't completely evade it, and one of its legs was frozen solid by the ice formed from the cold. You're dead. Lin Yongrong's eyes blazed with fury, wishing he could set the multi-treasure rat ablaze. He had used this trump card precisely to capture the multi-treasure rat alive and bring it back to the demon hunting team. Then, a resolute look appeared in its eyes, and it actually bit off its own leg. A miraculous escape. At the cost of a leg, it temporarily broke free from the ice. Lin Yongrong was stunned by this scene and quickly gave chase. The surroundings were utterly silent, you could hear a pin drop. Lin Yongrong began to panic. Where am I? There wasn't a trace of demonic beast activity, not even the chirping of ordinary birds or insects. Only ancient trees, several meters tall, completely obscured the area, making even visibility somewhat dim. The damp, sweltering climate, coupled with the oppressive heat, added to his unease. His intuition told him that some danger lurked here. He decided to retreat, even if it meant being laughed at back at the demon hunting team. A human cultivator? A sudden voice rang in his ears, like a startled thunderclap, making his heart skip a beat. Does this mean the other party isn't human? Could it be a ghost? While the existence of ghosts and monsters is normal in the cultivation world, he has no means to deal with them. From the withered leaves before him, a large snake slowly emerged. The snake's body was the same color as the withered leaves, so even though it was right in front of Lin Yongrong, he hadn't noticed its existence. The dark brown snake was over 10 meters long. Unlike before, when it had completely concealed its aura, it now released a powerful pressure, making it difficult for Lin Yongrong to breathe. Lin Yongrong couldn't discern the cultivation level of this serpentine beast at all. It could speak human language, it was at least a third-tier demonic beast. Lin Yongrong's legs went weak. Senior, what will you bestow upon me? Lin Yongrong hesitated for a moment before complying. Although he was somewhat worried about being tricked, it seemed that when facing such a third-tier demon beast, he had no choice. The grayish-brown serpent's body gradually slumped to the ground, and a perfectly round pill the size of a lychee emerged from its body, along with a wisp of ethereal grayish gas. The grayish gas gradually solidified, actually transforming into the shape of the grayish-brown serpent's true form. Seeing that Lin Yongrong obediently complied, the grayish-brown gas entered his sea of consciousness, while the demon core entered his dantian. Lin Yongrong's eyes widened, filled with worry. He thought, could this be possession? High-level cultivators or demon beasts have one chance to possess another body when their physical body is damaged. This would completely take over the original owner's body. If he were truly possessed, he would completely lose his self-awareness, and even his soul would be unable to enter reincarnation. Human, this is not possession. I am merely temporarily borrowing your body, the voice transmitted from Lin Yongrong's sea of consciousness. The two could now communicate directly through consciousness. Why does Senior need to borrow my body? Lin Yongrong was completely puzzled. Did he possess some extraordinary ability? These are things you shouldn't know right now. What you need to do now is strive to improve your strength. Don't worry. With my demon core, your cultivation will improve very quickly. Lin Yongrong asked excitedly, Demon core, senior, are you a third-tier demon beast? According to your human realm classification, I am indeed equivalent to a golden core cultivator, the voice in his sea of consciousness patiently answered Lin Yongrong's question. The gray-brown serpent's consciousness probed Lin Yongrong's sea of consciousness for a while, then carefully examined his body. This body? Before the giant serpent demon could finish speaking, he excitedly asked, Senior, is there something special about my body? Is it that my potential hasn't been unlocked, or do I have a special constitution? Lin Yongrong had dreamed of awakening a heavenly spiritual root or a different spiritual root since childhood, but his dream was shattered. When he was 7 years old, he was found to have 3 attribute spiritual roots, which was considered below average aptitude, far surpassing Lin Yongrong's dual spiritual roots. Even if this senior was a demon beast. The giant serpent beast was speechless. This human cultivator was dreaming too much. This was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. Lin Yongrong answered truthfully, it's a cultivation technique taught to me by my third uncle, called the blood soul technique. I haven't been practicing it for very long, senior. Am I not allowed to practice this technique? The giant serpent beast pondered, it's alright, continue cultivating. In its heart, it was thinking of simply using this human as a pawn. Originally, it did have the idea of completely possessing this body, but now it only intended to use this body to infiltrate areas frequented by human cultivators. This body was far too weak, carrying out its plan would likely be quite difficult. Once a demonic beast reaches the second tier, its intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of a human cultivator. At the third tier, it can condense a demon core and speak human language. Yongrong. A call accurately reached Lin Yongrong's ears, and the giant snake completely concealed its aura. Its fourth uncle, Lin Yongrong thought to himself. Lin Yuqing followed the clues Lin Yongrong had taken and successfully found this place. He had been terrified along the way, fearing he might encounter some powerful demonic beast. Fortunately, he hadn't encountered any powerful demonic beasts on the way and had successfully found Lin Yongrong. Yongrong, this is. Senior, your body, Lin Yongrong inquired in his sea of consciousness. It's temporarily useless. Deal with it yourself. Lin Yongrong confidently stated, this is the hide of a high-level demonic beast I found. Let's take it back. Lin Yongrong waved his hand, saying, it's nothing, just good luck. Since Shaosong helped with mining, he only needed to focus on cultivation and planting spiritual plants. He planted spirit-nourishing grass on a small portion of Thousand Cliffs, and the once rocky cliffs were now lush and green. Thanks to the abundance of low-grade spiritual soil and spring water, the environment here has been greatly improved, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is constantly increasing due to the growth of spiritual plants. The key is that the world tree is simply too powerful. Under the influence of the law of time, all spiritual plants could grow at 100-fold speed. Lin Yonmao didn't delegate the care of the spiritual plants to anyone else, he did it all himself. This was also a stress-relieving process. If every day were spent cultivating, it would be incredibly boring. At this moment, Lin Yonmao had already harvested a large batch of spirit-nourishing grass. The grass was still covered in morning dew, crystal clear and incredibly fresh. One crop after another, as long as there was sufficient spiritual energy and nutrients, they would continue to grow. Lin Yonmao grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth. With the circulation of the mysterious spirit body forging technique, the spirit-nourishing grass was successfully refined into mysterious spirit chi. Then came the process of mysterious spirit chi transforming his meridians. Once all these branches were strengthened and transformed by the profound spirit chi, the first level of the profound spirit body forging technique was successfully achieved. I wonder how my cheapskate father is doing now. I hope he hasn't encountered any danger. Lin Yonmao was still very concerned about Lin Yuqing. He didn't want to easily lose the kinship he had experienced in this world. Lin Yuqing had already put away the giant serpent demon's body and was now leading Lin Yongrong back to the team. Lin Yuqing moved swiftly, and Lin Yongrong behind him was not to be outdone. Watch out! Lin Yuqing tackled Lin Yongrong with lightning speed, knocking him to the ground before. Lin Yongrong even knew what had happened, covered in mud. He was about to ask what was going on when he was shocked by what he saw. A wolf with eerie, ghostly eyes was confronting Lin Yucheng. Lin Yucheng held the golden slaying sword, his chi refining stage perfection cultivation fully unleashed. The wolf seemed to be retreating. This wolf was also a demonic beast, a first-tier, 9th-level demonic beast called the Shadow Wolf. Initially, it didn't choose to attack the powerful Lin Yucheng, but instead planned to kill Lin Yongrong first. But who knew Lin Yucheng's reaction would be so swift, instantly saving Lin Yongrong? Humph, just a first-tier demon beast. If I hadn't completely concealed my aura, it wouldn't have dared to approach you. Lin Yongrong knew the Serpent Senior wouldn't act easily, so he found a safe place to observe the battle. Awu! The Shadow Wolf let out a long howl, its sound piercing through metal and stone, carrying for a great distance. Not good, it's summoning its companions. We have to go. Lin Yucheng immediately guessed the Shadow Wolf's intention. He grabbed Lin Yongrong's hand and sped away, his spiritual energy circulating to its maximum in his legs. This wasn't some pack of tusked boars. If they were surrounded by a pack of shadow wolves, even he wasn't confident of escaping unscathed. A black shadow blade shot from its mouth, a natural skill of the Shadow Wolf clan. Shadow Blade. Ghost Blade. This is the Ghost Wolf's innate skill, using its demonic power to condense energy into a blade to attack its opponent. Lin Yucheng quickly used several defensive talismans to deflect the Ghost Blade's attack. But in just a few breaths, the Ghost Wolves gathered together. From 1, they became 12. Each Ghost Wolf possessed at least the 8th level of the first tier of cultivation, with the leader reaching the 2nd tier. Dealing with a single Ghost Wolf was difficult enough, let alone a pack. Fourth uncle, what do we do? Lin Yongrong was deathly pale, clearly panicked. Lin Yucheng was even more helpless. Escaping alone was difficult enough, but now he had to take this burden with him. If this weren't his brother's son, he would have loved to break through alone, but his sense of responsibility prevented him from doing so. Before the 3rd-tier serpent could finish speaking, Lin Yucheng decisively attacked. Now he had no other choice but to use his trump card. Sword Talisman. The yellowed talisman was infused with spiritual power, and the sword patterns on it shimmered, instantly coming to life. One after another, sword blades emerged from the talisman. Guided by Lin Yucheng's divine sense, the attack targets were the 12 shadow wolves. As beasts of the jungle, they had experienced countless battles, and they keenly sensed the powerful force of these sword blades. The mere sword light emanating from the blades sent chills down their spines. Don't assume that demonic beasts lack intelligence, many are even more intelligent than human cultivators. A pack of 12 shadow wolves fled in all directions, clearly aware that these blades posed a deadly threat. However, the blades possessed a locking property, and under the control of divine sense, they charged towards the shadow wolves. In the blink of an eye, all 12 shadow wolves lay dead, lifeless. A thick, pungent stench of blood wafted far and wide. The 3rd-tier giant serpent, witnessing this scene through Lin Yongrong's perspective, was also somewhat shocked. This was the power of human cultivators. Their physical bodies and bloodlines might not be stronger than those of demonic beasts, but the magical artifacts and talismans they crafted terrified demonic beasts of the same tier. It seemed that this time, they had no choice but to invade the territory of human cultivators. Lin Yucheng quickly began cleaning up the battlefield. The losses this time were significant. Although he collected the corpses of 12 shadow wolves, their actual use wasn't particularly significant. The flesh and blood of the shadow wolves were worthless, only their pelts could be exchanged for some spirit stones, but that couldn't compare to the 2,000 low-grade spirit stones he spent on the sword talisman. However, upon closer reflection, this thinking wasn't quite right either. The sword talisman had essentially saved his and Lin Yongrong's lives, which already fully realized its value. The first ray of light pierced the clouds. Dewdrops clung to the grass blades, swaying gently in the breeze, like a playful child about to fall to the ground. System, I need to sign in. A small bottle of spirit spring water appeared in his hand, the liquid spiritual energy within seemingly about to overflow. He wouldn't use this spirit spring water for irrigation anymore, it was excellent for brewing thousand-year cloud mist tea. The cloud mist tea leaves were also picked fresh on site. Lin Yongmao ignored her, scolding, "You need to grow new leaves quickly. The environment here is so good, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is abundant, you can breathe freely." After drinking a small pot of cloud mist tea, Lin Yongmao's energy and spirit reached their peak. He began studying the complete guide to intermediate rank spiritual plants. After more than 2 months of diligent study, he had basically gone through the contents once, and could now recognize most of the spiritual plants. This was all thanks to the cloud mist tea. Drinking it allowed him to concentrate intensely, granting him a photographic memory. Lin Yongmao sighed, "If only I had this kind of memory when I was studying in my past life, I could remember everything I saw. Why would I be working like a slave in a small company?" And ultimately, he died suddenly. Dear readers of Tomatoes Works, this won't happen. Everyone has a photographic memory when learning, with maxed out comprehension. Becoming a second-tier spirit plant master isn't impossible. Lin Yongmao has already achieved the first-tier spirit plant master requirement of recognizing hundreds of herbs and successfully passed the family's assessment. For the second-tier spirit plant master requirement of cultivating spirit roots, Lin Yongmao has already met 2 of the 3 requirements. The first requirement is memorizing over 2,000 spirit plants in the complete encyclopedia of intermediate-tier spirit plants, and Lin Yongmao has memorized the entire contents. It's just a pity that he hasn't seen many of these plants in person, so he can't verify their authenticity. The second condition is sensing the emotions of spiritual plants. Within the World Trees range, Lin Yongmao can communicate with spiritual plants through the World Trees' innate attribute, spiritual plant perception, and it's not just about sensing their emotions. Even without the World Trees' assistance, he can sense the emotions of plants through his powerful divine sense. This is the advantage of having divine sense far exceeding that of others of the same level. Therefore, Lin Yongmao has also met this condition. His proficiency in these 2 spells isn't sufficient for instant casting. "My cheapskate father should be back today. Looks like I need to go home." Yunmeng Square. With exceptional eyesight, one can even see the silhouette of Qingyang City in the distance. The Lin family cultivators usually hold their grand gatherings here, as it's the most convenient location, and the family's martial arts arena is nearby. Today, a large crowd has gathered here. Most of the Lin family cultivators, both direct descendants and those who have joined the family, are discussing something. Lin Yongmao also walked over, greeting the elders he knew in the family one by one, and then went to his mother, Han Yueying. Lin Yongmao had already received the news, which is why he came from Thousand Cliffs. The cultivators present all had complex emotions, anticipation, worry, and longing. Several small black dots could be seen approaching in the distance, and upon closer inspection, they were identified as members of the Lin family's demon hunting team. 10 small black dots in total, corresponding to the 10 members of the demon hunting team. There had been such instances before. Of the 15 members of the demon hunting team, only 2 returned, the rest perished in the jaws of demonic beasts, the team's most devastating loss ever. The members of the Lin family's demon hunting team were all male. They were husbands, fathers, or sons. The loss of such a member would be an unbearable blow to a family. Fortunately, they all returned safely without injury, which was the best possible outcome. The other members of the hunting team were in similar sorry state, looking somewhat disheveled. However, the smiles on their faces indicated that their haul had been quite good. Lin Yuqing opened his storage bag and instructed the other members to unload their spoils and lay them out on Yunmeng Square. This was the most anticipated part of the Lin family's cultivation, so even those whose families didn't have members in the hunting team came to watch. The Yunmeng Square was paved with hard granite, which had been smoothed and was now covered with a large pile of debris. These were all demonic beasts that had been hunted, including tusked wild boars, shadow wolves, and even the body of a grayish-brown python over 10 meters long. There were also some wild spiritual herbs and fruits, but they were all common spiritual plants. A very fruitful haul. The most interesting item was the grayish-brown python's body. Most of the Lin family cultivators didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was. This included Lin Yuan, the Foundation Establishment stage cultivator and head of the Lin family. If we could refine it into a magic weapon, no, if a third-tier weapon refiner could refine it into a spiritual weapon. Lin Yuan looked at the snakeskin with admiration. Lin Yongrong recounted the whole story, omitting the experience of the third-tier serpent's soul entering his sea of consciousness. After speaking, he glanced triumphantly at Lin Yongmao, his expression full of provocation. As if to say, becoming a first-tier spirit plant master is nothing special, my contributions to the family are far greater. Just then, Lin Yongmao also caught Lin Yongrong's gaze. Their eyes met, then quickly looked away, seemingly indifferent to each other. Lin Yongmao sighed slightly. His cousin was truly impatient, with the mentality of a child. This kind of enemy wouldn't be difficult to deal with. However, he also needed to eliminate any potential enemies within the Lin family as quickly as possible. The Lin family was his foothold, he wanted to eliminate any potential adversaries. But this was indeed a difficult matter, and he couldn't very well take action directly within the family. Except for this snake body, everything else can be traded using family contribution points. Second brother and fourth brother, you two are in charge of this. Lin Yuan waved his hand, assigning this task to Lin Yuma and Lin Yucheng. Lin Yongmao exchanged for the bodies of 3 demonic beasts, 1 shadow wolf and 2 tusked boars. He had been eating spirit rice and spirit fruits lately, rarely consuming meat, and wanted to indulge himself. He had heard that the meat of the tusked boars was quite good, he could try it. Lin Yongmao successfully completed the transaction, spending a total of 30 family contribution points. After the small trading session concluded, he returned home with his parents. Han Yueying went to cook, leaving Lin Yucheng and his son Lin Yongmao chatting idly. Yongmao, actually, this time it was all thanks to your sword talisman, otherwise your old man would have been in danger. Lin Yucheng pondered, not immediately replying to Lin Yongmao. Lin Yucheng concluded. Lin Yongmao could only give a helpless bitter smile. Not. Eliminating Lin Yongrong left a knot in his heart, preventing him from fully comprehending his situation. Oh, right, father, I have some good things for you. Lin Yongmao revealed a mysterious smile, taking out some items from his storage bag. There were 1,000-year-old cloud and mist tea leaves and 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit. Lin Yucheng's body trembled, his eyes widening as he stared at the items Lin Yongmao had produced. Lin Yucheng was so excited that his hand holding the millennial purple jade fruit trembled slightly. The difficulty in advancing to the foundation establishment stage had been a problem that had plagued him for years. Although there are risks, it's definitely worth a try. His father, Lin Yucheng, was his solid support. Lin Yongmao couldn't bear to see his father take this risk. No. The Qinglan sect is wary of the power of cultivation families and won't easily let us exchange for foundation establishment pills, but this 1,000-year purple jade fruit is a rare opportunity. Lin Yucheng's eyes shone brightly, as if he saw a glimmer of hope. The purple jade fruit made his eyes even brighter. Take it first. As for whether to swallow it directly, think it over carefully before deciding. Okay. Lin Yucheng nodded emphatically. Dinner's ready. Han Yueying had prepared a large table of delicious dishes for the 3 of them. Adding some rare dishes from the mortal world, the table was overflowing. The food was secondary, the most important thing was the warm family atmosphere. Han Yueying kept piling food onto Lin Yucheng and his son's plates, chattering away. This demon hunt yielded a large number of family contribution points. If we pool all our family's points together, it should be enough to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. I've decided. The foundation establishment pill you get will go to your mother. As for myself, I plan to directly consume the 1,000-year purple jade fruit. Now, not only had he reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage, but his wife, Han Yueying, had too. Don't say any more. I'll go see my eldest brother tomorrow. I'll say I need this foundation establishment pill. Lin Yongmao couldn't help but secretly smile. His mother made the decisions on small matters, but his father made the big ones. Lin Family Council Hall. There were only 3 people in the council hall, Lin Yuan, Lin Yucheng, and an elder. Father. Times 2. Lin Yucheng and Lin Yuan greeted him respectfully in unison. Lin Xuanbo looked at his two sons with great satisfaction. Neither of them had caused him any trouble, they were truly pillars of the family. Lin Yucheng spoke cautiously, observing Lin Xuanbo's reaction as he spoke. Before Lin Xuanbo could speak, Lin Yuan interjected, saying, "The family has had a truly difficult few years. We haven't been able to exchange a single foundation establishment pill from the Qinglan sect. If we had a sufficient supply of foundation establishment pills, the family could have at least 3 or 4 more foundation establishment cultivators." On the surface, the Lin family only has Lin Yuan as a foundation establishment cultivator, but this isn't true. The Lin family actually has several foundation establishment cultivators, but they are all hidden in the shadows. If the outside world knew that the Lin family had so many cultivators, they would naturally look upon the Lin family with more respect. However, if the Qinglan sect found out, they would undoubtedly become a thorn in the side of the Qinglan sect. The Qinglan sect is not a magnanimous sect, as evidenced by the fact that Lin Yongmao was almost beaten to death there. Lin Xuanbo's voice was gentle yet powerful, giving Lin Yucheng a sense of reassurance. Lin Xuanbo reminded him, "Be careful. Don't give the Qinglan sect any leverage. Return as soon as you've completed the foundation establishment pill transaction, don't cause any trouble. Alas, it's a pity that none of our Lin family members possess the talent for alchemy, otherwise, things wouldn't have come to this. Therefore, foundation establishment pills are essentially monopolized by the Qinglan sect. Even the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in Qingyang City does not sell foundation establishment pills. For ordinary cultivators, the only way to break through to the foundation establishment stage is to join the Qinglan sect and consume foundation establishment pills. However, the Qinglan sect still leaves a way out for other forces, exchanging large quantities of cultivation resources, but this is a completely unequal trade. Lin Xuanbo, having lived for nearly 200 years, possesses rich experience and a profound understanding of issues. Even knowing they would be severely exploited by the Qinglan sect, the Lin family had no choice but to offer their services. "Yu Huan, I'm entrusting this matter to you. You can use any of the family's resources as you see fit, but you must get the foundation establishment pill back." Qinglan sect. If only we could develop our Lin family to be as powerful as the Qinglan sect. Then, a large number of forces would be willing to submit, Lin Yuhuan sighed. This was the confidence that came with the backing of a powerful sect. All right. Lin Yuhuan wasn't angry, he simply followed silently behind the white-robed middle-aged cultivator. The Qinglan sect's organizational structure was more systematic. The higher one climbed on Qingyun Peak, the more abundant the spiritual energy became, and correspondingly, only cultivators of higher status were qualified to reside there. Near the peak were the cave dwellings of the sect master, the supreme elder, and other elders. The Qinglan sect master was receiving Lin Yuhuan in his own cave, giving Lin Yuhuan the opportunity to explore the core area of the Qinglan sect. Yuan Wang was the sect leader of the Qinglan sect, having held the position for over 50 years, and his cultivation had reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. He was just one step away from becoming a golden core cultivator. As the sect leader, although he had access to abundant cultivation resources, it also consumed a significant amount of his time for cultivation and serious comprehension. Yuan Wang's concubine gracefully approached, speaking softly, "Husband, the Lin family patriarch has arrived. Shall we let him in now?" As the sect leader, his skill in managing people was unparalleled. All right. Upon receiving Yuan Wang's instruction, the beautiful and refined concubine stepped out of the cave. Lin Yuan showed no emotion, replying, "No rush, no rush." In his heart, he had already cursed Yuan Wang's ancestors 18 generations. If he didn't need his help, Lin Yuan would have already stormed off. About 3 hours later, the concubine brought him into the cave. Sect leader Yuan Wang's cave was equipped with a second-tier spirit gathering array, making the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so dense it was almost liquefied. Upon entering the cave dwelling, his pores instantly opened, and his body felt as if it were undergoing a constant baptism. Within the cave dwelling, many rare spiritual herbs and fruits were cultivated, including some precious herbs that were over 100 years old. If this were in the outside world, it would undoubtedly cause a bloodbath. Seeing Lin Yuan's shocked expression, the concubine couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Soon, Lin Yuan, led by the concubine, entered the reception hall. At the head of the reception hall, Yuan Wang was meditating with his eyes closed. He only slowly opened his eyes when he saw Lin Yuan enter. "You are now the head of the Lin family?" "I seem to remember that the head of the Lin family was originally Lin Xuanbo," Yuan Wang asked with suspicion. In fact, as the sect master, he already knew this information, but he wanted to elicit some information from Lin Yuan and observe his reaction. "Lin Xuanbo was my father, who passed away several years ago. Now, I am in charge of the Lin family." On the surface, he was the only early-stage foundation establishment cultivator in the Lin family, while the patriarch, Lin Xuanbo, had long since passed away due to exhaustion of his lifespan. Yuan Wang spoke slowly, his tone revealing the authority of a superior. "This is an honor for our Lin family." Lin Yuan continued, "There's one more thing we hope the sect master can grant." "Please tell us." "That's a difficult matter. Many disciples within the sect also need foundation establishment pills to break through their cultivation, and the supply has always fallen short of demand. We just don't know what resources the Lin family has brought that can be exchanged for 2 foundation establishment pills?" Yuan Wang's unspoken message is, "The foundation establishment pill won't be given to you unless you provide cultivation resources that satisfy me. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. 2 gene of 600-year-old cloud mist tea. 2,000 gene of spirit rice. This is the resource our Lin family is offering in exchange for 2 foundation establishment pills. What does sect master Yuan think?" "These resources could easily be exchanged for 10 foundation establishment pills, let alone 2. But the Qinglan sect holds a monopoly, so he has no choice but to hand over so many resources." A barely perceptible glint of greed flashed in Yuan Wang's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. These resources were extremely valuable even to him, a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage. He could even use them to exchange for some spiritual herbs needed to break through to the golden core stage. "All right, I'll exchange." After Lin Yuan left the cave, Yuan Wang's concubine came out. She had been hiding behind the screen and had heard the entire conversation between the two. "Husband, it seems the Lin family has accumulated quite a few cultivation resources. Their development in recent years appears to be quite rapid compared to other major cultivation families." As Yuan Wang's concubine, she was no mere ornament. Not only was she a second-tier spirit plant master, but she was also intelligent and perceptive. Yuan Wang didn't say much, unable to fathom his thoughts. He handed her the cloud mist tea and spirit rice, saying, "Huin Yang, you're a second-tier spirit plant master. What's the quality of these things?" The concubine, named Huin Yang, quickly took the storage bag and began to inspect it. "These cloud mist teas are all 600 years old, truly fine stuff. It's a pity I can't see the Lin family's 600-year-old tea tree in person." He silently thought, the Lin family can't be touched for now. The most urgent task is to gather resources to condense the golden core and break through to the golden core stage in one fell swoop. Almost all the third-generation members of the Lin family came to the family council hall, even those who had been in seclusion for years came out to join the fun. Especially the sisters Han Yuxiu and Han Yueying, their eyes practically spitting fire as they stared at each other. The crowd watched with amusement, eager for more drama. Han Yueying's family needed the foundation establishment pill, and Han Yuxiu herself, also at the great perfection of the qi refining stage, needed it to break through her current realm. The two sisters had always been at odds, a well-known fact within the Lin family. Han Yuxiu, in particular, always felt superior to Han Yueying. Han Yuxiu continued defiantly, "I have the contribution points I'm entitled to, and I meet the exchange requirements. It's not like only your family is eligible. The clan leader is here." Someone shouted from the crowd, and the two fell silent. Lin Yuan entered and took the clan leader's seat. His calm gaze swept over the crowd, and the council hall immediately quieted down. Han Yuxiu, somewhat defiant, met Lin Yuan's gaze, shocked that her husband would side with his son. However, given the current situation, Han Yuxiu knew she shouldn't confront him. She had assumed the foundation establishment pill was hers, but it had fallen into the hands of Han Yueying's family. Damn Lin Yuan. Shouldn't he at least consider his son's feelings? As she passed Han Yuxiu, she deliberately shook the bottle, a provocative gesture, as if to say, "You want it? Fine, I won't give it to you." Han Yuxiu's face turned a deep shade of purple. She desperately wanted to leave the council hall, but the meeting of the 3 generations of the Lin family was far from over. Lin Yuan continued, "Besides distributing this foundation establishment pill, there's another matter I need to discuss with everyone. I have 2 proposals here, I wonder if everyone agrees." Lin Yuma spoke first, "Clan chief, we will wholeheartedly support anything that benefits the Lin family's development. Second, the Lin family will send a team to explore other regions, striving to develop new channels for trading foundation establishment pills." Lin Yuan's words struck like a hammer blow, resonating in the hearts of every member of the Lin family across 3 generations. When Lin Xuanbo completely handed over the family's power to him, he resolved to dedicate himself entirely to the family's development. The 3rd generation members of the Lin family were all visibly excited. While there might have been some internal conflicts before, they were all temporarily set aside at this moment. Han Yueying chimed in, "I agree with encouraging family members to pursue various skills and improving the compensation for those who pass the assessments in secondary professions." Han Yuxiu wasn't to be outdone, saying, "Our Lin family currently only excels in spirit plant mastery, investing in other secondary professions is definitely worthwhile." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Han Yueying changed the subject, "As for the second point the clan leader just mentioned, I think it's inappropriate." Lin Yuan, why do you say that? However, the dangers of the dark abyss are unknown. Many cultivators have chosen to explore the dark abyss, and without exception, they have all disappeared without a trace. Crossing the dark abyss is absolutely impossible. Lingba Pavilion. Almost in unison, everyone uttered those 3 words. Lingba Pavilion doesn't belong to any family or sect, they only care about spirit stones and have extremely high credibility. Han Yuxiu, if we could get their method, this problem might be easily solved. I see. Lin Yuan, if possible, you can use any of the family's resources. Although the second plan was rejected, they seem to have found a new path. Whether it would ultimately succeed depended on Lin Yuqing's follow-up. Lin Yuan, everyone can offer suggestions for the family's development. Any valuable suggestions will be rewarded with family contribution points. Perhaps we could consider bringing in more cultivators from other clans, accepting those independent cultivators who want to join our Lin family, thereby expanding our influence. Lin Yuan, therefore, we must operate this secretly. First, we must ensure the character of the cultivators joining the family, and second, we must not let the Qinglan sect discover it. This suggestion, after Lin Yuan's explanation, was naturally agreed upon. Lin Yuan, if anyone has suitable candidates, please recommend them, especially those with strong potential in secondary professions. The Lin family also determined its basic development direction, to develop discreetly and cultivate various secondary professions. Lin Yuqing and Han Yueying returned home. Lin Yuqing, you forgot? Our son gave me the 1,000-year purple jade fruit. I plan to try using its energy to establish my foundation. Lin Yuqing, don't worry, we'll go into seclusion together. Only when we both break through to the foundation establishment stage can we better protect our son. Lin Yuqing and Han Yueying went into seclusion, while Lin Yongmao naturally returned to Thousand Cliffs. On the precipice of Thousand Peaks, Lin Yongmao continued cultivating the mysterious spirit body forging technique, hoping to use this time to break through to the second level. Now, most of his meridians had been tempered, with just a little more consolidation, he would have perfected the first level. With the strengthening of his meridians, his cultivation speed also increased. What used to take more than 2 months to reach the 7th level of qi refining now took less than a month. This cultivation speed couldn't compare to those peerless geniuses, but it was far faster than that of ordinary cultivators. From now on, he planned to stay on Thousand Cliffs and never venture out. Especially now that both his parents were in seclusion, even within the family there was potential danger, only the all grass and trees or soldiers formation could provide him with some sense of security. His mother, Han Yueying, should have no problem breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. her divine sense had already entered the foundation establishment level ahead of schedule, which would greatly benefit her breakthrough. Lin Yongrong's residence. At this moment, Lin Yongrong was also in seclusion. Black mist swirled around Lin Yongrong, and a grayish-black gas emerged from his sea of consciousness. The soul-snatching gray python possessed a unique innate skill, soul-snatching. This ability allowed it to abandon its own physical body and reside within the sea of consciousness of other beings. Abilities in the cultivation world are incredibly diverse. This was not possession. If it were truly possession, Lin Yongrong would already lack self-awareness. Lin Yongrong finished his cultivation, and the black mist around him began to slowly dissipate. This was the cultivation technique he was practicing, the blood-soul technique. The blood-soul technique sacrificed his life essence and potential in exchange for rapid advancement in cultivation. At this moment, Lin Yongrong's cultivation had reached the 10th level of the qi refining stage, only one step away from the great perfection of qi refining. He knew that cultivating this technique was not a long-term solution, but what he was thinking was that if he could break through to the foundation establishment stage in one fell swoop, his lifespan could be extended by another 100 years. The soul-snatching gray python's body was somewhere between solid and illusory. It circled the room, seemingly adapting to its new environment. Please speak. The most powerful among them is the Qinglan sect, whose dominant position is unshakable. Then there is Qingyang City, which is essentially an alliance of independent cultivators, with most of them living within its walls. Finally, there are the major cultivation families. The Lin, Han, Zhu, and Chao families are the four most powerful, each with a foundation establishment cultivator in charge. The soul-snatching gray python was somewhat displeased, but it didn't show it. Lin Yongrong was still useful to it. Speak. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. 1,000 cliffs. Lin Yongmao successfully circulated all his spiritual energy within his body. His meridians were now extremely resilient. He believed that even if he swallowed the 1,000-year purple jade fruit whole, he could slowly absorb its violent energy. This was only the result of cultivating the mysterious spirit body forging technique to the 2nd level. All his meridians had now been opened and expanded, and while his cultivation speed wasn't as fast as someone with a single attribute heavenly spiritual root, it wasn't far behind. In the past half-month, besides cultivating the mysterious spirit body forging technique to the 2nd level, Lin Yongmao also successfully cultivated the azure wood technique to the 7th level. That is to say, his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the qi refining stage. The 7th level of the qi refining stage is equivalent to the late stage of the qi refining stage, significantly different from the 6th level. The spiritual energy that his dantian could hold was directly doubled. Every day after that, he received this spirit dew grass seed. Spirit dew grass. Rank, high grade 1st tier. Spirit dew grass is a water attribute spiritual plant. Under the influence of the world trees, law of time, it only takes 10 days to mature. Even in the complete guide to mid-tier spiritual plants, there is no information about spirit dew grass, making it a premium product from the system. The gold-eating beast loves to eat spirit dew grass, and Lin Yongmao can use it for both cultivation and body tempering with herbs. Today is a special day. Lin Yongmao bathed and changed early. It was time for his 30th day of double explosive check-in. Lin Yongmao, system, I want to sign in. Floating before Lin Yongmao was the base of an ancient well, which he could materialize at any time. He chose a high-lying location and materialized the spirit-gathering ancient well, placing it there. Spirit-gathering ancient well. Rank, 2nd tier high grade. This spirit absorption well and the small spirit stone vein are of the same type, producing a fixed amount that never runs dry. Only a system's cheat-like ability could possess such power. This is too much. Even watering all the spiritual plants with this mid-grade spiritual spring wouldn't be a problem. It wasn't just the quantity that changed, the quality was also significantly improved. The quality of a mid-grade spiritual spring is far superior to that of a low-grade spiritual spring. Each watering will shorten the maturation time of spiritual plants by approximately 8 hours. While it's not as fast as directly increasing cultivation level, this change is gradual and subtle. Lin Yongmao felt his luck had changed. He received this resource simply from a double hit event. Meanwhile, Lin Yuqing and his wife, Han Yueying, emerged from seclusion. As expected, both successfully established their foundation establishment. Han Yueying successfully established her foundation establishment by consuming a foundation establishment pill. Lin Yuqing, on the other hand, consumed a 1,000-year purple jade fruit. Some of his meridians were ruptured, but he persevered with astonishing willpower. Therefore, Lin Yuqing's foundation establishment aura was still somewhat weak, requiring specific pills to heal. To others, Han Yueying had chosen to conceal her cultivation, while Lin Yuqing had unleashed his full foundation establishment aura. Han Yueying asked, "Do you want me to go with you this time? After all, I'm a foundation establishment cultivator now." Lin Yongrong had begged his father for permission to go to Qingyang City, but Lin Yuwan, worried about his safety on the journey, had instead placed him in Lin Yuqing's place. There was also a small incident. Lin Yuwan, knowing that his fourth brother had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage, planned to hold an exchange meeting for cultivators from the 4 major families. At that time, representatives from the 4 major families would attend. Some smaller families would also bring congratulatory gifts. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yongrong set off one after the other towards Qingyang City. Within Lin Yongrong's sea of consciousness, the human and the demonic beast had already begun communicating. But its heart was already in turmoil. Human cultivators' cultivation speed was far, far faster than that of demonic beasts. It had taken it nearly 500 years to cultivate to the 3rd tier of demonic beast. This was the difference between human cultivators and demonic beasts. Human cultivators had far greater potential than demonic beasts, who primarily relied on their bloodline. A strong bloodline naturally resulted in outstanding talent. But he has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Lin Yongrong gritted his teeth. Foundation establishment stage is nothing. Just absorb a little energy from my demon core, and I guarantee you'll break through to foundation establishment in a few days. Then you can go find that person you mentioned. It's always more satisfying to do it yourself. The soul-snatching gray python chuckled coldly, completely disregarding foundation establishment cultivators. It had been residing in the consciousness of a human cultivator primarily to investigate the true nature of human territory. Lin Yongrong was overjoyed. Every time he saw Lin Yongmao, he felt a nameless rage, a burning desire to kill him. Lin Yuqing changed the subject, asking, "What did you come to Qingyang City to buy?" "You didn't need to come in person. I can bring you whatever you need." Lin Yongrong replied, "I just wanted to broaden my horizons and trade a spiritual herb. Fourth uncle can take me to Qingyang City, you can go about your business." Lin Yuqing thought to himself that Qingyang City was indeed safe. Even if some foolish cultivators tried to harm him, they wouldn't dare to act in Qingyang City. After entering Qingyang City, the two parted ways. Lin Yuqing simply smiled and sipped his tea. Su Lizzie sensed a powerful aura emanating from Lin Yuqing. "This is Lin Yuqing, Manager Su, you jest. What kind of relationship do we have? Is there any need for such formality? In the world of cultivation, everything is based on strength. And this strength is primarily determined by cultivation level. Generally speaking, crossing a major cultivation level is equivalent to being a generation higher. Su Lizzie, congratulations, Brother Lin, on successfully establishing your foundation. I haven't had a chance to congratulate you yet." "Su Lizzie, I will definitely attend." Lin Yuqing kept everyone in suspense. "Su Lizzie, please speak freely. As long as Brother Lin gives the order, our Lingbao Pavilion will do its best to accommodate it." Lin Yuqing, "What's a pity?" "Su Lizzie, in the Qingyang City branch, we need to be wary of the Qinglan sect's power. If we rashly sell foundation establishment pills, it would be tantamount to making an enemy of the Qinglan sect, which is something we're unwilling to do." This was also why Su Lizzie, despite not reaching the foundation establishment stage, could become the manager of the Lingbao Pavilion's Qingyang City branch. This wasn't a lucrative opportunity. Lingbao Pavilion, 2nd floor, private room. A sandalwood incense burner emitted wisps of smoke. Lin Yuqing handed a small jade box to Su Lizzie. He gazed at the 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea leaves in the box, his Adam's apple bobbing heavily. "Brother Lin, are you truly willing to exchange this for Foundation establishment pills? Lin Yuqing, yes, as long as Manager Su agrees to supply, our Lin family will provide even more of these kinds of spiritual herbs. Good. Lin Yuqing, demon saliva grass? I don't think I've ever heard of it. Lin Yuqing, a fourth-tier spiritual plant? Is the Spirit Treasure Pavilion really willing to go to such lengths to transport some low-grade goods? Su Lizzie, Using demon saliva grass is very simple. Crush it into powder, apply it evenly to your body, and even third-tier demonic beasts won't dare approach. Lin Yuqing successfully exchanged a few thousand-year-old cloud mist tea leaves for some demon saliva grass. He continued, I wonder if the Spirit Treasure Pavilion has any second-tier pills for treating meridian injuries? Although I successfully broke through to the Foundation establishment stage, my meridian damage is extremely severe. Su Lizzie pondered, there is indeed a second-tier pill called the Meridian Breaking Pill, which emphasizes breaking down before rebuilding. If a Foundation establishment cultivator with damaged meridians takes it, it can not only heal the meridian injuries but also strengthen and cleanse the meridians. Lin Yuqing was overjoyed and quickly asked, how much is it worth? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones are theoretically equivalent to 1 high-grade spirit stone. If it were an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator, they might never be able to gather that many spirit stones in their entire life. Even for the Lin family, purchasing such an expensive pill would be a significant financial burden. Su Lizzie, Brother Lin is indeed generous. The Lin family truly deserves to be one of the 4 great cultivation families. With Brother Lin successfully establishing his foundation, the Lin family will surely become the head of the 4 great families. Su Lizzie nodded hastily. As the manager of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, he naturally followed the pavilion's rules. Everything was focused on spirit stones, and they did not participate in any power struggles. Lin Yuqing, then I'll trouble you, Manager Su. After completing these 2 tasks, Lin Yuqing went on a shopping spree at the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, Lin Yongrong traversed the streets and alleys of Qingyang City. The soul-snatching Grey Python investigated various situations in Xinjiang City, especially the strength of the cultivators and the deployment of the patrol teams. The soul-snatching Grey Python, I've investigated everything. Only the patrol team leader's cultivation has reached the early Foundation establishment stage. Let's go check out the City Lord's mansion. Lin Yongrong wanted to refuse, but he was overwhelmed by the soul-snatching Grey Python's imposing presence. The soul-snatching Grey Python, don't worry. With me protecting you, no one can harm you. Qingyang City Lord's Mansion. The City Lord's Mansion is located in the center of Qingyang City. This area isn't a commercial district, but rather the residences and caves of some prominent independent cultivators. Lin Yongrong arrived at the City Lord's Mansion. The gates were tightly closed, and only an old man was sweeping the street. Lin Yongrong sensed that the old man had no spiritual energy fluctuations. He was probably just an ordinary person, so he slowly walked over. Lin Yongrong asked, Old man, isn't the city lord in his mansion? Why is the gate closed? Lin Yongrong changed his approach and continued, You've been cleaning this street all this time. Is the city lord's mansion usually not open to the public? The old man replied, It's been 10 years. The city lord's mansion hasn't had any visitors, and the city lord hasn't gone out at all. Everyone says he's in seclusion. Lin Yongrong nodded, indicating that he understood. After seeing the old man off, Lin Yongrong's consciousness began communicating with the Grey Python. Senior, should we still enter the city lord's mansion? The Grey Python, no need. I sensed an aura outside. It should belong to a human cultivator of considerable strength, already at the great perfection of the Foundation establishment stage, and seemingly with a good chance of breaking through to the Golden Core stage. He hadn't expected that following the soul-snatching Grey Python would allow him to uncover such secrets. Lin Yongrong had somewhat guessed the soul-snatching Grey Python's thoughts, but it wasn't something a nobody like him could change. He might as well obey its commands and follow its will. One side of Thousand Cliffs is a sheer cliff hundreds of feet high, as if cleaved by the gods. The granite wall is incredibly smooth, preventing most demonic beasts and cultivators from walking or climbing on it, forming a natural barrier. Lin Yongmao stood on the edge of the cliff, looking at the indigo clouds before him, which resembled hundreds of surging dragons. While the view from here wasn't as spectacular as the highest peak of his clan, or the location of the scripture pavilion, it still had its own unique charm. Suddenly, the thick fog surged and billowed as if alive, and howls like those of ferocious beasts echoed from the cliff face. Lin Yongmao's breath caught in his throat. This was unprecedented. Demonic beasts or wild animals were actually invading thousand cliffs where he stood. If he wanted, he could even include the cliff face within the formation's protective range. Judging from the howling of the demonic beast, it was probably at least not a second-tier demonic beast, and Lin Yongmao's mind began to work. Since the approaching demonic beast wasn't strong, Lin Yongmao decided to take action and kill it. His lack of combat experience wasn't a good thing. It would be difficult if a real battle came, so this was a good opportunity to hone his skills. He manipulated the array plate, temporarily expanding the range of the All Plants and Trees as Soldiers array. The All Plants and Trees as Soldiers array was a high-grade second-tier array, with an extremely wide coverage area. Once the All Plants and Trees as Soldiers array covered the cliffs of Thousand Peaks Cliff, Lin Yongmao could sense the emotions of the plants on the cliffs and even share their perspective. Although the rock face was hard, some plants could still sprout from it. He even sensed the aura of a spiritual herb. A lone pine tree stood on the cliff face, its roots deeply embedded in the stone. It was through this pine that Lin Yongmao had spotted the movements of the demonic beast. The silhouette of three apes appeared in the mist. Lin Yongmao realized, only ape-like demonic beasts could move so easily across such a smooth rock face. The ironclad thunder ape, 3 zhang tall, hung upside down like a pendulum. Its dark blue skin was covered with black iron scales, and tiny sparks of electricity crackled from every seam of its armor. Legend has it that the armored thunder ape possesses a trace of the ancient divine beast Zhuyan's bloodline, granting it exceptional talent. Not only does it possess formidable armor for defense, but it can also manipulate terrifying lightning power. These 3 armored thunder apes hadn't fully matured, but they were all already at the 10th level of the first tier, equivalent to the great perfection of the qi refining stage for human cultivators. Relying solely on his own abilities, Lin Yongmao would never dare to attack, but he had an array. All grass and trees as Soldiers array. After Lin Yongmao's divine sense was enhanced, his agility in manipulating formations also improved. Some vine-like plants on the cliff face began to burn their life essence and grow wildly. Caught off guard, the 3 armored thunder apes were all bound, nearly falling off the cliff. A fall from 100 zhang, approximately 33 meters, cliff would have been fatal. Sensing the change in the plants around them, the armored thunder apes immediately adopted a passive defense. A surge of lightning flowed through their armor, and since they were just ordinary vines, they were instantly charred and completely lifeless. If it were an ordinary first-tier demonic beast, these vines might have been able to bind it, but this was a powerful armored thunder ape, so it was understandable that it was ineffective. Lin Yongmao quickly connected his divine sense with the sword soulgrass, one of his hidden powerful trump cards. The dark golden leaves of the sword soulgrass tore through the thick fog, detached from the plant, and attacked the 3 armored thunder apes on the cliffside. The leaf resembled a flying sword, its sharpness far surpassing ordinary high-grade magical artifacts, even exceeding the Yi gold-slaying sword that Lin Yuqing had purchased. Sword soulgrass was an ancient immortal herb. Once fully grown, its power rivaled that of immortal artifacts. There was a saying that the legendary 4 swords of Zhuxian were forged from the leaves of sword soulgrass. With each additional leaf that grew, the sword soul grass's power increased tenfold. The sword soul grass Lin Yongmao cultivated was only a single leaf variety, yet its attack power was already comparable to a high-grade magical artifact. Lin Yongmao also experienced the sensation of wielding a sword, his divine sense completely controlling the movement of the leaf-shaped flying sword. The leaf-shaped flying sword pierced towards one of the armored thunder apes. The ape's hard armor scales peeled away piece by piece amidst its mournful cry, revealing the bright red flesh inside its chest cavity. The armored thunder ape's defenses were extremely strong, yet it hadn't withstood the ultimate attack of the leaf-shaped flying sword. Lin Yongmao deduced that by controlling the leaf-shaped flying sword with his Foundation Establishment Stage divine sense, he could briefly unleash the power of the Foundation Establishment Stage. Seeing one of them severely injured, the other two armored thunder apes immediately attacked the leaf-shaped flying sword. The scales on the armored thunder apes' backs, standing on end, were crackling with cyan-purple lightning. The cyan-purple lightning attack struck the leaf-shaped flying sword, but had no effect whatsoever. It seemed the sword's soulgrass leaves were completely immune to lightning attacks. The last ironclad thunder ape was also struck, its arm dangling limply, rendered useless. Having witnessed the immense power of the flying swords wielded by the sword's soulgrass leaves, the three ironclad thunder apes had long intended to retreat. The vine cage slowly rose, slamming the three ironclad thunder apes heavily to the ground. In fact, most demonic beasts are like this. They do not easily submit and consider humans to be weak creatures, making it extremely difficult to tame them as spirit pets. The three armored thunder apes glared angrily at Lin Yongmao. Knowing he was the cultivator controlling the leaf-shaped flying sword, they hissed in frustration. Lin Yongmao sighed and shook his head. He was confident he could subdue the three armored thunder apes using the spirit binding contract, but the cost-effectiveness wasn't high. While the gold-eating beast Xiaosong could mine, these three armored thunder apes lacked this ability, making them less functional. Contracting a demonic beast to become a spirit pet requires essence blood and sufficient divine sense. His divine sense was sufficient, but his essence blood was lacking. Lin Yongmao and the World Tree signed a mind contract, a far more advanced form of contract than the spirit binding contract, allowing direct communication between the two through their minds. The World Tree sapling's consciousness sought to absorb the souls of the three demonic beasts, using their power to grow. Upon receiving the World Tree's consciousness, Lin Yongmao showed a delighted expression. Since the World Tree sapling absorbed a portion of the low-grade spiritual spring water, he had been unable to grow it any further. Lin Yongmao captured the three-headed ironclad thunder ape near the World Tree sapling. The leaves of the sword soul grass pierced the throats of the three ironclad thunder apes, and they died unwillingly. The World Tree released a special energy, which enveloped the corpses of the three ironclad thunder apes. Three hazy wisps of gray gas were released from the minds of the demonic beasts. They were immediately absorbed by the World Tree. The World Tree sapling grew taller, reaching about knee-high, and the outline of the divine beast on its leaves became clearer. Especially that leaf that resembled a vermilion bird, it seemed as if it might materialize and fly out. Lin Yongmao quickly checked the attribute panel. The World Tree originally had 4 awakened attributes: spatial barrier, law of time, coexistence with heaven and earth, and spiritual plant perception. Now, it had added a 5th attribute. Attribute 5. Spiritual plants within the World Trees. Range will be protected by the World Tree, and are more likely to awaken sentience, while also having a chance of undergoing benign mutations. This spiritual plant's attribute was truly miraculous. If spiritual plants could awaken sentience, they would already be evolving towards plant-like demon beasts, and now there was even a chance of achieving benign mutations. Most of the time, the mutations are not benign, such as a significant reduction in their original medicinal properties or more stringent requirements for their growing environment. Only in very rare cases will benign mutations occur. Of course, the probability of these plants undergoing a benign mutation is still unknown, so Lin Yongmao could only hold on to a sliver of hope. Having absorbed the demon soul, the World Tree sapling not only became more robust in its physical form, but its consciousness also became clearer. Ordinary low-level demon beasts simply don't produce demon cores. Only when a demon beast reaches the 3rd rank, equivalent to a golden core cultivator in human cultivation, can it condense a demon core. At that point, the demon core is essentially the demon beast's energy source, its value immeasurable. Even with abundant resources, he couldn't risk trading for demon cores. This matter had to be temporarily shelved. Fortunately, this time it was only a 1st-ranked demon beast. If it were a higher-ranking demon beast, Lin Yongmao wouldn't be able to handle it so easily. Led by 3rd-tier demonic beasts, the tide overwhelmed most cultivators, with 2 cultivation families even perishing in its fury. The Lin family was essentially Lin Yongmao's foundation, and he had to do everything in his power to protect it. Although he didn't yet possess that strength, he needed to seize every opportunity to develop. Lin Yongmao temporarily set aside these thoughts and began cleaning the ironclad thunder ape's body. Although the beast soul was gone, the demonic beast's body was still valuable, especially one with such a powerful bloodline as the ironclad thunder ape. The unbroken scales, fangs, claws, and flesh all held some value. Lin Yongmao carefully collected them, categorizing them. Even if he might not need them immediately, he didn't want to waste such precious resources. Lin Yuqing returned to the family with Lin Yongrong. Lin Yuan, why do you say that? Lin Yuan's words were very sincere. This was not a joke, but his heartfelt opinion. Compared to Lin Yuan, Lin Yuqing was more suitable to be the Lin family patriarch. With 2 more foundation establishment cultivators openly appearing in the Lin family, the existing balance of power among the various families might be disrupted. Naturally, they would become a thorn in the side of other families. But that's not the most fatal flaw. They also have the Qinglan sect above them. To develop into a powerful family, a family must have at least 1 foundation establishment cultivator in its ranks. Qingyang originally had 6 major cultivation families, but after the beast tide 60 years ago, the 6 major cultivation families were reduced to 4. Of the 4 major cultivation families, Lin, Han, Zhu, and Xiao, the Lin family is currently developing the most rapidly. From the invitations sent out, it can be seen that the Lin family has now had a second cultivator break through to the foundation establishment stage. Almost all the cultivators of the Lin family are busy preparing, and the entire clan is filled with a joyous atmosphere. Don't be greedy and steal food. This is for the guests. Quickly, someone clean this place up. Guests will be arriving soon. We don't want the other families to see this and feel uncomfortable. The Lin family had even invited many cultivators from other clans to help prepare for this banquet, along with some ordinary people busy with miscellaneous tasks. He was in charge of registering the gifts brought by the cultivators attending the banquet. He sat in a prominent position at the entrance of the Lin family's grandest hall. On the table in front of him was a sheet of eternal red Xin paper, along with neatly arranged brushes, ink, and an inkstone. Standing prettier than him was a chubby-cheeked little girl, Lin Yongxian, only 12 years old and Lin Yongmao's cousin. Yongxian couldn't help much, so she stayed by Lin Yongmao's side, and Lin Yumao entrusted her with looking after him. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. The Han family head has arrived. The Han family is presenting 5 first-grade superior spiritual plants, white flower grass, and 1 second-grade pill, solidifying essence pill. The voice from outside was from Lin Jing, a member of the Lin family's demon hunting team, who was also responsible for receiving cultivators from other families. The gifts brought by the Han family patriarch were truly precious. The foundation establishment pill was also a second-tier pill, capable of consolidating one's current cultivation level. Lin Yuqing had just established his foundation. This must have been specially prepared by the Han family patriarch for his son-in-law. Lin Yongmao first registered the gifts read out by Lin Jing, then looked up to see a cultivator with graying temples, well over 50 years old, entering. Lin Yongmao quickly stood up. "Grandpa, greetings." According to the original owner's memories, this was Han Yueying's father, Lin Yongmao's maternal grandfather. Hanmi smiled gently, carefully examining Lin Yongmao. "Yongmao, your cultivation has improved significantly, you're now a 7th-level qi refining cultivator." Lin Yongmao wasn't hiding his cultivation, or rather, he had no means to do so. At his age, reaching the 7th level of qi refining was already considered exceptionally talented. With your talent, foundation establishment is only a matter of time. I believe you'll surpass your grandfather sooner or later. Hanmi, where are your mother and aunt? He found this grandson very pleasing to the eye. The Chao family has presented a century-old spiritual plant, a red jade mushroom. The various families knew the Lin family was skilled in cultivating spiritual plants, so they were catering to their tastes. A century-old red jade mushroom. The Chao family is truly generous. I heard the Chao family's foundation establishment cultivator is nearing the end of his lifespan. The Chao family is likely to decline. But they are still a large family. Even a centipede with 100 legs doesn't fall dead. Besides, the Chao family's foundation establishment cultivator hasn't passed away yet. We shouldn't make unfounded comments. The Chao family presented the century-old red jade mushroom, hoping to forge a good relationship with the Lin family and that the Lin family would lend them a helping hand in a critical moment. Chao Yuxing was quite handsome, attracting the attention of many female cultivators from the Lin family. Even Lin Yangmao's aunt, Lin Yulian, glanced at him a few more times. The head of the Su family has arrived. The Su family presents a piece of mid-grade spirit jade. The Su family's gift was a palm-sized piece of jade, of extremely high quality, its value no less than a mid-grade spirit stone. Besides the other three major families, representatives from various smaller families also attended the banquet, instantly making the Lin family residence a lively and bustling hub of activity. Just then, a voice broke the lively atmosphere in the hall. A representative from the Qinglan sect has arrived. What? It's actually someone from the Qinglan sect. Doesn't the Qinglan sect usually never participate in family gatherings? Why would they send a representative this time? Could it be? I seem to sense something unusual. From afar, Lin Yangmao's expression subtly changed, the calligraphy brush slipped from his hand, and his fist clenched unconsciously. He recognized this representative from the Qinglan sect. The Qinglan sect representative was a short, ugly young man. However, he wore a one-piece white robe, embroidered with the insignia unique to inner disciples of the Qinglan sect, highlighting his extraordinary status. In Xingyang, as long as you wore the attire of a Qinglan sect disciple, even an outer disciple, others would look at you with respect. This man was Wang Bufan, an inner disciple of the Qinglan sect. His predecessor had an unexpected encounter with Wang Bufan, and because his predecessor was too handsome, Wang Bufan had beaten him to death. The sect master sent me to congratulate the Lin family. This is a gift. 3 mid-grade spirit stones were quite valuable. However, compared to the resources Lin Yuan had exchanged for foundation establishment pills at the Qinglan sect, it was truly insignificant. It should be noted that the Lin family had contributed 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 50 mid-grade spirit stones. Since the gift has been delivered, I will take my leave. Wang Bufan had no intention of lingering. He was always arrogant and looked down on the major cultivation families. Wang Bufan's actions also hinted at the Qinglan sect's attitude. The choice of mid-grade spirit stones as a gift was clear. It satisfied the outward formality while preventing the Lin family from converting them into specific cultivation resources, such as purchasing foundation establishment pills. The Qinglan sect's approach to its affiliated families, including the Lin family, was one of cherishing its own possessions, restricting access to key resources like foundation establishment pills. This indicates that the Qinglan sect's attitude towards the Lin family was not one of friendly support, but rather one of distance and wariness. The Qinglan sect's underlying intention to limit the Lin family's growth was quite clear. This action was essentially a warning to the Lin family not to get themselves into trouble. After showing off his power, Wang Bufan left. Lin Yongmao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't encountered him directly, otherwise he wasn't sure he could have controlled his anger. Lin Yuan crushed his teacup. This is outrageous. Hanmi, who had been chatting and laughing with Lin Yuan, now had a grim expression. A mere chi-refining cultivator dares to face us like this? The Qinglan sect is truly going too far. The other cultivation families were naturally furious as well. The Qinglan sect's attitude towards the Lin family was a reflection of their attitude towards them. The Shu family head has arrived. The Shu family has brought a congratulatory gift, a qi condensation pill formula. The Shu family has alchemists. It is the only one of the 4 great families renowned for its alchemy, with at least 4 first-tier alchemists within the family. This time, the Shu family has actually sent a generous gift, a pill formula. Although this pill formula was only a first-tier formula, its value was immense, especially given the Lin family's ambition to venture into other cultivation arts. Lin Yongmao, upon seeing the milky white jade slip, was greatly shaken. To become an alchemist, besides inheriting an alchemist's lineage, one also needed a pill formula. A pill formula was the most suitable recipe for alchemy summarized by their ancestors. Which spiritual herbs to use, how to combine them, and how to control the heat, every step was extremely important. Of course, this was the effect he outwardly projected. In reality, he had exposed the hidden injuries to his meridians. The cultivators attending the banquet then realized that Lin Yuqing wasn't as glamorous as he appeared. The hidden injuries to his meridians would prevent him from fully utilizing his foundation establishment stage strength. Most cultivators from the Lin family adopted this method, feigning weakness to conceal their true strength. Once most of the family forces had arrived, Lin Yuan coughed lightly, and the cultivators who had been chatting amongst themselves finally quieted down. Lin Yuan, thank you all for gracing my Lin family with your presence. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Hanmi smiled. Congratulations to the Lin family for having 2 foundation establishment cultivators. We will need your continued support in the future. Lin Yuan, father-in-law, you flatter me. Lin Yuan's wife was Han Yuxiu, who was also Han Mi's daughter. Naturally, like Lin Yuqing, Han Mi was Lin Yuan's father-in-law. The cultivators from other families also offered their congratulations, but secretly, there was envy and jealousy among them. This was also what the Grey Python had instructed him to do. A voice echoed in Lin Yongrong's mind, the person you wanted to kill was Lin Yongmao, wasn't he? Now is a good opportunity. Make your move after these family cultivators leave. Upon hearing this, Lin Yongrong finally felt completely at ease. To be honest, Lin Yongmao had always been a thorn in his side, like a thorn in his flesh. Although the two were cousins, they had never gotten along since childhood, probably because their mothers had a conflict that had carried over to them. The conflict between the two was truly ignited after Lin Yongmao replaced him as a menial disciple of the Qinglan sect. Fortunately, the soul-snatching Grey Python has now spoken. This is a third-tier demonic beast. Lin Yongmao is doomed. A representative from the City Lord's mansion has arrived. The City Lord of Qingyang City presents a congratulatory gift, a 7 treasures chicken. A handsome young man arrived, introducing himself as the son of the City Lord of Qingyang City. He carried an exquisitely crafted golden cage, inside which lay a brightly feathered hen, dozing off. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the City Lord's mansion to send someone to their Lin family's banquet. This was not only a rare opportunity, but also a chance for the Lin family to shine. Han Mi clicked his tongue in amazement. This 7 treasures chicken is a real treasure. If fed properly, it will produce a 7 treasures spirit egg every so often, which is very useful for children who haven't yet awakened their spiritual roots. Regular consumption can increase the probability of successfully awakening a spiritual root, and there's even a chance of awakening a rare spiritual root in physique. Now that the young city lord was attending the banquet at the Lin family, it seemed to represent the intentions of Qingyang City, the independent cultivators. Lin Yongmao exchanged a glance with the young man in the blue robe. They were about the same age, but their temperaments were completely different. Lin Yongmao possessed a calm and composed demeanor, with a maturity far beyond his years. The young man in the green robe was full of vigor, his eyes shining brightly. Lin Yuan, young city lord, please take a seat. Behold your nephew's talent, he truly deserves the saying, a hero emerges from among the young. Chen Sikhan was indeed astonishing. At such a young age, he had already reached the 10th level of qi refining. In some large cultivation realms, this might not be remarkable, but in Xingyang, no one could surpass him. Even in the Qinglan sect, it was rare to find such a promising talent. Although the Su family was a cultivation family, they had never had a foundation establishment cultivator within their ranks, preventing them from joining the ranks of the 4 great families. However, if they had a foundation establishment pill, Su Wannian would have a chance to achieve foundation establishment. What Zhu Shou didn't say was that even if his Zhu family produced a second-tier alchemist, they probably wouldn't be able to stay in the Zhu family and would be invited to the Qinglan sect. Furthermore, refining foundation establishment pills requires a foundation establishment pill recipe. Although their family has a second-tier alchemist lineage, they don't possess the corresponding recipe. This was the sentiment of many families and forces, but the Han family patriarch voiced it aloud. Indeed, old Master Han was the most senior among those present, and he had ample confidence. However, cultivating a second-tier alchemist was extremely difficult, requiring countless resources. Moreover, resources alone weren't enough, sufficient talent was also necessary. The family heads present were all pondering how to cultivate a second-tier alchemist. The banquet lasted for more than half a day before the many cultivators slowly departed. A hazy gray gas surged from his body, instantly transforming into a long snake. This long snake stretched across half the hall, its target Lin Yongmao. Few people reacted at that moment: Lin Yuqing, Lin Yuan, and Hanmi, who hadn't yet left. This is a mental attack. Before the three could finish speaking, the long, thin snake was already about to pierce Lin Yongmao's forehead. Lin Yongmao saw the grayish-brown snake, formless yet tangible, and a sense of crisis surged into his heart, making his heart clench. He knew nothing of mental attacks or defenses, he could only concentrate on resisting. In that instant, the grayish-brown snake had already entered his sea of consciousness. Yongmao! Lin Yuqing let out a mournful scream, thinking that his son was doomed. How could a qi refining stage cultivator withstand a mental attack that only a golden core stage cultivator could unleash? The human sea of consciousness is incredibly fragile, especially that of a low-level cultivator. The bronze hoe automatically protected its master. The bronze hoe, almost forgotten by Lin Yongmao, reappeared. He had thought it had completely disappeared into his sea of consciousness, but it had unexpectedly played a crucial role at this critical moment. Lin Yongrong groaned, his head feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. The soul-snatching gray python seems somewhat weak. It's not a big problem. My mental attack actually backfired. How is that possible? The soul-snatching gray python was a third-tier demonic beast, and a third-tier mental one at that. How could it suffer a backlash from a mere qi refining cultivator? Unfortunately, that wisp of divine sense had been completely dissipated, and it didn't even know what caused it. I need to recuperate for a while. You'll have to rely on yourself during this time. With that, the soul-snatching gray python completely concealed its aura. Lin Yongrong was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Helpless, he could only pretend to be concerned and visit Lin Yongmao, just like the other members of his clan. Lin Yongmao was slumped on the ground, looking dazed and confused. Blood still trickled from his mouth and eyes, forming long streaks. Lin Yuqing gently shook Lin Yongmao's body, his heart filled with overwhelming grief. Seeing his son's lifeless eyes, he began to blame himself for organizing such a banquet. Amidst the calls, Lin Yongmao struggled to open his eyes. Lin Yuqing wiped away the blood and tears streaming down Lin Yongmao's face. He knew his son was very particular about cleanliness and didn't want to appear in public looking like this. Lin Yuqing murmured happily, "That's good, that's good." The crowd's gaze towards Lin Yongmao shifted from concern to strangeness. To be unharmed in the face of a mental attack? This was truly unbelievable. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators present weren't confident in resisting this type of mental attack, let alone Lin Yongmao, a qi refining cultivator. Furthermore, who was it that just attacked? The Lin family hadn't offended any golden core cultivators. Lin Yuqing, I'll take you home now. He could tell that while Lin Yongmao wasn't in mortal danger, his injuries were extremely severe, and these were injuries to his soul. Lin Yongmao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for his long-term consumption of thousand-year cloud mist tea, which had given him a spiritual strength equivalent to an early Foundation establishment cultivator, he would have died the moment that grayish-brown, single-line serpent entered his sea of consciousness. Moreover, the bronze hoe in his sea of consciousness automatically protected him, saving his life. Even within the Lin family compound wasn't safe. His thousand cliff was much better, only with its protective array could he feel at ease. Lin Yongmao smiled and shook his head, "I might not be able to treat other injuries, but I can heal soul trauma." "You forgot, I have thousand-year cloud mist tea." Lin Yuqing thought about it and realized it made sense. Thousand Peaks Cliff was protected by an array, much safer than their home. After returning to Thousand Peaks Cliff, Lin Yongmao hurried back to his stone house. He sat down at the stone table and quickly brewed a pot of thousand-year cloud mist tea with mid-grade spiritual spring water. It shouldn't have been Wang Bufan had left long ago. The mist of thousand cliffs, mingled with the aroma of tea, permeated his lungs. Lin Yongmao's fingertips caressed the celadon teacup, the phantom of the bronze hoe flickering in his mind. If it weren't for the bronze hoe, he would be in grave danger this time. The moonlight outside the window suddenly dimmed. Lin Yongmao took a deep breath. This won't do. Danger lurks everywhere. Until I have absolute strength, it's best not to venture out of Thousand Cliffs lightly. After setting this goal, Lin Yongmao fell into a deep sleep. The mental attacks of the day had left him looking haggard, he desperately needed rest. The sun rose and set, the golden crow breaking the silence of dawn. The morning mist on Thousand Cliffs had been largely dispersed by the wind, revealing the spiritual plants growing luxuriantly. Only here could he find peace of mind. Lin Yongmao, system, I want to sign in. Then he channeled mid-grade spiritual spring water from the ancient spirit well to irrigate all the planted spiritual plants. The process of cultivating spiritual herbs was not tedious and was quite stress-relieving. Lin Yongmao suddenly remembered seeing a spiritual herb on the cliff face of Thousand Cliff a few days ago when dealing with the ironclad thunder ape, but he hadn't picked it then. The "all plants are soldiers" formation expanded its coverage, quickly encompassing the entire cliff face of Thousand Cliff. Any plant within the formation's range was under Lin Yongmao's control, and his perception range was constantly expanding. This feeling of complete control was captivating. Lin Yongmao's divine sense spread along the plants, quickly locking onto one. It was a berry tree about half a person's height, its roots deeply embedded in the crevices of the rock, displaying remarkable resilience. The tree was laden with red berries, like small tomatoes, their vibrant color making one want to take a bite. This was a red berry tree, having grown to half a person's height, it was likely over 50 years old. Lin Yongmao dared not risk stepping onto the cliff face, but he could control the wild vines to drag the red berry tree up. The 50-year-old red berry tree was now before Lin Yongmao. He was delighted, this was another spiritual plant worth cultivating. The red berries could be eaten directly, sweet and sour, and rich in spiritual energy. They could also be used to make wine, a favorite among many cultivators. Its root system was quite developed. Lin Yongmao transplanted it not far from the world tree and irrigated it with mid-grade spiritual spring. After these steps, the red berry tree came back to life, its leaves lush and green, full of vitality. Lin Yongmao popped a red berry into his mouth. Like a handful of cherry tomatoes, the juicy red berries burst open with a single bite. The tangy taste spread across his tongue, leaving a lingering, delightful aftertaste. Lin Yongmao had completed the first level of the mystic spirit body forging technique. His meridians had been significantly expanded and strengthened, and his talent had been subtly transformed. Now he began cultivating the second level, which involved tempering his innate constitution. Tempering one's physical constitution is a much longer process. Reaching the pinnacle of the second level allows one to transform all their bones into mysterious spirit jade bones. At this stage, the strength of the physical body will be comparable to that of a magical artifact. Of course, the specific level achieved also depends on the amount of mysterious spirit chi absorbed. If the amount of spiritual plants consumed is extremely large, then the bones can even directly rival those of a high-grade magical artifact. Continuing to circulate the mysterious spirit body tempering technique, Lin Yongmao became extremely hungry. Before Lin Yongmao lay a large quantity of ripe spirit dew grass, having already devoured all the red berries. The ripe spirit dew grass resembled glistening dewdrops, but unlike dewdrops, they didn't evaporate, they were completely condensed. Lin Yongmao stuffed a handful into his mouth, which finally alleviated his hunger somewhat. Originally, he had been consuming spirit-nourishing grass, but now consuming it had little effect. The spiritual substances within the spirit dew grass were being transformed into mysterious spirit chi, which no longer tempered his meridians but instead tempered his bones. Left arm bone, right arm bone, torso bones, left leg bone, right leg bone, and skull. The 6 major bones of the human body had to be tempered one by one. Lin Yongmao was currently tempering his right arm bone. When would this end? Conservatively estimating, it would take more than half a month to temper his right arm bone, and at least 3 months to complete the tempering of all his bones. But he endured it for the sake of becoming stronger. Now, his mind is filled with the desire to become stronger. At Lin Yuqing's home. Lin Yuqing and Han Yueying are both deeply worried. Han Yueying, who exactly wants to kill our son? Lin Yuqing, I always felt that Lin Yongrong was involved. Han Yueying nodded, our son never causes trouble, the only conflict he has is with Lin Yongrong. Should we secretly eliminate Lin Yongrong? Lin Yuqing resolutely refused, absolutely not. If we do that, we'll be making enemies of my elder brother and sister-in-law. The Lin family will fall apart, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Besides, we don't have any solid evidence yet. Han Yueying, but we can't let our son be in danger all the time, can we? Lin Yuqing, that's not necessary. I've already observed Thousand Cliffs where our son is, it's very safe. It should have a second-tier formation set up, which even a foundation establishment cultivator would find difficult to break. Han Yueying, meridian breaking pill? Lin Yuqing took out some items from his storage bag. These were gifts from various powerful families. Han Yueying decisively refused. I'd better not take it. It'll be the same whether I take it or not. Let's save it for our son. The two smiled knowingly, understanding each other's thoughts. Han Yueying could only comfort herself with this thought. 5 days later. In a secret room of the Lin family. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuqing, and Lin Jing sat on the floor. Lin Yuqing, eldest brother, I know what you're thinking. You're willing to go in my place. But you are the patriarch of the Lin family, and the Lin family needs you to take charge. Besides, I'm not alone, Lin Jing is with me. Lin Yuqing accepted everything. He needed these resources when he went out, he couldn't expect to get something for nothing. Lin Yuqing, I have something I hope you'll take seriously, elder brother. Lin Yuan's eyes were firm. Fourth brother, you don't need to say anything more. I will take good care of your wife and Yongmao, and I won't let them suffer any harm. Lin Yuqing, I'm relieved to hear that. The three left the secret chamber. Lin Yuan watched them leave and sighed deeply. You must be safe. Outside the Thousand Cliffs area. Sure enough, two figures slowly appeared in the thick fog. Father! Lin Yongmao called softly. Lin Yuqing smiled and waved to Lin Yongmao, saying, Go back now. I will definitely return safely. Lin Yongmao nodded heavily, then handed him a storage bag. How could one travel without cultivation resources? These spiritual herbs and medicinal herbs could be exchanged for a large amount of spirit stones. Normally, these resources couldn't be used, but if Lin Yuqing could indeed reach other cultivation realms, he could exchange them for a large amount of resources needed by his family. After completing this task, Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Cliff without looking back. Damn it! Did I get sand in my eyes? In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Lin Yongmao lay flat on a large, hard granite slab. System, I need to sign in. Today wouldn't be the usual sign-in reward of spirit dew grass seeds, it was the 30th day of double reward sign-in. He eagerly opened the System Sign-In interface, a system function he had recently discovered, almost identical to the Attribute panel. The System Sign-In interface was very simple, recording the rewards earned each day and Lin Yongmao's current luck value. Luck value, 17. The sign-in rewards, besides being related to the multiplier, depended on his luck value. Concealing breath technique. Rank, unknown, special secret technique. Description, practicing this secret technique can effectively conceal one's aura and cultivation level. Opponents not exceeding 2 major realms above the user will be unable to detect their cultivation level. This secret technique was exactly what Lin Yongmao needed, far superior to any other technique for concealing one's cultivation level. It wasn't difficult to cultivate, and it was useful at any cultivation level. This concealing breath technique not only concealed one's cultivation level but also suppressed one's aura, which was very helpful in combat. After all, no one wanted to encounter an elusive opponent in battle. Lin Yongmao thought, the secret technique is so amazing, I must let my parents learn it too. He didn't destroy the jade slip immediately but planned to give it to Han Yueying. Han Yueying had already reached the foundation establishment stage, but she hadn't spread this news. If the Qinglan sect or other cultivation families knew that the Lin family had produced a third foundation establishment cultivator, they would definitely become wary of the Lin family. Han Yueying didn't cultivate any techniques or secret arts to conceal her cultivation level, so she avoided contact with outsiders. However, this couldn't continue indefinitely. The concealing breath technique provided a much-needed solution. Host, Lin Yongmao. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 7. Secondary profession, first-tier spirit plant master. Age, 16 years old. Spiritual roots, wood and water dual attribute spiritual roots. Cultivation techniques, azure wood technique, 7th layer, mysterious spirit body forging technique, 2nd layer, incomplete. Secret arts, concealing breath technique, spirit binding contract. These were Lin Yongmao's basic attributes. If he weren't within the all plants are soldiers formation, his combat strength wouldn't be considered particularly high, he could only be considered barely invincible among cultivators of the same level. His only outstanding feature was his cultivation of a body refining technique, giving him a physical strength higher than other cultivators of the same level. Of course, his spiritual strength was also far superior to that of other cultivators of the same level, reaching the foundation establishment stage. Lin Yongmao constantly reminded himself. Lin Yongrong's residence. Who? This blood-soul technique is truly remarkable. My cultivation has now reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage. A sense of pride welled up within him, and he immediately thought of his cousin, Lin Yongmao, involuntarily comparing himself to him. He was probably still stuck in the same place. Now, with just one foundation establishment pill, he had a chance to enter the ranks of foundation establishment cultivators. Then, wealth, cultivation resources, and family power would all belong to him. Currently, this was all superficial glamour, only he knew the hardships involved. He was only 18 years old, but his body was already equivalent to that of a middle-aged man in his 40s. Even if he successfully established his foundation, it would likely be difficult to make further progress in his cultivation. Lin Yongrong tried to awaken it several times, but without success. So noisy. The soul-snatching gray python's consciousness reached Lin Yongrong's sea of consciousness. At that moment, a large gray-brown python soared within his mind. Senior, you've awakened. The soul-snatching gray python sneered, you really are restless. Ha! Your cultivation has improved so quickly, reaching the great perfection of the qi refining stage. Thinking of its rash attack last time, it felt a pang of regret. That unassuming young cultivator must possess a secret. With only the 7th level of qi refining, he already possessed the spiritual sense of a foundation establishment cultivator. Most terrifying of all was what was within his sea of consciousness. Lin Yongrong dared not speak further. He sensed that the soul-snatching gray python seemed genuinely angry. After a long silence. Really? You humans establish your foundation using foundation establishment pills. Very few cultivators can successfully establish their foundation without them. But demonic beasts are different. The most common method for demonic beasts to advance to the 2nd tier is to use violent energy to flush their dantian. When their bodies fully adapt, the demonic power within them undergoes a qualitative change, thus allowing them to advance smoothly. Lin Yongrong nodded, but still had doubts, but a human's physique is not as strong as a demonic beast's. If their body suddenly receives violent energy, they might collapse. Don't worry. I will naturally control this process. My demonic core is still within your dantian, you only need to slowly circulate your cultivation technique. Its intuition told it that Lin Yongmao harbored a great secret. For it, this might be a great opportunity, a tremendous stroke of luck. Are you ready? I'm ready. The demonic core within Lin Yongrong's dantian began to slowly circulate, gradually releasing demonic power. Although demonic power is different from spiritual power, both are forms of energy and have a good effect on transforming the body. Because of the rampant energy, Lin Yongrong was now like a boiled shrimp, his entire body bright red, seemingly on the verge of exploding. However, the 3rd-tier demonic beast, the soul-snatching gray python, controlled him perfectly, keeping Lin Yongrong's body constantly on the verge of collapse. But the soul-snatching gray python gave him no choice. The violent energy, under the control of the soul-snatching gray python, washed over Lin Yongrong's body. The process was incredibly intense. The spiritual energy within a qi refining cultivator is gaseous, and the significant sign of foundation establishment is the liquefaction of spiritual energy, achieving a qualitative leap. It's not just an increase in volume, but also a change in energy level. This process lasted for almost half a day. Lin Yongrong's body was already covered in cold sweat and blood, filthy in grime. Lin Yongrong struggled to his feet, feeling his strength increase exponentially, and couldn't help but feel a little arrogant. However, seeing the scales on his skin, he lost his composure. "Senior, what's wrong with me?" The soul-snatching gray python was also confused. "It's probably because you used demonic power to break through to the foundation establishment stage, causing some of your body's functions to become demonic." The soul-snatching gray python, "You can understand it that way." Lin Yongrong composed himself, gritting his teeth and snarling, "Lin Yongmao, you're dead. I've successfully established my foundation, let's see what you have to fight me with now." Lin Yongrong asked in confusion, "What important matter?" The soul-snatching gray python laughed loudly, "Launch a beast tide, completely annihilate the human cultivators here, and all the resources here will belong to us." Lin Yongrong's eyes widened. What? Lin Yongrong had become a complete puppet. If he didn't want to die, he had no choice but to obey the soul-snatching gray python's orders. However, the core area was unusually quiet. The dense, lush forest made the environment extremely eerie and terrifying. Soon, a monkey about 3 meters tall came running over, carrying clumps of withered leaves and emitting a putrid stench. If Lin Yongmao were here, he would have noticed that this ape-like beast seemed vaguely familiar. Only, this one was much more robust and taller, and the iron armor covering its body had been completely concealed as inconspicuous scales. A third-tier beast, the ironclad thunder ape. Soon, another strong surge of demonic energy came from afar. It could only place its last hope on the soul-snatching gray python. If a cultivator were to accidentally wander here, they would surely be terrified by these 3 demonic beasts. 3 third-tier demonic beasts, this represented the highest combat power in Xinjiang. Even the Xinjiang's most powerful sect, the Qinglan sect, only had 1 golden core cultivator in charge, and even then, the golden core expert rarely made a move. Just then, an untimely human cultivator appeared. The human cultivator who had arrived was none other than Lin Yongrong. At this moment, Lin Yongrong's body control had been temporarily taken over by the soul-snatching gray python. The armored thunder ape interrupted their bickering, asking the soul-stealing gray python, "Soul-stealing, have you seen my 3 children? They've run off somewhere to play, I can't sense their presence anymore." The armored thunder ape's breath caught in its throat. It gasped, "The Lin family? Which Lin family?" The armored thunder ape immediately prepared to set off. It was just a small family. If it intervened, it could definitely rescue its children. Support ×3. The 3 demons strongly supported the soul-stealing gray python's suggestion, especially the armored thunder ape, who had lost its cub. The soul-snatching gray python, Lin Yongrong, continued, "I've already scouted the area. There's only 1 human cultivator in the Qingyang region who has reached the golden core stage. If we launch a large-scale beast tide, the human cultivator definitely won't be able to withstand it." The armored thunder ape roared angrily, "Lin family, return my child." After becoming third-tier demonic beasts, they all possessed the ability to launch small-scale beast tides, allowing lower-tier demonic beasts to charge into battle for them. Then our first target, the Lin family, a family of immortal cultivators. Lin Yongrong, possessed by it, was suddenly shaken. He hadn't expected things to have really developed to this extent. With the Lin family's current strength, resisting the beast tide is simply too difficult. Wolves were the most numerous, followed by bears, snakes, monkeys, leopards, and tigers. A total of at least 300 demonic beasts were counted. Inside the formation, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing so many demonic beasts, especially since there were quite a few second-tier demonic beasts among them. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. These kinds of demonic beasts don't usually gather here. This is an organized beast tide. Our Lin family is facing a major crisis. Hearing the patriarch's words, the Lin family members clenched their magical artifacts or fists. Lin Yuan needed to boost morale. "Don't worry, everyone. Our Lin family has a strong foundation. Furthermore, as long as we work together, we will definitely weather this beast tide safely." Lin Yuan glared at the young cultivator and scolded, "Is this the time to worry about these things? Immediately notify everyone to evacuate." His decision was absolutely correct. Shrinking the formation's range would maximize its stability and minimize resource consumption. As for abandoning those spirit fields and plants, it was a last resort. Meanwhile, on Thousand Cliffs Cliff, Lin Yongmao also received the message, but he did not choose to evacuate. For other Lin family cultivators, evacuation at most meant abandoning a piece of spirit field, but for him, retreat meant severing his foundation. The world tree was planted here, and in its current state, transplanting it was impossible. Seeing no response, the Lin family cultivator responsible for informing Lin Yongmao could only leave dejectedly. Lin Yongmao was actually very nervous. On one hand, he worried that powerful demonic beasts would invade his territory. On the other hand, his mother, Han Yueying, might also be in danger within the family. He could only try to put aside these distracting thoughts and permeate his consciousness into more plants. Activating the all grass and trees as soldiers formation required mid-grade spirit stones. Without considerable strength, it was impossible to operate it long term. Fortunately, Lin Yongmao possessed a small spirit stone line, which could provide him with a continuous supply of spirit stones. As his consciousness expanded, Lin Yongmao indeed discovered a horde of demonic beasts. This group of demonic beasts slowly climbed up the cliff face of Thousand Peaks Cliff. Blood Spider, Six-Armed Ape, Azure Vulture. A maze array had been set up at Thousand Cliffs, making it impossible for these demonic beasts to find the spirit fields, much less Lin Yongmao. They had simply stumbled upon this place by accident. Lin Yongmao thought to himself, since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, you might as well all stay. Lin Yongmao drew all the demonic beasts into the range of the all things are soldiers array, instantly enveloping them in a misty fog. The maze array worked its magic. Within the mist, the demonic beasts were thrown into chaos. Several six-armed apes nearly tumbled to the bottom of the cliff, but were bound by thorny vines. The demonic beasts in the mist were constantly being bound by suddenly appearing vines and thorns, rendering them immobile. Since killing the 3 ironclad thunder apes last time, Lin Yongmao had deliberately planted more thorny vines and brambles. One by one, Lin Yongmao captured more than a dozen demonic beasts. Just then, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the sky, startling Lin Yongmao. A sharp screech echoed through the sky, its sound piercing and shattering, startling Lin Yongmao and leaving his ears ringing. It's a hawk, and a second-tier hawk at that. Having just used a combination of mist, vines, and thorns, Lin Yongmao had already trapped most of the demonic beasts. The blood spiders and six-armed apes weren't difficult to deal with. These first-tier land-dwelling demonic beasts easily lost their way in the mist and became easy prey. But dealing with the hawks flying in the sky was a different story. Vines and thorns rarely grow high enough to reach great heights, and even in the mist, hawks could generally sense danger and fly away. Lin Yongmao could only temporarily trap them within the array's range. The hawks were first-tier wind attribute demonic beasts, occasionally unleashing wind blades to attack, but due to the mist, most of their attacks missed their mark. Lin Yongmao suddenly discovered that among the 5 eagles, there was a second-tier eagle hidden. The sonic attack had covered a very wide area, causing Lin Yongmao to be attacked without warning. His head spun, and his eardrums nearly ruptured. If it weren't for his divine sense far surpassing others of his tier, he probably wouldn't even have been able to manipulate the formation. The second-tier eagle's form wasn't much different from a first-tier eagle, which was why Lin Yongmao hadn't noticed it immediately. Seemingly because of the muffled groan Lin Yongmao had made while he was distracted, the second-tier eagle detected his location in the mist. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Yongmao thought to himself, that was close. If he hadn't used the second level of the mysterious spirit body forging technique, the wind blade from the second-tier demonic beast would not only have sliced through his flesh but would have severed his bones. The wind blade had struck his right arm, and through the flesh, the nearly jade-like bones inside were clearly visible. Illusion Heartflower, Sword Soul Grass. The pollen of the illusion heartflower began to spread on the wind, enveloping all 6 eagles. A leaf of the sword soulgrass fell off, and a leaf-shaped flying sword sped towards the second-tier eagles. In a true life-or-death battle, victory or defeat often hinges on a single thought. Hiss. Lin Yongmao gritted his teeth and groaned, quickly tearing off pieces of the century-old hemostatic vine to apply to his wound. Pollen from the illusionary heart flower covered the flock of vultures. All 4 first-tier vultures had fallen to the ground, completely defenseless and trapped in the illusion. However, the second-tier vulture was not so easily defeated. It continuously flapped its wings, showing minimal effect from the illusionary heartflower pollen. While the illusionary heartflower pollen could trap cultivators and demonic beasts in illusions, it wasn't a panacea. As long as one didn't inhale the pollen, there would be no problem. Vultures are wind-attribute demonic beasts, especially second-tier vultures, whose control over wind is extremely refined. It sensed the problem after inhaling only a tiny amount of pollen and immediately began flapping its wings to disperse it. While the 4 first-tier vultures had fallen to the ground and were trapped in the illusion, the second-tier vulture suddenly swooped down, its wingspan creating a hurricane, and several wind blades slashed towards Lin Yongmao's hiding place once more. Lin Yongmao rolled and dodged, the wind blades grazing past him and slicing off a corner of the rock wall behind him. Concealing breath technique. Lin Yongmao used this secret technique, his own aura growing weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. However, the azure vulture had completely lost its target. Lin Yongmao used the mist as cover to retreat swiftly, simultaneously manipulating thorny vines to sprout from the rock crevices, attempting to entangle the azure vulture's feet. The eagle nimbly maneuvered, its talons tearing through vines, unaware that the illusionary heart pollen had silently adhered to its wings. Gradually, its movements slowed, its pupils dilated, and its attacks weakened. The eagle let out a piercing cry, crashing to the ground, convulsing, and finally being completely strangled by the thorns. The entire battle lasted only a few minutes, but it was a clash of life and death. Lin Yongmao used the illusionary heart pollen to disrupt its mind, the sword soulgrass to deliver a fatal blow, and the vines to restrict its movement, ultimately turning the tide by controlling his environment. The second-tier eagle's wind blades and mobility posed a deadly threat, but the precise arrangement of the formation and the coordinated attack of the spiritual plants proved to be the key to victory. Lin Yongmao collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Lin Yongmao thought, this should reduce some of the pressure on the family from the demonic beast invasion. Whenever a demonic beast set foot in the Thousand Cliffs area, he had to use an array to trap and kill it. Lin Yongmao first cleared away the corpses of first-tier demonic beasts such as the blood spider and the 6-armed ape, which had been trapped and killed by the all plants or soldiers array. These land demonic beasts, lost in the mist, were strangled by thorny vines, their corpses scattered among the rock walls, only to be caught by the vine cages. He quickly dissected the corpses, beginning to extract usable materials. Lin Yongmao's face suddenly lit up with joy. There was even this? Materials from demonic beasts are crucial resources for alchemy, weapon crafting, and array formation. The venom sacs and silk of the blood spider have been completely extracted, suitable for crafting poison pills or magical artifacts. The bones and long-armed muscles of the 6-armed ape have been sorted and preserved, also for refining into pills or creating puppets. The claws and beak of the azure vulture, with a hardness comparable to a mid-grade magical artifact, can be melted into flying swords to enhance their sharpness. Azure vulture feathers imbued with wind spirit energy have been sorted and bundled, also for crafting talismans or array flags. Although Lin Yongmao doesn't know how to refine pills, magical artifacts, or make talismans, keeping them won't hurt, and they can be exchanged for a large amount of spirit stones. These aren't the most precious items, the most valuable are these 2 double-winged wind blade bones. If these second-tier materials were sold, they would be worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is the joy of demon hunting, demon beasts are treasures. As long as you have enough strength, you won't lack cultivation resources. As long as there were no third-tier demon beasts, he believed that with the power of the second tier, grass and trees as soldiers' formation, he would still be invincible. Lin Yongmao suddenly thought, that's right, I can do it like this. This was the Lin family's protective array, the Cloud Heaven Spirit Array. The Cloud Heaven Spirit Array was a high-grade second-tier array, belonging to the pinnacle of second-tier arrays. A large number of first-tier demonic beasts, wolves, bears, snakes, monkeys, leopards, tigers, etc., assaulted the Lin family's protective array. Most of these first-tier demonic beasts had not yet awakened intelligence and were relying solely on brute force to attack the array's light barrier. Meanwhile, the Lin family cultivators within the array used talismans, flying swords, and other ranged means to counterattack and slow the demonic beast's advance. The Lin family, relying on the Cloud Heaven Spirit Array and their collective defense, barely managed to withstand the first wave of the beast tide. However, the array's spiritual energy continued to deplete, and the lower-level cultivators gradually became exhausted. Lin Yuma had long since ceased concealing his strength, revealing the aura of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. At this critical moment, Lin Yuma didn't address Lin Yuan as elder brother, but instead addressed him more formally as clan head. Normally, with two Foundation Establishment cultivators in the Lin family, these first-tier demonic beasts would flee at the mere sight of a high-level cultivator's pressure. But this time, they fought fearlessly, indicating an organized beast tide. Lin Yuan asked, "Have you sent anyone to notify the Qinglan sect and other cultivation families?" Lin Yuma nodded, "I have. The Qinglan sect should send someone, but the other cultivation families are probably struggling to survive themselves and won't send anyone to help." Seeing these spirit fields destroyed, the Lin family cultivators felt a pang of heartache. These were the fruits of their hard work, reduced to ashes in an instant. The Lin family members clenched their fists, trying to protect the outer spirit fields. But Lin Yuan sternly rebuked them, "Life is more important than spirit plants. As long as the family survives, we still have a chance to replant. But if you all lose your lives, no matter how many spirit plants survive, it's useless." For spirit plant masters, they valued spirit plants more than their own lives. The second wave of attack began. Lin Yuma's expression changed drastically. This time, two second-tier demonic beasts are lurking among the beast ranks, one a second-tier wild forest wolf, and the other a second-tier voodoo serpent. The combined demonic beasts formed an even more powerful fighting force. "What's going on?" The Lin family members all wore expressions of astonishment, unsure of what was happening. Lin Yuan looked in the direction the demonic beasts had run off in and murmured to himself. The cliffs rose thousands of feet high, their crevices filled with ancient moss and vines. Ironwire ferns and dendrobiums clung to the precipice, their verdant leaves unfurling in the mist. The Vjime's array, set up by Lin Yongmao, kept this place shrouded in mist year-round. Occasionally, thorny vines could be seen twisting and turning like dragons in the hazy mist, concealing deadly danger yet forming a wondrous sight. But at this moment, an increasing number of demonic beasts were rushing towards Thousand Cliffs. Led by second-tier wild forest wolves and voodoo serpents, the rest of the demonic beasts followed. Lin Yongmao pursed his lips, watching the gathering demonic beasts, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Since killing that wave of demonic beasts, he had become even more focused on their resources. "Come on over. You're all here to give me experience points." The array plate in Lin Yongmao's hand emitted a mysterious light, and he couldn't help but applaud his own ingenuity. Beside Lin Yongmao stood a jade-red Ganoderma lucidum, about the size of a palm. This was a century-old crimson jade Ganoderma lucidum, a gift from the Chao family to the Lin family at the banquet, which Han Yueying had already delivered to Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao used the All Plants Are Soldiers formation to activate the Ganoderma lucidum's spiritual power, spreading its medicinal aura over a vast distance. In fact, demonic beasts are even more sensitive to and crave medicinal herbs. Having caught the scent of the century-old herb, numerous demonic beasts naturally flocked to Thousand Cliffs. Lin Yongmao used this method, the All Plants Are Soldiers formation, to activate the herb and attract the demonic beast's attention. Lin Yongmao frowned, feeling he had overplayed his hand. Because the number of demonic beasts was vast, and the herd was led by two second-tier demonic beasts, a first-stage second-tier wild forest wolf and a mid-stage second-tier voodoo serpent. Lin Yongmao immediately expanded the range of the All Plants and Trees as Soldiers formation, simultaneously activating the illusionary array, completely concealing his figure within the thick fog. Even third-tier demonic beasts couldn't easily detect his location in a short time. Within the fog of Thousand Cliffs, a second-tier voodoo serpent coiled on the rock face, its dark green scales gleaming eerily. The wild forest wolf crouched low, its gray-brown fur bristling like steel needles, emitting a threatening growl. Behind the two demons were hundreds of various first-tier demonic beasts. At the two demons' command, they would launch a fearless attack. Of course, this is because Lin Yongmao hadn't planted any spiritual plants renowned for their defensive properties on Thousand Cliffs. If he had planted defensive spiritual plants, the defensive capabilities of the All Plants Are Soldiers formation would be greatly enhanced. Since its defensive capabilities are lacking, it will utilize its offensive capabilities. Illusory Heart Pollen. This time, the illusory heart flower dispersed a large amount of pollen, covering as many demonic beasts as possible. All the first-order demonic beasts began to fight amongst themselves. In their world, there was 100-year-old spiritual herb before them, whoever one would own it. Therefore, their attack methods were all life-or-death struggles. The second-order wild forest wolves were also affected by the illusory heart pollen, regarding the voodoo serpent as their mortal enemy. Perhaps because the voodoo serpent is inherently poisonous, it was unaffected by the illusory heart pollen. It was the only conscious beast present, but it was hampered by a bunch of incompetent allies. Both attacks were deadly, devoid of any defensive intent, purely extreme assaults. The stench of demonic blood splattered everywhere, especially from the voodoo serpent. Wherever it passed, vegetation withered instantly, and even solid rock walls were corroded, leaving charred craters. The voodoo serpent's head and the wild forest wolf's belly were both wounded deeply, exposing bone. The voodoo serpent realized this was hopeless. It hadn't even found the century-old elixir, and it was about to be killed by its own incompetent allies. This was a trap set by human cultivators, and as a demonic beast with considerable intelligence, the voodoo serpent already understood its predicament. From the wild forest wolf's perspective, it was. How could the elixir have escaped? Lin Yongmao finally breathed a sigh of relief. This, illusory heart pollen, was a surprise attack. Only a few demonic beasts were immune to or could resist it. Most demonic beasts, even third-tier ones, would fall victim unintentionally. The voodoo serpent had already considered retreating. It didn't want to fight the wild forest wolf to the death. However, the forest wolf gave it no chance to escape. Finally, the time was ripe. It was the perfect moment to strike. The forest wolf, corroded by the poisonous mist, was at its last gasp. And the voodoo serpent already had several bloody wounds. Sword Soul Grass. However, when the flying sword targeted it, it felt a chill run down its spine and its heart pounded. This posed a fatal threat. Demonic beasts face far more danger than humans, making their perception of danger extremely acute. The leaf-shaped flying sword unleashed its swordlight, under Lin Yongmao's control, targeting the voodoo serpent's vital point. Strike the snake at its vital point. Lin Yongmao's flying sword attack this time was entirely fatal to the voodoo serpent. Crack! Although severed in two, the snake's head and body continued to twitch. As time passed, the voodoo serpent finally lost all life. Mid-tier Tier 2 voodoo serpent, dead. The flying sword changed direction, its target the forest wolf, bewitched by the illusionary heart pollen. The forest wolf, already incapacitated, was further wounded by the flying sword's second stab to its abdomen. Lin Yongmao controlled the sword soulgrass leaves, delivering several more blows, finishing off the forest wolf as well. Early Tier 2 forest wolf, dead. Lin Yongmao had no intention of sparing their lives. He wasn't a beast tamer and didn't want to expend so much energy taming them. Furthermore, most of these demonic beasts were not worth cultivating. He had even killed the ironclad Thunder Ape last time, let alone these demonic beasts with only a mediocre bloodline. The leaf-shaped flying sword swept through the horde of demonic beasts, reaping their lives one after another, like ears of rice falling heavily to the ground in autumn. On Thousand Cliff, the stench of blood was extremely strong, and demonic beast flesh was everywhere, resembling a desolate abyss of hell. Suddenly, Lin Yongmao heard the long-absent system notification sound. A long-absent system notification sound rang in Lin Yongmao's mind. This Shinong sign-in system notification sound had only appeared when he first awakened it. Normally, it wouldn't appear unless he was signing in. Ding. System notification: a luck-bearing spirit beast has been detected in the nearby area. Capture is possible. A luck-bearing spirit beast? Lin Yongmao's face lit up with joy. Luck was the attribute he needed most. Aside from its other uses, the fact that luck could improve the quality of sign-in items was exactly what he needed. Lin Yongmao quickly activated the array plate, and the all plants and trees as soldiers array covered the entire 1,000 cliffs. He no longer cared about the consumption of mid-grade spirit stones, not even a mosquito could be released here. But where was the luck-bearing spirit beast? Lin Yongmao's divine sense penetrated every blade of grass and tree within the all plants and trees as soldiers array, as if he had countless eyes, and a vast amount of information surged into his mind. The demonic beasts before him were mostly jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards. He saw no sign of any spirit beasts of destiny. Lin Yongmao dared not attack, fearing he might accidentally kill a spirit beast of destiny. He wasn't a beast tamer and didn't recognize most of the demonic beasts, relying solely on his attribute panel to scan them. However, there were over 200 of these beasts. After searching unsuccessfully, Lin Yongmao adopted a new strategy. He would first scan the beast's attributes with his attribute panel, then kill it if it wasn't a spirit beast of destiny. Wind Baboon. Rank, Mid-Tier 1. Attribute, Wind. Lin Yongmao used his Li-shaped flying sword to obliterate the ugly baboon. He then turned his attention to another demonic beast. Since Lin Yongmao had used the All Things Are Soldiers formation to lure most of the demonic beasts to 1,000 cliffs, the Lin family's crisis was essentially resolved. Meanwhile, Lin Yongmao had trapped the vast majority of first-tier demonic beasts, protected by an array, giving him ample time. This was why Lin Yongmao could leisurely search for a spirit beast with the potential for good fortune. The three demon kings and Lin Yongrong were gathered together. They were the ones who had instigated this beast tide. As the masterminds behind the scenes, they were fully aware of the beast tide's movements. In fact, the wild forest wolf king's howl nearly sent Lin Yongrong, a Foundation establishment cultivator, flying. If the soul-stealing gray python hadn't helped Lin Yongrong stabilize himself, a howl and the shockwave would have severely injured him. The Wolf King sensed the death of the early-stage second-tier wild forest wolf, which was why it suddenly howled. The ironclad thunder ape was even more concerned about the Lin family's movements, as its three cubs were very likely killed by them. 1,000 cliffs. Lin Yongmao continuously killed first-tier demonic beasts, collecting the valuable carcasses and flesh, while burying the rest underground as fertilizer for his spirit fields. Most of the first-tier demonic beasts had been killed, but the luck beast still hadn't appeared. Suddenly, a grayish-brown rabbit caught Lin Yongmao's attention. This grayish-brown rabbit was too ordinary. It didn't possess any demonic beast aura whatsoever, looking exactly like a common wild rabbit. But it was precisely this that aroused Lin Yongmao's suspicion. How could an ordinary wild rabbit possibly survive among a group of first-tier demonic beasts? Lin Yongmao used the vision of a wild grass to examine its information using the attribute panel. Moon-toed rabbit. Rank, Early Stage 1. Attributes, None. Talent, Aura of Fortune. Description: a rare species of heaven and earth, a primordial spirit beast formed by the fusion of the lunar essence and the bloodline of an ancient immortal toad. During lunar eclipses, this beast inhales and exhales chaotic purple energy, its breathing patterns subtly mirroring the celestial orbits, thus being considered a manifestation of fortune. Found it. Lin Yongmao was secretly delighted and quickly activated the plants and trees as soldiers formation. A vine formed a cage, capturing the grayish-brown rabbit. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this was all a disguise for this spirit beast of fortune. Water arrow technique. Lin Yongmao cast a small spell, and a stream of water washed away all the mud in disguise from the moon-toad rabbit. The moon-toad rabbit's true form was finally revealed to Lin Yongmao. So cute! Closer inspection reveals that the moon-toad rabbit has only 3 legs, yet this does not hinder its agility in the slightest. If it were to appear before humans in this form, it would surely arouse the covetousness of human cultivators. No wonder it employs such disguise. The moment Lin Yongmao saw it, he knew this was one of the spirit beasts he would contract. Leaving aside its luck attribute, its appearance alone made it worth keeping. However, the moon-toad rabbit's current cultivation level is only at the early stage of the first rank, so the increase in luck points won't be significant. The moon-toad rabbit saw Lin Yongmao, its sapphire eyes filled with great confusion. Soon, the confusion in its eyes turned into anger. The little rabbit suddenly burst out cursing, "You big idiot, let me out! Let me out! You big idiot, let me out! Let me out!" Lin Yongmao was shocked. This moon-toed rabbit could actually speak human language, and even beautiful Chinese. It was known that only third-tier demonic beasts could speak human language, equivalent to a golden core cultivator in humans. Truly a beast of destiny. Lin Yongmao wasn't about to let this rabbit get away with it. He slapped it on the head. "Don't touch me. If you hit me, you'll be punished. I'm a beast of destiny. You absolutely can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be unlucky for life." The moon-toed rabbit chattered incessantly. Lin Yongmao knew that unless one possessed extraordinary luck, one should never kill a beast of destiny, or one would truly be unlucky for life. Lin Yongmao smiled. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just lock you up here and make you mine and grow herbs every day, doing the hardest work." Hearing Lin Yongmao's threat, the moon-toed rabbit adopted a defiant posture, slumping to the ground and closing its eyes. It muttered, "Then just kill me. I want to die." Lin Yongmao was speechless, then roughly ruffled the soft rabbit's fur. He couldn't use the spirit binding contract yet, not because of problems with his divine sense or mental strength, but because he didn't have enough essence blood. During the chi refining stage, Lin Yongmao used 2 drops of essence blood on the world tree sapling and the gold-eating beast, Little Pine. Lin Yongmao wouldn't tolerate the moon-toed rabbit's mischief. He summoned Little Pine from the small spirit stone mine. "Xiaosong, from now on, you'll take this guy with you when you mine. Just use him as your helper, let him do all the dirty and hard work." The moon-toed rabbit showed a pitiful, almost human-like expression, crying out, "No! Kill the rabbit! Equals!" Lin Yongmao simply waved his hand, signaling the gold-eating beast Xiaosong to take it away. From then on, Xiaosong had an extra task. Besides mining every day, he also needed to guard this rabbit that was always trying to escape. Thousand Cliffs returned to its long-lost tranquility. The golden rooster crowed at dawn, and the sun rose in the east. Lin Yongmao then grabbed the moon-toed rabbit. "From now on, you'll be called Black Slave. It suits you quite well." The moon-toed rabbit struggled desperately. "No. Please. No. Degree, even calling me Little White is fine, or White Cloud. Black Slave clearly doesn't suit my temperament." The moon-toed rabbit was utterly dissatisfied with this name. Lin Yongmao smiled, "Blame it on you being too late. Someone's already called White Cloud." White Cloud was the name Lin Yongmao had given to the 1,000-year cloud mist tea. Tears welled up in the moon-toed rabbit's eyes and splattered onto the ground. It felt wronged and desperately wanted to escape. This human before it was utterly despicable. Lin Yongmao grabbed the moon-toed rabbit by the scruff of its neck, examining its innate abilities. Aura of Luck. Within the aura's range, the luck value of nearby creatures is increased. Current aura range, 1 meter in diameter. Current luck value increase, 10. This talent is truly impressive. Lin Yongmao's luck value was originally 17 points, but after the increase of 10 points, it became 27 points. He thought to himself, "System, I need to sign in. He. Let go of this rabbit. Since you know I'm your lucky star, you should treat me well." The moon-toed rabbit looked like a lonely, unparalleled master. Lin Yongmao gave it a few sharp raps on the head, then, after thinking for a moment, took out some spirit herbs. "Spirit dew grass, want some? Even if I starve to death here today, I won't eat a single thing from you," the moon-toed rabbit slave vowed. Lin Yongmao tossed the spirit dew grass to the gold-eating beast, Xiaosong. "Here, Xiaosong, eat some more. This spirit dew grass has no seeds left, every little bit you eat is one less." Xiaosong swallowed the spirit dew grass whole. This spirit dew grass was incredibly delicious, very juicy, each seed like a grape, sweet and sour. The spirit dew grass was even more translucent, like pearls. Lin Yongmao smiled, then casually tossed out a spirit dew grass. The moon-toed rabbit rushed over and stuffed it into its mouth. The moon-toed rabbit's 3 legs moved erratically, looking quite adorable. So fragrant. Moon-toed rabbit, understood, black slave. As expected, according to Sue Lizzie, the manager of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, simply applying the powder of the demon saliva grass to the body would cause it to emit the aura of a fourth-tier demon beast. Lin Yuqing had the same question. This road was essentially a trade route for the Lingbao Pavilion, so the risk level was relatively low. The scenery before Lin Yuqing and Lin Jing suddenly opened up before them. Add to that the humid and hot environment, the mosquitoes and venomous beasts. A moment's carelessness could lead to poisoning. And if you added to that the complete absence of others, the loneliness would be unbearable for most. Fortunately, Lin Yuqing had Lin Jing by his side. Alone, there would be no one to look after him. The spiritual energy here was significantly denser than in Xingyang, likely due to the presence of more underground spiritual veins. Lin Jing's suggestion was, of course, for Lin Yuqing's sake. Lin Yuqing had taken care of him years ago, and he had always remembered that kindness. Lin Yuqing shook his head. No need. Let's go together. We don't know the general cultivation level of the cultivators here. Your cultivation is only at the 9th level of the qi refining stage. If you encounter a higher level cultivator, you might not make it back. The village was small, with about a dozen households. Occasionally, people could be seen walking by, all of them cultivators. Surprisingly, no ordinary people were seen. Lin Yuqing's eyes scanned the area, finally settling on a child at the village entrance. The child showed no cultivation, likely because she hadn't yet awakened her powers. He wasn't worried about encountering any powerful cultivators hiding their strength. Lin Yuqing had consumed a considerable amount of thousand-year cloud mist tea, and his spiritual sense was far superior to that of cultivators of the same level. Lin Yuqing walked over, bent down, and offered what he thought was a kind and friendly smile. Little sister. Degree. There are human traffickers. I don't want to be kidnapped. Lin Yuqing's smile froze. The little girl's voice was very loud, immediately attracting the attention of many villagers, but they merely glanced at the scene and smiled knowingly. It was obvious they usually used the guise of human traffickers to scare her. It was absolutely terrifying for the little girl. Little sister, brother will give you candy. Without anyone noticing, Lin Jing took out a string of candied hawthorns from his storage bag and smiled as he handed it to the little girl. However, seeing that the candied hawthorns were unharmed, they dispersed. Now that you've eaten brother's candy, can you tell brother how to get to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion? Lin Jing asked. The little girl's eyes sparkled. She had a large hawthorn in her mouth, licking the sugar coating as she mumbled. Lin Yuqing's embarrassment was evident on his face. He and Lin Jing were barely different ages, yet he addressed her as someone of a higher generation. The man in coarse linen clothes clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Fellow Taoists, I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. My daughter is too young and has caused you trouble. He asked, you two are from out of town, aren't you? Lin Yuqing nodded, making no attempt to conceal his identity. Lin Yuqing thought to himself, it seems my luck is pretty good, perhaps exchanging foundation establishment cultivators will go smoothly. Lin Yuqing asked, fellow Taoist, could you tell me how to get to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion? We're new here and would like to purchase some cultivation resources. Thank you. Lin Yuqing clasped his hands in a fist salute, then left with Lin Jing. They headed north. After Lin Yuqing and Lin Jing left, the farmer and the woman began to talk. Although the woman was dressed in coarse cloth, her beautiful face was still undeniable. Husband, their origins are unknown. Could there be a problem? The man shook his head slightly. The fierce-looking man among them exudes murderous intent, and his cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage. It's clear that many demonic beasts or cultivators have lost their lives to him. The woman nodded and smiled, approving of her husband's wisdom. A massive city appeared before them, the entire city composed of bricks and stones of a special material, a material used for refining magical artifacts. Lin Yuqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, this place not only has sturdy city walls but also protective formations. Lin Yuqing, then the people in the city. The rules in Yangcheng are very strict, which largely ensures the city's security. Compared to Qingyang, Yangcheng is indeed much safer, murder and robbery are rare. Lin Yuqing didn't hide anything and simply hummed in agreement. In that case, you'll need to undergo a test here. What test? Lin Yuqing frowned slightly. What kind of test? The guard on duty replied, naturally, it's to test whether you're actually transformed demon beasts. Lin Jing swallowed hard, because he knew that demon beasts could only transform at the 4th rank. Could there have been 4th rank demon beasts here? That's equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. Lin Yuqing and Lin Jing were led to a small tent near the city gate. This small tent was where the guards usually rested. Inside, there was a small array. This array was used to detect whether those entering it possessed demon beast blood. Lin Yuqing was speechless. This array seemed like a pointless exercise. Why would a true transformation stage demon beast obey the guard's orders and enter this formation? This indicated that they were both ordinary cultivators. Excuse me, but after paying the spirit stones, you may enter the city. There was the Danxiang Pavilion, specializing in elixirs. The Lingfu Pavilion, specializing in talismans. Each shop had its own unique characteristics, and cultivators were constantly coming and going. Lin Yuqing didn't choose to enter, but instead searched for the location of the Lingbao Pavilion. Finally, at the end of the street, he saw the sign for Lingbao Pavilion. This Lingbao Pavilion wasn't the largest shop, but it was still much larger than those in Xingyang City. It had 4 floors. The higher the floor, the higher the grade of cultivation resources. Selling everything would only harm you. Lin Yuqing led Lin Jing into the Lingbao Pavilion, and a servant immediately came to greet them. Seniors, what would you like to buy? The servant in charge of reception was also a qi refining stage 3 cultivator, young but quite polite and efficient. Only then did Lin Yuqing and Lin Jing have time to examine the first floor of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The cultivation resources on the first floor were quite common, but the quality was excellent, such as the antidote pill in the display case before them. It was a high-grade, first-tier item, priced at 20 low-grade spirit stones. Compared to other shops, even those specializing in elixirs, this was considered high quality and inexpensive. 1,000 Cliffs. Lin Yongmao had just finished his cultivation. He had already cultivated the Azure Wood technique to the 7th level, corresponding to the 7th level of the qi refining stage. Lin Yongmao's soul had been transmigrated here for over 4 months. In these 4 months, he had cultivated from the 4th level of the qi refining stage to the 7th level, a speed far exceeding that of cultivators with heavily spiritual root aptitude. This was all thanks to his abundant supply of elixirs. Of course, the Xianling body forging technique also played a role. After cultivating to the 2nd level, Lin Yongmao's meridians were significantly strengthened, greatly enhancing his aptitude. After completing his cultivation, Lin Yongmao first checked in. Black slave, come here right now. Lin Yongmao shouted. Immediately, a figure as white as a celestial jade plate darted out, displaying a fawning expression. Did you eat some more spirit dew grass? All you think about is eating. Lin Yongmao pulled the moon-toed rabbit black slave into his arms, then silently chanted, System, I want to check in. He then carefully inspected the condition of 1,000 Cliffs. The moon-toed rabbit rolled its eyes and immediately feigned death, its 3 legs still kicking. Just kill me then. Of course, this was just Lin Yongmao joking, he was simply teasing the moon-toed rabbit. This approach was still too dangerous. If it attracted 3rd-level demonic beasts, the all plants are soldiers formation alone might not be enough to trap and kill them, and they might even end up burning themselves. Lin Yongmao used sword soulgrass leaves to kill the demonic beasts within the 1,000 Cliff area one by one, and then extracted the valuable materials from their bodies. There was no reason to refuse these freebies delivered to his doorstep. Remembering that Black Slave mingled among first-tier demonic beasts, Lin Yongmao asked. The moon-toed rabbit obediently nodded. Lin Yongmao asked several questions in succession. These were questions he was very concerned about, as they concerned what cultivation level he needed to become invincible in Xingyang. If there were many 3rd-tier demonic beasts, then he would need at least the nascent soul stage cultivation. If there were 4th-tier transformation stage demonic beasts, then even if he cultivated to the nascent soul stage, he couldn't guarantee an easy victory. He would need to be at least a whole realm higher. The moon-toed rabbit's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lin Yongmao's head. The moon-toed rabbit's words were like a bombshell, shaking Lin Yongmao to his core. At that point, it's impossible to distinguish between a demonic beast and a human. Only specific formations and spiritual artifacts can detect it. Seeing Lin Yongmao's alarmed expression, the moon-toed rabbit looked gloating, only to be met with another sharp reprimand from Lin Yongmao. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. That fourth-tier demonic beast is just at the most crucial stage of its transformation. Demonic beasts cultivate differently from humans. Once they go into seclusion, it takes at least 10 years. The moon-toed rabbit didn't want to be beaten up, so it quickly told the truth. Hearing this, Lin Yongmao felt much relieved. Give him over 10 years, and he'll be fully developed. Even if a fourth-tier demonic beast attacks the Lin family, then he should be able to put up a fight. Lin Yongmao put the moon-toed rabbit down and suddenly asked, "You seem to have one more question you haven't answered?" Lin Yongmao was very interested in the origins of this lucky spirit beast. The moon-toed rabbit stammered, seemingly unwilling to speak, but it couldn't resist Lin Yongmao's coercion and enticement. Before the moon-toed rabbit could finish speaking, Lin Yongmao gave it several more sharp raps on the head. "You call yourself a rabbit lord?" The moon-toed rabbit looked extremely aggrieved, tears welling in its deep blue eyes. "I finally escaped from the dark abyss." The dark abyss. But the dark abyss is different. No monster has ever escaped from the dark abyss, so people have basically ignored it. However, once a cultivator enters the dark abyss to explore, there is only one outcome: disappearance. Permanently vanished from this world. Unexpectedly, the moon-toed rabbit, a spirit beast of destiny before him, actually escaped from the dark abyss. It seems the dark abyss is also a potential danger. "What's in the dark abyss?" Lin Yongmao asked. Oh. Lin Yongmao's words sent a chill down the moon-toed rabbit's spine, nearly causing it to lose its balance and fall. "Will eating the flesh of a Chiluk spirit beast increase your luck?" "Don't eat the rabbit. Rabbits are so cute, how can you eat a rabbit?" The moon-toed rabbit kept pleading and begging, hoping Lin Yongmao would spare it. It knew it was trapped in this broken formation, its life entirely in the hands of this human. Lin Yongmao did indeed consider eating rabbit meat. System notification: the host's current physical body cannot bear the karmic consequences of killing a spirit beast of luck. Killing a spirit beast of luck is not recommended. The Shinong sign-in system was also worried that Lin Yongmao would make a mistake, so it issued the warning. Eating spirit beasts of luck to increase his own luck value was also unrealistic. The system had already warned him that his current physique couldn't bear the karmic consequences. So, this was the only way. Lin Yongmao planned to carefully feed this moon-toed rabbit. As the moon-toed rabbit's cultivation level increased, the range of its luck aura would expand, and the increase in luck value would also be higher. That's what he thought, and that's what he did. Spirit dew grass was limited, but spirit-nourishing grass was plentiful. Lin Yongmao kept stuffing food into the moon-toed rabbit's mouth, muttering, "Grow up quickly, grow up quickly." The moon-toed rabbit's cheeks bulged as it diligently digested the spiritual herbs and fruits Lin Yongmao offered. The red berry tree produced a great many fruits, hanging from the branches like tiny lanterns. Lin Yongmao had already told the gold-eating beast, Xiao Song, that it could eat these spiritual herbs and fruits freely. Now, the moon-toed rabbit, the black slave, received the same treatment. Inside the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in Yang City, Lin Yuqing and Lin Jing glanced at the beautiful woman, and were immediately captivated, a normal reaction for most men. The woman appeared to be in her early 30s, but time had left no trace on her face. Instead, it had enhanced her mature charm. Her smile was enchanting, her eyes sparkling. Lin Jing, young and vigorous, couldn't tear her eyes away after just one glance. Lin Yuqing, being married, reluctantly averted his gaze. Lin Yuqing was slightly surprised. Aside from her beautiful face, this woman was actually a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, a minor realm higher than him. Upon closer reflection, the Yangcheng branch of Lingbao Pavilion was far more prestigious than the Qingyang branch, indicating a significant difference in their status. How could they possibly be old flames? Fellow Taoist, you are too kind. I was introduced by manager Su Lizzie. This is a letter he asked me to give you. Lin Yuqing patted his storage pouch, and a letter appeared in his hand. The envelope bore the unique seal of Lingbao Pavilion. She scanned the contents of the letter with her divine sense, so her reading speed was extremely fast. She finished reading the entire letter in less than a minute. Li Qianyang seemed to have cultivated some kind of alluring secret art. Every smile and gesture exuded boundless charm. Su Lizzie became the manager of the Qingyang Lingbao Pavilion branch based on his refined and scholarly demeanor, but Li Qianyang was even more extraordinary. There was a reason why Lingbao Pavilion became the largest merchant guild on the entire continent, and this was evident in its personnel management. Oh. Foundation building pills, do you have them here? The second floor, though smaller than the first, was more elegantly furnished. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuqing spoke up, "Managerly, I need many foundation establishment pills, not just one." Li Qianyang's beautiful eyes lit up with joy, but she still asked, "Fellow Taoist, I must inform you that a low-grade foundation establishment pill costs 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, a mid-grade costs 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, and a high-grade costs 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The foundation establishment pill is an essential resource for cultivators, and its price has always been high. Even in Yang City, where it's not monopolized by any shop, its price is still beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators." Lin Yuqing pondered. Although the price was extremely high, it was still quite reasonable compared to the foundation establishment pills he had exchanged at the Qinglan sect. Lin Yuqing chuckled, "Managerly, you flatter me. Manager Su and I have been old friends for many years. I know that Lingbao Pavilion offers high-quality goods at reasonable prices, so I will definitely choose you." He changed the subject. "I just don't know what the difference is between the three qualities of foundation establishment pills, that the prices differ so much." The classification of pill quality is actually the same as the quality of spirit stones. Besides the pill toxins, the medicinal effects are also different. Take a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots as an example. The probability of achieving foundation establishment with a low-grade foundation establishment pill is 20%, with a mid-grade foundation establishment pill it's 40%, and with a high-grade foundation establishment pill it's 80%. After digesting and absorbing this information, Lin Yuqing began a long period of contemplation. Lin Yuqing spoke, "Managerly, I need 10 mid-grade foundation establishment pills and 1 high-grade foundation establishment pill." Even the experienced businesswoman Li Qianyang's beautiful eyes widened. This was truly a large transaction. However, she was still unsure. "Fellow Taoist, this is no small sum." She phrased it rather tactfully, but in reality, she wanted to verify Lin Yuqing's financial standing. "Oh? What kind of spiritual plant?" Spiritual plants have a wide range of uses, including brewing wine, refining pills, and cultivation. They have always been a valuable commodity in the cultivation world. Ordinary spiritual plants are fine, but once they reach 100 or 1,000 years old, their price increases exponentially, sometimes even becoming priceless. Lin Yuqing carefully took out several jade boxes from his storage bag and lined them up. "That's right, these are 8,000-year-old purple jade fruits. I wonder how many spirit stones Managerly thinks these are worth." A 1,000-year-old spiritual plant is equivalent to a third-tier material, and its price is far higher than that of a foundation establishment pill. Li Qianyang began to carefully examine the 8,000-year-old purple jade fruits. The peels had completely turned jade-like, and judging from the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from them, they were indeed 1,000-year-old purple jade fruits. Using specialized testing tools, Li Qianyang meticulously examined the fruit before finally feeling completely at ease. She parted her red lips slightly. "It is indeed a 1,000-year purple jade fruit. Our Lingbao Pavilion is willing to offer 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per fruit for its purchase. Would you be willing, fellow Taoist?" Lin Yuqing pondered for a moment, then replied, "No problem." "Very well, let's proceed with the transaction. The 10 mid-grade foundation establishment pills you need will cost 40,000 low-grade spirit stones, and the 1 high-grade foundation establishment pill will cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The 8,000-year purple jade fruits will cost 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting these costs, I will prepare an additional 30,000 low-grade spirit stones for you." Lin Yuqing readily agreed. Lin Yuan's resources weren't originally enough to purchase so many foundation establishment pills, he was only able to do so thanks to Lin Yongmao. The price of the 1,000-year-old spiritual plant was outrageously high. Besides the large number of foundation establishment pills, they even had a surplus of spirit stones. Lin Yuqing successfully completed the transaction with Li Chunyang before leaving the spirit treasure pavilion with Lin Jing. Lin Jing looked reluctant to leave, clearly her mind was still on the alluring Li Chunyang. Lin Yuqing cursed inwardly, he'd even forgotten to haggle when buying the foundation establishment pills. She really is a vixen. Lin Yongrong had returned. The soul-snatching grey python still resided within his body, concealing its aura as much as possible. Lin Yongrong moved with light steps, his cultivation had long since reached the foundation establishment realm. At this moment, he stood outside the Cloud Heaven Spirit Formation. Lin Yuan was leading a group of younger cultivators from his clan on patrol. Whenever a demonic beast attempted to attack the formation, he had to lead the clan's cultivators to intervene. If demonic beasts were allowed to attack the formation unchecked, the damage to the formation and the consumption of spirit stones would be far too great. This scene was constantly playing out in other clan territories. Yongrong, is that you? Lin Yuan suddenly saw a familiar figure. He had initially assumed his son was in seclusion, but unexpectedly, he found him within the formation. Lin Yongrong nodded and called out, "Father, it's me." As a foundation establishment cultivator, Lin Yuan sensed Lin Yongrong's aura. His son had actually achieved foundation establishment. This was utterly unbelievable. He knew his son's situation perfectly well. Just a few months ago, he was only at the 7th level of qi refining. How could he have suddenly reached foundation establishment? With his son's 3 spiritual roots, his cultivation speed couldn't possibly be this fast. Moreover, the key was that he didn't have a foundation establishment pill. How could he achieve foundation establishment without one? Father, how serious is the beast tide our Lin family is facing? Lin Yongrong asked. He was still his own consciousness at this point. Although the soul-snatching grey python resided within Lin Yongrong's body, it dared not readily take over his body to conceal its demonic aura. Lin Yuan originally wanted to ask why Lin Yongrong had been able to establish his foundation, but seeing so many other family members around, he held back. However, this was not the case. Lin Yuma possessed exceptional talent and had already cultivated to the mid-foundation establishment stage. This was a minor realm, higher than Lin Yuan's cultivation level. Thousand Cliffs lacked the protection of the family's Cloud Heaven Spirit Array, and Lin Yangmo's father had temporarily left the Lin family. Now was his best chance to strike. With his current foundation establishment stage strength, coupled with his cultivated secret techniques, he was confident he could completely kill Lin Yongmao. In Lin Yongrong's heart, Lin Yongmao was like a thorn, deeply embedded in his soul. Lin Yuma and Lin Yongrong both stepped out of the Cloud Heaven Spirit Array and sped towards the direction where the demonic beasts were most numerous. Lin Yuma nodded. He felt that Lin Yongrong was acting strangely, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Lin Yuma headed towards the area with the most demonic beasts, a flying sword in his hand, his aura as a foundation establishment cultivator surging forth. Lin Yongrong, on the other hand, slowly headed towards Thousand Cliffs. Thousand Cliffs. Lin Yongrong was in this situation, he couldn't find the entrance to Thousand Cliffs and had no idea where Lin Yongma was. Lin Yongrong called out to the soul-snatching grey python in his sea of consciousness, "Senior, do you have any way to get in?" The soul-snatching grey python replied calmly, "It's just an ordinary first-tier formation. It can be broken by brute force." Lin Yongrong almost forgot that he was already a foundation establishment cultivator, so he quickly circulated his spiritual energy. Blood Soul Guidance. Lin Yongrong directly used a secret technique from his cultivated Blood Soul technique, his strongest killing move. Blood Soul Guidance could temporarily enhance one's strength, even enabling combat beyond one's level, but it came at a price. That was burning one's life force, which directly affected one's lifespan. Lin Yongrong's eyes filled with bloodlust, turning crimson, and an exceptionally strong pressure emanated from him. His flying sword also began to be covered with a layer of crimson light. Under Lin Yongrong's control, the flying sword pierced directly into the mist. As long as there was vegetation nearby, his consciousness could perceive the surrounding situation. If someone suddenly attacked, he would definitely sense it as long as they entered the range of the all grass and trees or soldiers formation. Lin Yongmao's gaze followed the vegetation and immediately spotted Lin Yongrong outside Thousand Cliffs. It's him? He actually delivered himself to my doorstep. But something's not right. How did he already reach the foundation establishment stage? Lin Yongmao was utterly shocked. Even with his cheat-like abilities, he hadn't reached the foundation establishment stage in such a short time. How could Lin Yongrong have advanced to the foundation establishment stage ahead of time? Lin Yongrong must be hiding a secret. Looking at the red light in his eyes, there was a distinctly bloodthirsty and evil aura. Could it be that he's cultivated some kind of secret technique? Such a technique must come at a great cost, otherwise, how could he possibly break through several levels in just a few months? And even break through a major realm. That means the gap between the two is now enormous. Lin Yongmao's current thought is that he'd rather die than leave the formation. He has no idea what's going on with Lin Yongrong. He dares not act rashly. Under Lin Yongrong's control, the blood-red flying sword weaved through the mist. Several spiritual plants had already been damaged, but fortunately, some rare ones escaped unscathed. Although Lin Yongmao had resolved never to venture out, he wouldn't simply sit idly by. The plant and tree soldier formation, under his control, began its full defensive maneuver, thick walls of trees forming, several large trees creating a sturdy barrier. The flying sword was merely an ordinary low-grade magic weapon, but under the control of Lin Yongrong, who possessed foundation establishment cultivation, it was formidable. Furthermore, Lin Yongrong had also employed the secret technique, Blood Soul Guidance. Blood Soul Guidance could unleash significantly greater power in a short time, proving extremely useful in combat. The blood-red flying sword struck the wall formed by the trees, leaving deep marks. While the trees couldn't completely block the flying sword's attack, they effectively slowed its advance. Lin Yongmao thought to himself, it seems I need to plant more spiritual plants known for their defensive capabilities. He currently lacks various types of spiritual plant seeds, so the full power of the all plants or soldiers formation cannot yet be fully revealed. For example, the formation's defensive function could be further enhanced if strong iron trees were planted within the Thousand Cliffs area. Although Lin Yongrong couldn't see through the mist, he sensed the significant obstacles he encountered. It's inside. The soul-stealing grey python watched Lin Yongrong's attack without offering any assistance. It also sensed the unusual nature of the place. As for Lin Yongmao, whom Lin Yongrong had repeatedly mentioned, the soul-stealing grey python had seen him before and even detected the aura of the ironclad thunder ape on him. It guessed that the 3 young ironclad thunder apes had likely died at this man's hands. Last time, its attack was a mental attack, yet the chi refining stage cultivator had managed to withstand it without dying. This cliff is truly strange, it's clearly protected by a specialized formation. Although it was a third-tier demonic beast, it had lost its physical body and was residing within Lin Yongrong's body, thus unable to fully unleash the combat power of a third-tier demonic beast. Now that he had found his target, Lin Yongrong's attacks became even more ferocious. He intended to finish the battle quickly. Because while the Blood Soul Guide could temporarily boost combat power, it also consumed a great deal of energy, and there would be a period of weakness afterward. The towering trees in Thousand Cliffs had already been shattered by the flying swords. It's worth mentioning that although these were ordinary trees, under the control of the all grass and trees or soldiers formation, they could still exert considerable power. Once the formation's defensive capabilities were dispelled, Lin Yongrong could indeed break through the mist, breaking the first-tier illusionary formation, and enter Thousand Cliffs. Phantom Heart Pollen. The pollen is colorless and odorless, so fine as to be almost imperceptible, and in many situations, it is even more effective than sword soul grass. The phantom heart flower powder spreads with the wind, its target being Lin Yongrong, who is attacking from outside. The illusionary heart flower has been cultivated for a long time. Although it won't grow into a century-old spiritual plant within a few months, its effects are undeniable. With age, the pollen's influence will become even stronger. When the illusionary heartflower pollen touched Lin Yongrong, the red in his eyes gradually faded, and the blood soul guidance automatically dissipated. The blood red in his eyes turned into a pale blue, the very color of the illusionary heartflower. The soul-stealing gray python's spiritual body within his sea of consciousness was also affected, its consciousness becoming as chaotic as Lin Yongrong's. Damn it, what is this thing? The soul-stealing gray python's consciousness began to spiral out of control, its inner desires constantly amplified. This kind of mental attack is the most deadly. Once controlled, it's very difficult to break free. At least for now, Lin Yongrong was unable to escape. Even though he was currently a Foundation establishment cultivator, his consciousness had long been clouded by desire. Power, fame, wealth, strength. And once succumbed, in the real world, you are nothing more than a fish on the chopping block. Lin Yongmao seized this opportunity, intending to kill him decisively and end this feud once and for all. As long as he killed Lin Yongrong, he would have no qualms about protecting his family. The leaves of the sword soul grass, like sharp swords, unleashed their sword light and flew towards Lin Yongrong's neck. Unlike Lin Yongmao, Lin Yongrong had not cultivated a body refining technique. His physical strength was only at the level of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. What happened? It turned out that the one who recovered from the illusion first was not Lin Yongrong, but the soul-snatching gray python. The soul-snatching gray python is a Tier 3 early-stage demonic beast, specifically a mental-type demonic beast, particularly adept at mental attacks. The illusionary heartflower, after all, hasn't reached its 100-year maturity, and its illusionary effect isn't yet significant. Furthermore, the soul-snatching gray python's mental power is too strong, and it quickly broke free from the illusion. Immediately, it awakened Lin Yongrong, who was still trapped in the illusion. As he retreated, he patted his storage bag, and a shield half his height appeared in his right hand. The shield was made of refined iron and was also a high-grade magic weapon. This was a defensive magic weapon given to him by his mother, Han Yuxiu, and was extremely valuable. The Li-shaped flying sword struck the refined iron shield, leaving only a shallow white mark. The problem still lies in the young age of the sword soul grass. If it were to grow to 100 years old, it could easily shatter a high-grade magic weapon, the refined iron shield. Based on a 100 to 1 time ratio, the sword soul grass would only need 1 year to reach its 100-year age. However, Lin Yongmao's soul hadn't been in the cultivation world for even a year. Although Lin Yongmao had already killed 3 second-tier demonic beasts using formations, Lin Yongrong before him was clearly far more terrifying. In Lin Yongrong's sea of consciousness, senior, requesting support. A hazy gray gas slowly formed, and a large gray-brown python appeared in the very center of Lin Yongrong's sea of consciousness. Within Lin Yongrong's sea of consciousness, the tangible yet intangible spirit of the soul-snatching gray python slowly materialized, radiating a powerful aura. This time, it made no attempt to conceal its presence, preparing to lend a helping hand. Perhaps, this was a rare opportunity. If it relied solely on Lin Yongrong, even with his Foundation establishment stage, he wouldn't be able to successfully enter Thousand Cliffs. Lin Yongrong relaxed, a gray glint flashing in his eyes, his entire demeanor instantly transforming. But now, his aura had become sinister, especially his eyes, meeting his gaze felt like being stared at by a venomous snake. Lin Yongrong leaped into the mist, forcing his way through. Lin Yongmao concentrated his divine sense to its limit, urging the surrounding vegetation to act as a barrier. Thorns and vines sprang up wildly, their target Lin Yongrong in the mist. This person is strange. Lin Yongmao had already sensed something amiss. This person didn't seem to be Lin Yongrong. Lin Yongmao's divine sense had long since reached the early Foundation establishment stage, and he even showed signs of breaking through to the middle stage at any moment. On Lin Yongrong, Lin Yongmao sensed an aura that didn't belong to him, an aura that seemed to emanate from a high-level demonic beast. Possession? The term immediately flashed through Lin Yongmao's mind. He knew about possession. In a sense, his soul transmigrating to the cultivation world was also a form of possession of the original body. Thorns and vines grew wildly. To maximize the power of the all plants and trees as soldiers formation, Lin Yongmao had deliberately planted many plants with this characteristic. Lin Yongrong advanced through the mist, constantly being trapped by the thorns and vines, yet easily breaking free each time. Ordinary thorns and vines couldn't trap the early Foundation establishment stage Lin Yongrong, and the person before him, controlled by a demonic beast, could unleash power far exceeding that of an early Foundation establishment stage cultivator. Lin Yongmao was frantic. This couldn't go on. Once the spiritual plants and vegetation on Thousand Cliff were depleted, the all plants and trees as soldiers formation would dissipate. Without the formation's assistance, with his 7th level Qi refining cultivation, he was no match for Lin Yongrong. What should he do now? Cold sweat began to pour from Lin Yongmao's back. He had always adhered to the principles of survival, never leaving the family lightly, never causing trouble, yet trouble had still found him. The current crisis, like the last one, far exceeded his expectations. But the system never provided him with direct means of attack. Instead, it offered information related to or cultivating spirit plants. Now, it was time to figure out how to use these resources in battle. The more critical the moment, the more crucial calm thinking becomes. Currently, his primary offensive methods are the illusionary heartflower and the sword soulgrass, but even under the control of the plant and tree soldier formation, these two spiritual plants cannot kill the enemy. If these two spiritual plants cannot, then ordinary plants are even less likely to succeed. World Tree Sapling, Spirit Gathering Ancient Well, Small Spirit Stone Vein, Millennial Purple Jade Fruit Tree, Millennial Cloud Mist Tea Tree, Centennial Hemostatic Vine, 50-year-old Red Berry Tree, Centennial Red Jade Mushroom. None of these possess offensive capabilities. Lin Yongmao even considered the gold-eating beast Little Pine and the moon-toad rabbit Black Slave. But luck-based spirit beasts lack offensive capabilities, and the gold-eating beast Little Pine is only at the first tier, 8th level. Its role in the battle would be minimal. The situation is critical now, and there's no time to worry about such things. Spirit Wood Technique. Lin Yongmao cast the Spirit Wood Technique on the 1,000-year-old Purple Jade Fruit Tree and the 1,000-year-old Cloud Mist Tea Tree. This spell and array simultaneously affected both ancient spiritual plants. The characteristics and potential of the 1,000-year-old Cloud Mist Tea Tree were activated, continuously generating clouds and mist. Vast clouds of smoke and mist surged forth, possessing no offensive power, yet completely covering the entire Thousand Cliffs, utterly obscuring vision. Moreover, even divine sense could not penetrate this mist. Any mental attack would be rendered stagnant, its effectiveness greatly reduced. Lin Yongmao had considered this situation. The enemy lurking in the shadows might possess a powerful mental attack. He guessed that the mental attack he had encountered last time was related to the Lin Yongrong before him. Lin Yongrong was trapped within the dense mist. Unless he found and destroyed the 1,000-year-old Cloud Mist Tea Tree, he would find it difficult to break through this thick fog. Alternatively, a powerful wind attribute spell could be used to temporarily disperse the clouds and mist. Another, Spirit Wood spell, was cast, this time targeting the 1,000-year-old Purple Jade Fruit Tree. The 1,000-year-old Purple Jade Fruit's characteristic is its abundance of spiritual energy, which can help cultivators improve their cultivation and also provide energy for the formation. A thin, pale purple energy shield formed, enveloping most of the area where Lin Yongmao was located, instantly turning Thousand Cliff into an impenetrable fortress. Having done all this, Lin Yongmao finally felt much more at ease. Lin Yongmao activated the 100-year-old Red Jade Mushroom, its strong medicinal fragrance spreading far and wide. Now, attracting a large number of demonic beasts would surely alert the other members of the Lin family, and Lin Yongrong should no longer dare to attack. With most of his attack methods ineffective, he could only hope for outside help. The medicinal fragrance of the Centennial Red Jade fungus wafted out, possessing a fatal attraction for demonic beasts. Lin Yongmao, who was hunting demons, frowned upon seeing this scene. What's going on? This direction leads to Thousand Cliffs, and it seems Yongmao's spirit fields are in this direction. He immediately headed in that direction as well. There were no second-tier demonic beasts present, so he wasn't worried about encountering any danger. Lin Yongmao was stunned by the dense fog before him. He had never seen such thick fog before, and because of the obstructed view, he had no idea what was inside. He could only hear sounds of fighting coming from within. Lin Yongrong was already trapped within a combined formation of the Maze Formation and the All Plants Are Soldiers Formation. The mist emitted by the thousand-year cloud mist tea obscured his vision and blocked divine sense detection, making it impossible for Lin Yongrong to discern his location. Furthermore, he frequently bumped into energy shields, the pale purple ones that even his full-force attacks couldn't break through. The soul-stealing gray python was now regretting its reckless entry into the formation's range. Suddenly, the sound of galloping demonic beasts echoed from afar. A large group of demonic beasts was on its way. Lin Yongrong's face lit up with joy. As a third-tier demonic beast, with just a slight exertion of its power, this group of beasts would all obey its commands. Although it didn't reach the scale of a beast tide, combined, they constituted a powerful force, perhaps capable of breaking the formation. Hiss! Hiss! A serpentine hissing sound came from Lin Yongrong's mouth. Although the sound wasn't loud, it spread over a considerable distance. The approaching demonic beasts, receiving the message from the third-tier demonic beast, began to organize and become disciplined, forming a united force to attack the pale purple protective shield. Meanwhile, Lin Yongmao, inside the formation, noticed that his mid-grade spirit stones were being consumed at an increasingly rapid pace. Fortunately, he possessed a small spirit stone line, otherwise, he would have long since run out of mid-grade spirit stones. Second uncle. Lin Yuma had concealed his cultivation level. In reality, he was only at the early foundation establishment stage, something Lin Yongmao already knew. Furthermore, Lin Yuma had always been very kind to him, and Lin Yongmao had a very good impression of him. Seeing the demonic beasts break through the formation, Lin Yuma immediately understood the situation. He shouted into the formation, "Yongmao, is that you in there?" Lin Yongmao didn't respond immediately. The situation was rather awkward. If he led Lin Yuma into Thousand Cliffs, many of his secrets would be revealed to his second uncle. His parents were one thing, but he couldn't fully trust his second uncle. Fortunately, Lin Yuma wasn't in mortal danger, so he decided to leave it for now. If danger arose, he would definitely activate the formation to help. Seeing no response, Lin Yuma didn't leave immediately. Now that all the demonic beasts were here, it would be easier for him to deal with them. As for Lin Yuma and Lin Yongrong, they didn't meet. Lin Yongrong was currently trapped by the formation, and without Lin Yongmao to break it, the two couldn't communicate. However, the dense fog persisted. It was a spirit-attribute demon beast. A sudden, unexpected mental attack would be devastating, even for a golden core cultivator. But now, it felt powerless, as if stuck in a quagmire. Now it was truly a battle of attrition, a test of who would give in first. If Lin Yongmao's mid-grade spirit stones are exhausted, the thousand-year-old purple jade fruit tree will completely lose its vitality, and the formation will collapse on its own. However, if Lin Yongrong and the soul-snatching gray python run out of demonic/spiritual power, then Lin Yongmao will be the ultimate winner. The soul-snatching gray python, controlling Lin Yongrong's body, repeatedly tries to break through the pale purple shield, but that thin shield is made of energy and is inexhaustible. Although the shield deforms, it quickly recovers, becoming indistinguishable from before. With the soul-snatching gray python's spiritual body controlling Lin Yongrong's body, it can at least unleash the strength of the mid-foundation establishment stage, yet it still cannot break the formation. Lin Yongmao seems to have used some kind of secret technique to conceal his aura. The soul-snatching gray python's divine sense constantly scans the surroundings, but it cannot find any trace of Lin Yongmao. Due to the dense fog, the range of its divine sense is also extremely limited. As time passed, Lin Yongmao began to shift from defense to offense. The energy shield was no longer simply for defense, but was being used to trap the enemy. Thick clouds churned and rolled around Thousand Cliffs, the soul-stealing gray python controlling Lin Yongrong's body, emitting piercing hiss within the maze. Although the thousand-year-old purple jade fruit tree could convert spiritual energy, the rate at which spirit stones were consumed under the onslaught of the beast tide far exceeded expectations. The soul-stealing gray python was secretly annoyed. Lin Yongrong's meridians were ruptured and bleeding from excessive demonic power. Crack! The protective shield cracked with spiderweb-like fissures. Lin Yongmao felt a sweet taste in his throat, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His mind was connected to the array the array's damage caused him some backlash. Lin Yongmao quickly ran to the vicinity of the spirit-gathering ancient well, casting a spell into it. The well water, carrying pure spiritual energy, flowed into the array plate, instantly healing the cracks. The spirit-gathering ancient well continuously gushed forth mid-grade spiritual spring water, which could also be converted into pure spiritual energy. However, Lin Yongmao's face was already ashen. The soul-stealing gray python keenly detected the fluctuations in spiritual energy, its gray eyes flashing with a sinister light. Found you. Lin Yongmao's swift movement had generated astonishing spiritual energy, causing his location to be exposed. Lin Yongmao's right arm suddenly twisted and mutated, transforming into a gigantic, scaled python phantom. Taking advantage of the energy shield's incomplete solidification, the giant python's phantom pierced through the gap and lunged at the source of spiritual energy near the spirit absorption ancient well. At the critical moment, a leaf-shaped flying sword flew from Lin Yongmao's sleeve. Under the manipulation of the spirit wood technique, the leaf-shaped flying sword began to grow enormous. Originally only 10 inches long, it instantly became 50 inches. The python's phantom gnawed at the leaf-shaped flying sword, producing a piercing grinding sound and sending sparks flying. Unfortunately, it hadn't collected dung metal chi, otherwise the leaf-shaped flying sword's sharpness could have increased even further. According to the attribute panel, the evolution of the sword's soulgrass relied on dung metal chi. Just as the soul-stealing gray python was fully focused on controlling the giant python's phantom, a multitude of roots emerged from the ground, tightly binding it. These were the root systems of centuries-old and millennia-old spiritual plants. The soul-stealing gray python, sensing danger, tried to retreat, but the flying swords on its leaves transformed into a cascading river of light, shredding the python's shadow inch by inch. A mournful hiss echoed from Lin Yongrong's body. This body should now fulfill its final purpose. Blood-soul guidance. Still a secret technique that consumes life essence, Lin Yongrong's body underwent a profound transformation, his aura surging wildly in a short time, reaching the late foundation establishment stage. A crimson light erupted from his body, his hands and feet exploding, the astonishing explosive force destroying much of the roots of the millennia-old spiritual plants. Lin Yongmao felt a pang of heartache. Lin Yongmao's attribute panel immediately scanned the information of this spiritual body. Soul-stealing gray python. Rank, Tier 3 demonic beast. Attribute, mental type. Talents, soul-stealing, soul destruction. Description: the soul-stealing gray python combines a powerful physical body, deadly venom, and terrifying mental attacks, symbolizing lurking death, threats to the soul, and the test of overcoming mental fear. Its spiritual body can detach from its physical body and reside in the consciousness of cultivators and demonic beasts. Current status: spiritual parasitism, possessing Lin Yongrong's body. Weaknesses: 1. If the host's physical body collapses, the soul will weaken rapidly until a new body is found. Presumably, soul stealing is the secret technique used to parasitize Lin Yongrong. And soul destruction is the mental attack inflicted on itself last time. Lin Yongmao became even more cautious. The beast before him was a third-tier demonic beast, and an extremely rare spiritual third-tier demonic beast at that. Fortunately, this third-tier demonic beast was currently in its spiritual form, unable to unleash its full power. Otherwise, even with the all grass and trees are soldiers formation, he wouldn't have escaped being killed. The soul-stealing gray python's immediate priority was to find a new body to inhabit. Its innate secret technique, soul-stealing, could only be used 3 times. The first time, it used it on Lin Yongrong, but the fellow was uncooperative. The second time, it targeted the young cultivator who had been hiding within the formation. Once the possession is successful, the secrets belonging to this human cultivator will inevitably be lost, and all the opportunities will be his. The soul-snatching gray python had already planned it out. Having decided to abandon Lin Yongrong's body, it naturally wanted to find a better one. Lin Yongmao controlled the all grass and trees are soldiers formation, the pale purple light barrier contracting to trap the soul-snatching gray python spirit. Compared to directly facing a third-tier demonic beast, the spirit of a third-tier demonic beast was relatively less terrifying. As long as he continuously used the concealing breath technique, to hide his aura as much as possible, he wouldn't give the soul-snatching gray python a chance to launch a mental attack. Lin Yuma, outside Thousand Cliffs, heard the sounds of fighting inside. However, he dared not rashly enter the formation, and could only try to kill the ordinary demonic beasts that approached it. But this was enough, at least it relieved some of the pressure on Lin Yongmao. Lin Yuma silently prayed, "Yongmao, I hope you're safe." After using the Blood Soul Guide several times in a row, his body was already beyond its limits. Therefore, even though Lin Yongrong had already reached the foundation establishment stage, his physical attributes were inferior to those of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. Under the control of the soul-snatching gray python, his life essence was severely depleted, and his body was now completely broken. Unless a miraculous elixir could bring him back to life, even a divine physician would find it difficult to heal his wounds. Lin Yongrong coughed up blood, his face as pale as paper, his eyes dull and lifeless. His eyes were filled with resentment. He had tried so hard, yet he was always inferior to Lin Yongmao. Why did he ultimately die at his hands? Lin Yongrong's body crashed to the ground, like a tattered sack. The demon core flew towards the direction of the soul-snatching gray python's spiritual body. This was the soul-snatching gray python's spiritual body controlling him. Knowing that its spiritual body alone couldn't break the formation, the soul-snatching gray python summoned its own demon core from Lin Yongrong's dantian. Lin Yongrong had lost his usefulness, so it chose to discard him. Lin Yongmao saw through the gray python's intentions and naturally wouldn't let it have its way. He quickly manipulated the array plate of the "all plants are soldiers" formation, continuously injecting spiritual energy into the 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit tree. The 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit tree emitted a purple halo, which continuously strengthened the formation's trapping function. Layer upon layer of purple energy shields trapped the gray python's spiritual body and demon core. As long as the two didn't converge, the gray python couldn't unleash its full power. The gray python had long since begun to consider retreating. Within this formation, it knew it had no chance. How could it attack if it couldn't even find the one who set up the formation? As for breaking the formation, its current spiritual state makes brute force ineffective. Hope rests on its demon core, but that core is also trapped. Lin Yongmao is also helpless. He currently has no means to kill the soul-stealing gray python's spiritual body because he lacks any mental attack techniques. His strongest killing move is the flying sword made from the leaves of the sword soul grass, but these cannot currently obliterate the soul. Therefore, he can only target the demon core first, cutting off the soul-stealing gray python's escape route. The formation of a demon core is extremely difficult. Only third-tier beasts have the opportunity to condense one, similar to a golden core cultivator forming their core. The demon soul couldn't be destroyed yet, but the demon core was right before his eyes. The vines of the 100-year-old hemostatic vine continued to extend, binding the demon core and dragging it before Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao tightly gripped the demon core, powerful spiritual energy emanating from his palm, attempting to extinguish the violent aura emanating from it. Lin Yongmao's divine sense left his body, and after about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the demon core completely calmed down, becoming entirely solidified, and its energy form stabilized. Lin Yongmao manipulated the demon core. If he absorbed it directly, he might have a chance to reach the great perfection of the qi refining stage in a short time. However, to resolve this crisis, he directly buried the demon core beneath the world tree sapling. A strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. The world tree connects with heaven and earth, and its method of absorbing energy is extremely domineering. The world tree sapling grew approximately 6 or 7 inches taller. Suddenly, the sapling burst forth with emerald green light, and its branches and leaves visibly expanded, releasing ripples of spiritual energy with each inch of growth. As the branches and leaves unfolded, they automatically condensed into miniature vortexes of spiritual energy, swallowing up the spiritual energy overflowing from the 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit tree and the 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree. At this moment, under Lin Yongmao's control, the world tree had become the array's central hub in the entire "all plants and trees are soldiers" formation, its pale purple energy shield now covered with a layer of emerald glow, its defensive strength increasing several times over. The most astonishing thing is the world tree's leaves. The World Tree sapling originally had only 3 tender leaves, shaped like the embryonic forms of a qilin, azure dragon, and vermilion bird, respectively. Now, a new tender leaf has sprouted. Among them, the vermilion bird-shaped leaf has become increasingly clear in its patterns. The leaf's color has also turned vermilion, and a scorching aura can be felt upon close inspection. Lin Yongmao quickly checked the attribute panel. Even in its sapling stage, the World Tree already possesses 5 innate attributes: spatial barrier, law of time, coexistence with heaven and earth, spiritual plant perception, and spirituality of plants. Now, another attribute has been added: spiritual vein resonance. Spiritual vein resonance. The World Tree's root system connects to the underground spiritual veins. Within its coverage area, the speed of spiritual energy recovery and condensation increases by 50%. This effect can be controlled by the host and applied to cultivators. This innate attribute is equivalent to a miniature spirit gathering array, capable of gathering the spiritual energy of the Earth's veins, thereby improving the spiritual energy environment of the entire Thousand Cliffs. Furthermore, the speed of cultivation within this area will also increase by 50%. In combat, the boost to combat power is also very significant. Spirit Wood Technique. Lin Yongmao formed a hand seal, channeling the spell into the vermilion bird-shaped leaf on the World Tree sapling. He was connected to the World Tree's consciousness and already knew that the World Tree had begun to possess preliminary combat capabilities. A fiery red phantom of a vermilion bird leaped from the World Tree, circling in the sky for a moment before flying towards the spirit form of the soul-stealing gray python. Above the swirling fog of the Thousand Cliffs, a crimson phantom solidified from the World Tree. This was a manifestation activated by the Spirit Wood Technique. The leaves of the World Tree, enhanced by the array, transformed into the phantom of a vermilion bird, its wings unfurling as if summoning a torrent of earth fire. The phantom of the vermilion bird emitted a clear cry, spewing flames from its mouth. This was a supremely yang fire specifically designed to counter inattribute souls. The gray python opened its mouth and spewed out a poisonous mist that sizzled upon contact with the flames, instantly burning the mist into wisps of blue smoke. It was a perfect example of elemental advantage. If Lin Yongmao were to face this poisonous mist head-on with his physical body, he would be easily defeated. This was an attack combining poison and mental attributes, and the full power of a third-tier demonic beast. The collision of the supreme yang fire and the poisonous mist triggered a surge of spiritual energy, coating the purple energy shield with a crimson glow. The soul-stealing gray python unleashed another mental attack, attempting to break the mimicked vermilion bird. Mental Pierce. The crimson flames spewed by the mimicked vermilion bird also possessed a mental burning effect. Lin Yongmao crossed his arms, completely relieved. The vermilion bird's combat power was formidable, no weaker than a third-tier demonic beast, and it required virtually no command from him. As the World Tree sapling grew, the simulated divine beast's combat power would continue to increase. The vermilion bird phantom erupted in crimson flames, transforming into a furnace form, attempting to completely refine the soul-snatching gray python's spiritual form. Finally, it could no longer withstand the pressure. There was no response from within the formation. Faced with such a pleas, Lin Yongmao naturally couldn't respond. If he revealed his location, he might have to endure the soul-snatching gray python's spiritual attacks. I am willing to offer a wisp of my soul, and from now on, I will obey your commands. However, there was still no response. Thousand Peaks Cliff was eerily silent. I am willing to become your spirit pet, is that not enough? Lin Yongmao would be lying to say he wasn't tempted. Who wouldn't want a third-tier demonic beast as a henchman? However, he feared being trapped in its own web. This was a third-tier demonic beast. If it seized an opportunity, it might turn on him. To eliminate this potential threat, he would absolutely not grant the soul-stealing gray python's request for submission, he would rather destroy it. Moreover, the World Tree needed the souls of third-tier demonic beasts to grow and evolve. It returned to its original form, while the branches of the World Tree directly devoured the soul-snatching gray python's soul, leaving no trace. Lin Yongmao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis was finally over. The soul-snatching gray python was completely destroyed, its soul gradually being absorbed by the World Tree. Lin Yongron was also left with only his last breath. lying on the ground like a dead dog, unconscious. After lasting for more than half a month, the beast tide finally subsided. The Lin family can now usher in a long period of development. System notification: the World Tree has awakened a new innate attribute, Nanmingli Fire. Nanmingli Fire. Nanmingli Fire is extremely young and powerful, the primordial fire of the vermilion bird divine beast that incinerates all things. It possesses the dual characteristics of destruction and creation, representing the ultimate form of fire. This innate attribute of the World Tree is closely related to the vermilion bird, and the World Tree's awakening of this attribute means it can now manipulate this primordial flame. One problem has always troubled Lin Yongmao: he lacks a fire attribute spiritual root. Without a fire attribute spiritual root, he cannot become an alchemist. But isn't this, Nanmingli Fire, far more desirable than a fire attribute spiritual root? Currently, the World Tree possesses 7 innate attributes. The growth process of the World Tree unfolded before Lin Yongmao's eyes. Its root system tripled in size, like silver veins piercing through the rock strata, while its trunk burst forth with a dazzling azure light. The World Tree, originally only knee-high, rapidly grew to a height of 10 feet. A new layer of wood appeared on the World Tree's bark, and its leaves became larger and more solid. The shapes of the leaves corresponded to the divine beasts vermilion bird, Shilin, azure dragon, and black tortoise. Especially the vermilion bird's leaves, which were completely solidified, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Lin Yongmao made a hand seal, and a small, crimson flame appeared in his palm. This was the vermilion bird's southern bright fire, and he could now unleash a portion of its power. After studying the World Tree, Lin Yongmao immediately began clearing 1,000 cliffs. He walked to Lin Yongrong, who was barely clinging to life. Lin Yongrong was now completely incapacitated, his eyes filled with venomous resentment as he stared at Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao, I never thought I'd still die by your hand in the end. His voice was filled with resentment. Lin Yongmao simply replied, Heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins are unforgivable. Lin Yongmao was speechless. He had never intended to compete with him. Lin Yongrong continued, I tricked you into going to the Qinglan sect back then, and you fool, actually went. But why didn't you die there? Lin Yongmao's gaze hardened. Enough. From that moment on, there was absolutely no brotherhood between us. Do you know why I didn't kill you from the start? Why? A small, crimson flame appeared in Lin Yongmao's palm. The flame seemed harmless, but upon contact with Lin Yongrong's body, it began to burn fiercely. Nanmingli Fire. The ultimate young fire, specifically designed to subdue evil spirits. Lin Yongrong had cultivated the blood soul technique, already entering the realm of evil. Furthermore, this Nanmingli Fire was a mental attack, making its damage even more fatal. Lin Yongrong screamed in agony, but being a man of spirit, he didn't utter a single beg for mercy. It's time to end this. Lin Yongmao thought to himself, consider this revenge. If Lin Yongrong hadn't tricked him into becoming a menial disciple at the Qinglan sect, Lin Yongmao wouldn't have had the chance to transmigrate here. But here in his own family, Lin Yongrong had repeatedly attacked him. It was practically a death sentence. The southern bright fire completely incinerated Lin Yongrong, including his soul. Lin Yongmao didn't rush to open the storage bag, instead, he dispersed some of the mist from 1,000 cliffs. He stepped out of the 1,000 cliffs array. Outside, his second uncle, Lin Yuma, was still there. Seeing Lin Yongmao emerge safely, his heart finally settled. Second uncle. Lin Yongmao waved, greeting him warmly, and jogged towards Lin Yuma. He didn't want to invite his second uncle to 1,000 cliffs, the spiritual plants there were far too conspicuous. Although Lin Yuma was his second uncle and treated him well, he still couldn't completely trust him. Yongmao, it's good you're alright. But, how come there are so many demonic beasts here? Lin Yuma asked. Lin Yuma nodded in understanding. Although he knew Lin Yongmao probably had some secret hidden on 1,000 cliffs, as an elder and family member, he had no intention of investigating. Han Yueying had successfully established her foundation by taking the foundation building pill, and she couldn't reveal her cultivation level to others, so she chose to stay indoors. Lin Yongmao did indeed need to go back to teach her the secret technique, the concealing breath technique. Not only her, but even his father, Lin Yuqing, needed to learn this technique. This is practically a divine art of survival. Keeping your cultivation level a mystery to others is extremely important. It also prevents you from attracting attention or suspicion by advancing too quickly. Second uncle, let me go with you. All right. Along the way, they indeed didn't see any demonic beasts. Lin Yuma muttered, "Where's Yongrong?" He and Lin Yongrong had come out to clear out the demonic beasts, but now Yongrong was nowhere to be found. He didn't suspect Lin Yongmao at all. After all, Lin Yongrong had cultivated to the foundation establishment stage, while Lin Yongmao was only at the 7th level of the qi refining stage. The difference in their cultivation levels was simply too great. On Thousand Cliffs Cliff, when Lin Yongmao killed Lin Yongrong, he also used an array to completely isolate Lin Yongrong's cries of agony. Outside the Cloud Heaven Spirit Array, Lin Yuma quickly spotted Lin Yuan and called out, "Brother, open the array and let us in." Lin Yuan glanced around and, seeing it was Lin Yuan and Lin Yongmao, immediately opened a portal in the clan's protective array, letting the two in. Lin Yuan looked around, "Where's Yongrong?" Lin Yuan scanned the room, "Where's Yongrong?" Lin Yuma immediately replied, "Yongrong went out with me, but there were just too many demonic beasts, so we split up. After all the beasts were cleared out, we didn't see him." Lin Yongmao shook his head, his expression perfectly calm. Lin Yuan could only shake his head, leaving the matter for now. Okay. Just as Lin Yongmao was about to go home, several figures appeared outside the Cloud Heaven Spirit Array. Judging from their attire, they were disciples of the Qinglan sect. Lin Yongmao followed their gazes, his fists clenching so tightly he almost ground his teeth to powder. The people before him were all familiar faces. Lin Yongmao remembered them vividly from his past life. He had once been a disciple of the Qinglan sect, nominally a disciple, but in reality, a hostage sent by the Lin family. It was these same people who had relentlessly bullied Lin Yongmao, simply because he was too handsome, and had even tried to kill him, leading to his past life's death. Wang Bufan, Chen Dehao, Shi Lei. He silently recited these three names. These were the three who had tried to kill him. Especially Wang Bufan, standing at the very front, though. Dressed in white, couldn't conceal his sleazy demeanor and ugly face. At this moment, he was watching the Lin family members with great interest. Finally, he didn't forget to scrutinize Lin Yongmao, who had now come back to life. The Qinglan sect master, Yuan Wang, had stated before everyone that if Wang Bufan successfully established his foundation, he would accept him as a personal disciple. He had successfully established his foundation. Cultivators with heavenly spiritual root talents can successfully establish their foundation without a foundation establishment pill. But he's so young. It's truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. What others take most of their lives to achieve, he can accomplish in just a few years. Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, "Damn it." The Qinglan sect was truly shameless. They'd sent out their distress signal ages ago, and only now were they finally sending someone. Now they're feigning compassion, putting on a show of concern. The Qinglan sect is powerful enough to weather it smoothly, and all these demonic beasts will surely be subdued. Wang Bufan's tone carried a hint of threat. "Your Lin family is quite impressive, having two foundation establishment cultivators right here. Also, isn't this young brother a menial disciple of our Qinglan sect? What brings him here?" He then pointed at Lin Yongmao. Wang Bufan's implication was clear. The Lin family, as a subordinate family, had far too many foundation establishment cultivators. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuqing, and now Lin Yuma. 3 foundation establishment cultivators in one family. What else is hidden behind this? We don't know. Lin Yongmao was originally a menial disciple of the Qinglan sect, but he feigned death and returned to his family. This was all a deception by the Lin family towards the Qinglan sect. The Qinglan sect disliked such a disloyal subordinate family force. He shifted his gaze to Lin Yongmao and continued, "He is a menial disciple of our Qinglan sect. I will take him back now." No. They both knew that if they allowed Wang Bufan to take Lin Yongmao back to the Qinglan sect, Lin Yongmao's fate would be predictable. But refusing would be openly opposing the Qinglan sect. Lin Yuan's expression was extremely conflicted. How could they survive in Xinjiang if they offended the Qinglan sect? Lin Yuan pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "Our Lin family doesn't need the Qinglan sect's support. As for my nephew, he was severely injured last time and hasn't fully recovered yet. He cannot accompany you to the Qinglan sect." "Are you sure?" Wang Bufan's face was filled with doubt. The patriarch before him was actually choosing to openly oppose the Qinglan sect for the sake of a member of his family. Did the Lin family have a death wish? Lin Yuan gave a soft through his nose, representing his attitude and that of the entire Lin family. Humph. Lin Yumao looked worried. "Brother, this move has completely offended the Qinglan sect." Lin Yongmao looked at him gratefully. "Thank you, uncle." Lin Yuqing sighed. "I naturally support my elder brother's decision, but how should our Lin family conduct itself from now on?" The Lin family's strength? Lin Yongmao had sensed it intentionally or unintentionally, but he truly had no idea what the Lin family's deepest secrets were. Besides, beast tides were erupting in various regions of Xinjiang at this time. The Qinglan sect was likely suffering the most from the beast tide, so they probably wouldn't have the resources to deal with the Lin family. Give Lin Yongmao enough time, he believed he and his family could develop. Wang Bufan, Chen Dehao, Shirlei, you three are doomed. Lin Yongmao's gaze was resolute. He would avenge his predecessor's death. Give him the chance, he would definitely kill these three Qinglan sect disciples and avenge the life or death grudge from back then. So what if the Qinglan sect was backing him? So what if they were heavenly spirit root cultivators? He refused to believe he would fall behind. "Yongmao, don't worry, the family will never let you suffer any more injustice." Lin Yuan, fearing Lin Yongmao might overthink things, comforted him. At Lin Yongmao's home, Han Yueying had been keeping to herself, focusing on consolidating her foundation establishment stage cultivation. Last time, Han Yueying's father, Han Mi, had sent her a second-tier pill, the solidifying essence pill. Intended for his son-in-law, it ended up helping Han Yueying consolidate her cultivation. Han Yueying's early foundation establishment stage cultivation had become completely stable thanks to this solidifying essence pill. Lin Yongmao entered the house and saw Han Yueying, calling out, "Mother." Han Yueying's face lit up with a smile upon seeing her son. With Lin Yuqing away, she had been feeling quite cooped up lately. Lin Yongmao smiled helplessly. "You know, Thousand Cliffs is protected by an array, I'll be fine there. You don't need to worry about me." Han Yueying sighed. "It's a pity I dare not go out casually, for fear of causing trouble. Our family already has 2 foundation establishment cultivators on the surface. If I were added to the list, it would definitely arouse the Qinglan sect's suspicion." Lin Yongmao also sighed softly and told Han Yueying about what had happened on his way there. Han Yueying's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? The Qinglan sect knows my second brother's foundation establishment stage identity?" Han Yueying's face showed worry. "The Qinglan sect won't let our Lin family off easily." Lin Yongmao comforted her. "Mother, all the major powers are facing the beast tide right now. The Qinglan sect is stretched thin and doesn't have time to deal with us. If you are a foundation establishment cultivator, then at least you will have some ability to protect yourself. Even if the family ceases to exist, you will have the courage to venture out on your own." Lin Yongmao nodded, but he didn't think that way. The Lin family was his foundation. If he left the Lin family, his Shinong sign-in system would likely become ineffective. He wouldn't leave the Lin family to venture out alone unless facing a life or death crisis. He changed the subject. "By the way, this secret technique will surely be useful to you. You've always been hesitant to go out because of your cultivation level. This concealing breath technique can hide your cultivation level. Even if someone is 2 major realms higher than you, they won't be able to detect your cultivation." Han Yueying's hands trembled slightly. "This is too precious. Compared to ordinary techniques for concealing cultivation, this concealing breath technique is truly miraculous." The surprises her son brought her were truly increasing. "When father returns, you must also make sure he learns this secret technique," Lin Yongmao instructed. Lin Yongmao spent the rest of the evening at home, enjoying a delicious dinner and staying overnight before leaving. Before departing, he learned from his mother, Han Yueying, that the family had recently acquired the first and second tiers of an alchemist's inheritance. This inheritance was housed in the family's scripture repository. The scripture repository was guarded by Lin Yongmao's second great-uncle, Lin Xuanzhong. Lin Xuanzhong was also a foundation establishment cultivator in the family, and had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Only someone with such cultivation could shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the scripture repository. Whether for a sect or a family, the scripture repository represented civilization and heritage. As long as the scripture repository existed, the family's lineage could continue. It's a pity that second uncle seems to have little time left. His aged appearance even affects those around him, making them lament the fleeting nature of time. A foundation establishment cultivator's lifespan is 200 years, seemingly twice that of an ordinary person, but in reality, it's just a blink of an eye. Lin Yongmao thought to himself, I must cultivate spiritual plants that increase lifespan, or refine pills that increase lifespan. This is one of the family's foundations. If second uncle dies, the family will lose another pillar of strength. However, these are matters for later. Lin Yongmao's primary focus right now is to increase his own cultivation and improve his strength. Yongmao's here. Lin Xuanzhong's face revealed a gentle and kind smile, smoothing away the wrinkles on his face. Lin Yongmao bowed respectfully, greetings, second uncle. Have you come to exchange for a cultivation technique or a secret art? Lin Yongmao slowly replied, this time I wish to exchange for the first or second tier of an alchemist's inheritance. He then asked with suspicion, I remember you passed the family's first-tier spirit plant master assessment. Why are you now planning to refine pills? While the various arts of cultivation can assist cultivators in enhancing their strength, they are numerous and complex, and a cultivator's energy and lifespan are limited. Precious time should not be wasted on them. This is a lesson I learned the hard way. If I had guidance back then, perhaps I would still have a chance. Enough of this. I remember you have both water and wood elemental roots. Without a fire elemental root, you can't become an alchemist. Faced with the elder's earnest teachings, Lin Yongmao could only listen patiently. But he was different. He had a special ability, he could learn any of the various arts of cultivation, let alone just two. Lin Xuanzhong had originally thought highly of Lin Yongmao, but Lin Yongmao's greed today displeased him. Indeed, youthful impetuosity. Not heeding the advice of elders leads to trouble. Alright then. Give me the token. After deducting contribution points, you can make a copy of the alchemist's inheritance jade slip. The family encouraged its disciples to learn various cultivation arts, so the contribution points consumed by the alchemist's inheritance were not many, only a symbolic 300 points were deducted from Lin Yongmao. After making a copy of the alchemist's inheritance jade slip, Lin Yongmao left the scripture pavilion. On Thousand Peaks Cliff. Lin Yongmao sat cross-legged in the stone house, taking out a storage bag and a jade slip. The storage bag belonged to the deceased Lin Yongrong. Lin Yongmao easily broke the seal on the storage bag with his divine sense. With a thought, the contents spilled out, filling the stone house with a huge pile of items. Spirit stones, pills, various materials. Lin Yongrong had plundered a considerable amount of cultivation resources. He was practically a parasite on the family. He relied on his father's position as clan leader, allowing him to embezzle many of the family's resources. However, none of that mattered anymore, because now all of this belonged to Lin Yongmao. He didn't believe Lin Yongrong's successful foundation establishment was the result of his own efforts. He must have used some special methods. Blood-soul technique. It seems Lin Yongrong cultivated the blood-soul technique, which allowed him to advance his cultivation so rapidly in a short time, even reaching the foundation establishment stage, Lin Yongmao thought to himself. However, this behavior was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst, sacrificing his life essence at the cost of limited longevity. The ultimate result would only be self-inflicted harm. Lin Yongmao simply tossed the blood-soul technique aside. He had no intention of learning such a cultivation method, and he had absolutely no interest in the secret technique, blood-soul guidance, recorded within. For someone like him who valued lifespan above all else, such things were like deadly poison, something he absolutely could not touch. As for the other items in the storage bag, Lin Yonmao basically didn't care about them. Although there was a large quantity, they were all just ordinary things. Huh, there's this too? This should be the body of that demonic beast from before. It's the body of a third-tier demonic beast. Lin Yonmao opened the attribute panel to check the value of this demonic beast body. Soul-snatching gray python's body. Rank, 3rd tier. Description: the body of a 3rd-tier demonic beast, the soul-snatching gray python. Its soul and demon core have left the body, but the body is still a rare material for refining weapons and creating puppets. It's a pity Lin Yonmao didn't master the art of weapon refiner, otherwise, he would have refined all these materials, perhaps even crafting a spiritual weapon. He'd better keep them for now. After sorting the resources, Lin Yonmao took the alchemist's inheritance jade slip and left the stone house, browsing and observing the changes in the spiritual plants on Thousand Cliffs. On Thousand Cliffs, a thriving scene unfolded. Although the cliff was perpetually covered by the thick fog generated by the Millennium Cloud Mist Tea, obscuring vision and blocking divine sense detection. The fog, combined with the Yime's array, and all plants are soldiers array, formed multiple layers of barriers, making it difficult even for Golden Core stage experts to see through the arrays. Furthermore, with the world trees, spatial barrier, innate attribute, even celestial deduction couldn't pinpoint this location. However, inside Thousand Cliffs, there wasn't much fog. Green was the dominant color. Lin Yonmao carefully examined the surrounding plants and spirit herbs, then watered them with the spiritual spring water from the spirit absorption well. He noticed a subtle change in one of the spirit herbs. This was a white flower grass. Lin Yonmao's maternal grandfather, Hanmi, had sent over 3 white flower grasses, 2 of which had ended up with Lin Yonmao. The entire plant was white, and its flowers were also pure white, blooming like a pure white elf. One of the white flower grasses was normal, but the other had grown into a vine-like form, becoming a white flower vine, something he had never seen before. Even the complete guide to intermediate-tier spirit herbs didn't record such a mutated spirit herb. Lin Yonmao guessed, this must be the world tree's spiritual affinity, innate attribute. Plants possess spirits. Spiritual plants within the world tree's range are protected by the world tree and are more likely to awaken sentience, and have a chance to undergo spiritual mutation. This is a type of benign mutation. The white-flowered grass transformed into a white-flowered vine, increasing both its yield and medicinal properties. It seems that plants possess spirits significantly increases the probability of benign mutations in spiritual plants. The more spiritual plants he planted, the more likely he was to cultivate more plants with benign mutations. Since the probability couldn't be changed, he could change the base. After doing all this, Lin Yonmao focused all his attention on the jade slip in his hand. Alchemist Inheritance. This jade slip recorded both first-tier and second-tier alchemist inheritances. First-tier alchemists are considered beginners and can refine first-tier pills. Second-tier alchemists can refine second-tier pills, including the Foundation Establishment pill. Alchemists hold a very high status in the cultivation world, and the pills they refine possess various functions. These include enhancing cultivation, breaking through realms, and assisting in combat. Take the Foundation Establishment pill as an example. Without it, most cultivators cannot successfully establish their foundation. The Qinglan sect monopolizes the pill market in Qingyan thanks to Qingyang's only second-tier alchemist. 1. A wood attribute spiritual root, capable of sensing changes in the properties of medicinal herbs. 2. A fire attribute spiritual root, possessing the ability to control fire. 3. A spiritual power far surpassing that of cultivators of the same level. This is also the foundation of alchemy. But now it's different. The world tree possesses the innate attribute, southern bright fire, meaning he can also control fire, and even this ultimate fire at that. All the conditions for becoming an alchemist have been met. Lin Yonmao carefully reviewed the inheritance information, his heart filled with turmoil. Becoming a first-tier alchemist, this is far too demanding. Becoming a first-tier spirit plant master requires the ability to recognize hundreds of herbs, a step that isn't difficult. However, becoming a first-tier alchemist requires not only meeting the basic requirements but also precise control over the heat. The inherited jade slip records a spell called Fire Control Technique. Fire Control Technique is a spell for controlling flames, and it's more than 10 times more difficult to cultivate than the ordinary first-tier spell, Fireball Technique. This flame shaping requires complete control, transforming into any form at will. Although the Fire Control Technique is a first-tier spell, its difficulty in cultivation is no less than that of second-tier or even third-tier spells. Lin Yongmao was quite confident. Mastering the fire control technique primarily depended on the perception and mental control of fire attribute spiritual energy. He lacked a fire attribute spiritual root, making it extremely difficult for him to sense fire attribute spiritual energy in the world. However, his ability to control the Nanmingli fire compensated for this deficiency. Besides possessing the characteristics of Supreme Yang fire, the Nanmingli fire also had the characteristic of never extinguishing. As long as the Nanmingli fire existed, it could absorb the surrounding fire attribute spiritual energy of heaven and earth, continuously replenishing itself. Lin Yongmao began to experiment, his hands forming a hand seal. Fire Control Technique. The Nanmingli fire in his palms, originally a small flame, began to gradually transform under Lin Yongmao's spiritual control. The small flame gradually solidified, becoming a fireball, about the size of a ping-pong ball. If launched, it would be no different from a fireball spell. However, because its true form was the Nanmingli fire, its power would far exceed that of an ordinary fireball spell. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator would risk death if struck by it. A fire shield. Transforming the Nanmingli fire from a fireball into a fire shield, Lin Yongmao was already sweating profusely. Without long-term practice, this fire control technique would be extremely difficult to execute, let alone use for alchemy. It seems becoming an alchemist in a short time is quite challenging. To successfully refine pills, besides controlling the heat, there is another extremely important factor. That is the corresponding pill formula. Refining a qi condensation pill requires a qi condensation pill formula, and refining a foundation building pill naturally requires a foundation building pill formula. Abandoning this method will almost always lead to a detour. The pill formula isn't urgent, the most important thing now is to learn fire control and achieve true mastery. Standing before the world tree, which was no longer a sapling but had grown to a height of 10 feet. Its leaves emitted a strange luster, their veins resembling ancient runes, pulsating rhythmically under the sunlight. Using the mind contract, I sensed the world tree's emotions, primarily its joy of growth and its thirst for new resources. For the world tree to grow further, it needs to extract 5 elemental spirit roots. Lin Yongmao unconsciously swallowed. The world tree's appetite was growing ever larger. 5 elemental spirit roots, where was he supposed to find them? Especially since cultivators possessing spirit roots were all exceptionally talented individuals. Extracting spirit roots from such individuals was probably beyond Lin Yongmao's current capabilities. However, there's always time, opportunities will come. The following days returned to peace on Thousand Cliffs. In his spare time, he would enjoy a pot of 1,000-year cloud mist tea and sometimes play with the moon-toed rabbit. Several days passed in a flash. Today, he had completed 30 days of signing in, earning him a double bonus. Lin Yongmao thought to himself, "System, I need to sign in." Iron Heart Willow Seeds. Rank, 2nd tier. Description: the Iron Heart Willow possesses extremely high defensive capabilities. The older it grows, the stronger its defensive capabilities become. Its trunk is a rare material for refining weapons with both metal and wood attributes. Just as expected, a pillow delivered when I was sleepy. In the last battle with the soul-stealing Grey Python, Lin Yongmao discovered a flaw in the current formation, its weak defensive performance. Actually, this problem is easily solved. Plant spiritual plants with excellent defensive capabilities. Clearly, the Iron Heart Willow belongs to the defensive category of spiritual plants. Once it grows up, its effects will be comparable to the Illusion Heartflower and Sword Soul Grass. 10 seeds were planted by Lin Yongmao around the Thousand Cliffs, forming a barrier when connected. Lin Yongmao then watered them with mid-grade Spirit Spring, and the Ironheart willows quickly sprouted, unfurling tender green branches in a very short time. They looked similar to ordinary willows, except their trunks were like cast iron, emitting a chilling aura. However, this chilling aura was quickly dispelled by the vibrant green branches. Yangchang. Lingbao Pavilion Yangcheng Branch. After Lin Yuqing left, Li Chunyang's smile slowly faded, and a young man appeared beside her. Most of the young man's body was hidden in shadow. His figure was similar to the young man who had appeared at the Lingbao Pavilion branch in Xingyang City. Li Chunyang asked, "Do you know him?" "You mustn't make a move. Our Lingbao Pavilion is renowned throughout the continent for its reputation. If we were to commit murder and robbery, what would the cultivators of the world think?" Li Chunyang spoke from the perspective of the Lingbao Pavilion. She absolutely did not want this young man to make a move in Yangcheng, because it would involve her Yangcheng branch of the Lingbao Pavilion. If she really wanted to take action, she would do so after these people left Yangcheng. Little did he know, Lin Yuqing's sale of the 1,000-year-old spiritual plants had already attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Most of the resources that were originally monopolized by the Qinglan sect could now be bought here. Lin Yuqing naturally didn't hesitate to spend spirit stones. Lin Yuqing whispered to Lin Jing behind him, "We're being followed." Lin Jing didn't turn around, but also lowered her voice, "What do we do now?" Lin Jing asked, "But what about after we leave the city?" Lin Jing frowned. "It seems Yangcheng isn't a peaceful place after all. It really is a place of profit everywhere." Lin Yangmao's cultivation method was unconventional. Most cultivators actually lived a life of constant danger, like Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing led Lin Jing into shop after shop, buying the resources the Lin family needed. Pills, talismans, magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, spiritual plants. The spirit stones he had traded for 1,000-year-old spiritual plants at the Lingbao Pavilion branch in Yangcheng were almost entirely spent. Lin Jing nodded, and the two quickened their pace and left the city. As soon as they were outside the city gates, they immediately circulated their spiritual energy, channeling it into their legs, and their speed increased dramatically. The few people who had been following Lin Yuqing and Lin Jing understood each other tacitly and also quickened their pace. "Hurry, after them." Lin Yuqing's keen senses immediately detected 5 people chasing him. 2 of them had very familiar auras. It was them? The farmer couple from the small village. They seemed so friendly on the surface, but they had been coveting his wealth. The identities of the other 3 were unknown. 3 of the 5 were at the great perfection of the qi refining stage, including the farmer woman. The farmer man and the other male cultivator wearing a bamboo hat were both at the early foundation establishment stage. Seeing this group of 5, Lin Yuqing felt somewhat relieved. As long as the opponent's cultivation level wasn't too much higher than his own, he had a fighting chance. Even so, Lin Yuqing had no intention of engaging them in a direct confrontation, because cultivators like them were extremely vicious, and fighting them would offer no benefit. It all boiled down to one word: escape. Lin Yuqing, annoyed by Lin Jing's slow pace, grabbed her arm and sped forward. The running speed of a foundation establishment cultivator is far beyond that of a qi refining cultivator. Lin Yuqing thought to himself. On this inevitable path, he and Lin Jing simultaneously found themselves trapped in an array. Under normal circumstances, being trapped in a first-tier trapping array would allow Lin Yuqing to break through in a short time. But now the situation was different. They were in the midst of a life-or-death escape. Damn it! Lin Yuqing cursed angrily. From their perspective, Lin Yuqing and Lin Jing were too easy prey. They were outnumbered and weaker than them, carried so many spirit stones, and were also 2 outsiders. It was rare to encounter such suitable prey. His gaze shifted to Lin Yuqing and Lin Jing, who were trying to break the formation. "You two, just surrender. I'll leave you with a complete corpse." When Lin Yuqing mentioned his daughter, his expression subtly changed, but then became even more resolute. If Lin Yuqing escaped, their daughter would likely become the target of these two's revenge, so they had to eliminate the threat completely. Enough talk, prepare to die. This stone axe was actually a high-grade magic weapon. The golden slaying sword met the stone axe head-on. The 2 high-grade magic weapons simultaneously attacked the first-tier trapping formation, which was then broken by brute force. Both were foundation establishment cultivators. Breaking a first-tier formation with brute force was not surprising. The two high-grade magic weapons collided, creating a gust of wind. Both men were forced back several steps. Lin Yuqing even lost his footing. The farmer wasn't faring much better. His right arm was cut by the sharp edge of the golden slaying sword, and blood gushed out. The Foundation Establishment cultivator wearing a bamboo hat immediately intervened, casting spells from the side to disrupt Lin Yuqing and try to cut off his escape route. Earth Prison Technique. Quicksand Technique. Two earth attribute spells were cast, softening the ground like quicksand, and the ground's suction force instantly increased. Lin Jing, in particular, was almost completely immobilized. Three Qi refining stage cultivators seized this opportunity, surrounding Lin Jing and attempting to take her hostage. Lin Yuqing didn't fight back directly. Instead, he quickly activated the talisman he held in his left hand. Fire Explosion Talisman, times N. Lin Yuqing didn't care about the talisman consumption at all, unleashing over a dozen high-grade first-tier talismans in one go. The crimson flames exploded, the resulting heat wave unbearable even for Foundation Establishment cultivators. However, he himself was completely unaffected, instead using his body to shield Lin Jing behind him. He had cultivated the body refining technique, Golden Body Technique, making his physical strength slightly stronger than other cultivators of the same level. Run! Lin Yuqing threw out several more fire explosion talismans, instantly killing a Qi refining stage cultivator. Lin Jing, in particular, was panting heavily. Yang City is far too dangerous, and the average level of cultivators there is far higher than in Qingyang. Even a small village had several Foundation Establishment cultivators. The Lin family of Qingyang was already considered a large cultivation family, but openly, they only had two Foundation Establishment cultivators. This clearly showed the difference in strength between the two regions. Lin Jing nodded in agreement. After saying this, Lin Yuqing began applying the juice of the demon saliva grass to his body, and Lin Jing did the same. On Thousand Cliffs Cliff. His cultivation level reached the 8th level of the Qi refining stage, and he had also cultivated the Azure Wood technique to the 8th level. Lin Yongmao opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Lin Yongmao. Cultivation level, Qi refining stage 8. Secondary profession, first tier spirit plant master. Age, 16. Spiritual roots, wood and water dual attribute spiritual roots. Cultivation techniques, Azure Wood technique, 8th level, Mysterious Spirit Body Forging technique, 2nd level, incomplete. Secret techniques, Breath Concealment technique, Spirit Binding contract. Luck value, 28. Radiant Sun Pearl. Rank, Tier 1. Description: a pearl that releases sunlight energy, fully satisfying the light needs of spirit plants, and can also be used for lighting. This is indeed a good thing. Take cultivating spirit rice, for example. Spirit rice needs ample sunlight to grow. Without sufficient sunlight, the yield will be reduced. Because of this, the Lin family's spirit plant masters have suffered considerable losses in cultivating spirit rice. With the Radiant Sun Pearl, the problem of insufficient sunlight on Thousand Cliffs is perfectly solved. Lin Yongmao held the Radiant Sun Pearl in his hand, feeling the warm light emanating from it. It was only the size of a tomato, crimson in color, and its material resembled that of pearls. Lin Yongmao placed it on a large rock high up, so that most of the spirit fields could be illuminated by the Radiant Sun Pearl's light. After doing all this, Lin Yongmao began practicing spells. Spirit Wood Technique. Fire Control Technique. The first two spells were for passing the second-tier Spirit Plant Master assessment. Lin Yongmao had been practicing them diligently, and his proficiency was steadily increasing. Lin Yongmao cast a spell. An emerald green light emanated from his fingertips, which, guided by his divine sense, flowed into the iron willow tree before him. The iron willow tree instantly grew 3 feet taller. Phew! Lin Yongmao let out a soft breath. It seemed he had succeeded. He could now cast the Spirit Wood spell instantly, and it could greatly reduce the ripening time of crops. Second-tier spirit plant masters call this cultivating spirit roots, and with Lin Yongmao's current level, he had already entered the ranks of second-tier spirit plant masters. However, he didn't intend to participate in the second-tier spirit plant master assessment at his family's expense. It would be too much of a spectacle. Even if he passed the assessment, it wouldn't have any practical value. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Yongmao's mind. System notification: host has successfully advanced to a second-tier spirit plant master, unlocking the cultivation arts function. Advanced to a second-tier spirit plant master, spirit plant growth speed plus 20%, spirit plant yield plus 20%. After Lin Yongmao successfully advanced to a second-tier spirit plant master, a new system function was unlocked. Cultivation arts. This is essentially a secondary profession system. The interface clearly displayed Lin Yongmao's secondary profession status. Second-tier spirit plant master, proficiency, 0.3%. First-tier alchemist, proficiency, 0%. Advancement requirements not met. Advancement requirements: master, fire control. Technique. First-tier weapon refiner, proficiency, 0%. Note: automatic advancement occurs when proficiency reaches 100%. In other words, simply planting crops increases a spirit plant master's proficiency. Reaching 100% proficiency automatically advances them to a Tier 3 spirit plant master. The same applies to alchemists. Besides clearly stating the conditions for advancement, simply refining pills increases an alchemist's proficiency. Seeing Lin Yongmao's beaming face, the moon-toed rabbit ran over. "Hey! Hurry up and prepare some food for this rabbit lord. I'm starving." "Oh." Seeing the moon-toed rabbit's smug expression, Lin Yongmao simply reached out and grabbed it. Despite saying that, Lin Yongmao didn't make things difficult for the rabbit. Instead, he took out a large bag of red berries. "These are all yours. Eat up." Its cultivation and realm had also improved significantly. After just consuming a large amount of red berries, it actually broke through to a higher realm. Moon rabbit. Rank, mid-tier 1. The coverage area of the aura of luck has increased to a diameter of 2 meters, and the current increase in luck value has risen to 20 points. Lin Yongmao thought to himself, the items I get from signing in tomorrow will definitely be even more valuable. He couldn't even imagine what he'd get from checking in tomorrow. After breaking through to a higher realm, the moon-toed rabbit fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know if it was consolidating its cultivation after the breakthrough or if it had simply eaten too much and fallen asleep. Lin Yongmao sighed helplessly and could only carry it to the stone house to let it get a good night's sleep. Sometimes it was a flaming arrow, sometimes it transformed into a flaming furnace. He could now control it with near precision, compressing the southern bright fire into the form of a small firebird. Ding! System notification: fire control technique, proficiency achieved, officially advancing to a first-tier alchemist. The beast tide they had unleashed had not ceased. However, these two beasts were not directly attacking, but rather acting as the masterminds behind the scenes. The third-tier red fox decisively refused. "Absolutely not. Cultivation is already difficult enough for us demon beasts, there's no need to take such a risk. If you want to continue testing, we can send out more first-tier or even second-tier demon beasts." If Lin Yongmao were here, hearing the red fox's words, he would surely give it an approving look. They were truly kindred spirits. "All right then. I'll listen to you." The red fox exhaled a soft, pinkish breath. The Wild Forest Wolf King has personally led the demonic beasts to attack the Azure Mist sect. I hope it succeeds. Just as the two demons were about to continue their discussion, a powerful demonic beast aura emanated from afar, causing them to tremble and unable to lift their heads. The two demons were now panting heavily. The demonic beast world, like the human cultivator world, had an extremely strict hierarchy. High-tier demonic beasts held absolute dominance over low-tier ones. The beast that had just passed by was clearly a fourth-tier demonic beast. This, demon saliva grass, is truly useful. No demonic beast dared to block their path along the way. Wherever they passed, the demonic beasts seemed to have been cleared away. The two demons never imagined that the oppressive aura of the fourth-tier demonic beasts that had been pressing down on them was actually the aura emanating from the demon saliva grass. Lin Yongmao officially began refining pills. He had prepared all the necessary tools for refining pills in advance. A pill refining furnace, the formula for the bigu pill, and the medicinal herbs for refining the bigu pill. Historical records show that many alchemy apprentices risked their furnaces exploding when they first started practicing alchemy. Therefore, it's best to avoid using overly expensive furnaces at this stage, as it can be quite costly. The recipe for the bigu pill, a fasting pill, isn't a secret, it's easily traded. Therefore, most low-level cultivators choose to use bigu pills instead of food. Eating one bigu pill allows one to go 3 to 5 days without eating and without feeling hungry. Lin Yongmao had some bigu pills stored in his storage bag, but he had never eaten them. For others, cooking is time-consuming, but for him, it's a part of his life. Besides, he's a foodie and wouldn't miss any opportunity to eat. The principle is very simple: refine the spiritual rice into pills. It's arguably the simplest pill to refine, and the first pill that alchemy apprentices encounter. The formula for the bigu pill was very simple, and Lin Yongmao quickly memorized it. Of the few spiritual herbs used, spirit rice made up the majority. Lin Yongmao formed a hand seal, and the southern bright fire in his palms grew rapidly. Fire control technique. Under the low-grade magic artifact alchemy furnace, the flames burned fiercely. Lin Yongmao concentrated all his attention and began to refine the impurities in the spirit rice. The 5 caddies of spirit rice that had been gradually added to the furnace were transformed into a pool of spirit liquid under Lin Yongmao's refinement. Whoosh! This was the initial form of the pill liquid. Just as Lin Yongmao was about to control the shaping of the liquid, the southern bright fire only intensified slightly before the liquid was completely burned away, turning into a wisp of green smoke. The reason was that his control over the heat was not precise enough. Ding! After restoring his spiritual energy through breathing exercises, Lin Yongmao began a new round of alchemy. This time, he used too much spirit rice, completely masking the effects of the other auxiliary ingredients. After spending a whole day, Lin Yongmao still hadn't successfully refined even a single, low-quality pill. The path of alchemy is indeed not as simple as it seems. Aside from the hard requirements, alchemists also need exceptional talent. But talent alone isn't enough, a sufficient supply of spiritual plants is also necessary. Alchemy is an extremely expensive profession. Lying on the stone bed, he kept reflecting, which step could be optimized? Do I simply lack the talent for alchemy? Thinking this, he drifted off to sleep. Tier 1 star-patterned rice seed. Rank, Tier 1, high grade. It manifested as a small, 5-pointed star-shaped seed resembling a bayberry, only much smaller than a bayberry. The star-patterned rice seeds resembled miniature starfruit, but were actually rice seeds. Lin Yongmao planted the star-patterned rice seeds in his spirit field and irrigated them with mid-grade spirit spring water from the spirit-gathering ancient well. They were quite similar to spirit rice, only the plants were thicker. The maturation time was also longer. However, they could be harvested within 5 days. Within the World Trees range, everything was affected by the World Trees' innate attribute, time law, enjoying a time flow rate of 1:100. Ding! System notification: successfully planted, star-patterned rice seeds, 2nd tier spirit plant master proficiency +5. Lin Yongmao had almost forgotten. Now that the system's new function, cultivation arts, was unlocked, each planting increased his spirit plant master proficiency. As long as he continues to expand his planting area, his spirit plant master rank can be rapidly increased. This is unavoidable. Lin Yongmao manages all the spirit fields on Thousand Cliffs alone. He also spends a significant amount of time cultivating and refining his body every day, naturally leaving no time for unlimited expansion of his spirit field planting area. After finishing his work with spirit plants, Lin Yongmao began his alchemy work. He refused to believe that alchemy was so difficult. Actually, he should be grateful that, without guidance, the furnace didn't explode. He was already very lucky. They were still bigu pills, the most common first-grade low-level pills in the cultivation world. Lin Yongmao's mind was highly focused, a small portion of his attention on controlling the flames, while the majority was on the proportions of the medicinal ingredients and the condensation of the elixir. Done. A complex and profound incantation was cast, the very incantation for condensing the elixir. The elixir in the furnace began to transform from liquid to solid, condensing into round pill shapes. When Lin Yongmao removed the southern bright fire, 4 dark pills emerged from the furnace one after another. Ding! Lin Yongmao held the 4 bigu pills in his hand, speechless for a moment. What did inferior bigu pill mean? However, he quickly came to terms with it. These 4 bigu pills were all dark, and although they should have been round, their surfaces were pitted and uneven. Even a fool wouldn't. He threw it to the awakened moon-toed rabbit. However, Lin Yongmao was still secretly pleased. In the days that followed, Lin Yongmao devoted himself to expanding the scale of his spirit fields and refining the most basic fasting pills. Of course, he didn't neglect cultivation and body tempering either, as cultivation was the foundation of everything. Time dripped like water, never to return. Qinglan Sect. Qingyun Peak, where the Qinglan Sect was located, was currently being attacked by a beast tide. On Qingyun Peak, there was a very magical, spirit eye spring, which continuously flowed water rich in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the quality of this spring water did not reach the level of a low-grade spirit spring, it still nourished all the creatures on Qingyun Peak. Therefore, the higher the status of a cultivator in the Qinglan sect, the closer their cave dwelling would be to the summit of Qingyun Peak. The lowest-ranking menial disciples could only live at the foot of Qingyun Peak. In most cases, they were devoured by demonic beasts. However, now, most of the cultivators of the Qinglan sect were gathered at the foot of Qingyun Peak, the place where the menial disciples used to live. A massive number of demonic beasts attacked the Qinglan sect's protective formation. This was the largest beast tide ever, with countless demonic beasts. Those in front of them alone numbered at least tens of thousands. This could be considered the largest beast tide in recent decades. The Qinglan sect master, Yuan Wang, was in command, his brow furrowed, anxiously watching the horde of demonic beasts outside the formation. Especially the Wolf King within the beast tide, its eerie green eyes fixed on Yuan Wang inside the formation. After their gazes met, they focused on each other. The Wild Forest Wolf King shared the same thought. The strongest figure displayed by this sect was this cultivator before them, and he controlled the formation. Defeating him would crumble the sect without a fight. However, neither side dared to strike first. The higher the level of the cultivator, or demonic beast, the more they valued their lives. Cultivation was inherently difficult, reaching higher levels meant facing life or death crises more frequently. With so many lower-level cultivators, or demonic beasts, willing to charge ahead and test the enemy's strength, why not use them? Just then, Wang Bufan returned to the Qinglan sect with several inner disciples. Wang Bufan approached Yuan Wang directly and respectfully greeted him, "Master." Yuan Wang nodded calmly. "What's the current situation with the various families?" "As for the other families in Xingyang City, they should be fighting the beast tide just like our Qinglan sect. There's another matter I need to report to Master. The Lin family has produced several foundation establishment cultivators. The 2 younger brothers of the Lin family patriarch, Lin Yuan, have both successfully established their foundations." That's right. Wang Bufan had originally intended to reveal Lin Yongmao's situation. A hostage sent by the Lin family had feigned death and returned to the Lin family. Wang Bufan felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the beast tide outside the sect's protective formation. He and several inner disciples had returned from the Qinglan sect's secret passage and hadn't directly confronted these demonic beasts. Although Wang Bufan had reached the early foundation establishment stage, the beast tide included many second-tier demonic beasts. Moreover, even without second-tier beasts, so many first-tier beasts could achieve the effect of too many ants to kill an elephant. With just one look, Wang Bufan was defeated. Is this the power of a third-tier demonic beast? This oppressive feeling made it hard for him to breathe. If the Qinglan sect's protective formation hadn't been a third-tier formation, this horde of demonic beasts, led by the Wild Forest Wolf King, would have already broken through. The Qinglan sect's third-tier protective formation is called the Cloud Screen 9 Heavens Formation. This complex formation was set up by the sect's founding ancestor. Even operating constantly, this formation doesn't consume excessive energy. Although the beast tide relentlessly assaults the formation, the Cloud Screen 9 Heavens Formation has an attrition effect, dissipating most of the attacks through the cloud-like vortexes generated by the formation. The Qinglan sect cultivators attack the demonic beasts outside the formation from within, but for every beast killed, more are added to replace it. Yuan Wang shook his head. The Supreme Elder is the sect's most trusted advisor, he won't easily intervene. Yuan Wang sighed inwardly, regretting that he was still only at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Once he became a golden core cultivator, using a third-tier formation to deal with the third-tier demonic beast, the Wild Forest Wolf King, would be a piece of cake. He was still missing a crucial opportunity to advance, an opportunity he had yet to find. Yuan Wang instructed, right now, all we can do is hold our ground. Relying on the formation, none of our Qinglan sect disciples will be harmed. Bufan, lead a group of inner and core disciples. While ensuring your own safety, kill as many demonic beasts as possible. Yuan Wang was in charge of the overall situation, while simultaneously sending out forces to launch proactive attacks. This was currently the best way to resist the beast tide. And for Wang Bufan, as his personal disciple, now was the perfect time to establish his authority. Let's take advantage of this beast tide to boost his reputation. Lin Yuqing and Lin Jing have returned, bringing with them a large amount of supplies. Some of the core members of the Lin family have arrived. Upon receiving the news, Mother Han Yueying immediately notified Lin Yongmao, who rushed here as well. At this moment, Lin Yuqing and Lin Jing were surrounded by a throng of people, like stars around the moon. After all, he was the youngest among those who entered the hall. He brought back 10 foundation establishment pills from Yang City. If anyone here reaches the great perfection of the qi refining stage, they can exchange them for family contribution points. 10 foundation establishment pills? 10 foundation establishment pills could even mean the potential birth of 10 foundation establishment cultivators. If the Lin family had 10 foundation establishment cultivators, they might become a force comparable to the Qinglan sect. Lin Yulian's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Yuqing, her gaze filled with light. Fourth brother, is this true? Seeing his sister's disbelief, Lin Yuqing simply patted his storage bag, and a delicate jade box appeared in his hand. He handed it to her. Here you are. Lin Yulian took the jade box, opened it, and a refreshing fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted out. Han Yueying chuckled and scolded, Yulian, hurry up and close it, lest the medicinal properties dissipate. Hearing this, Lin Yulian quickly closed the jade box tightly. Lin Yulian nodded repeatedly. He then looked at Lin Jing. Lin Jing, your contribution this time was also very significant. You are also entitled to a foundation establishment pill. Lin Jing was overjoyed. Although he shared the surname Lin, he was a marginal figure in the Lin family, and he never expected to receive such treatment. Thank you, clan chief. Han Yuxiu spoke up inappropriately. Our Yangrong should also receive one. As his father, why didn't you consider your own son? Han Yuxiu's eyes widened. How is that possible? How could I, as his mother, not know? Seeing Lin Yuan nod, she was still somewhat incredulous. She had been far too uncaring towards her lately. Where is Yangrong now? Han Yuxiu asked. Something must have happened to Lin Yangrong. As for Lin Yangrong's whereabouts, he had sent many trusted confidants to search for him, but there was still no news. This was a required course in the world of cultivation. He couldn't afford to have the slightest pity or guilt. Han Yuxiu glanced at Lin Yongmao a few times, a hint of suspicion creeping in. She knew something of the feud between the two brothers. Could it be that Lin Yongmao had murdered her son? Lin Yongmao, however, seemed indifferent. What use was her suspicion? Now, the Lin family was basically united. The internal conflicts had been resolved, and his feud with his cousin, Lin Yongrong, had vanished with Lin Yongrong's disappearance. Lin Yuqing brought Lin Yongmao and Han Yueying back to his home. Han Yueying hurriedly prepared lunch to welcome Lin Yuqing. Lin Yuqing called Lin Yongmao over. Yongmao, this is a foundation establishment pill that your father specially left for you. Keep it safe. Lin Yuqing handed Lin Yongmao a more exquisite jade box. Lin Yongmao didn't open it but instead put it into his storage bag. Thank you, father. Lin Yongmao asked, Father, did you encounter any danger on your journey to Yangcheng? Lin Yuqing naturally didn't want Lin Yongmao to worry about him, so he only talked about the customs and culture of Yangcheng, without mentioning the robbery he encountered on the road. You and your mother have both successfully established your foundation establishment stage. Have you decided on a cultivation method for that stage? Cultivators almost always switch to a more suitable cultivation method at each stage of their cultivation. For example, Lin Yongmao currently cultivates the azure wood technique, which has 10 levels, each corresponding to one of the 10 levels of the qi refining stage. Once the azure wood technique is perfected, it means it's impossible to progress further using that technique. Of course, there are also cultivation methods that can be used at every stage. However, these methods are usually held by ancient powerful forces. I cultivate the second-tier metal attribute technique, the mysterious metal qi gathering technique, and your mother cultivates the second-tier wood attribute technique, the eternal spring spiritual rhyme technique. The mysterious metal qi gathering technique was purchased from Yang City, while the eternal spring spiritual rhyme technique is our Lin family's inherited technique. Lin Yongmao nodded. Both were quite suitable for his parents. Unfortunately, both of them could only cultivate diligently at the moment. Lin Yongmao didn't have any spiritual plants or pills that could directly help foundation establishment cultivators improve their cultivation. Lin Yuqing then gave Lin Yongmao many things. Life-saving talismans, ranging from first to second tier. Pills to assist qi refining cultivators, mostly high-grade with very little toxicity. Some spiritual plant seeds that Lin Yongmao had instructed him to purchase. Soon, Han Yueying prepared a large table of dishes and called the two to eat. Han Yueying smiled. You two are chatting so happily, so I'll tell you some good news. But the father and son both held back, only continuing to pile food into their bowls. This was an unspoken understanding between them. What their mother, wife, called good news might not be good news to them either. Han Yueying deliberately feigned displeasure, her hand unconsciously moving towards her stomach. However, this small gesture was immediately noticed by Lin Yongmao and Lin Yuqing. I'm going to be a father, brother? Even after Han Yueying nodded, the two were still immersed in joy, oblivious to everything else. Lin Yuqing quickly asked, is it a son or a daughter? Cultivators are different from mortals. With just a slight sensory awareness, they can tell whether the baby in the womb is a boy or a girl. It's a girl. A daughter is good, a daughter is good. Lin Yuqing, regardless of whether Lin Yongmao was there or not, was already dancing with joy. Yueying, if you eat them every day now, it's like nourishing our daughter. Lin Yongmao was very happy. He now had a younger sister. Lin Yongmao returned to Thousand Cliffs. Buying me a chicken? Quickly stew it to nourish me. Lin Yongmao felt a surge of anger and slapped the moon-toed rabbit. This is a 7 treasures chicken. Don't touch it. Its eggs are for my mother and sister to nourish them. Don't even think about taking them. If I catch it, you'll be enjoying a rabbit meat feast. From now on, you'll be responsible for looking after it. If it gets hurt, I won't forgive you. The moon-toed rabbit looked utterly aggrieved, its azure eyes seemingly about to overflow with tears. Lin Yongmao, however, ignored it. This was a common tactic used by the slave. If you were swayed by it, you'd lose. Lin Yongmao was overjoyed, constantly wishing it would lay eggs quickly. Han Yueying had declined due to cultivation and hadn't come for a while, leaving it to be managed by other family members. What was once an extremely valuable 600-year-old cloud mist tea tree no longer seemed so remarkable to Han Yueying. Because her son had given her 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea. Although she didn't know how her son had managed it, Han Yueying was genuinely happy. I remember my son saying that if you bury cloud crystal at the base of the cloud mist tea tree, the yield of the tea will increase. Why not give it a try? Thinking this, she immediately took action. Han Yueying dispatched a first-tier spirit plant master from her family to the logistics hall, which Lin Yongmao was in charge of, to retrieve a cloud crystal. The cloud crystal was a very beautiful milky white crystal. It showed no spiritual energy fluctuations upon slight sensing, but this type of crystal could only be formed in places where clouds and mist first appear. The cloud crystal could release a large amount of mist, which was very similar to the characteristics of the cloud mist tea tree. According to records, a kind of accompanying mineral would also be found around the cloud crystal. The cloud crystal is surrounded by a byproduct called mica ore. The cloud crystal continuously releases mist, while the mica ore absorbs it. If one possesses both ores, the mist can be controlled and changed at will. Soon, a first-tier spirit plant master from the family retrieved a cloud crystal from the logistics hall. "I hope this works," Han Yueying murmured. At the same time, she carefully loosened the soil around the roots of the cloud mist tea tree and buried the cloud crystal there. Then, she sprinkled some low-grade spirit soil to cover the roots of the cloud mist tea tree. Lin Yulian stood nearby, asking curiously, "Fourth sister-in-law, will this really work?" Only two people present knew this method, Han Yueying and Lin Yulian. Lin Yongmao had told them about it. "Let's give it a try." Her son, Lin Yongmao, had given her so many surprises that she now unconditionally trusted him. 2 hours later, Han Yueying, Lin Yulian, and several other first-tier spirit plant masters from the family stood before the 600-year-old cloud mist tea tree stump. The Lin family female cultivator who had gone to collect the cloud crystal was also pleasantly surprised. Sister Yueying truly lives up to her title as a second-tier spirit plant master. She even came up with this method. Han Yueying naturally wouldn't reveal Lin Yongmao's existence and could only agree. Han Yueying nodded. With increased production of cloud mist tea, the family could exchange it for more cultivation resources. On Thousand Cliffs Cliff, Lin Yongmao silently chanted, "System, I need to sign in." Lin Yongmao held the moon-toed rabbit in his arms, his heart filled with anticipation. Today was another double hunt moment. With his luck value increased, the items he received from signing in would definitely be better. Regular sign-ins already yielded star pattern rice seeds, but now it was double the reward. The parasitic seed materialized into a green, round seed, only the size of a sesame seed. Lin Yongmao quickly scanned its information using the system panel. Parasitic seed. Rank, second tier, high grade. Description: the parasitic seed can silently parasitize cultivators and demonic beasts, constantly absorbing the target's source power to feed back to the host. If not removed in time, the parasitized target will die within 3 months. This is truly a good thing, perfect for Old Nose. He had already decided who to place this parasitic seed on. In the past half-month, Lin Yongmao had been refining Bigu pills, with remarkable results. From initially refining a few useless pills, he could now refine low-grade and even mid-grade Bigu pills. Of course, this process consumed a large amount of spiritual plants and herbs. This valuable experience was accumulated through resources. Lin Yongmao had no talent in alchemy, so he could only compensate through diligence. His every movement was extremely skillful, as if he had rehearsed countless times. Half an hour later. So fragrant. With such a rich aroma, the quality of the pills must be excellent. Sure enough. Ding! 7 perfectly round pills emerged from the alchemy furnace, and Lin Yongmao took out a jade bottle and carefully stored them away. If one can successfully refine a superior grade pill of this type, then one has successfully graduated. He had refined countless batches of Bigu pills, at least 1,000 times. And only succeeded once with a superior grade. Lin Yongmao's proficiency as a first-tier alchemist had also increased to 27.87%. Lin Yongmao took out another jade slip from his storage bag. This jade slip was also copied from the Scripture Pavilion. Qi condensation pill recipe. This qi condensation pill recipe was a congratulatory gift from the Zhu family head at the last banquet. The Zhu family is the only one of the 4 great families renowned for its alchemy, boasting at least 4 first-tier alchemists. The Zhu family possesses a wide variety of pill formulas, but they are all limited to first-tier pills. However, these are still extremely valuable. Aside from common formulas like the Bigu pill formula, acquiring the other formulas is not easy. Lin Yongmao took out the formula, carefully reviewed it with his divine sense, and memorized it. This qi condensation pill is a pill used to enhance the cultivation of qi refining stage cultivators, making its refining process even more complex. It requires more than 10 kinds of spiritual herbs. Angelica sinensis, licorice root, Atractylodes macrocephala, Rehmannia glutinosa, lotus seeds. However, one herb is difficult to cultivate and has a higher value. Yungao grass. Yungao grass only grows at altitudes above 3,000 meters, and requires abundant clouds and mist in its vicinity. This is somewhat similar to the cloud mist tea tree. Because of this characteristic, cloud mist grass is difficult to cultivate. Even the Lin family, renowned for its spiritual plants, doesn't cultivate it on a large scale. Lin Yongmao, however, has taken up the idea of cultivating cloud mist grass. It would be ideal to cultivate it in large quantities. Firstly, it would make it easier for him to refine qi condensation pills. Secondly, as an essential ingredient for refining qi condensation pills, it wouldn't be difficult to find a market for it. The conditions at Thousand Cliffs are suitable for the growth of cloud mist grass, but it's a pity there are no seeds. Although within the family territory, Lin Yongmao still made thorough preparations. His storage bag was filled with protective talismans and magical artifacts. He would choose to retreat decisively if he encountered any danger. With so many talismans, I should be fine, right? Even if he encountered second-tier demonic beasts or Foundation establishment cultivators, he would have a fighting chance. Not long has it been since the last beast died, and now is the time for recovery. The reason was simple: only in remote places could one have a chance of stumbling upon the cloud grass. To improve his luck, Lin Yongmao even brought out his moon-toad rabbit, stuffing it into his spirit beast pouch. Wherever Lin Yongmao walked, swirling clouds of smoke rose beneath his feet, making the search for the cloud grass indeed difficult. Fortunately, his divine sense had broken through to the mid-foundation establishment stage, allowing him to separate his divine sense from his body and scan. In other words, he could now perceive what was hidden in the areas covered by the smoke without using his eyes. He was rather slow, and his search was also slow. Searching area by area, Lin Yongmao still hadn't seen a trace of the cloud grass. Not to mention cloud grass, he hadn't found a single other spirit herb or medicinal plant. Lin Yongmao muttered to himself, "Damn it, have the Lin family members already looted everything?" Lin Yongmao's lack of success had completely extinguished his interest in continuing the search. "You brat, let me out! Let me out! The inside of this lousy bag is just too cramped." Inside the spirit beast bag, the moon-toad rabbit was arrogantly shouting. Helpless, Lin Yongmao had no choice but to release it. Lin Yongmao grabbed the moon-toad rabbit and threatened, "Don't keep talking, or you'll get yourself beaten." In places with poor visibility, sound travels much more clearly. Sound could easily reveal his location, and Lin Yongmao didn't like the feeling of being in the dark while he was in the light. Moon-toad rabbit. This rabbit was going to say I'd found something good, but I'm not saying that now. The moon-toad rabbit's black slave face was full of displeasure. "Good black slave, tell me, what did you find? I'll treat you to something good when we get home." Lin Yongmao gritted his teeth, trying to keep his voice low. "Really? Really?" While chi-attracting beasts don't have the ability to find treasures, their perception of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is far more acute. Following the moon-toad rabbit's guidance, Lin Yongmao headed in that direction, becoming increasingly vigilant. Lin Yongmao sighed helplessly. Upon arriving at the location, he found himself facing a sheer cliff. Lin Yongmao wanted nothing more than to beat the moon-toad rabbit. Was it trying to make him jump off? The moon-toad rabbit asked doubtfully, "That's right, it's here. Maybe on the cliff face." Lin Yongmao nearly ground his teeth to powder. "Maybe? It's definitely on the cliff face. The spiritual energy fluctuations are extremely strong, there must be many treasures." The moon-toad rabbit, fearing a beating, quickly defended itself. "Then I'll trust you one more time." Ignoring its protests, Lin Yongmao stuffed the moon-toad rabbit back into his spirit beast pouch. He began to walk step by step down the cliff. This was unavoidable. Lin Yongmao was only at the 8th level of the qi refining stage, far too incapable of flight. Foundation establishment stage cultivators could fly using magical artifacts, relying on external objects for propulsion. Of course, there were also flying artifacts, which even qi refining stage cultivators could use to fly. Lin Yongmao's cultivation was insufficient, and he lacked a flying artifact, so he could only climb down step by step. If it weren't for the vines and ropes, Lin Yongmao probably wouldn't have been able to walk at all. This was largely thanks to his cultivation of the body refining technique, the mysterious spirit body forging technique, which made his physical strength far surpass that of other cultivators at the same level, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to attempt it so easily. They grew tenaciously in the crevices of the rocks. Lone pines, thorny vines, shrubs, wild grass. The moon-toed rabbit became increasingly convinced that there was a spiritual creature below. The closer it got, the stronger the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth it could feel. 200 meters down, without the moon-toed rabbit's reminder, Lin Yongmao sensed it too. Amidst the vast expanse of clouds and mist, the spiritual energy below was gradually becoming liquid. It was consistent with the form of spiritual energy possessed by cultivators. The spiritual energy within a qi refining cultivator is gaseous. It transforms into liquid during the foundation establishment stage, and it solidifies at the golden core stage. With a solidified golden core, the spiritual power of a golden core cultivator is virtually inexhaustible. 500 meters down, the vines and ropes almost reached their end, when Lin Yongmao finally discovered a large earthen platform on the cliff face. On this platform, he could walk steadily, feeling completely safe. Beside the platform, on the cliff face, was a deep, bottomless stone cave. This cave resembled the dwelling of a cultivator or a demonic beast. On the platform, several spiritual herbs grew in the wind, some surrounded by a thin mist. It's cloud-gathering grass. Lin Yongmao was overjoyed. He quickly wielded his medicinal hoe, digging them out one by one and placing them in a jade box. There were 5 cloud-gathering grass plants in total. With these 5, Lin Yongmao could easily cultivate countless cloud-gathering grass plants. Then, he could refine as many qi-condensing pills as he wanted. Besides the 5 cloud-gathering grass plants, Lin Yongmao also noticed a small, red vine growing around them. This is an offensive spiritual plant called the crimson thorn vine. The crimson thorn vine has no medicinal value, but it possesses considerable offensive capabilities. Given enough time to grow, this spiritual plant can develop sentience and become a plant-type demon beast. The crimson thorn vine growing on this earthen slope, braving the wind, was still just a seedling. As for developing sentience, that was even more impossible. If it continued to grow here, it might die from lack of nutrients, or it might become food for birds of prey. Lin Yongmao dug it out with a medicinal hoe. Luckily you met me. Planting you on 1,000 cliffs allows you to grow freely. This was an offensive spiritual plant. Although not as powerful as the illusionary heartflower or the sword soulgrass, it still had its uses. Crimson thorn vine. Rank, low-grade tier 1. Current status, ordinary spiritual plant, not yet transformed into a demonic beast. Description: a scarlet thorn vine with extremely flexible tendrils. Once it entangles its prey, it is very difficult for the prey to escape. Furthermore, the barbs growing on the vine release a neurotoxin. Lin Yongmao also placed the crimson thorn vine into the jade box, intending to plant it upon returning to 1,000 cliffs. With the world trees, law of time, he believed it would quickly grow into a plant-type demon beast. After completing all this, Lin Yongmao's attention was entirely focused on the deep, dark stone cave. Black Slave. Should I go in or not? Lin Yongmao was at a loss and could only ask the moon-toed rabbit in his spirit beast pouch. The unknown always brings fear. But now that he was actually facing it, he chickened out. Opportunity and danger coexist. With your cowardly nature, you'd better not go in. However, the spiritual energy fluctuations I sensed were emanating from this cave, not from the cloud grass and blood-red thorn vines here. Lin Yongmao was caught in a dilemma. On the other hand, he was worried about the potential dangers within. This was truly a mental struggle. In the end, Lin Yongmao could only give himself a mental pep talk. Never mind, I'll just go in. Lin Yongmao mustered his courage and stepped inside, though his steps were slightly unsteady and trembling. He gripped several talismans tightly in his hands, ready to throw them all out without hesitation should any risk arise. The cave was deep and initially very narrow, but gradually the view opened up as he went in. Lin Yongmao held a piece of moonstone in his hand. The moonstone emitted a soft glow, dissolving the darkness before him. Moonstone was considered a spiritual mineral, but its only use was for illumination, far inferior to the radiant sun pearl. However, moonstone was very inexpensive. Compared to lanterns or torches, moonstone was far more convenient, so most cultivators preferred to purchase some and store them in their storage bags. The cave was filled with stalagmites and columns, initially appearing normal. Could there really be some ancient monster inside? Lin Yongmao felt a chill run down his spine, so he released the moon-toad rabbit from his spirit beast pouch and held it tightly in his arms. You're so useless. You're no different. Why don't we just go outside? I think so. But we're already here? Holy crap, is there a ghost? Degree. In a corner of the cave, Lin Yongmao saw a stone table and stone benches. And a skeleton. He was completely stunned. The moon-toad rabbit cried out, "Let's run! There's a ghost here!" He had been somewhat frightened at first, but now he wasn't. It was just a corpse. This should indeed have been a cultivator's cave, but the cultivator inside had passed away many years ago. Besides seeing the corpse, Lin Yongmao also sensed the extremely rich spiritual energy of the surrounding area. You can sense the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth here, which must be because there is a ley line here. Moreover, this ley line is not just a low-grade ley line, but at least a mid-grade ley line. Ley lines are different from spirit stone mines. They don't produce spirit stones, but they provide a continuous supply of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Therefore, most sects and cultivation families build their ancestral lands on ley lines. This is truly an unexpected delight. The concentration of spiritual energy here is significantly higher than at Thousand Cliffs. However, Lin Yongmao doesn't have a way to take the ley lines here with him. But this place can serve as one of his secret bases. Even Lin family cultivators would find it difficult to discover this cave dwelling, let alone others. Lin Yongmao, mustering his courage, approached the skeleton, for it was the place with the densest spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the very core of the earth's veins. A dense surge of spiritual energy emanated from the ground, preventing the skeleton from decaying. Drops of liquid dripped from the skeleton, spiritual liquid, which, if collected, could be exchanged for many spirit stones. However, Lin Yongmao had no such intention. This was tantamount to stealing food from the dead. Lin Yongmao approached the skeleton specifically to retrieve this storage bag. Although he didn't know the cultivation level of the deceased cultivator, the fact that this place had been found for so long suggested that the contents inside wouldn't be too bad. "Senior, you've already passed away, so please let this benefit me." Clang! The sound of a wooden plaque falling to the ground was extremely dull, echoing even within the sealed cave. Lin Yongmao, puzzled, picked up the plaque. Having withstood the test of time for so many years, it must be made of some kind of special spiritual plant wood. The character Lin was clearly imprinted on the plaque. Lin? Could it be my ancestor? Lin Yongmao speculated. This wooden plaque seemed more like a token belonging to their Lin family. The earth's spiritual energy surged continuously, but Lin Yongmao had no way to remove it. Originally, Lin Yongmao wanted to move the skeleton, so he could at least collect some earth's spiritual liquid. However, upon seeing the token engraved with the character Lin, he gave up. This was very likely the ancestor of the Lin family, specifically his great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather. However, this cave wasn't entirely useless. It could be used for secluded cultivation during crucial periods of breakthrough. Afterward, Lin Yongmao searched the cave further and, surprisingly, discovered some valuable items. Cloud crystals and mica ore. Cloud crystals were remarkably effective for cultivating cloud mist tea trees, while mica ore, as a byproduct, could absorb cloud mist. Both ores were useful. Lin Yongmao immediately began mining, but unfortunately, he hadn't brought the gold-eating beast, Xiaosong. Otherwise, it would definitely have been a great help in the mining. "Hey, black slave, you've been spending a lot of time with Xiaosong lately, you should know how to mine now, right?" Lin Yongmao set his sights on the moon-toad rabbit. Moon-toad rabbit, #O, I don't know how. Have you ever seen a rabbit mine? Yes. 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 And so, the man and the rabbit threw themselves into the mining business. Although there were no spirit stone veins here, there were rare cloud crystals and mica ore, so it wasn't a wasted trip. Back at Thousand Cliffs, Lin Yongmao breathed a sigh of relief. He had returned safely, and his goal had been achieved. Lin Yongmao planted the seedlings of crimson thornvine and cloud grass, respectively, and harvested another batch of star pattern rice. The second-tier spirit plant master's proficiency also increased to 23.51%. Cloud grass. Grade, mid-grade, tier 1. Current stage, seedling stage. Time to maturity, 10 days, 5 hours, 22 minutes, and 34 seconds. The cloud grass's growth cycle is approximately 10 days. Once mature, it produces seeds that can be planted in large quantities. Lin Yongmao took out several pieces of mica ore and infused them with a small amount of spiritual power. Instantly, the mica ore's activity was activated. The mica ore began to devour the surrounding mist, and a large amount of mist from the Thousand Cliffs Grass and Trees formation surged into the pieces of mica ore. Truly amazing. In no time at all the mist within Thousand Cliffs disappeared. Except for the thin mist surrounding the Millennium Cloud Mist Tea Plantation, the rest of the area was almost completely free of fog. With the fog dissipated, the view was much wider, and the light was much brighter. Lin Yongmao disliked dwellings with too much fog, they were too damp and always had a gloomy feel. Now, the sunlight streaming in created a warm and comfortable atmosphere. As for defense, there was no need to worry. The all grass and trees are soldiers formation, combined with the Yingmei's formation, meant that from the outside of Thousand Peaks Cliff, it still appeared shrouded in fog. Only after breaking the formation could one enter Thousand Peaks Cliff and see what was inside. Qinglan Sect, Qingyun Peak. Sect Master Yuan Wang has been stationed at the base of Qingyun Peak, operating the Cloud Screen 9 Heavens formation, for over half a month. However, the beast tide shows no signs of abating. Led by the Wild Forest Wolf King, the beast tide relentlessly attacks the formation. Although it hasn't broken the formation, it has caused significant trouble for the Qinglan sect. Except for a few Qinglan sect cultivators who can escape through secret passages, the rest of the disciples are trapped within the sect. This is extremely detrimental to the sect's development. Moreover, the beast tide shows no sign of ending. Endless. This is the terror of the beast tide, constantly replenished, impossible to eradicate. Furthermore, with the third-tier demonic beast, the Wild Forest Wolf King, guarding it, Sect Master Yuan Wang is unable to carry out any decapitation strikes. His own cultivation was only at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Once outside the formation, he was no match for a third-tier demonic beast. The difference in their cultivation levels was like an insurmountable chasm, leaving the Cloud Screen 9 Heavens formation would only put him at a greater disadvantage. In truth, the Wild Forest Wolf King was also in a dilemma. It pondered, these human cultivators were all weaker than it, but they possessed extremely troublesome formations. But if it returned like this, wouldn't it lose face? Once it breached the largest sect, the Azure Mist sect, there would be no more obstacles. Chen Dehao and Shirley accompanied Wang Bufan, all three covered in the blood of demonic beasts, much of it already scabbed over. They had fought valiantly, killing quite a few demonic beasts. Wang Bufan returned to Sect Master Yuan Wang's side. Master, these demonic beasts are far too difficult to deal with, we simply can't drive them away. Yuan Wang simply nodded. He knew that without killing or repelling the Wild Forest Wolf King, it was impossible to drive away the beast tide. Continuing like this is indeed not going to work. At this point, just say whatever you have. Yuan Wang was somewhat displeased, he disliked people who kept others in suspense the most. Since it was your idea, then you go and do it. Go to the Lin family through the secret passage and have them send 2 foundation establishment cultivators and 10 Qi refining cultivators. Hiss. It's actually a talisman? At Yuan Wang's request, Wang Bufan returned to the Lin family. Outside the Lin family's Cloud Heaven Spirit Array, Wang Bufan stood arrogantly. Soon, a member of the Lin family ran to announce his arrival. Wang Bufan was displeased that the Lin family members hadn't immediately invited him in, and his dissatisfaction was written all over his face. Lin Yuan led a group of people to greet him. Among them were Lin Yuqing and his wife, Lin Yuma and his daughter Lin Yongqian, and even Lin Yongma was inside. He happened to be home, so he came alone. Seeing the unruly and arrogant Wang Bufan, his expression darkened. Lin Yuan didn't rush to activate the formation. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Fellow Taoist Wang, what brings you to my Lin family?" Wang Bufan's expression was cold as he slowly replied, "I've come with orders from the Qinglan sect master. As a subordinate family of the Qinglan sect, your Lin family should obey your commands." Wang Bufan had carefully considered his words, directly striking at the Lin family's Achilles heel, leaving them no reason to object. If the Lin family didn't want to directly antagonize the Qinglan sect, they wouldn't dare disobey the Qinglan sect master's orders. Lin Yuan looked helpless. What deployment? Wang Bufan's ugly face beamed with a smug smile. Your Lin family is sending 2 foundation establishment cultivators and 10 qi refining cultivators to support our Qinglan sect. Besides, the Qinglan sect is the largest power in Xinjiang, and it is fully capable of dispelling the beast tide. Wang Bufan took out a jade box, opened it, and inside was a pale yellow talisman. This talisman exuded an astonishing aura, far beyond that of ordinary first or second tier talismans. This is a talisman treasure. Lin Yuan's mouth gaped open, completely stunned by the talisman's aura. Lin Yongmao naturally knew what a talisman treasure was. Creating a talisman treasure was no easy task, requiring 2 conditions to be met. First, the talisman maker must be at least a 3rd-tier talisman maker. Second, a golden core cultivator must provide a trace of the natal magic weapon's power. The pattern on the talisman treasure corresponds to the golden core cultivator's natal magic weapon, allowing it to unleash a portion of the golden core cultivator's natal magic weapon's power. This is the talisman treasure. However, ordinary golden core cultivators wouldn't provide the natal magic weapon's power. Only those golden core ancestors nearing the end of their lifespan, to protect their descendants, would imprint the limited natal magic weapon's power into a talisman treasure. Furthermore, each golden core cultivator only had 3 opportunities to imprint talismans in their lifetime. The talisman treasure in Wang Bufan's hand was imprinted with a battle axe. Judging from the energy it emitted, it should be an earth attribute battle axe. Lin Yuan was caught in a dilemma. If Wang Bufan directly unleashed the power of his talisman, their sect's protective formation, the Cloud Heaven Spirit formation, would likely be breached instantly. This was at least a 3rd-tier magic weapon energy attack. Just as Lin Yuan was about to agree, Lin Yongmao stepped forward. "We disagree." Wang Bufan stared at Lin Yongmao. "Kid, it's you?" Qin Dehao stepped forward. "You pretended to be dead last time and made us send you back. What a cunning scheme." He patted his storage bag, and a jade box appeared in his hand, with a simple sealing rune on it. This talisman gave Lin Yongmao confidence, as well as Lin Yuan and the entire Lin family. Wang Bufan's expression was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected things to develop so unexpectedly. How could a mere qi refining stage 8 cultivator possess a talisman? Lin Yongmao had retrieved this talisman from the storage bag on the skeleton. Lin Yongmao guessed that this skeleton was likely the Lin family patriarch, who was probably a talisman maker and a golden core cultivator. The cultivation resources in the storage bag were almost completely used up, but there were a few extremely valuable items. Among them were 4 talismans, yes, 4, not 1. The Lin family patriarch had poured his life's work into these 4 talismanic treasures, intending them to protect his descendants. Creating 4 talismanic treasures would completely deplete the primordial power of his natal magic weapon. No wonder Lin Yongmao hadn't even found the Lin family patriarch's natal magic weapon. Besides the 4 talismanic treasures, there was also a complete 3rd-tier talisman-making inheritance. Who would have thought that the Lin family, renowned for its spiritual plants, had an ancestor who wasn't a spiritual plant master, but a 3rd-tier talisman-making master? Wang Bufan's face was extremely gloomy. He was now in a dilemma. If he went back like this, he would surely disgrace the Qinglan sect and be punished by the sect leader. He gritted his teeth, his spine slightly bent. Talismanic treasures also have varying strengths. Let me see just how powerful your Lin family's talismanic treasures really are. Wang Bufan had gone mad. He couldn't accept that Lin Yongmao, whom he had once trampled underfoot, now dared to look him in the eye. Seeing Wang Bufan preparing to activate the talisman, Lin Yongmao quickly followed suit. Lin Yongmao's spiritual power surged into the talisman like a tidal wave, making the incantation on the cyan longsword even clearer. Rather than that, it was better to engage in a direct duel between the talismans. Wang Bufan's white robes, typical of an inner disciple of the Qinglan sect, fluttered even without wind, yet they lacked any ethereal quality given his appearance. His spiritual energy continuously flowed into his talisman. Wang Bufan's talisman emanated a heavy earth attribute pressure, its powerful energy poised to erupt, the massive battle axe already ready to be unleashed. Lin Yongmao, on the other hand, was not having such an easy time. This was due to his cultivation level. Lin Yongmao was only at the 8th level of the qi refining stage, and wielding his talisman with such a level of cultivation was proving somewhat inadequate. His face turned pale from excessive spiritual energy depletion. Gritting his teeth, disregarding his own safety, he took out a millennial purple jade fruit from his storage pouch. He dared not consume the whole fruit, so he merely bit open the outer skin and sucked out a mouthful of juice. Even so, the intense spiritual energy fluctuations traveled a great distance, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel a tremor due to the overwhelming intensity of the energy. Wang Bufan, Chen Dehao, Shirlei, and the others also saw Lin Yongmao's actions, inwardly lamenting the waste. Such a rare resource should have belonged to them. Lin Yongmao's current physical body couldn't withstand the energy of a complete millennial purple jade fruit, but due to his body refinement, he could manage a portion. Powerful spiritual energy surged within Lin Yongmao's body, some transforming into profound spiritual energy to temper his physique, and others directly flowing into his talismanic treasure as a river of spiritual power. A 3-foot-long sword leaped from the talisman. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly activated the array plate, briefly dispelling the protective energy shield of the Cloud Heaven Spirit Array. Lin Yongmao flicked his sleeve, and a seed the size of a sesame seed silently attached itself to the 3-foot-long sword. Everyone thought Lin Yongmao was just showing off, but in reality, a smile was playing on his lips. On the other side, Wang Bufan, with his pure foundation establishment stage spiritual power, also successfully activated the power of his talismanic treasure, and a giant axe appeared. Aside from Wang Bufan and Lin Yongmao, who wielded the two magical talismans, the other cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, and cold sweat broke out involuntarily. High in the sky, a 3-foot-long green sword and a giant axe faced off. Lin Yuqing and Lin Yuma showed the same expression. The owner of this Azure Origin sword watched their Yu-generation children grow up, but unfortunately, he chose to travel abroad, and never returned. Tears welled in Lin Yuan's eyes. "Grandpa, thank you for still protecting the family." Outside the Cloud Heaven Spirit Array, the disciples of the Azure Mist sect also wore expressions of longing. The giant axe grew larger with the wind, practically blotting out the sky. The 3-foot-long green sword, however, did not display such characteristics. Its soft green light even began to recede. Azure Origin Sword. In terms of divine sense manipulation, Lin Yongmao held an absolute advantage. His divine sense cultivation had already entered the mid-foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, he was used to manipulating the flying swords made of the sword soulgrass leaves, making him adept at controlling flying swords and similar magical artifacts. Wang Bufan, on the other hand, was using an axe-like magical artifact for the first time with only the initial foundation establishment stage spiritual sense, and appeared extremely clumsy. As for the quality of the two magical artifacts themselves, it was impossible to discern which was superior in a short time. Wang Bufan saw that Lin Yongmao could use the magical artifact with such ease, and that the attack target was directly him. This was a magical artifact. If he were hit head-on by an offensive magical artifact, with his small body at the initial foundation establishment stage, he would be crippled if not killed. Therefore, Wang Bufan could only defend. Lin Yongmao manipulated the Azure Origin sword with his divine sense. Since he couldn't break through from the front, he controlled the Azure Origin sword to attack from the side. Wang Bufan was in a bind. He hadn't expected that a former handyman disciple, whom he could only toy with, had become so powerful. Even if it was due to the power of his talisman, he couldn't accept this outcome. Tortoise Shell Shield. A superior grade defensive magic weapon. Defensive magic weapons were even rarer. Defensive magic weapons were among the most easily damaged magic weapons, and their value far exceeded other types of magic weapons of the same grade. The Azure Origin Sword's shadow struck the tortoise shell shield, and the shield, which had been as solid as an iron plate, began to shatter inch by inch. The superior-grade magic weapon was so easily defeated. This wasn't a problem with the tortoiseshell shield, but rather the sheer power of the Azure Origin Sword's attack. In that instant, Lin Yongmao quickly controlled a sesame seed-sized seed on the Azure Origin Sword, attaching it to Wang Bufan's body. This subtle action went unnoticed by anyone, because the Azure Origin Sword's power was simply too overwhelming. After Wang Bufan's defensive magic weapon, the tortoiseshell shield, shattered, the residual force of the Azure Origin Sword's shadow repelled him dozens of meters. Wang Bufan lay on the ground, his face ashen, coughing up blood profusely, barely able to stand. Talismans are consumables, although not one-time use, each use consumes their power. Generally speaking, a talisman can be used a maximum of 3 times. Ding! System notification: Parasitic Seed successfully parasitized Wang Bufan, a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. It will continuously absorb the target's source power. Wang Bufan didn't even have the strength to stand up. Although his spiritual power wasn't exhausted, the defeat in the duel with Lin Yongmao's talisman was a fatal blow. Chen Dehao and Shirlei, his 2 lackeys, quickly ran over and helped Wang Bufan up. Instead of showing gratitude, Wang Bufan pushed the 2 away, his body beginning to stagger. Lin Yong Mao. He gritted his teeth, uttering each word of the name he had once considered an ant. Lin Yongmao rolled his eyes. He had tried to kill Wang Bufan with the Qingyuan sword talisman, but the Qingyuan sword gradually disintegrated, transforming back into talisman paper and flying back into the jade box. While talismans possess immense power, they also have a time limit for use. From the moment Wang Bufan joined the Qinglan sect, he was a prodigy. Because he was found to have an earth attribute heavenly spiritual root, the entire sect treated him with utmost respect. Throughout his life, aside from his somewhat ugly appearance, he hadn't encountered any real setbacks. But now, this unknown Lin Yongmao had made him lose face so drastically. Lin Yong Mao. These 3 words were practically squeezed out between clenched teeth. His anger was burning to the core. Wang Bufan still wanted to continue activating the talisman. He refused to believe that with his Foundation Establishment cultivation, he couldn't be a match for the smear chi refining stage 8 cultivator. Lin Yongmao saw through Wang Bufan's actions and then handed the Qingyuan sword talisman to his father, Lin Yucheng. Shirlei also quickly began to persuade him. But what about the task master entrusted to us? Chen Dehao also shouted, our Qinglan sect has golden core cultivators. I advise your Lin family to obediently listen, or you'll regret it. Wang Bufan added, at that point, it won't be as simple as sending out a few Foundation Establishment cultivators, it might be a complete extermination, making your Lin family disappear from Qingyang. Upon hearing these words, the Lin family members trembled inexplicably, their lips biting tightly. Lin Yongmao scoffed, is this the mindset of your Qinglan sect? Lin Yongmao continued eloquently, Qingyang has always been dominated by your Qinglan sect, but this may not continue indefinitely. If your Qinglan sect continues to act willfully and disregard others, you will face a united attack and eventual destruction. Wang Bufan looked at Lin Yongmao, his eyes turning cold, yet he also felt there was some truth to it. In Xinjiang, the Qinglan sect was indeed dominant, and they had consistently adopted a policy of suppression. However, if all the other forces united, the Qinglan sect might not fare well. But if the Lin family were truly destroyed, then the other forces might very well try to join forces. Let's go. Your Lin family, think it over. Wang Bufan left with these words, leading a few inner disciples of the Qinglan sect, slinking away. Watching the Qinglan sect members leave, the Lin family members returned to the council hall. Lin Yucheng, even more aware of the impending crisis, asked, if the supreme elder of the Qinglan sect were to arrive in person, how would our Lin family respond? Just as the Lin family members were engaged in a heated discussion, a figure silently entered. Our Lin family may not be without a fighting chance. Grandpa, father. Times N. Many people present were deeply moved, some even shedding tears, such as Lin Yulian, the father of Lin Yuan and the others, and the grandfather of Lin Yongmao. It was publicly stated that Lin Xuanbo had long since passed away due to the exhaustion of his lifespan, yet he had miraculously appeared here. The news that Lin Xuanbo was still alive was kept secret from most of the Lin family, only a few knew, not even his own daughter, Lin Yulian. Now, seeing her father alive and well before her, how could Lin Yuma not be moved to tears? Lin Yongmao's emotions also subtly shifted, a reflection of his past life's memories. His grandfather, Lin Xuanbo, doted on him, his grandson, and personally guided him throughout his childhood. Lin Yongmao vividly remembered refusing to eat or drink for 3 days after his grandfather's death, deeply grieving. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuanbo had faked his death to deceive the various forces of Qingyang. The Lin family's rapid growth in recent years had made most of the forces in Qingyang, especially the Qinglan sect, quite wary. If the Lin family had even one golden core cultivator, it wouldn't be so bad, but they had so many foundation establishment cultivators. Without a golden core cultivator to oversee things, the Lin family couldn't compete with the Qinglan sect. Therefore, under Lin Xuanbo's arrangement, the Xian generation members passed away one after another, disappearing from everyone's sight. The Yu generation members also had to keep a low profile, with only Lin Yuan, a foundation establishment cultivator, publicly known. The Lin family would only rise to prominence once a golden core cultivator appeared. Lin Xuanbo's gaze swept over everyone present. These were all members of the Lin family. His voice was gentle yet powerful. If that old ghost from the Qinglan sect comes in person, I will personally confront him. With the family's formations, while I can't guarantee victory, protecting the family shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xuanbo's cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, only one step away from the golden core stage. One of his purposes in coming out was to reassure the family members. Lin Yuqing replied, "The resources in Yangcheng are much better than in Xinjiang. Even foundation establishment cultivators can be purchased relatively easily. I plan to go into seclusion in a while to attempt to break through to the golden core realm, but I'm still lacking a few things. If I had these things, the probability of forming a golden core would increase by 30%. If Lin Xuanbo forms a golden core, he can protect the family for at least another 300 years. Although Yangcheng wasn't exactly a benevolent place, he decided to take the risk for his father's sake, hoping he could successfully reach the golden core stage. Lin Xuanbo didn't want his son to take this risk, but as the only one in the Lin family with the best chance of breaking through to the golden core stage, he had no choice. Lin Xuanbo began to recall the past. In my early years, while traveling, I accidentally swallowed a fruit. The fruit's effect was to prolong life, otherwise, the grass on my grave would be several feet tall by now. Lin Yongmao compared his grandfather, Lin Xuanbo, with his second great-uncle, Lin Xuanzhong. Lin Xuanbo was definitely older, but Lin Xuanzhong already exuded a very strong aura of decay. The cultivation world truly has longevity-promoting fruits. Lin Yongmao naturally didn't need longevity-promoting fruits. The world tree possessed the attribute of longevity coexisting with heaven and earth, and because of the mind contract, Lin Yongmao's lifespan was equal to that of the world tree. Theoretically, as long as this world exists, Lin Yongmao's lifespan is limitless. Of course, this is assuming no external harm. If Lin Yongmao were suddenly attacked by a high-level cultivator, he would die instantly. The crowd listened to Lin Xuanbo's tale. Old age often brings reminiscing, but no one dared show impatience. Lin Xuanbo was an ancestor-level figure, and everyone was engrossed in his stories of the cultivation world. After a long while, the crowd gradually left. Hearing this, everyone quickly departed. Han Yueying gave Lin Yongmao a reassuring look and also left the council hall. Grandpa Lin Yongmao called softly. Lin Yongmao seemed to have realized something and roughly guessed Lin Xuanbo's purpose in keeping him. The mysterious wooden token was engraved with the character Lin. Among the jade slips were third-tier talisman maker inheritance, sword shadow splitting light technique, and azure origin technique. The azure origin technique is a third-tier cultivation method, suitable for cultivators with wood attribute spiritual roots. Moreover, it can be cultivated from the qi refining stage all the way to the great perfection of the golden core stage. It can be considered a complete system of cultivation techniques. The third-tier talisman maker inheritance goes without saying, it's the Lin family's most precious legacy. The Lin family is renowned in Xinjiang for its spiritual plants, yet surprisingly, while they lack a third-tier spiritual plant maker inheritance, they possess a third-tier talisman maker inheritance. As for the sword shadow splitting technique, it's a secret technique for manipulating sword blades. Originally a flying sword, under the control of this technique, it can create blade clones, unleashing several times its original power. The Lin family patriarch used the Azure Origin sword as his natal magic weapon and was also a sword cultivator. This is presumably one of his strongest secret techniques. Lin Xuanbo gazed at Lin Yongmao gently and put the jade slips into his storage bag. It's all right. You're someone I watched grow up, I trust your character. Lin Yongmao pondered for a moment, hesitated, and then took out 2 small jade boxes, personally handing them to Lin Xuanbo. What's this? Lin Xuanbo examined them closely. Lin Xuanbo, who had been calm and collected, quickened his breathing when he heard Lin Yongmao utter the word millennial. With these 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs, my success rate in breaking through to the golden core realm will increase by another 3%. He only needed to know that Lin Yongmao hadn't held back and that his approval of him, his grandfather, was genuine. That was enough. Although Lin Yongmao's actions were somewhat reckless, they were unavoidable. For the sake of the family's development, he had to do this. Moreover, during his battle with Wang Bufan, he had also revealed the 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, which Lin Xuanbo could easily discover through careful investigation. On 1,000 cliffs. At dawn, the morning mist was pierced by sunlight. Because of the radiant sun pearl and the mica ore, the mist on 1,000 cliffs was largely eliminated, making the view extremely open. Lin Yongmao stretched. System, I need to sign in. System notification, successfully planted, star-patterned rice seed, second-tier spirit plant master proficiency +5. Then, Lin Yongmao's gaze shifted to the mature cloud grass. Cloud grass only needs 10 days to mature, but with Lin Yongmao's various methods to accelerate its growth, it will only take about 5 or 6 days. It was clearly not an ordinary plant, more like a celestial herb. Lin Yongmao wielded his medicinal hoe and dug up all 5 mature cloud grass plants. It seems that mass-producing yun gao grass isn't difficult at all. Harvesting mature yun gao grass plants yields seeds, and quite a few at that. Lin Yongmao planted all the newly acquired yun gao grass seeds. Ding! A synthesized voice sounded in Lin Yongmao's ears. System notification, parasitic seed, is in effect. Your cultivation level has been improved. Lin Yongmao heard this voice every so often. This was because Lin Yongmao had successfully planted a parasitic seed within Wang Bufan, and the parasitic seed would continuously absorb Wang Bufan's cultivation level and source power. At the same time, this energy would feed back into Lin Yongmao, promoting the improvement of his cultivation level. Qinglan sect. Wang Bufan had already embellished his account of the Lin family's situation to Yuan Wang. Yuan Wang's gaze was cold, lost in thought. Talismanic treasures implied that the Lin family had once produced a golden core cultivator, yet no such news had ever surfaced, demonstrating how deeply the Lin family had kept it hidden. As for 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, those were invaluable resources needed by golden core and even nascent soul cultivators. Currently, his cultivation was at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. If he possessed a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, he might have a chance to break through to the golden core stage. It seemed it was time for him to personally visit the Lin family. However, the beast tide hadn't subsided, leaving him utterly helpless. Yuan Wang rubbed his temples and waved his hand, saying, "All right, you may leave now. Let this sect have some peace and quiet." Wang Bufan hurriedly retreated, returning to his cave at lightning speed, ignoring even his lackeys Chen Dehao and Shirlei. As the most talented prodigy of the Qinglan sect, he held a highly respected position and received excellent treatment. His cave was equipped with a special, spirit-gathering array, to enhance the spiritual energy within. But now, Wang Bufan had no interest in them and unceremoniously dismissed them temporarily. His body felt riddled with holes. Although he could absorb and replenish the spiritual energy of heaven and earth incredibly quickly, it all inexplicably vanished. The Lin family? Could it be Lin Yongmao? Wang Bufan refused to accept that Lin Yongmao was responsible. But now he clearly felt his cultivation level steadily declining. At this rate, he would eventually fall to the qi refining stage. If his cultivation level dropped to the qi refining stage, he would lose everything he possessed. Wang Bufan had traveled with great fanfare, and the result was that he had made many enemies. If he were to fall from grace, the consequences would be dire. Wang Bufan circulated his second-tier earth attribute cultivation technique, using his divine sense to examine his dantian and sea of consciousness, but found nothing wrong. Damn it, what's going on? Given his current situation, he couldn't even ask for help. Helpless, Wang Bufan could only announce that he was going into seclusion. He planned not to leave his cave for the time being until he found the problem with his body. Thousand Cliffs. Lin Yongmao felt the spiritual energy surging within his body. Was this the feeling of progressing without strenuous cultivation? This feeling of effortless advancement was simply amazing. He didn't even need to cultivate much, the spiritual energy within his body flowed continuously according to the cultivation path of the Azure Wood technique. It was a pity there was only one, otherwise, Lin Yongmao would have loved to throw one at anyone he disliked. Qi. He successfully advanced to the 9th level of the qi refining stage. In just over 10 days, Lin Yongmao had successfully broken through another minor realm. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, he felt his overall strength had improved to a new level. His luck value also increased by 1 point. After spending some time consolidating his cultivation, Lin Yongmao threw himself back into alchemy. This time, he was going to refine a qi condensation pill, a pill designed to enhance the cultivation of qi refining stage cultivators. This also led to a potential problem during the refining process. The furnace might explode. Refining the qi condensation pill required cloud grass, Angelica sinensis, licorice root, Rehmannia glutinosa, lotus seeds. Except for cloud grass, the other medicinal herbs were not difficult to find, they could be purchased in Xinjiang City, and his family had accumulated a large quantity. Lin Yongmao had asked his mother, Han Yueying, to exchange for a large quantity, enough for his attempt. Lin Yongmao took a deep breath, intending to begin his first attempt at refining. Refining the qi condensation pill was dozens of times more difficult than refining the bigu pill. Refining the bigu pill only required spirit rice, there was no need to consider the proportions of the herbs or the perception of their properties. However, refining the qi condensation pill was different. Lin Yongmao's spiritual sense was already stronger than that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. His spiritual sense left his body, and he began to perceive the properties of the medicinal herbs. Rehmannia, cold in nature, with purplish-red stems, it grows in hot and humid regions and has the effect of clearing heat and cooling the blood. Lin Yongmao perceived each herb one by one, while recalling the records of these herbs in the Complete Guide to Beginner Spiritual Plants. Except for yun gao grass, which is a spiritual plant, the rest are actually ordinary medicinal herbs. However, first-tier pills are made from these ordinary herbs. Higher-tier pills require all spiritual herbs. Lin Yongmao began to refine the herbs he added to the alchemy furnace one by one. Initially, it was a purification process. And the best way to remove impurities was through refining with flames. The Southern Bright Fire is a supremely young fire, possessing extremely high purification efficiency. However, if one's fire control technique is not proficient, medicinal herbs can easily be reduced to ashes. For example, Lin Yongmao carelessly burned a whole Angelica root to ashes. The first step of purification took Lin Yongmao dozens of attempts before he barely succeeded once. The cost was the waste of countless medicinal herbs. Fortunately, these herbs were not of particularly high value. Yun gao grass is extremely valuable, a single stalk can sell for at least 50 low-grade spirit stones. It's a core ingredient in refining qi condensation pills. Lin Yongmao has cultivated it twice, but the quantity of yun gao grass isn't particularly large. Under the scorching heat of the Nanming fire, the yun gao grass rapidly shrank, releasing a grayish-black gas. Success? A few drops of pure white liquid slowly formed the medicinal essence of the yun gao grass. The medicinal liquid from the yun gao grass was so pure, like a milky white pearl. His fire control technique was now at its peak under Lin Yongmao's control. Finally, after removing all the impurities from the herbs, dozens of drops of medicinal liquid floated one after another in the alchemy furnace, rhythmically pulsating under Lin Yongmao's divine sense. Merge. Lin Yongmao formed a hand seal, channeling spiritual energy into the alchemy furnace. The medicinal liquid within instantly merged together, beginning the fusion process. Everything was proceeding so smoothly, but the spiritual energy within the alchemy furnace became extremely turbulent, as if it were about to break free at any moment. Lin Yongmao suddenly felt that the clump of spiritual energy within the alchemy furnace was beyond his control. A strong fluctuation of spiritual energy made Lin Yongmao somewhat apprehensive. No matter how he manipulated his divine sense, he couldn't guide it to flow in a specific direction. Not good. Lin Yongmao thought to himself. The alchemy furnace continued to expand. Bang! Lin Yongmao was blasted away, collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood. If he hadn't cultivated the body refining technique, the mysterious spirit body forging technique, his injuries wouldn't have been so severe. The power of the furnace explosion was immense. With the energy required to refine a qi condensation pill, even a cultivator at the peak of the qi refining stage could be instantly killed. Lin Yongmao was stunned. He hadn't expected to encounter such an explosion. Alchemy was truly a dangerous undertaking. The medicinal herbs were destroyed, the alchemy furnace shattered, and he suffered considerable injuries. Lin Yongmao took out a leaf of the 100-year-old hemostatic vine from his storage bag and put it in his mouth. His physical injuries visibly healed. However, the wounds in his heart couldn't be healed in a short time. Where exactly did things go wrong? Should I continue refining? Without a master to guide him, and with only average alchemy talent, this is how things would be. But the thought that his family needed an alchemist, and that he needed qi condensation pills for his cultivation, compelled him to persevere. Never mind, let's keep going. It won't kill me anyway. Lin Yongmao calmed himself. He would continue once he purchased another batch of alchemy furnaces. A new batch of cloud-like grass needed cultivating, and he also needed to buy another batch of alchemy furnaces. At Lin Yuqing's home, Lin Yuqing reassured her softly, "Don't worry, Yangqing's security is quite good, the chances of encountering danger are slim." Lin Yuqing didn't mention the incident of encountering a thief in Yangcheng, not wanting his wife and children to worry. Lin Yuqing continued, "Besides, Yongmao gave me a talisman, and this, Azure Origin Sword Talisman, can be used twice more." Han Yueying knew Lin Yuqing well. She didn't believe his guarantee, but rather the life-saving item he carried. Now that he possessed a talisman, as long as he didn't encounter a golden core cultivator, he could easily escape unscathed. Oh, and remember to bring Yongmao plenty of things. Especially if you find any suitable spiritual plants, be sure to buy them. Lin Yuqing nodded. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to travel far from home and risk his life. But for the sake of his family's happiness and security, he had to take the risk. Lin Yuqing didn't take Lin Jing with him this time, going alone. If they encountered real danger, Lin Jing could very well be a burden. Lin Yuqing resolutely left home. To avoid being seen, he quietly set off alone at night. Qingyang City. Qingyang City was also attacked by a beast tide. However, their current situation is relatively good. Qin Sikan, the young city lord of Qingyang City, is directing the scattered cultivators in Qingyang City to deal with the beast tide in an orderly manner. Qin Sikan, the young city lord of Qingyang City, had visited the Lin family once, and Lin Yongmao still remembered him. He should be no more than 16 years old, but his cultivation has already reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage. His father, the city lord of Qingyang City, was also his source of confidence, even the scattered cultivators temporarily residing in Qingyang City obeyed his orders. Fortunately, the highest cultivation level of the demonic beasts attacking Qingyang City was only at the mid-stage of the second tier. If third-tier demonic beasts had arrived, Qingyang City would have been in grave danger. He sighed inwardly, if only he could break through to the foundation establishment stage. Then he could turn the tables and take the initiative. However, he knew that his father had gone on a journey, seeking an opportunity to break through to the golden core stage. But right now, Xingyang City is completely isolated and without support. Chen Sikhan was very worried. If things continued like this, Xingyang City would likely fall sooner or later. Go to the Qinglan sect for help? Right, there's the Lin family too. The patrol member was a middle-aged man who didn't mind the commanding tone at all. On the contrary, he felt it was perfectly reasonable. Yes. After a long while, Su Lizzie hurriedly arrived. Young city lord. Su Lizzie clasped his hands in a respectful bow, clearly impressed by the young man before him. Young city lord summoned me here. What are your orders? Su Lizzie knew that he and Xingyang City were now in the same boat. If Xingyang City fell, his Lingbao Pavilion branch here would have to close down. He himself might even become food for the demonic beasts outside. This, Su Lizzie frankly stated, it's my duty to do this, but as a businessman, I know all connections are based on profit. Why would the Lin family be willing to help? Foundation establishment pill formula? Su Lizzie's eyes burned with fervor, his refined demeanor almost crumbled, and his face twitched slightly. The Foundation establishment pill formula is extremely precious, even their Spirit Treasure Pavilion wouldn't sell it. Generally speaking, precious pill formulas are hidden and not easily traded to others. Chen Sikhan smiled wryly, I'm not exactly an alchemist, so this Foundation establishment pill formula is useless to me. It's better to use it to exchange for an opportunity for the Lin family to intervene, which would help protect Xingyang City. Su Lizzie naturally had a way to bypass the beast tide and reach the Lin family. Lin Yuan and Lin Yuma received Su Lizzie. No wonder the Lin family could achieve such rapid development, their foundation is truly profound. Lin Yuan politely addressed Su Lizzie, Manager Su, what brings you here in person? Su Lizzie, with his refined and scholarly demeanor, calmly replied, I've been friends with Brother Lin Yuching for many years. Firstly, I've come to pay my respects to Brother Lin, and secondly, I have a favor to ask of the Lin family. Lin Yuan showed a troubled expression, however, our Lin family currently only has one foundation establishment cultivator guarding the city. We are truly worried about an invasion by external enemies at this time. Lin Yuan, being the sixth son, didn't show any hesitation when he told this lie. A foundation establishment pill formula? Lin Yuan knew the value of the foundation establishment pill formula. Even if the Lin family didn't currently have a second-tier alchemist, it was still very necessary to acquire a foundation establishment pill formula. As for supporting Xingyang City, he would handle that personally. Lin Yuma gave Lin Yuan a reassuring look, Big brother, leave everything to me. With Lin Yuma overseeing the Lin family, Lin Yuan felt at ease. Thousand Cliffs. Lin Yongmao heard the system notification in his mind. Ding. System notification, parasitic seed, is in effect. Your cultivation has been improved. In just over 10 days, Lin Yongmao's cultivation had advanced another small realm. Logically speaking, his cultivation speed shouldn't be this fast, even with dual spiritual roots and an unlimited supply of pills. However, the parasitic seed was simply too overpowered. Lin Yongmao was constantly absorbing Wang Bufan's source. Power and cultivation. If the spiritual energy completely filled his dantian, then there would be no further growth, and he would have reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage. To advance his cultivation further, he could only attempt foundation establishment. System, I need to sign in. Lin Yongmao silently chanted in his heart. Today was another double-hit day, and Lin Yongmao was extremely excited. Another spiritual plant, and it seemed to be an offensive one. Ink Caprinus. Rank, second tier high grade. Description, a highly poisonous Caprinus fungus, its venom, when extracted, can even harm golden core cultivators and third-tier demonic beasts. If it grows for 1,000 years, its toxicity will be even stronger. In Lin Yongmao's palm lay a sphere of light, within which resided a blackish-red fungus. This umbrella-shaped fungus was exceptionally beautiful. The ink Caprinus resembled an open umbrella, its overall color red, but dotted with dozens of black spots. The black spots were the pathways through which the venom flowed, making even Lin Yongmao hesitant to touch it. Red umbrella, white stem, devouring the entire race, leaving them lying on their backs. Lin Yongmao then found a secluded spot and planted the ink Caprinus. System notification: successfully planted, ink Caprinus, Tier 2 Spirit Plant Master Proficiency plus 45. Just planting this one fungus earned Lin Yongmao 45 points of Spirit Plant Master Proficiency, demonstrating its rarity. If he utilized the All Plants Are Soldiers formation, combined with the ink Caprinus S toxins, Lin Yongmao felt it might even be possible to poison and kill a Tier 3 demonic beast. As the opponents he encounters become stronger, the illusionary Heartflower is increasingly unable to keep up with Lin Yongmao's needs. Dealing with first and second tier demonic beasts might not be difficult, but dealing with third tier demonic beasts is almost impossible. Their spiritual senses are not easily affected by the pollen of the illusionary Heartflower. If it encounters a monster with a natural advantage, even a second tier monster won't be able to handle it. However, the ink Caprinus is different. Its toxicity is so potent that even second-tier monsters cannot resist it, and even poison attribute monsters will be affected. Influenced by the World Tree's law of time, the ink Caprinus can further grow, and its toxicity will only increase. 1,000 Cliffs. The sky was clear and the breeze gentle. The weather was quite nice today. After signing in, Lin Yongmao continued tending to the spiritual plants on 1,000 Cliffs. His hoe moved constantly, sometimes clearing weeds, sometimes digging out mature herbs and storing them in his storage bag. System notifications kept ringing in his mind, indicating that his spiritual plant cultivation proficiency was steadily increasing. Currently, his second-tier spiritual plant cultivation proficiency had reached 63%. Compared to first-tier alchemist proficiency, second-tier spiritual plant cultivation proficiency was actually easier to increase. Upon successful advancement, both alchemists and spirit plant masters will experience increases in efficiency, yield, and pill-forming rate. This is the beauty of the 100 Arts of Cultivation system. Others might require diligent comprehension. Without talent, advancement is impossible. Lin Yongmao, however, doesn't need this. He only needs to meet the conditions. Even with limited talent, continuous practice and increased proficiency will lead to advancement. Ding! System notification: influenced by spiritual plants, the 100-year-old hemostatic vine has undergone a beneficial mutation, evolving into the 100-year-old blood chi vine. Lin Yongmao quickly went to the original location where the 100-year-old hemostatic vine had grown. Because the hemostatic vine loves to climb rock walls, Lin Yongmao planted it near one. This hemostatic vine was already quite old when it was transplanted. Even without being planted for more than a year, it was already at least 100 years old. Now, the hemostatic vine has evolved into the blood chi vine. After evolution, the vine produces more leaves, the veins are more intricate, and the bright red veins even subtly gleam. Lin Yongmao estimates that the yield and medicinal efficacy of the 100-year blood chi vine have both improved after this positive evolution. The 100-year blood chi vine is a functional spiritual plant. Direct consumption can heal external injuries, and at its peak, it can even regenerate severed limbs. However, it's estimated that a 10,000-year blood chi vine would need to achieve this. Under the activation of the plants and trees as soldiers formation, it might not even need to reach 10,000 years. Lin Yongmao observed the other spiritual plants but didn't discover any other positive evolutions. Initially, Lin Yongmao thought the world trees, plants and trees have spirits, talent attribute was rather useless, but now he finds it surprisingly valuable. Lin Yongmao walked over to the Ironheart willow tree, a rare defensive spirit plant. Lin Yongmao vividly remembered the last beast tide attack on 1,000 Cliffs. His current weakness was his insufficient defense. Now, with the addition of the Ironheart willow tree, this deficiency should be remedied. The Ironheart willows grew extremely rapidly, long past their sapling state, and had grown to over 20 meters tall. The 10 Ironheart willows, shading the sky, firmly protected 1,000 Cliff, providing a great sense of security. Lin Yongmao conservatively estimated that even an ordinary golden core cultivator's natal magic weapon couldn't achieve this. After tending to the Ironheart willows, Lin Yongmao went to the Sword Soul Grass. Sword Soul Grass. Evolution conditions: gunmetal chi can promote the evolution of Sword Soul Grass, with a chance to grow more leaves and significantly increase their sharpness. This is the system's attribute panel prompt given to Lin Yongmao. After completing all this, Lin Yongmao began refining qi condensation pills. He believed he would succeed today. With a large quantity of cloud grass maturing and another batch purchased for his alchemy furnace, he had sufficient confidence to refine qi condensation pills. Although the furnace exploded several times, it didn't dampen Lin Yongmao's morale, and he continued to try. Gradually, he understood the cause of the explosions: the unstable distribution of spiritual energy within the alchemy furnace. Furthermore, Lin Yongmao discovered a method to reliably cause the furnace to explode while controlling its power. Adjusting the qi condensation pill formula might even increase the power of the explosions. Lin Yuqing looked into the distance. He vividly remembered a cute little girl in that village. But the parents of this cute little girl, the farmer and woman, were not as honest and kind as they appeared. Instead, they harbored malicious intentions. Lin Yuqing's eyes lit up. He was determined to lure the two out and kill them. A gentleman seeks revenge, and it's a pity he didn't meet his sworn brother sooner. Now that he had come to the Yangcheng region, he was determined to get his revenge. He murmured softly, "My dear, don't blame me. It's all your parents' fault." He approached the village and, sure enough, saw the same adorable little girl squatting at the village entrance, intently counting ants. A candied hawthorn skewer appeared before her eyes. Forgetting how many she'd counted, her mouth watered, and she grabbed it with both hands. Sure enough, candied hawthorn skewers are deadly for children. Lin Yuqing happily let go, and the little girl popped a glistening hawthorn skewer into her mouth. Candied hawthorn skewers, delicious. She didn't even care that this fierce-looking uncle had given her the skewers. She even thought the uncle was somewhat handsome. Lin Yuqing thought to himself, "Sorry, this time the candied hawthorn skewers really are poisoned." Many villagers cast curious glances at Lin Yuqing. Since it wasn't his first time there, they weren't as wary as before. Lin Yuqing moved with lightning speed. Seeing the little girl collapse, he quickly scooped her up in his arms and used his movement technique to flee rapidly towards Yangcheng. At the villagers' prompting, the little girl's parents, the farming couple, immediately reacted. The farmer shouted, his footwork reaching its peak, his steps light as the wind, his speed no less than Lin Yuqing's. Sure enough, the little girl was easily fooled. A simple candied hawthorn had ensnared her. Furthermore, he had added illusionary heartflower pollen, further enhancing the hallucinogenic effect of the candied hawthorn. The little girl wouldn't wake up for a while. This is it. The farmer arrived first, followed quickly by the farmer's wife, both cautiously watching Lin Yuqing. The farmer roared, "Hand over my daughter." The farmer's wife pleaded, "My child is innocent. Please, senior, have mercy." Lin Yuqing sneered, "Use your 2 lives to exchange for hers." He would eliminate the qi refining stage woman first, then focus on the early foundation establishment stage farmer. Caught off guard, the farmer's wife had no time to defend herself and could only retreat passively. But how could her speed match Lin Yuqing's early foundation establishment cultivation? The golden slaying sword pierced the farmer's wife's abdomen, and blood gushed out. "No!" The farmer cried out in grief and anger, only to see Lin Yuqing deliver the finishing blow, piercing the woman's dantian with 2 or 3 more sword strikes, and finally piercing her heart. This stone axe was also a high-grade magic weapon. The clash between the golden slaying sword and the stone axe created a gust of wind, forcing both men to stagger back several steps. Lin Yuqing quickly activated the golden body technique, a body refining technique still effective even at the foundation establishment stage, making his physical strength superior to other cultivators of the same level. Both men were at the early foundation establishment stage, and both possessed extensive combat experience. As cultivators of the tribulation realm, they lived a life of constant danger. As members of a demon hunting team, they were always dealing with ferocious demonic beasts. Both were highly skilled in combat and possessed extensive experience, their battle evenly matched. Therefore, the final contest came down to their magical artifacts and trump cards. If Lin Yuqing directly activated the Azure Origin Talisman Sword, he would undoubtedly kill the farmer easily, so there was no need to waste a single use of the talisman. He continuously threw out first and second-tier talismans, which instantly generated various spells to attack the farmer, who struggled to cope. The farmer couldn't understand. Who had he offended? Why did this man have so many talismans? How many spirit stones were they worth? On one hand, he was blinded by hatred. On the other hand, his greed began to take hold. If he killed this rude man before him, all his resources would be his. But the farmer wasn't willing to let others share the spoils. Lin Yuqing observed that the farmer had no intention of retreating, which was exactly what he wanted. The farmer gritted his teeth and took out a talisman from his storage bag. This talisman was inscribed with the mark of lightning. Lightning Strike Talisman. A high-grade, second-tier talisman. He wouldn't repeat that mistake and decisively chose to activate the talisman. After the talisman was activated, a large thundercloud began to form above Lin Yuqing's head, its aura of lightning locking onto him. Lin Yuqing snorted coldly, appearing very composed, and took out 3 talismans from his storage bag. 2 of them were exactly the same as the Lightning Strike Talisman in the farmer's hand, also second-tier high-grade talismans. The third was a second-tier high-grade talisman specifically for defense. Ice Wall Talisman. The 3 talismans were activated simultaneously. 2 thunderclouds locked onto the farmer, while ice walls covered 5 directions around Lin Yuqing. Front, back, left, right, and above. Except for the ground, all 5 other directions were protected by ice walls. The farmer's face paled in horror. He hadn't expected his opponent to be able to so easily produce his treasured second-tier high-grade talismans, and in greater numbers at that. When he was enveloped by the thunderclouds, he knew it was all over. On the other hand, most of the lightning strikes were blocked by the ice wall. The few that struck Lin Yuqing had lost most of their power, at most causing minor superficial wounds. Seeing that the farmer wasn't quite dead yet, Lin Yuqing quickly finished him off. The farmer was desperate and helpless. Had he known Lin Yuqing possessed so many talismans, he would never have considered harming him. His greatest worry was still his daughter. But now, everything was over. If it weren't for his superior strength, he would already be dead under the man's axe. Fireball Talisman. A fireball struck the farmer's body, instantly reducing him to ashes. Then, Lin Yuqing skillfully retrieved his storage bag and the high-grade magic weapon, the stone axe. Lin Yuqing walked to the little girl hiding in the weeds. She was fast asleep, a sweet smile on her face, seemingly savoring a delicious candied hawthorn. Lin Yuqing was troubled. What should he do with this little girl? Logically, he should eliminate her completely, leaving no hidden danger. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they'll grow back in the spring. However, seeing her innocent appearance, Lin Yuqing couldn't bear to do it. Sigh. Let's take her back to the family. If she doesn't have spiritual roots, let's settle her in a mortal town and let her live out her days in peace. If she does have spiritual roots, erase her memories and let her cultivate in the Lin family. Lin Yuqing ultimately didn't kill her. The cultivation world has plenty of ways to erase someone's memories. This little girl has great potential. Night was approaching, so Lin Yuqing hurried towards the location of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. As soon as he entered the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, he saw a charming figure. It was undoubtedly Li Chunyang. Manager Li. Lin Yuqing called out softly. Her eyes caught sight of the little girl sleeping soundly in Lin Yuqing's arms. Fellow Daoist Lin, familiarity breeds contempt. Don't call me Manager Li anymore, just call me Chunyang. Li Chunyang's suggestion was impossible to refuse. Li Chunyang smiled. What does fellow Daoist Lin need from our Lingbao Pavilion? Lin Yuqing glanced around. Even though it was almost night, there were still some customers in the Lingbao Pavilion. It was a crowded and noisy place. So, Lin Yuqing handed a slip of paper to Li Chunyang. Take a look at this. Li Chunyang's almond-shaped eyes widened instantly as she looked at the contents of the slip of paper, and her cherry-like lips parted slightly. Lin Yuqing sighed softly. It wasn't that simple after all. If the Spirit Treasure Pavilion alone could provide all the resources needed to break through to the Golden Core stage, that would be too unbelievable. He was now pinning his hopes on Li Chunyang. After all, he was unfamiliar with the area, and asking around for information would be too much trouble. Because of the relationship between Li Chunyang and Su Lizzie, Lin Yuqing could basically trust her. Li Chunyang considered it for a moment, but still relayed this information, even though the auction wasn't actually hosted by the Lingbao Pavilion. Generally speaking, auctions aren't open to everyone, they're basically only open to those with sufficient wealth and power. Li Chunyang began her introduction. Unhurriedly, this auction can be described as the grandest auction in recent decades, held by the Yangcheng Auction House. Our Lingbao Pavilion's Yangcheng branch happens to have 2 invitation cards. With just 1 invitation card, you can participate in this auction. Lin Yuqing asked directly, "Could you transfer one of the invitation cards to me?" Lin Yuqing immediately understood, "If I'm willing to offer 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, could I exchange it for one?" Li Chunyang laughed heartily, "Of course, no problem. 3 days from now, I will accompany fellow Taoist Lin to the Yangcheng Auction House. During this time, fellow Taoist can try to collect as many spirit stones as possible, there will be many rare items at the auction." Lin Yuqing nodded and asked, "How many spirit stones are needed for the resources on the list that can be purchased at the Lingbao Pavilion?" Li Chunyang quickly dispatched her subordinates to take inventory, while she herself began calculating, a total of 32,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Let's round it down to 30,000. Lin Yuqing thought it was reasonable. Searching elsewhere would likely take much longer, and safety wouldn't be guaranteed. He might as well buy it all here. Lin Yuqing carefully scanned the storage bag Li Chunyang handed him with his divine sense, confirming nothing was missing before handing over the spirit stones. Lin Yuqing sighed softly. He indeed didn't have many spirit stones left, he had already used most of them. Although his father, Lin Xuanbo, had given him a considerable amount of spirit stones and resources, many spiritual plants and other resources hadn't yet been converted into spirit stones. "Thank you for the reminder, Chunyang." Lin Yuqing was very impressed. Generally, merchants wouldn't act without profit, seizing any opportunity to make money. But Li Chunyang was very generous, not immediately urging Lin Yuqing to exchange all his items for spirit stones from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, but instead offering a more reasonable suggestion. "Adding the 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit I promised earlier, I'm willing to give 3 more 1,000-year-old purple jade fruits to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, just to exchange them for 30,000 low-grade spirit stones." A sly glint flashed in Li Chunyang's beautiful eyes as she quickly agreed. It seemed her goal had been achieved, forging a good relationship with the person before her was indeed the right choice. Li Chunyang didn't inquire about the little girl's identity but readily agreed, it was a small matter to her. Lin Yuqing had other things to do and it wouldn't be convenient to bring the little girl along. As dusk settled, the sun had long since set. Lin Yuqing, left with no other option, had to find an inn to stay at. This largely ensured the city's security. Originally, Lin Yuqing had planned to go to the Qingyang City auction house to consign some resources, but now it seemed time wouldn't allow it. Longyang Inn. "This should be the largest inn in Qingyang City, I'll stay here." Lin Yuqing wasn't thinking of saving spirit stones. Firstly, he didn't lack spirit stones and resources. Secondly, the larger the inn, the lower the risk, it was unlikely someone would make a move in such a large inn. "Sir, are you here for a meal or to stay the night?" Lin Yuqing rolled his eyes at the young man. "It's already this late, of course I'll stay the night." "Arrange a room for me." "Which 4 grades?" Lin Yuqing asked curiously. "The yellow class rooms are on the 1st to 3rd floors, equipped with soundproofing and basic defensive arrays, ensuring maximum security and privacy. The mysterious classrooms are on the 4th floor. In addition to the 2 arrays found in the yellow classrooms, they also have an extra first-order spirit gathering array, making cultivation twice as effective. This hierarchical system is very pronounced in the cultivation world, only those with strength and spirit stones can enjoy life." Lin Yuqing asked, "What about the heaven classrooms?" "Sir, please come in." Lin Yuqing entered a room, the Xian-tier room on the 4th floor. Soundproofing array. Basic defense array. First-tier spirit gathering array. However, with Lin Yuqing's current cultivation level, only the soundproofing array was still somewhat effective. "Go ahead. I need to purchase a batch of resources. Could you find them for me?" Lin Yuqing thought for a moment and then asked. This is your reward. If you succeed, I'll give you 4 more. How about it? Lin Yuqing nodded. Besides purchasing cultivation resources for his father, Lin Xuanbua, to break through to the golden core stage, the family needed many other resources. However, personally purchasing large quantities of resources might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It was better to entrust the task to the person before him. Lin Yuqing waved his hand, signaling Yi to leave. He then took the token controlling the formations and activated all 3 formations. After closing the door, Lin Yuqing carefully examined the room's furnishings. Not bad, the 200 low-grade spirit stones weren't a waste. In Xingyang, there were no inns or rooms like this. It seems the gap between Xingyang and Yangcheng is quite large. Whether in terms of resources or the strength of cultivators, Xingyang lags far behind Yangcheng. The sun was high in the sky when Lin Yuqing finally woke up. Lin Yuqing gave a soft gesturing for Yi to come in. He then asked, could you tell me about the power distribution in Yang City? Yi knew Lin Yuqing was probably not from Yang City, but he didn't show any curiosity. Asking about a guest's origins was a major taboo. Lin Yuqing was somewhat puzzled. Logically, a power is formed due to conflicts of interest. Why do villages and towns form powers? Of course, these aren't the only families in the villages and towns. Other independent cultivators rely on them for survival. However, these 3 families wield absolute power. Lin Yuqing understood. In other words, you couldn't afford to offend these 3 families, or you wouldn't be able to survive in Yangcheng. Lin Yuqing suddenly asked, the Yi family of Woyang Town, you also have the surname Yi. What's your relationship with the Yi family? However, this was Yi's secret, and Lin Yuqing didn't bother to delve into it. As long as he could help him get things done, that was enough. Lin Yuqing continued, what are the cultivation levels of the strongest individuals from these 3 major forces? As for the Yi family of Woyang Town and the Zhou family of Xiaomiao village, both have a late-stage golden core cultivator who could potentially advance to the nascent soul realm at any time. Lin Yuqing couldn't help but swallow hard. This place was indeed far more powerful than Xingyang. The strongest cultivator in Xingyang was undoubtedly the supreme elder of the Qinglan sect, but even he was only at the early golden core stage. And here, there were already nascent soul stage monsters, not to mention countless golden core stage cultivators. This served as a warning to him. He must be extremely cautious in his actions from now on. If he accidentally provoked a powerful cultivator, he could lose his life at any moment. Thank you. Yi nodded quickly, put the slip of paper into his own storage bag, then clutched the newly acquired storage bag and left the Longyang Inn. Lin Yuqing saw Yi leave, and Yi followed him out of the inn. Lin Yuqing was awestruck by the grandeur of the auction house building. It was much larger than the Longyang Inn, and even the guards were 2 foundation establishment cultivators. Lin Yuqing calmly walked into the Long family auction house. A young woman came to greet him. She was dressed in a white palace gown, like a princess who had stepped out of a palace. Guest, the auction doesn't start until 2 days later. Are you here to store your auction items? Lin Yuqing carefully sensed the woman's cultivation level. She was also a foundation establishment cultivator, and her cultivation was even a small realm higher than his own. She was already at the mid-foundation establishment stage. I am Long Xinyue, the auctioneer and inspector of the Long family. I will take you to the inspection room to examine your items. Long Xinyue carefully opened the jade boxes. Sensing the spiritual energy and medicinal fragrance emanating from them, her breathing became rapid. This is a 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, and this is a 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea. Inside the jade boxes were 2,000-year-old purple jade fruits and several 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea leaves. Although the quantity was small, their value was immense. Long Xinyue's attitude towards Lin Yuqing became even more respectful. Guest, the value of these spiritual herbs is truly immense. I suggest you entrust them to our auction house for auction. I can arrange for you to only charge a 10% commission. Long Xinyue was overjoyed. The auction in 2 days would sell a large amount of cultivation resources, but they were lacking in high-quality spiritual plants and herbs. Lin Yuqing's arrival had just solved the Long family auction house's urgent problem. Lin Yuqing stroked his beard and laughed a few times. Then it's up to your auction house. With that, Long Xinyue handed Lin Yuqing a token made of spirit jade, engraved with the traditional Chinese character, dragon. Thank you. Lin Yuqing expressed his gratitude and left the Long family auction house, intending to return in 2 days. After Lin Yuqing left, a hunched old woman entered the testing room. Miss, should we send someone to follow him? Long Xinyue's smile faded. Send someone to follow him. This person clearly isn't from Yangchang. Find out his identity first, but be careful not to alert him. The hunched old woman bowed respectfully, then her figure abruptly disappeared from the room. After leaving the auction house, Lin Yuqing frequently visited various shops, sometimes selling spiritual plants and herbs, and sometimes buying cultivation supplies. While Lin Yuqing was browsing the shops, the hunched old woman quickly spotted him. Given his special status, she had personally come to follow him. Not good. Lin Yuqing thought to himself. His divine sense had clearly detected someone following him, but he didn't know when it had started. It seems the shopping trip will have to be put on hold for now. Seeing Lin Yuqing enter the Longyang Inn, the hunched old woman's wrinkled face contorted with rage. Did he discover me? No. That's absolutely impossible. My tracking technique wouldn't be able to detect even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The other party is only an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It must be a coincidence. Lin Yuqing found a seat by the window. Inns were the best places to gather information. Many cultivators were discussing the auction, and Lin Yuqing's keen divine sense captured all this information. I heard this auction is being hosted by Chief Auctioneer Long Xinyue. We're in for a treat. The Long family is really going all out, even letting their daughter appear in public. What do you know? Even in a family of cultivators, everything is about profit. If Long Xinyue weren't still valuable, she would have been betrothed long ago. I'm so envious of you all. Invitations to this auction were so hard to get, otherwise I'd love to see Long Xinyue in person. This auction is the grandest in decades. The items are truly something to look forward to. There are already some rumors circulating about some of the auction items. Would you like to know? I heard there are a few spirit condensation pills among the auction items. These are pills that help cultivators at the great perfection of the foundation. Establishment stage break through to the golden core stage. As far as I know, many cultivators in Yang City need these pills. I didn't expect them to have spread. But I heard it's a third-tier inheritance? Lin Yuqing listened to this news, becoming even more interested in the auction. If he could successfully purchase these resources, it would definitely be very helpful for the Lin family's development. After sitting for a while, he returned to his guest room, not even glancing at the old woman sitting at the table by the door. Although he only produced a few defective pills, this was already a significant breakthrough for him. These defective pills were casually discarded by Lin Yongmao, becoming nutrients for the land. He then devoted himself to refining a new batch of pills. Now, Lin Yongmao could control the alchemy furnace with great confidence, preventing it from exploding. Soon, under Lin Yongmao's skillful control, he reached the final step of pill condensation. Condense! Several round qi condensation pills emerged one after another. His diligent practice over this period had finally yielded some results. If he continued, he believed he would soon reach the level of a second-tier alchemist. Lin Yongmao observed that his proficiency as a first-tier alchemist had reached 74.3%. Once he reached the second-tier alchemist level, refining first-tier pills would be a piece of cake, and the success rate would significantly increase. Although alchemy was one aspect, Lin Yongmao hadn't neglected his cultivation either. In terms of cultivation level, Lin Yongmao was almost at the great perfection of the qi refining stage. This isn't because of his diligent cultivation, but because of the parasitic seed. Every day, Lin Yongmao can feel his cultivation level increasing, his spiritual energy surging inexplicably, and then automatically beginning to circulate the azure wood technique for refinement. Besides cultivating his cultivation level, Lin Yongmao hasn't given up on body tempering. The mysterious spirit body tempering technique is currently on the second level, and he has already completed the tempering of most of his bones. The first level tempers the meridians, the second level tempers the bones, and the third level enhances qi and blood. If he were to internally examine his body, Lin Yongmao would find that all his bones now radiate a luminous glow. Once he completes the tempering of his skull, the second level will be perfected. While circulating the mysterious spirit body tempering technique, Lin Yongmao also directly swallowed a 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit. From initially being hesitant to eat it, to now consuming it whole, it has been a process. The Xianling Qi entered Lin Yongmao's head, and immediately, a sense of oppression washed over him. The skull is one of the most mysterious parts of the human body, and tempering the skull is an extremely dangerous undertaking. But to continue cultivating, Lin Yongmao had no choice but to take this small risk. Cultivation is never a smooth path, there are always challenges ahead. The Xianling Qi completely enveloped the skull, then slowly seeped in. Seeing this, Lin Yongmao finally felt relieved. After most of the day, watching his skull gradually become translucent, Lin Yongmao finally opened his eyes. It's done! The second level of the mysterious spirit body forging technique is complete. His current physical strength, due to the strengthening of his bones, is comparable to a mid-grade magic weapon. Even if he were directly attacked by a high-grade magic weapon, it wouldn't be immediately fatal. This is the benefit of cultivating body refining techniques, it greatly increases the margin for error in combat. Those cultivators who haven't cultivated body refining techniques are easily killed with a single blow if their spiritual energy shield is broken. It's different for cultivators who have cultivated body refining techniques. Their physical bodies are weapons, they are not easily killed, and their health bars are very thick. Lin Yongmao has officially entered the third level of the mysterious spirit body forging technique, which involves condensing his own qi and blood. Qi and blood can be understood as a person's energy. The more abundant a cultivator's qi and blood, the more vigorous their energy. The stronger their burst of power and endurance in combat will be. The advanced form of qi and blood is essence blood. Generally speaking, a qi refining stage cultivator can condense a maximum of 2 drops of essence blood. Lin Yongmao had already used up both drops of essence blood, one on the world tree and the other on the gold-eating beast, Shaosong. However, the third level of the mysterious spirit body forging technique can increase the speed of condensing essence blood, allowing even those at the qi refining stage to condense more essence blood. Lin Yongmao sat beside the century-old blood qi vine and continued cultivating the mysterious spirit body forging technique. The blood qi vine's energy was extremely vigorous. It was precisely because of this powerful energy that the blood qi vine possessed the miraculous effect of rapidly healing external injuries. He would occasionally eat a leaf from the blood qi vine, converting it into his own blood energy to better cultivate the third level of the mysterious spirit body forging technique. Thankfully, the hemostatic vine had mutated into a blood qi vine, otherwise, its yield would not have met Lin Yongmao's needs. When Lin Yongmao swallowed the leaves of the century-old blood qi vine, the vine didn't heal his injuries. Instead, part of it transformed into Xianling Qi, and the rest into a dense blood qi power. Lin Yongmao felt every pore in his body open up, and his energy and spirit were much stronger. He felt a sensation of undergoing a marrow-renewing transformation. Long Family Auction House. People gradually entered the Long Family Auction House, and the hall was already bustling with activity. Lin Yuqing followed beside Li Chuanyang, the manager of the Lingbao Pavilion. He had already returned the invitation card to Li Chuanyang earlier. Li Chuanyang was completely bewildered. Who asked for the invitation card in the first place? And now you're the one who promptly returned it? Lin Yuqing, however, only wore a mysterious smile. He presented a jade token engraved with the traditional Chinese character, dragon, to the auction house staff. The staff immediately led the two to a private room. The room, though small, only about 15 square meters, was very elegant. It featured a large, one-way floor-to-ceiling window, offering a clear view of the auction stage. Honored guests, this is your private auction room. There's a miniature magic array inside, you can use it to place your bids. If you win, someone will deliver your winnings. Lin Yuqing was very satisfied, this greatly ensured his privacy. No matter how many items he won, no one else would know. Of course, except for the host, the Long family, and Li Chunyang beside him. She, the manager of Lingbao Pavilion, only possessed 2 ordinary tokens. On the auction stage, Long Xinyue, dressed in a white gown, gracefully walked to the center. Before she even spoke, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Welcome, esteemed fellow Taoists, to the Long family auction house. The auction will begin promptly in 3 minutes. Please take your seats and prepare yourselves. Lin Yuqing's gaze fell upon the radiant Long Xinyue on the stage. She was even more beautiful today. Lin Yuqing simply smiled awkwardly. Fellow Taoists, enough with the pleasantries, let's begin this auction. Besides the items already revealed, there are many unexpected surprises. Long Xinyue was adept at stirring up the crowd's emotions, especially in the hall, where the cultivators were already buzzing with excitement and anticipation. As soon as she finished speaking, countless gazes converged on the display stand like a tidal wave. Long Xinyue's gentle voice echoed throughout the auction hall. This is today's first item, a 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit. Fellow Taoists are probably aware of its value. It's a spiritual herb even golden core cultivators need to enhance their cultivation. 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, starting bid 15,000 low-grade spirit stones, minimum increment 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as Long Xinyue finished speaking, cultivators immediately began bidding, and all of them were foundation establishment stage cultivators. 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. 17,000 low-grade spirit stones. 20,000. The higher the price of this 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, the more advantageous it was for him, because 95% of it belonged to him. 21,000 low-grade spirit stones. 23,000 low-grade spirit stones. 24,000 low-grade spirit stones. The price continued to rise. Finally, when the price reached 32,000 low-grade spirit stones, no more cultivators bid. Anyone else bidding? Long Xinyue asked softly. 32,000 low-grade spirit stones, once. 32,000 low-grade spirit stones, twice. 32,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 times. Sold. Long Xinyue was overjoyed that the first item had fetched such a price. It seemed the auction was in the bag. Lin Yuqing was also delighted. With so many spirit stones, he felt much more confident bidding on anything else. However, his gaze then turned to Li Chunyang behind him. Lin Yuqing could only shrug helplessly. Li Chunyang was right. The second item is a bottle of mystic marrow liquid. This, mystic marrow liquid, is an extract from a specific mineral, and it's one of the essential items for breaking through from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. Starting bid, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 500 low-grade spirit stones. The first item in an auction usually needs to capture the attention of the audience, but its value cannot exceed that of the final, most valuable item. Therefore, its selection is crucial. Items after the first item are generally of lower value. However, upon seeing this large bottle of mystic marrow liquid, Lin Yuqing's eyes began to light up. This was exactly what he needed. His father, Lin Xuanbo, needed this profound marrow liquid to break through to the golden core stage. Room number 4 has bid 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Yuqing immediately manipulated the miniature magic array in the room, and a mechanical voice rang out in the hall. The big shot in the room has made a bid. Then we'd better not compete with this big shot, lest we get ourselves into trouble. Many people had this thought, and Lin Yuqing was well aware that many would think the same way. Sure enough, no more cultivators bid during the entire process. This large bottle of profound marrow liquid will be auctioned off for 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. 8,000 low-grade spirit stones once, 8,000 low-grade spirit stones twice, 8,000 low-grade spirit stones 3 times. 8,000 low-grade spirit stones, 3 times. Sold. With Long Xinyue striking the auction gavel, Lin Yuqing finally won the profound marrow liquid. The auction continued, and Lin Yuqing frequently made bids, choosing to spend spirit stones to acquire any suitable resource. A knock sounded on the door of VIP room number 4, and Li Chunyang proactively opened it. Honored guest, this is the profound marrow liquid, U1. Subsequent items will be delivered by special personnel. This was the treatment of VIP rooms. With enough spirit stones, one could acquire any item without anyone noticing. The auction continued. As soon as the words were spoken, a new stone platform rose, upon which rested an exquisite brocade box. The tea leaves were surrounded by swirling mist and spiritual energy, exuding an extremely mysterious aura. Long Xinyue parted her lips slightly. Millennial Cloud Mist Tea, this is a premium variety among millennium-old spiritual plants. Authoritative testing by the Long Family Auction House shows that Millennial Cloud Mist Tea can effectively enhance a cultivator's spiritual sense strength, with remarkably significant effects. In other words, you don't need to specifically cultivate any techniques to enhance spiritual sense. Your spiritual sense will far surpass that of cultivators of the same level, giving you the upper hand in combat. Besides this effect, Millennial Cloud Mist Tea has another benefit: resisting inner demons. But as long as you drink a cup of Millennial Cloud Mist Tea, you don't need to worry about inner demons at all when advancing. As the eldest daughter of the Long family, Long Xinyue possessed vast knowledge and spoke with great persuasiveness. Everyone was stunned by her explanation of the effects of Millennial Cloud Mist Tea. Hiss! Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the hall. 4 pieces of Millennium Cloud Mist Tea, starting bid 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, minimum increment 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Yuqing's eyes widened. This Long family auction house really knew how to do business, setting a starting price of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones for just 4 pieces of Cloud Mist Tea. However, Lin Yuqing was happy to see this, as it was directly related to his interests. I bid 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. 21,000 low-grade spirit stones. 23,000 low-grade spirit stones. 24,000 low-grade spirit stones. Private room number 1, bid 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many cultivators in the hall were speculating. 31,000 low-grade spirit stones. 32,000 low-grade spirit stones. Inside VIP room number 1. The man in black robes was also at a crucial stage in his breakthrough to the golden core stage. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for a long time, and with these few tea leaves, his chances of breaking through would greatly increase. Private room number 1, bid 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. The synthesized mechanical voice was devoid of emotion, but the number it announced was astonishing. I bid 41,000 low-grade spirit stones. In the hall, a foundation establishment Grand Perfection cultivator generously made a bid. He was positioned below the auction stage, clearly indicating a high status. Private room number 1, bid 45,000 low-grade spirit stones. The same synthesized electronic voice responded to him. The foundation establishment Grand Perfection cultivator in the front row gritted his teeth and resolutely shouted, I bid 46,000 low-grade spirit stones. He silently prayed that the bidding wouldn't increase any further, or he wouldn't be able to keep up. However, the mechanical voice shattered his hopes. Private room number 1, bid of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. When Long Xinyue's gavel fell, announcing that the owner of private room number 1 had won the bid for 4 pieces of 1,000-year Cloud Mist tea leaves, everyone present was deeply moved. This was merely a spiritual herb, not a third-grade pill, yet it had sold for such a price. Long Xinyue's face was beaming with smiles. She was delighted to see the scene so lively. Lin Yuqing was the same, a slight smile playing on his lips. Of the 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, 47,500 were his. Heart-clearing grass can calm the mind and focus the spirit, and also helps resist the invasion of inner demons. Starting bid, 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, minimum increment 300 low-grade spirit stones. Heart-clearing grass is essentially a budget version of 1,000-year Cloud Mist tea, and what we have here is merely the seed. It takes a long time for a spirit plant seed to grow into a mature plant, and heart-clearing grass is not easy to cultivate. In the entire Yangchang region, no force is renowned for its spirit plant masters, so most cultivators seem uninterested. Lin Yuqing didn't rush to bid, simply listening to the few scattered bids. Room number 4, bid 4,200 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Yuqing made his bid at the opportune moment, and no one else followed. The heart-clearing grass was now his. Although it was just a seed, he felt that with his family's strength, they could cultivate it in a short time. The auction continued, the numerous items dazzling the cultivators in the hall, who only regretted not having enough spirit stones. This auction had already lasted for most of the day. Although the prices weren't as high as the first auction, the profits were still substantial. Item 45, the root system of the netherworld bamboo. This root system is alive, meaning that with proper cultivation, countless netherworld bamboos can grow. Netherworld bamboo can be used to forge magical artifacts and even spiritual artifacts. Many golden core cultivators' natal magic treasures are made primarily of it. Before Lin Yuqing went to Yangchang, Han Yueying repeatedly instructed him to buy any suitable, cultivable spiritual plants he encountered, even at a high price. This, netherworld bamboo, belonged to this category. Moreover, the people of Yangchang didn't value the root system of this type of spiritual plant, considering it of little worth. As for Li Chunyang, she didn't bid once, seemingly just an observer. Lin Yuqing's gaze also focused on the auction stage, where a beautiful figure showed no signs of fatigue. Spirit concentration pills are third-tier pills. Just as a chi-refining grand perfection cultivator needs a foundation establishment pill to successfully establish their foundation, a spirit concentration pill is also essential for a foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator to break through to the golden core stage. These 3 spirit concentration pills are all of superior quality, with a very high probability of advancing to the golden core stage. Starting bid, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The words had barely left his lips when the entire hall erupted in excitement. These were third-tier, spirit concentration pills, potentially capable of creating several golden core cultivators. Although Yang City had many golden core cultivators, they were all figures of extremely high status and power. Especially the foundation establishment cultivators present, their eyes burned with fervor. Even if they didn't need them now, there would always be a time when they could. 31,000 low-grade spirit stones. 33,000 low-grade spirit stones. 34,000 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. Voices were drowned out by ever-increasing prices, and many cultivators' heads began to spin. Lin Yuqing, seeing this scene, also began to feel a headache coming on. Lin Yuqing made up his mind. He had a lot of spirit stones now, and even if he had to spend them all, he would still bid for this final item. Room number 4, bid 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Yuqing manipulated a miniature magic array, announcing an astonishing number, hoping to seal the deal. However, he didn't succeed in sealing the deal. Sure enough, another cultivator in the hall placed a bid. Lin Yuqing placed several bids in succession, but each time a higher offer came in. VIP room number 1, bid 65,000 low-grade spirit stones. VIP room number 4, bid 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Yuqing gritted his teeth and announced a staggering figure, the limit he could afford. The auction hall was deathly silent. Most of the attendees had never seen such a large quantity of spirit stones before, and countless envious glances were cast towards VIP room number 4. No one else bid, and Lin Yuqing ultimately won the 3 spirit condensation pills for a high price of 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, Lin Yuqing's purchasing mission was successfully completed. Lin Yuqing had already considered leaving, and departing at this point was undoubtedly the best option. However, Li Chunyang beside him showed no intention of leaving. The 47th item, a complete set of third-tier array master inheritance. Among the various arts of cultivation, the array master profession demands higher talent and is more difficult to advance. Long Xinyua's voice was incredibly alluring, attracting the covetousness of many family leaders. Li Chunyang couldn't help but mutter, "What a little vixen." Lin Yuqing also smiled awkwardly. If he had enough spirit stones, he would have been willing to bid for this array master inheritance. Lin Yuqing remarked, "The Long family has quite a grand vision. Most families, even if they already have a third-tier array master within their clan, probably wouldn't easily reveal their inheritance. Li Chuanyang nodded in agreement with Lin Yuqing's statement. Finally, the owner of private room number 1 won the bid at a high price of 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. The 48th item, Fire Dragon Spirit Technique, a third-tier fire attribute cultivation method. Third-tier cultivation methods are only qualified for golden core stage cultivators. Cultivating ordinary cultivation methods is fine, but if it's a special cultivation method, it can generate Dantian phenomena. Lin Yuqing listened intently. He had never heard of Dantian phenomena before. Did it mean that special phenomena could arise within the Dantian? Ordinary cultivators simply treated this information as anecdotes, something to broaden their horizons. However, those at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage all showed expressions of extreme desire, especially those with fire attribute spiritual roots. Who these cultivators in the private rooms were, only the Long family probably knew. The cultivators in the hall speculated that those in the private rooms must be golden core cultivators, otherwise they wouldn't have such wealth. Ultimately, the owner of private room number 3 won the bid for the third-tier cultivation technique with a high price of 65,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction continued, boasting an exceptionally rich selection of items, making it the grandest auction in recent decades. The 49th item, a mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Wind Riding Boat. This spiritual artifact is quite special, it belongs to the flying category. Using it for travel can increase speed by at least 50%, and it's crafted by a renowned master. Long Xinyue paused, and immediately a cultivator in the front row asked, "Which renowned artifact refiner is it?" Mid-grade spiritual artifacts are generally only possessed by golden core cultivators. Lin Yuqing looked at the new Wind Riding Boat on the high platform. It looked quite impressive, but he no longer had the means to compete. As for Master Zhang Tianfan of the Profound Jade Realm, he had never even heard of him and naturally didn't care. In the end, this mid-grade spiritual artifact, the Wind Riding Boat, was sold to a mysterious cultivator in VIP room number 2 for 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. The talisman, Azure Phoenix Feather. On the gilded tray lay a dark yellow talisman paper, on which was engraved a 3-inch-long azure feather, floating silently, its surface shimmering with liquid light. As Long Xinyue lightly touched the edge of the feather, the entire auction hall was suddenly enveloped in azure light, and a huge azure phantom appeared in the void. The spiritual pressure scattered when its wings were spread caused the blood and chi of foundation establishment cultivators to surge. This talisman seals the essence of a third-tier azure phoenix. When fully unleashed, it's comparable to an attack from a golden core cultivator in their early stages. This talisman is different from ordinary ones, it doesn't seal the natal magic weapon of a golden core cultivator, but rather the essence of a third-tier demonic beast. Starting bid, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by at least 2,000. Lin Yuqing watched the boiling bidding frenzy. He glanced sideways at Li Chuanyang. "Chuanyang, are you interested in this item?" Lin Yuqing had just seen Li Chuanyang's distracted expression. Li Chuanyang's crimson lips curved into a subtle smile. The Lingbao Pavilion's transport team was robbed a few days ago, and they urgently need something to ward off evil spirits. A murmur of surprise rippled through the room. 120,000 low-grade spirit stones, first bid. 120,000 low-grade spirit stones, second bid. Third time, sold. Li Chuanyang stood up and bowed slightly. "Thanks to fellow Taoist Lin, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to so easily win this final, highly sought-after item." Li Chuanyang was referring to the private room, which offered a high degree of privacy. "Thank you all for coming to the Long family auction house. This auction sold 50 items, with none going unsold, all thanks to your trust in the Long family auction house." Lin Yuqing and Li Chuanyang didn't leave, as their items hadn't been delivered yet. Long Xinyue smiled as she entered private room number 4. "Distinguished guests, the items you won have been delivered." Lin Yuqing was impressed by Li Chuanyang's wealth. As expected of the manager of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, the amount of spirit stones she could readily use far exceeded his expectations. As for Lin Yuqing, he spent virtually no spirit stones on his auctions, as the 1,000-year-old spirit plant he auctioned had already earned him a substantial amount. A large bottle of profound marrow liquid. The roots of the netherworld bamboo. 3 concentration pills. Seeds of the heart-clearing grass. Twilight had fallen as they stepped out of the auction house. Li Chuanyang toyed with her newly acquired talisman, its feathers gleaming dangerously in her palm. Fellow Taoist Lin, you've reaped quite a harvest this time. All thanks to Chuanyang's guidance. Lin Yuqing cupped his hands in greeting, but his pace slowed imperceptibly. The hunched figure of the old woman in gray robes was hidden in the cracks of the mottled bricks, the same person who had pretended to drink tea in the lobby of the Long Yang Inn 3 days ago. Lin Yuqing's keen senses immediately detected someone following him. He quietly sent a telepathic message to Li Chuanyang, whose expression turned worried. Facing imminent disaster, the two of them together only made them more conspicuous. Lin Yuqing had already vaguely guessed that the person following him was undoubtedly a cultivator from the Long family, otherwise, how could they know his whereabouts so accurately? He and Li Chuanyang deliberately chose a quiet time when no one was around when they left the Long family auction house. Apart from the people at the Long family auction house, no one else should know. This Long family cultivator didn't want to make a move inside the auction house, otherwise it would tarnish his reputation. After parting ways with Li Chuanyang, Lin Yuqing hurriedly ran towards the Long Yang Inn. The Long Yang Inn was protected by at least several arrays, so even cultivators from the Long family dared not act rashly. Tonight was special because of this grand auction, but the crowds had long since dispersed. Lin Yuqing ran rapidly, and the people chasing him quickly caught up, their speed no less than his. The glazed lanterns of the Long Yang Inn were already lit one by one. Lin Yuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief when he stepped through the inn's doors. As soon as Lin Yuqing pushed open the door to the Xin classroom, Yi Yi emerged from the shadows of a pillar, sweat still clinging to his forehead. "Senior, everything's ready." The heavy storage bag was filled with pills, talismans, and some rare ores. Lin Yuqing scanned the storage bag with his divine sense, a satisfied expression on his face. "This is the spirit stones left after deducting the delivery fee." Yi Yi handed over a small bag, his fingertips white from the effort. A suppressed sob rang out clearly in the space isolated by the array. "Please, senior, help me." Lin Yuqing stared at the hideous scar. The extraction of spiritual bones was tantamount to the complete destruction of one's Tao foundation. That this young man could cultivate back to the 7th level of qi refining was an unimaginable feat. At the same time, this also proved that the young man before him was a person of great fortune. "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Yuqing coldly replied, "I have no need to help you. This is a 300-year-old twin ice soul snow lotus?" Lin Yuqing's pupils constricted slightly. This creature grew in a bottomless snow abyss, its value comparable to a talisman treasure. Lin Yuqing gazed at the heavy night mist outside the window. The copper bells on the eaves jingled, and the figure of an old woman in gray robes flashed and disappeared through the window of a teahouse across the street. Lin Yuqing hesitated, staring blankly at Yi Yi's suddenly pale face. He hadn't completely trusted Yi Yi initially. He had planted a tracking talisman on him, so Lin Yuqing knew his whereabouts. The supplies Yi Yi had bought weren't from Yang City. Yi Yi had left Yang City and was likely heading towards Woyang Town, where the Yi family was located. "All right, I agree." Lin Yuqing put away the twin ice soul snow lotus, accepting Yi Yi's request. He suffered no loss in doing so, it was just a verbal promise. Once he truly possessed the power, what harm was there in helping him out? "Senior, you bought so many precious items at the Long family auction house, it will surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. I have a way to help you leave this place." Yi Yi's face flushed slightly upon seeing that Lin Yuqing had accepted the snow lotus. Lin Yuqing nodded slowly, it seemed he wasn't at a disadvantage in this deal. In the side room of the backyard of Lingba Pavilion, the little girl was nestled on Li Chuanyang's lap, learning to string beads, but she soon fell into a deep sleep. The candlelight flickered on her round little face, completely unaware that her parents had been reduced to ashes just days before. Lin Yuqing picked up the sleeping girl, and a ring-shaped jade pendant suddenly fell from under the quilt, the inner circle engraved with the character Zhou. Li Chuanyang's expression changed drastically as she bent down to pick it up. "She's actually from the Zhou family?" Lin Yuqing could only manage a wry smile. He'd only been in Yangqing for a few days, and all three of the city's most powerful families had already contacted him. Long Xinyue, the young lady of the Long family. Yi, the down on his luck young master of the Yi family. And this little girl with the surname Zhou before him. It turned out that the village he'd initially entered was Xiaomio village. Judging from Li Chunyang's astonished expression, this ring-shaped jade pendant indicated that the little girl's identity was extraordinary. However, while her parents' cultivation levels weren't low, they were still just ordinary cultivators. Confused? The phantom of the Qingyuan sword, a talismanic artifact, appeared in Lin Yuqing's palm. Reluctantly, Lin Yuqing summoned the artifact. However, for some reason, he was still being followed. Lin Yuqing thought to himself, someone must have marked him. Otherwise, how could such a hidden passage be discovered, and how could someone accurately pinpoint his location? Hand over your storage pouch honestly, and we might consider leaving you a whole corpse. The group tracking. Lin Yuqing numbered in the dozens, led by a hunched old woman, most of her body shrouded in a black robe. Her voice was like the clatter of a broken gong, extremely grating and unpleasant. Lin Yuqing snorted coldly, ignoring her. However, he was still no match for the hunched old woman's speed. Being caught was only a matter of time. Azure Origin Sword Talisman. Desperate, he had no choice but to use this trump card. With the resources currently in his storage pouch, using the talisman was entirely worthwhile. If these resources couldn't be brought back to the Lin family, that would be the real loss. As a large amount of spiritual energy was poured into the Azure Origin Sword Talisman, a long sword gleaming with azure light materialized from the ethereal. Is this Grandpa's Azure Origin Sword? Lin Yuqing murmured softly. This was his first time manipulating a talismanic artifact, but perhaps due to their bloodline connection, wielding the sword wasn't difficult for him. Azure sword light continuously shot out from the long sword. The sheer power of the light alone halted all the pursuing cultivators, forcing them into a defensive posture. Go! Lin Yuqing channeled more spiritual energy into the talismanic artifact, fully unleashing the power of the Azure Origin Sword. The hunched old woman never expected that her opponent possessed such a powerful weapon as a talismanic artifact. She had been extremely confident in this pursuit. Her opponent was only at the early foundation establishment stage, while her cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage. Because of the difference in their cultivation levels, hunting her down should have been a piece of cake. But she never imagined that her opponent would possess a talismanic artifact. Hearing the screams behind her, the old woman panicked. Lin Yuqing, seeing the Azure Origin Sword's immense power, immediately resolved to kill them all. I must finish this quickly, the talisman's duration is limited. I can't delay any longer. The Azure Origin Sword was the natal magic weapon of the Lin family patriarch, and the natal magic weapon of a golden core cultivator possessed unparalleled power. Lin Yuqing used his divine sense to control the Azure Origin Sword, thrusting it forward, its target the old woman's hunched figure. At this moment, the old woman was still resisting the sword's light, her spiritual energy shield already pushed to its limit. Sizzle! The Azure Origin Sword easily pierced her spiritual energy shield, then pierced her body. After doing this, the Azure Origin Sword began to fade gradually, eventually disappearing from Lin Yuqing's sight. The sword pattern inscribed on the talisman became increasingly indistinct. This talisman in his hand had already been used once by Lin Yongmao, now it had a third chance to be used. Lin Yuqing had no time for reflection. He flew to the old woman's side, unleashing a series of powerful strikes with his golden slaying sword, decisively finishing her off and leaving her no chance to resist. Behind the old woman were several other cultivators, already weakened by the Azure Origin Sword's blade. Lin Yuqing delivered the final blows. He really didn't want to come back to this godforsaken place, Yangcheng, unless absolutely necessary. Thousand Cliffs. This was all the result of his diligent cultivation. Lin Yongmao refined the energy absorbed by Wang Bufan from the parasitic seed, his cultivation increasing at an extremely rapid pace. The source power of a foundation establishment cultivator is simply too strong, more than enough for a qi refining cultivator like himself to reach the great perfection realm. As for Wang Bufan's current state, sorry, that's not his concern. Since his soul transmigrated, Lin Yongmao has progressed from the 4th level of Qi refining to the Great Perfection stage in less than half a year, a remarkably rapid advancement. System, I want to sign in. The first thing Lin Yongmao does every day is sign in, and it's also his most anticipated part. Sign in successful. Congratulations on receiving a Spiritual Plant Seed Gift Pack, X1. Since Lin Yongmao's cultivation level reached the 10th level of Qi refining, he has received this Spiritual Plant Seed Gift Pack every time he signs in. With a thought, a delicate white brocade pouch appeared in Lin Yongmao's hand. Opening the white brocade pouch, there were seeds of 5 kinds of spiritual plants inside: ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Polygonatum sibiricum, Polygonum multiflorum, and saffron. Moreover, ginseng, for example, if it grows to be 1,000 years old, its value is immeasurable. If planted on 1,000 cliffs, 1 year's worth is equivalent to 100 years' worth. A 1-year-old ginseng grown on 1,000 cliffs can be called a 100-year-old ginseng. As the world tree grows stronger, its innate attribute of time law will continue to increase, and the time ratio will also change. Lin Yongmao scattered these seeds in the empty spaces on 1,000 cliffs where no spiritual plants had yet been planted. He now spends more and more time cultivating spiritual plants every day. From the original 2 or 3 acres of spirit fields to the current thousands of acres, the strength of one person is ultimately limited. Apart from the rare spirit plants, most of the land has grown wildly. At this moment, the moon-toed rabbit black slave suddenly appeared. The black slave seemed to have figured out Lin Yongmao's habits, knowing that his best mood was in the morning, and every morning it would see Lin Yongmao grinning foolishly. "What are we eating today?" the moon-toed rabbit asked, its question probing the soul. The moon-toed rabbit replied matter-of-factly, "This rabbit possesses great fortune, I don't need to do anything, people will obediently serve me." Lin Yongmao beckoned, "Come here." The moon-toed rabbit's 3 legs trembled inexplicably, and it hurriedly tried to escape, but Lin Yongmao grabbed it back. "Don't struggle, don't resist, or you'll die," Lin Yongmao warned. Lin Yongmao had cultivated the mysterious spirit body forging technique to the 3rd level, which involved condensing his qi and blood. Originally, his essence and blood had been exhausted by using the mind contract to contract the world tree sapling and the spirit binding contract to contract the gold-eating beast, Shaosong. However, after cultivating the 3rd level of the mysterious spirit body forging technique, he condensed 2 more drops of essence and blood. But it lacked the ability to protect itself. Besides, this human had plenty of delicious spiritual plants here, and it wasn't bad for it, staying here wouldn't be a loss. Seeing that the moon-toed rabbit had made up its mind and accepted him, Lin Yongmao made his move. If the moon-toed rabbit truly disagreed, Lin Yongmao wouldn't take forceful measures. After all, he only needed to keep the moon-toed rabbit by his side to increase his luck, he didn't need its complete approval. Now, casting the spirit binding contract was merely to add another layer of protection. Lin Yongmao bit his finger, and a drop of crimson blood flowed out. Lin Yongmao continuously cast incantations, and under his control, the essence blood formed a strange pattern, the incantation of the spirit binding contract. Done. Lin Yongmao uttered a soft shout, and the strange crimson pattern was injected into the moon-toed rabbit's forehead, entering its sea of consciousness. A wisp of gray, invisible divine soul was extracted and gradually merged into Lin Yongmao's sea of consciousness. Lin Yongmao clearly sensed the moon-toed rabbit's consciousness, its life and death were in his hands. This was the terrifying power of the spirit binding contract, one party could only unconditionally obey. If the master dies, you die. If you die, the master will not die. The moon-toed rabbit had just accepted the spirit binding contract, separating a wisp of its soul, and appeared extremely weak. Lin Yongmao took out a piece of Ganoderma lucidum and fed it to the rabbit, then rewarded it with a piece of 1,000-year cloud mist tea. Normally, Lin Yongmao wouldn't allow Black Slave and Shaosong to touch 1,000-year cloud mist tea. The moon-toed rabbit had thus unexpectedly benefited from this misfortune. Lin Yongmao is now considering his own cultivation advancement. He has already reached the great perfection of the qi refining stage and could advance further at any time. Breaking through from the great perfection of qi refining to the foundation establishment stage is no small matter. He plans to go home first, at least to discuss it with his family and seek their advice on breakthroughs. If he's not careful when breaking through a major realm, it's very possible to damage his meridians and stagnate in his cultivation. At Lin Yongmao's home, Lin Yongmao listened patiently, taking out several cloud crystals from his storage bag. Your father should be back soon. I really hope he can successfully exchange for the resources your grandfather needs, so that our Lin family can finally have some peace. Lin Yongmao reassured her, Mother, don't worry. Father has the talisman sword, Azure Origin Sword. If danger arises, he can use it to fight. That's true, I was overthinking it. Lin Yongmao quickly changed the subject. Mother, your cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage. Could you tell me about your insights and things to be careful about when breaking through? Because he cultivated the concealing breath technique, no one could see through Lin Yongmao's cultivation level. He put away the concealing breath technique. Instantly, the aura of a chi refining stage perfection cultivator was released. Son, you've reached the chi refining stage perfection so quickly? Lin Yongmao nodded with a smile. But if you want to continue improving, you can only continuously compress your gaseous spiritual energy into liquid spiritual energy. This process requires external force. Lin Yongmao seemed to understand. You mean foundation establishment pills? Foundation establishment pills are this external force. He wouldn't attempt it lightly unless it was 100% successful. Lin Yongmao quickly asked, what issue? So, what kind of second-tier cultivation technique should I cultivate? Lin Yongmao hadn't considered this question yet. He looked down on ordinary second-tier techniques, but the Shinong sign-in system hadn't offered him a suitable one. After successfully establishing your foundation, do you immediately need to cultivate a foundation establishment level technique? Han Yueying continued, the technique I cultivate is a second-tier wood attribute technique, Eternal Spring Spiritual Rhyme Technique, which is quite suitable for you. Eternal Spring Spiritual Rhyme Technique is a Lin family's inherited technique. The wood attribute spiritual energy it produces is pure and gentle, suitable for cultivating spiritual plants, but it lacks offensive capabilities. Lin Yongmao slowly shook his head. It wasn't suitable for him. Although he disliked fighting, he was very aware of potential dangers. He wished he could avoid a battle, but also hoped to possess considerable combat abilities. As Lin Yongmao hesitated over choosing a cultivation method, Lin Yuqing, travel-worn and weary, strode into his home. He carried a rosy-cheeked little girl on his back. Father! Husband! Lin Yuqing had finally returned. The first thing he did upon his return was to see his wife and child. For him, his wife and child came first, followed by his family. The hardships he had endured along the way were unimaginable. Han Yueying's face was filled with joy, yet also with reluctance. Joy that Lin Yuqing had finally returned safely, but reluctance because of the dangers he had faced. Seemingly sensing Han Yueying's emotions, Lin Yuqing quickly comforted her. I'm back now, aren't I? Han Yueying's eyes welled with tears. Promise me you won't go out so easily anymore. Let's stay safe and sound within the family. Lin Yuqing didn't promise, he couldn't promise. Let's not talk about that. I've bought everything father asked me to buy. There are still many things left for our son. Lin Yuqing quickly changed the subject. As soon as he opened his storage bag, various items appeared on the table. Netherworld bamboo root system. Heart-clearing grass seeds. 300-year-old twin ice soul snow lotus. Seeds of various spiritual plants. Pills to enhance cultivation. Various functional talismans. These are all cultivation resources highly valued by cultivators. Lin Yuqing didn't consider himself first, but prioritized his son Lin Yongmao's needs. Lin Yongmao put all these resources into his storage bag. There was no need for him to be shy. What are you two talking about? Lin Yuqing asked. Han Yueying sighed. We're discussing Yongmao's foundation establishment cultivation method. We don't have a suitable method yet. Oh? Is Yongmao about to reach foundation establishment? Lin Yongmao directly revealed his chi refining stage perfection cultivation. Normally, because he used the concealing breath technique, others couldn't see through his cultivation level. Lin Yongmao nodded. Lin Yuqing was going to see Lin Xuanbo, especially to give him the resources needed for core formation. The core formation process requires confronting inner demons. The higher the strength of one's spiritual sense, the stronger the ability to resist inner demons. Core formation requires heart-cleansing grass, but in fact, thousand-year cloud mist tea can be used as a complete substitute. Lin Yuqing carefully stored the Millennium Cloud Mist tea into his storage bag. Months of travel, the maneuvering at the auction, even the escape through the secret passages outside Yang City and the dangers of using talismans to slay enemies all seemed to be shut out by this familiar door. Lin Yuqing carefully handed the sleeping little girl in his arms to his wife. She gently held the exquisitely beautiful child, her gaze immediately returning to her husband, carefully examining his travel-worn robes and the lingering weariness between his brows. Who is this child? He briefly told Han Yueying and Lin Yongmao about the situation in Xiaomiao village. She has a ring-shaped jade pendant engraved with the character Zhou on her, suggesting she is of the Zhou family, a prominent clan in Yang City. Her origins are extraordinary. Looking at his daughter's innocent sleeping face, his heart sank slightly. The Zhou family's karmic ties were likely significant. The Zhou family. But she didn't voice her concerns, suppressing her worries and sighing softly. She's a poor child, take good care of her for now. Lin Yongmao stood silently to the side, deeply shaken. A system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! System notification, detected a Supreme Water Spiritual Root holder. Perform spiritual root extraction? Cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots were incredibly rare, perhaps only one in hundreds of thousands. He hadn't expected this little girl to possess a water attribute heavenly spiritual root. Looking at such an adorable little girl, Lin Yongmao truly couldn't bear to hurt her. But he had no choice, her growth was more important. He planned to take the little girl to Thousand Cliffs to strip her of her water attribute celestial spiritual root, and then send her to the mortal town where the Lin family lived, ensuring she would live a life of comfort and security. Even if he didn't do this, he believed his father would make the same choice. Although Lin Yuqing was puzzled, he still agreed to Lin Yongmao's request. When Lin Yuqing and his son arrived at the door, the stone door slid open silently, revealing a simple yet spotless stone chamber. "You're back?" The old man's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. His gaze swept over the father and son, finally settling on the jade box in Lin Yuqing's hand. Lin Yuqing stepped forward respectfully, presenting the spirit concentration pill, mystic marrow liquid, and the dozen or so millennial cloud mist tea pieces one by one. "Father, the items you needed for your seclusion have been successfully brought back." Seeing the smooth, rounded bodies and profound patterns of the three high-grade spirit concentration pills, and smelling the primal aura of the mystic marrow liquid and the unique, invigorating fragrance of the millennial cloud mist tea, even Lin Xuanbo, whose heart had been as still as an ancient well after hundreds of years of cultivation, couldn't help but feel a ripple in his eyes, giving Lin Yuqing a deep look. He nodded slightly. Very well done." He carefully stored away the elixirs and spiritual materials, knowing that with these, his success rate in condensing his golden core should be very high. However, he's hesitant about his cultivation technique. Yu Ying's Changchun Lingyunju is good for nurturing, but it doesn't quite suit his immense strength and offensive needs. I've come to ask for your guidance. Lin Xuanbo's gaze fell on Lin Yongmao. He stroked his long beard, a barely perceptible hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Good. Such progress. Lin Yongmao nodded thoughtfully. It seemed his grandfather didn't have a suitable foundation establishment technique for him, but his guidance was invaluable. Yes. Your grandson will remember. Lin Yongmao's heart trembled, and he bowed deeply. Lin Xuanbo waved his hand one last time, and the protective light of the stone chamber began to flow silently. The father and son solemnly withdrew from the cave. That night, the stars cast their clear light, enveloping the two silent caves that were brewing a great change. One was the ancestral cave deep within the Lin family, a place of vast and profound energy. Lin Xuanbo sat cross-legged in the core of his cave, his face serene and calm, his eyes slightly closed, fully focused on circulating his cultivation technique, adjusting the vast spiritual energy within his body, holding it back without releasing it. Lin Yongmao sat upright in his stone chamber, his breathing and the flow of his spiritual energy completely unified. He did not rush to consume the superior foundation establishment pill, but instead used profound hand seals to continuously circulate the mysterious spirit body forging technique. His blood and chi surged like a mighty river, radiating a powerful aura. 3 days of tempering his mind and character, using stillness to control movement, were the perfect preparation for opening the door to foundation establishment. The all grass and trees as soldiers formation at Thousand Cliffs was fully activated, especially the iron heart willow tree, which had long since formed an indestructible defensive barrier. Lin Yongmao had made thorough preparations for foundation establishment. His current spiritual sense realm had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Now he only needed to take the final step, continuously compressing and liquefying the gaseous spiritual energy within his body. Who? A surge of pure spiritual energy erupted even before the pill was fully absorbed into his mouth, prompting Lin Yongmao to quickly swallow it. Having diligently cultivated the mysterious spirit body forging technique, he had already forged resilient meridians. This cleansing of his body by spiritual energy was nothing to him. The spiritual energy surged into Lin Yongmao's dantian like a raging torrent. After Lin Yongmao consumed the superior foundation establishment pill, the spiritual energy within his body surged like a mighty river, flowing through all his meridians. Ultimately, it converged in his dantian. His dantian immediately felt swollen, a result of the massive gathering of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Lin Yongmao continuously circulated the azure wood technique, compressing this spiritual energy. Large beads of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. It's definitely not that easy. The foundation establishment process is truly torturous. This was Lin Yongmao's strongest feeling. However, he quickly calmed his mind and focused entirely on compressing the spiritual energy. Half a day later. In fact, breaking through from the great perfection of the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage doesn't take too long. Half a day is enough to complete the transformation of spiritual energy into spiritual liquid. Drip. Within Lin Yongmao's dantian, liquid spiritual power finally formed. At first, it was just a slow, compressed drop or two, then it gushed out like water from a spring. Foundation establishment successful. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the early stage of foundation establishment. Your combat power has greatly increased, and your luck value has increased by 20. The system has unlocked a new function, clan cultivation. As Lin Yongmao's cultivation level increased, the Shinong sign-in system added a new function. Clan cultivation. When the intimacy level between a clan member and the host reaches 60 or higher, it will appear on this interface. The host can enhance the abilities of clan members through blessings, share the vision of clan members, and teleport themselves or items to clan members at any time. Lin Yongmao carefully read through this new function and couldn't help but sigh. It seems the system must bind him to his clan. The more his clan grows, the more stable he becomes. The family cultivation interface displays the names and attributes of many family members. 1. Han Yueying, Intimacy 99. Cultivation level, early foundation establishment stage. Spiritual root quality, wood, water, earth, 3 spiritual roots. Lifespan, 37/199. Cultivation technique, eternal spring spiritual nourishing technique. Shared vision item granting portable teleportation. 2. Lin Yuqing, Intimacy 97. Cultivation, early foundation establishment stage. Spiritual root quality, metal, wood, fire, 3 spiritual roots. Lifespan, 39/203. Cultivation technique, mysterious gold qi gathering technique. Shared vision, item granting, portable teleportation. 3. Lin Yulian, Intimacy 82. Cultivation, 9th level qi refining stage. Spiritual root quality, water, wood, earth, 3 spiritual roots. Lifespan, 23/105. Cultivation technique, mirror water technique. Shared vision, item granting, portable teleportation. 4. Lin Yongqian, Intimacy 81. Cultivation, 4th level qi refining stage. Spiritual root quality, water, fire, dual spiritual roots. Lifespan, 12/97. Cultivation technique, water spirit technique. Shared vision, item granting, portable teleportation. 5. Lin Xuanbo. 6. Lin Yuan. 7. Lin Yuma. 8. Lin Xuanzhong. 22. Han Yuxiu, Intimacy 63. By assessing intimacy levels, it's possible to identify suitable candidates for cultivation. Unexpectedly, even Han Yuxiu, Lin Yongrong's mother, had an intimacy level of 63 with Lin Yongmao, exceeding the acceptable threshold. This means Han Yuxiu is unlikely to harbor any ill intentions towards him. Regarding his second great-uncle, Lin Xuanzhong, Lin Yongmao saw that his lifespan was severely limited. Lifespan, 205/207. This means his second great-uncle, Lin Xuanzhong, only has 2 years left to live. Without life-extending spiritual plants or elixirs, he will pass away after 2 years due to the exhaustion of his lifespan. Shared vision. Lin Yongmao clicked this button on the panel. Instantly, he saw the situation of his eldest uncle, clan leader, Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had gone to Qingyang City to help resolve the Beast Tide crisis. With Lin Yuan's addition, Qingyang City's response to the Beast Tide became much easier. Qingyang City also had a protective array, albeit only a second-tier one. However, under the cultivator's control, even attacks from third-tier demonic beasts wouldn't be immediately breached. Lin Yuan's cultivation had already reached the mid-foundation establishment stage, possessing exceptional cultivation and magical abilities. 6. Lin Yuan, Intimacy 77. Cultivation level, mid-foundation establishment. Spiritual root quality, fire, earth, metal, 3 spiritual roots. Lifespan, 45/203. Cultivation technique, the flame manipulation technique. Shared vision, item granting, portable teleportation. As the head of the Lin family, Lin Yuan cultivates a second-tier fire attribute technique, specializing in fire attribute spells, making him extremely powerful in attack. He continuously cast fire attribute spells from the rear, causing large numbers of demonic beasts to perish in the sea of fire. The vast majority of the demonic beasts in the Beast Tide were first-tier. Even late-stage first-tier demonic beasts would find it difficult to survive the spell attacks of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. The Beast Tide, facing the impact, showed signs of retreating. Chen Sikhen patted his storage bag and respectfully handed over a jade slip. The jade slip was bluish-green, and its contents were unknown. Lin Yongmao, having shared Lin Yuan's vision, naturally saw the jade slip. He couldn't help but admire Chen Sikhen. He truly had a broad vision. Contributing the foundation establishment pill recipe at such a critical moment, this young man was capable. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, storing the jade slip in his storage bag. Not good. ×2. This situation usually occurred because the Beast Tide had a powerful leader. This lion demonic beast was extremely large, like a hut, its fur a smooth, glossy brownish yellow. When it roared, all the beasts bowed their heads, and the scene instantly fell silent. Chen Sikhen managed to utter a single word, Raging Thunder Lion. This brownish-yellow lion was indeed the Raging Thunder Lion. Lin Yuan glanced at Chen Sikhen, thinking to himself, as expected of the son of the Qingyang City Lord, his knowledge is truly extensive. Lin Yongmao scanned the Raging Thunder Lion's attributes through the attribute panel in Lin Yuan's field of vision. Raging Thunder Lion. Tier, late stage second tier. Attribute, Thunder. Talent abilities, Lightning Control, Berserk Technique. With the addition of the Raging Thunder Lion, the Beast Tide's offensive intensified considerably. Many cultivators who went out of the city to fight the Beast Tide were overwhelmed by the tide, dying tragically in the onslaught of numerous demonic beasts. Chen Sichen's expression darkened. He had initially thought the Beast Tide would be successfully repelled, but unexpectedly, another setback had occurred. Lin Yuan also felt a sense of powerlessness. This Berserk Thunder Lion was beyond his capabilities. He could barely hold it off, but killing it was utterly impossible. Lightning Control. This was the Berserk Thunder Lion's innate ability. Instantly, a massive thundercloud appeared above the protective formation of Qingyang City, countless bolts of lightning brewing within it. Then lightning struck, threatening the protective formation. These cultivators, not yet at the foundation establishment stage, were instantly blasted into charred corpses by the lightning balls. Of course, his target wasn't these low-level demonic beasts, but the raging thunder lion at the heart of the beast tide. Thunderclouds shrouded the city's protective array, and dense lightning bombarded the array, causing the light barrier to vibrate violently and teeter on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the situation had completely reversed. Under the Thunder Lion's command, the beast tide regrouped and launched an attack. The cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and the morale of the defending cultivators was on the verge of collapse. Even the commander-in-chief, Chen Sikhen, was pale and bloodless. If this continued, the city's protective array would be breached within half an hour. Then, all the cultivators in the city would perish as monsters. Lin Yuan was already considering retreating. He had come to help Qingyang City, but it wasn't worth risking his own life for the sake of the cultivators in Qingyang City. Seemingly sensing Lin Yuan's thoughts, Chen Sikhen spoke with difficulty. If the formation is truly breached, Uncle Lin, you should leave immediately. Lin Yuan replied, I will protect the young city lord and leave this place together. The lightning power brewing within the thunderclouds relentlessly bombarded the city's protective formation. Although spirit stones were continuously replenishing the formation's energy, it was still insufficient. At this critical moment, a man in black robes arrived riding a flying magical artifact. The man in black robes had an extremely ordinary appearance, but he bore a striking resemblance to the handsome Chen Sikhen. He stood on a piece of animal hide, the very hide that granted him the ability to fly. Judging by his cultivation level, he was at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. A glimmer of hope immediately appeared in Chen Sichen's eyes. He murmured, Father, you finally returned. The newcomer was none other than Chen He, the city lord of Qingyang City. Great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. Chen He had actually dared to come alone to the very heart of the beast tide, facing the raging thunder lion head-on without relying on any formations. This was actually a low-grade spiritual weapon. Large numbers of demonic beasts were instantly reduced to ashes by the scorching flames. Lin Yongmao, watching the spectacle from Thousand Cliffs Cliff, was astonished. Is it really this exciting? The cultivation world is indeed full of wonders, countless magical artifacts and spells exist. If he were to fight this man in black robes, he would definitely be no match for him. Lin Yuqing was also greatly shocked by the man's fighting ability. He was also a cultivator of fire-based magic, but the gap between him and the man before him was enormous. A war of attrition between man and beast had begun. But ultimately, Chen He had a slight advantage. Chen He's cultivation had reached the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage, while the Berserk Thunder Lion was still in the late second stage, a significant difference in their cultivation levels. Although the Berserk Thunder Lion possessed a powerful bloodline, Chen He wielded a low-grade magical artifact, completely compensating for the bloodline disadvantage. The Berserker Thunder Lion was forced into retreat, its brownish-yellow fur beginning to ignite. Berserk Technique. The Berserker Thunder Lion suddenly grew larger, its eyes turning even more bloodshot. This was its innate ability, Berserk Technique. However, it wasn't using Berserk Technique to attack, but to escape. While Chen He was still considering whether to give chase, the Berserker Thunder Lion had already vanished. Enhanced by the Yi Berserk Technique, the Berserker Thunder Lion was even faster. Without Chen He using secret techniques to pursue, it would be difficult to catch up. He entered the city, and the city's protective formation immediately opened a gate. This was the difference. Before absolute power, no matter how many demonic beasts there were, they were useless. After completing all this, he slowly walked to his son, Chen Sikhen. Lin Yuan also stepped forward, clasping his hands in greeting. City Lord, what a magnificent sight! Chen He returned the bow. Many thanks to Clan Chief Lin for his assistance, otherwise, Qingyang City would have been in grave danger. Having long heard that the city lord of Qingyang City had gone out to seek an opportunity to break through to the Golden Core realm, his return now begs the question, had he found a chance to advance to the Golden Core stage? Lin Yuan wondered to himself. He wondered whether his father, Lin Xuanbo, or the city lord before him would advance to the Golden Core stage first. If another Golden Core cultivator appeared in Xinjiang, the city's power structure might undergo a dramatic change. Lin Yongmao witnessed this scene, sharing Lin Yuan's perspective. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced that he hadn't rashly chosen personal teleportation to teleport to Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yongmao also deactivated the perspective sharing function. As for the item granting and personal teleportation functions, he still didn't intend to try them easily. Currently, the family's power was gradually increasing, and there was no one who harbored ill intentions towards him. The internal crisis of the family had been completely resolved with the killing of Lin Yongrong. Lin Yongmao felt his cultivation breakthrough. He had now reached the early stage of foundation establishment. A breakthrough to a major realm involves both a transformation in physical strength and an elevation in spiritual sense. Especially his internal spiritual energy, flowing endlessly like water, at least 7 or 8 times that of a cultivator at the great perfection of the qi refining stage. No wonder it's so difficult to defeat enemies across major cultivation realms in the cultivation world. The difference is simply too vast. For example, the difference between a foundation establishment cultivator using a talisman and a qi refining cultivator using a talisman is completely different. Afterwards, there's practically no spiritual energy left to use the talisman. Lin Yongmao stepped out of the stone house, looking at the various spiritual plants and herbs on Thousand Cliffs, and his mood brightened considerably. Before, at the qi refining stage, he was practically a small fry in the cultivation world. Now, having finally reached foundation establishment, he's at least become a small fish. The qi refining stage hasn't truly broken through the mortal realm, only foundation establishment truly puts one foot into the path of cultivation. The moon-toed rabbit stealthily patrolled the area, its appearance incredibly cute, yet it always seemed eager to slip away. Seeing Lin Yongmao emerge from the stone hut, it rushed over. That little girl is awake. This rabbit lord really can't handle her, she's so noisy. Lin Yongmao walked towards the stone hut where the little girl lived. The little girl was currently crying loudly on the stone bed, large tears streaming down her face. Not only was the moon-toed rabbit at a loss, but Lin Yongmao was equally helpless. He couldn't bear to see such an adorable little girl cry. Her once neatly styled bun was now completely disheveled. But given the current situation, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and proceed. Seeing the man and rabbit enter the stone house, the little girl cried even louder, sobbing, "Where are my daddy and mommy? I don't want to." The little girl gave him a look of utter rejection. Lin Yongmao felt a little helpless. In this life, he was ridiculously handsome, yet he was still rejected. According to her father, Lin Yuqing, wasn't this little girl a sucker for good looks? Lin Yongmao took out some candy and offered it to the little girl. "Here, have some." "I don't want any. I don't want these. I want candied hawthorns." She even picked one out. Lin Yongmao quickly nodded and held out his hand to the little girl. After thinking for a moment, the little girl grasped Lin Yongmao's large hand. Holding her hand, Lin Yongmao led the little girl out of the stone house and towards the red berry tree. After walking a few steps, the two of them and the rabbit arrived at a large tree. This large tree is the red berry tree. When Lin Yongmao first transplanted it, the spirit tree was already 50 years old. Under his care, it has grown into a 70-year-old red berry tree. The tree is laden with bright red fruit, each fruit the size of a hawthorn. These abundant red berries are perfect for making candied hawthorn skewers. The red berries are sweet and sour, and taste wonderful, even better than hawthorn berries. Lin Yongmao's spiritual energy emanated from his body, forming a vortex. Within the vortex, numerous red berries were plucked and gently fell in front of Lin Yongmao and the little girl. Wow! The little girl wanted to hug all the red berries to her chest. Lin Yongmao smiled. She was still just a child, she had already forgotten all the bad things. Lin Yongmao seized the opportunity to ask, "What's your name?" The little girl shook her head. "I don't have a name. Everyone calls me Little Nan Nan." "Then how about I give you a name?" "Okay." Lin Yongmao pondered, "How about Lin Yangmiao?" "Okay." Little Nan Nan didn't care about any of that, she just kept pulling the red berries into her arms. However, her chest was small, and after grabbing a few, they all slipped through her fingers. She continued repeating the same action. Ding! System notification, family cultivation, new member added, Lin Yangmiao. 21, Lin Yangmiao, intimacy 64. Cultivation level, none. Lifespan, 6/100. Cultivation technique, none yet. Shared vision, item granting, portable teleportation. The little girl's mind was immature due to the early death of her parents, and her memories were very confused. Lin Yongmao didn't intend to let her eat the red berries directly. Instead, he planned to actually make candied hawthorn skewers. After preparing the fruit, Lin Yongmao began to boil the syrup. He prepared a stone pot, which was hastily constructed. After boiling for about several tens of minutes, a pleasant caramel aroma wafted out. Lin Yongmao skewered the red berries and then coated them with a thick layer of syrup. After cooling, the candied hawthorn skewers were ready. Lin Yongmao quickly called to the little girl, "Yangmiao, come here quickly, the candied hawthorn skewers are ready." Lin Yangmiao's eyes were full of bright red sparkles. She loved candied hawthorn skewers, firstly because they were sweet. What little girl could resist sweets? Secondly, because they were bright red and round, very pretty. Lin Yongmao took Lin Yangmiao's hand and led her to the world tree. Although he genuinely loved this little girl, Lin Yongmao still had to harden his heart. Water attribute heavenly spiritual roots weren't easy to find, and finding another water attribute cultivator to replace her was simply too difficult. When Lin Yangmiao arrived before the world tree, it excitedly shook a few branches. The emotions transmitted to Lin Yongmao through the mind contract were entirely joyful. Lin Yongmao, however, was somewhat worried. He feared the little girl, Lin Yangmiao, wouldn't be able to withstand the process of extracting her spiritual root. Lin Yongmao and the world tree could sense each other's emotions. Since the world tree had evolved twice, its intelligence had been fully developed. Lin Yongmao then understood that there was still a chance to recover after the spiritual root was extracted. World tree, prepare to begin. The moon-toed rabbit black slave's eyes widened at this sight. A beam of emerald green light, brimming with life, shot from the world tree plant. This emerald green light was like a large hand, soothing the little girl's body. The emerald green light entered directly into the little girl's dantian. The emerald green light enveloped a small ball of aquamarine light. The world tree absorbed the azure light, its entire trunk swaying slightly, radiating a moist glow. Seeing the little girl was unharmed, Lin Yongmao finally relaxed and patiently observed the changes in the world tree. Overall, the world tree hadn't changed much, only growing slightly taller. Its xuanwu-shaped leaf had become whiter and more solid. Ding! System notification, the world tree has awakened a new innate attribute, mysterious in true water. Mysterious in true water. Water. Condensed deep within the 9 nether earth veins, absorbed by the world tree's roots, possesses multiple attributes such as extreme in, extreme cold, purification, and healing, nurturing, a trace of the most primal life force. Legend has it that the ancient divine beast Xuanwu also possessed Xianin true water, and it's unexpected that the world tree also absorbed this primordial water. Currently, the world tree possesses as many as 7 innate attributes. Spatial barrier, law of time, coexistence with heaven and earth, spiritual plant perception, spirituality of plants, Nanmingli fire, and Xianin true water. Especially the 2 innate abilities, Nanmingli fire, and Xianin true water, which were awakened later, directly increase Lin Yangmao's combat power. The southern bright fire is primarily offensive, while the mysterious in true water is primarily healing, though both possess considerable power. Lin Yongmao formed hand seals, and soon a source of pure water appeared beside him. This was the mysterious in true water. His divine sense could easily control the flow of the water. The mysterious in true water possessed healing properties. Seeing Lin Yangmiao, who was unconscious and had just had her spiritual root extracted, Lin Yongmao decided to test the healing effects of the mysterious in true water. The mysterious in true water slowly flowed into Lin Yangmiao's body, gathering within her dantian. The little girl immediately awoke, the unconsciousness and hallucinogenic effects of the illusionary heartflower powder completely dispelled. This was the purifying effect of the mysterious in true water. The effects of such a small amount of illusionary heartflower powder could naturally be easily neutralized. The little girl rubbed her tummy, murmuring, "My tummy feels so good, but it's also itchy, like something's growing inside." Immediately afterward, Lin Yongmao's entire body began to emit a water blue glow. Lin Yongmao was surprised. This wasn't the effect of the profound in true water. Could it be the special physique described by the system before? This little girl possessed a special physique by default. Could it be that this special physique had awakened because of the profound in true water? System notification: your family member, Lin Yongmiao, has awakened the special physique, Immaculate Water Elemental Body. Immaculate Water Elemental Body. Description: she can refine her dantian into a water elemental Dao seed, transforming her body into a vessel for the great Dao of water. Lin Yongmao sighed. In the face of absolute talent, effort is truly insignificant. With such a physique, she will definitely not be an ordinary person in the future. However, Lin Yongmao also had some worries. This little girl's talent is so high, what if she gets into trouble when she goes out? Should he intervene or not? The consequences of this are quite significant. It seems he needs to take advantage of her young age to instill in her the concept of danger outside and forbid her from going out easily. He'd take good care of her on Thousand Cliff. He could afford the little girl's cultivation resources. Lin Yongmao asked, "Yongmiao, do you feel any changes in your body?" Lin Yongmao continued, "Yongmiao, do you want to cultivate?" Lin Yongmiao's face lit up with excitement. "Yes, I want to cultivate. That way I'll be able to go find my father and mother." The little girl seemed somewhat resistant, but her eyes were still full of light. She wanted to cultivate. Especially after witnessing Lin Yongmao's water manipulation, it was truly amazing. Although she was in an unfamiliar environment, the little girl adapted very quickly. She had no reservations about Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao couldn't bear to break this pure bond, which was why he didn't choose to send her to a mortal town to fend for herself. Anyway, he was quite lonely here on Thousand Cliffs. It was like having a little sister for company. Lin Yongmao helped the little girl find a first-tier water attribute cultivation technique, the water spirit technique. This was also the qi refining stage cultivation technique Lin Yongqian practiced. As for higher-tier techniques, Lin Yongmao couldn't find any for the time being. Anyway, her spiritual root aptitude was good, so even if the first-tier technique wasn't great, it wouldn't matter much. He could change it when he reached the foundation establishment stage. Before signing in, Lin Yongmao opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Yongmao. Cultivation level, early foundation establishment stage. Secondary profession, second-tier spirit plant master, first-tier alchemist. Age, 16. Spiritual root aptitude, wood and water dual attribute spiritual roots. Luck value, 60. Cultivation techniques, Azure Wood Technique, Great Perfection, Mysterious Spirit Body Forging Technique, Third Layer, Incomplete. Secret Techniques, Breath Concealment Technique, Spirit Binding Contract. Currently, Lin Yongmao's own luck value, plus the 20 luck value added by the Moon Toad Rabbits, luck aura, totaled 60 points. System, I want to sign in. Lin Yongmao silently recited. Sign in successful. Congratulations on receiving Superior Grade Spiritual Soil, X1. Superior Grade Spiritual Soil effectively improves the soil quality of spiritual fields, enough even for planting 10,000-year-old spiritual plants. Lin Yongmao looked at the small bag of superior grade spiritual soil before him and placed it under several thousand-year-old spiritual plants. Thank you, Master. It felt weak and helpless. Now that its cultivation had reached the early foundation establishment stage, Lin Yongmao began to consider its future development. Xingyang was far from peaceful, especially with the pressure from the Qinglan sect, which instilled a strong sense of crisis in the Lin family. The Qinglan sect had golden core experts, the Lin family dared not offend them, and Lin Yongmao, with his early foundation establishment cultivation, would find it even more difficult to cope. And the terrifying beings in the dark abyss. Currently, Lin Yongmao lacked a second-tier cultivation technique, otherwise, his cultivation would be difficult to advance. There's also the body refining technique, Mysterious Spirit Body Forging Technique, which is currently an incomplete version. We need to find a way to complete the rest. As for the various cultivation arts like spirit plant mastery and alchemy, Lin Yongmao still needed to continue learning. However, his immediate priority was to find a suitable second-tier cultivation method. Qinglan Sect. Wang Bufan's cave dwelling, cultivation chamber. Cold sweat poured down Wang Bufan's back. The impact of everything was simply too great. Not just his cultivation level, but also his lifespan, strength, essence, spirit. Everything that belonged to him was slowly slipping away, and this feeling of loss lingered in his mind. The most obvious manifestation was his cultivation level. He had originally advanced to the early foundation establishment stage, but now he had returned to the qi refining stage, currently only at the 7th level of qi refining. If others knew this, he would have no place in the Qinglan sect. However, a communication talisman landed outside his cave. Wang Bufan reluctantly waved it, and the talisman flew to him. The sect master has ordered. Wang Bufan smiled bitterly. It seemed he had no choice but to leave his cave. His good days were over. However, he planned to take this opportunity to plead with the sect master to find out what was wrong with his body. Perhaps the sect master had a way to help him? They had initially valued Wang Bufan's considerable talent and strength, but now there was nothing left for them to cherish. Wang Bufan was like a rat in the street, not daring to even look at the concubines. His psychology was already somewhat twisted, because he was so ugly, he hated all handsome men and desperately wanted to keep beautiful women by his side. This was why Lin Yongmao, a menial disciple of the Qinglan sect, was killed by Wang Bufan. Now, Wang Bufan could only suppress all his dark thoughts. Wang Bufan walked hunched over in the Qinglan sect. Yo! Isn't this junior brother Wang? What's wrong with you looking like this? Soon, an inner disciple of the Qinglan sect noticed the furtive Wang Bufan and couldn't help but mock him. But now, he was utterly destitute. His cultivation had even plummeted to the 7th level of qi refining. Greetings, senior brother he. Wang Bufan greeted respectfully. Humph. The cultivator surnamed he snorted coldly, saying, "What are you calling me? Senior brother? With your mere qi refining cultivation, what should you address me as?" The cultivator surnamed he didn't make things too difficult for Wang Bufan, listening with obvious enjoyment as the other addressed him as Uncle Master. Alright, go ahead. Fortunately, Wang Bufan's cave dwelling was located halfway up Qingyun Peak, where the Qinglan sect was situated, and he quickly arrived at the sect's council hall. Without time to think further, he trudged heavily into the council hall. Wang Bufan entered the council hall and was surprised to see that the person seated at the head of the table was not Yuan Wang, the sect leader of the Qinglan sect. He was quite surprised. The sect leader of the Qinglan sect, who was also his master, Yuan Wang, was currently seated in the second seat, showing great respect to the old man at the head of the table. His gaze was sharp as he carefully scrutinized Wang Bufan as he entered the council hall. Wang Bufan had already guessed the old man's identity. He was undoubtedly a supreme elder of the sect. Only a supreme elder could sit on the sect leader's throne. Yuan Wang, observing the weak aura emanating from Wang Bufan, asked with a puzzled expression, "What's wrong with you? Your cultivation has regressed instead of progressed. Come forward." Yuan Wang's divine sense probed into Wang Bufan's body. Wang Bufan immediately felt as if all his secrets had been exposed, but he dared not resist or struggle in the slightest. After a long while, Yuan Wang shook his head, for he found no abnormality within Wang Bufan's body. The parasitic seed was no ordinary spiritual plant. Even with Yuan Wang's abilities, it was difficult for him to detect it. Interesting indeed. Let this old man take a look. The old man, intrigued, beckoned Wang Bufan forward. Wang Bufan, like a puppet being manipulated, readily stepped forward to undergo the Supreme Elder's examination. The Supreme Elder's divine sense far surpassed Yuan Wang's. It was practically tangible. A golden core cultivator's divine sense could materialize, even enabling the cultivation of mental attacks, killing silently. As the old man's divine sense probed into Wang Bufan's body, Wang Bufan felt his mind cease to function. All his innermost thoughts seemed to be detected by the old man. The old man carefully searched Wang Bufan's body, but still found nothing unusual. Strange. The old man sighed, also finding nothing wrong. It's such a pity to waste such a talented individual. The Qinglan sect only has one cultivator with a heavenly spiritual root. Wang Bufan smiled bitterly, daring not to utter a word of rebuttal. Wang Bufan quickly replied, "This disciple doesn't know." The Qinglan sect indeed began its operation. After repelling the beast tide, the Qinglan sect turned its attention to the Lin family. Disciple obeys the order. Wang Bufan could only accept this command. His cultivation was currently only at the 7th level of the qi refining stage, making it difficult for him to command the inner disciples. He would be in trouble from now on. You may leave now. The old man's expression was cold, and he didn't say much. Yuan Wang spoke up, "Elder Luo, I also plan to go into seclusion to attempt to break through to the Golden Core stage." Elder Luo pondered, "They can't cause any major trouble. It's good to have our disciples warn them first." According to Elder Luo, he didn't intend to take action personally. However, he remembered that the Lin family possessed a 600-year-old cloud mist tea tree, and the cloud mist tea leaves from that tree were very much to his liking. Elder Luo wasn't particularly materialistic, but he had a strong fondness for tea. Especially since the tea had a calming and soothing effect. Of course, there were also his two followers, Chen Dehao and Shirlei. Chen Dehao and Shirlei were only outer disciples, but they had always followed Wang Bufan. However, their eyes no longer held the same respect they had shown him before. The other foundation establishment cultivators were even less respectful, barely addressing Wang Bufan as junior brother. "Let's move." Wang Bufan smiled wryly, leading Chen Dehao and Shirlei to begin their work. For example, Thousand Cliff, where Lin Yongmao was located. Wang Bufan, along with Chen Dehao and Shirlei, dared not venture into areas rich in spiritual energy. The reason is simple: the denser the spiritual energy, the better the quality of the spiritual field, and the better the quality of the spiritual field, the more powerful the spiritual plant master within it. They dared not compete with those inner sect foundation establishment disciples now. "Let's go this way." Wang Bufan pointed to a relatively secluded place. Coincidentally, this direction was precisely where Lin Yongmao was located, Thousand Cliffs Cliff. The three of them jogged along, speeding up the cliff. Wang Bufan glared at the two clowns, nearly grinding his teeth to powder. "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." The further the three went, the thicker the fog became. This wasn't spiritual energy, but simply fog. This fog is strange. It not only obscures vision but also blocks divine sense. Wang Bufan quickly realized the problem. They had reached a place where it was pitch black, everything was a white blur. Lin Yongmao was currently refining his body on Thousand Cliff, his focus still on cultivating the mysterious spirit body forging technique. Although this body refining technique was incomplete, it could still be practiced. Lin Yongmao had been cultivating the 3rd level, tempering his blood and qi. His blood and qi were becoming increasingly powerful, his blood energy flowing like an endless tide. Lin Yongmao frowned and muttered, "Someone has strayed into the formation." Not many people came to Thousand Cliff, so it was definitely not someone he knew. Lin Yongmao quickly took out the formation plate, his divine sense already connected with the vegetation, sharing their vision. Soon, he spotted 3 furtive figures. It was Wang Bufan, Chen Dehao, and Shirlei. The 3 were currently trapped in a dense fog, completely disoriented. This fog was released by the white clouds of the 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree. Its dense mist was difficult to disperse, and even divine sense could not penetrate it. Lin Yongmao saw that the 3 had entered the all grass and trees are soldiers formation and couldn't help but want to kill them all. Moreover, the 3 were only at the qi refining stage, killing them would be as easy as crushing an ant. Ding! System notification, Earth Attribute Heavenly Spirit Root Possessor detected. Extract? Lin Yongmao wasn't surprised that Wang Bufan's cultivation had regressed. Having been parasitized by the parasitic seed, it would be difficult for his cultivation not to decline. Even with the best talent, all of one's cultivation would be devoured by the parasitic seed. Almost all of Wang Bufan's primordial power was absorbed by Lin Yongmao. Lin Yongmao, intending to test his newly learned secret technique, targeted the three who had intruded into the formation. Wang Bufan commanded, "Don't rush, let's try to break the formation with our techniques. First." "Okay. ×2. The three of them simultaneously cast spells, dazzling light piercing the dense mist, but nothing changed. Especially Wang Bufan's earth attribute spell, a large chunk of rock formed from condensed spiritual energy vanished into the mist. The three were only at the chi refining stage. How could they possibly harm his, all grass and trees or soldiers formation? They were completely incapable of breaking the formation. Shirley was nearly exhausted of his spiritual energy. He had cast over a dozen spells in succession, but they had no effect on the formation. This is at least a second-tier maze formation. Are we going to be trapped here forever? Watch me. Wang Bufan took out a talisman, which had been carefully sealed in a jade box. He hadn't intended to use it lightly. But now he had no choice but to use it. It was his only trump card. This talisman had one last chance to be used. Sword Soul Grass. Sword Shadow Splitting Technique. Even after growing for a long time, the sword soul grass hadn't grown any more leaves. However, under Lin Yangmao's secret technique, the original leaf-shaped flying swords multiplied from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4. The three were only at the chi refining stage, and their spiritual sense was extremely limited. They didn't notice the approaching leaf-shaped flying swords at all. Their throats were easily slit, blood gushing out, the stench of blood spreading. They had no time to beg for mercy, no time to weep, they were already dead. Lin Yongmao then slowly walked out, kicked their corpses, and coldly snorted, "You got off easy." Recalling the humiliation the three had inflicted on the original owner, Lin Yongmao regretted letting them die so easily. However, this was also out of caution, to prevent any further accidents. Lin Yongmao first picked up the three men's storage bags, then unleashed a fireball talisman, burning Chen Dehao and Shirley, the two minor characters, to ashes. As for Wang Bufan's body, he still had a use for it. Carrying Wang Bufan's corpse on his shoulder, Lin Yongmao arrived before the world tree plant. The branches and leaves of the world tree trembled slightly, then projected a bluish-green light that completely enveloped Wang Bufan's body, beginning its refining process. His spiritual root, soul, and body were all refined. He was completely transformed into a yellowish-brown ball of light, which was then absorbed entirely by the world tree. An earth attribute celestial spiritual root, a talent coveted by countless people, yet ultimately met its end here. Wang Bufan could have achieved great things, but in the end, he only became nourishment for the world tree. Ding! System notification: the world tree has awakened a new innate attribute, Soil of Life. Soil of Life. Another auxiliary type of innate ability. However, this innate ability can further accelerate Lin Yangmao's development speed. Regular spirit soil, even superior grade spirit soil, has limited fertility. In other words, once spiritual plants are planted on this soil for a period of time, its fertility will be completely depleted. Lin Yongmao clenched his fists, then slowly opened them, revealing a handful of soil shimmering with a pale yellow light. This was the Soil of Life. Although it possessed no offensive properties, it was of great significance to his development. Lin Yongmao held this handful of Soil of Life and buried it beneath the 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree. The 1,000-year-old cloud mist tea tree absorbed nutrients from the soil, emitting a joyful sound. Lin Yongmao nodded. The world tree already possessed the time law attribute, making the growth rate of spiritual plants 1:100, plus 3 times that. Incredible! Other spiritual plants don't need much time to grow to 1,000 years old. Currently, the world tree's second evolution still requires the 3 elemental spiritual roots of metal, wood, and fire. This is quite difficult. Encountering cultivators with spiritual roots isn't easy, and extracting their spiritual roots is even more difficult. The spiritual fields everywhere, after being ravaged by the beast tide, are now in the post-disaster reconstruction phase. Many members of the Lin family are carefully tending to the spiritual fields. Their busy figures can be seen everywhere. Just then, a group of uninvited guests barged in, directly destroying the spirit field with their magic. Several cultivators dressed in the robes of the Qinglan sect's inner disciples acted utterly unreasonable. sweeping away all the spirit plants within the field. The Lin family had many first-tier spirit plant masters, and upon witnessing this scene, they could only keep their distance, as these people were not to be trifled with. You? She was about to speak when a middle-aged Qinglan sect cultivator interrupted her. You all stand here and watch. This is the consequence of offending our Qinglan sect. Lin Yulian pursed her lips tightly, her teeth clenched, but she dared not make the slightest movement. She and these first-tier spirit plant masters were all at the qi refining stage, no match for this group of Qinglan sect cultivators. Among the group of Qinglan sect inner disciples, there were at least 4 foundation establishment cultivators. She dared not disobey in the slightest. Brother, come quickly. She could only call out in her heart. Watching her hard-earned harvest reduced to ashes, her heart ached terribly. Lin Yongmao was puzzled as to why Wang Bufan and the others were at Thousand Cliff, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he opened the Family Cultivation panel. Shared Vision. Auntie. Lin Yongmao watched as a group of Qinglan sect cultivators destroyed the spiritual fields. After digging up all the spiritual plants, they began to destroy them with magic. Especially the fire-based spells, which caused immense damage to spiritual plants in the land, leaving most of the land unable to recover for a considerable period. After completing all this, the leading inner disciple of the Qinglan sect turned his gaze to Lin Yulian. Little girl, you're quite pretty. Why don't you come back to the Qinglan sect with me? How about we become Taoist partners? This was a middle-aged cultivator with small eyes and a somewhat lewd expression. The middle-aged cultivator's face darkened. He sneered, You're asking for trouble. Come back to the Qinglan sect with me. If you attempt to resist, all of you will die. The middle-aged cultivator roared. The oppressive aura of a foundation establishment cultivator made everyone present feel breathless. His demonic hand had already reached for Lin Yulian. Personal teleportation. Lin Yongmao directly clicked the button, and a white light enveloped him. Spatial elements became extremely active in that instant. Lin Yongmao reappeared, already beside Lin Yulian. Yongmao. His direct teleportation was indeed unreliable, but he couldn't bear to see his aunt harmed. Lin Yongmao extended his divine sense, surveying the group of Qinglan sect cultivators. There were 6 in total, 4 foundation establishment cultivators and the other 2 qi refining grand perfection cultivators. They were all dressed in the robes of Qinglan sect inner disciples, all elite members of the sect. Leading them was a middle-aged man with small eyes and a rather sleazy appearance. His cultivation was the highest, having reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. Lin Yongmao's palms were sweating. He was actually quite nervous, facing so many foundation establishment cultivators for the first time, especially without the protection of an array. Within the all grass and trees are soldiers formation, he felt a sense of strategic mastery, but outside the Thousand Cliffs, his confidence waned. Boy, how did you suddenly appear? The middle-aged cultivator completely disregarded Lin Yongmao, this young upstart. Lin Yongmao used the concealing breath technique to control his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refining. Most cultivators perceived Lin Yongmao at this level. Lin Yongmao ignored him, focusing solely on how to kill all these people. Seeing Lin Yongmao's lack of response and his absent-minded expression, the middle-aged cultivator grew enraged. Boy, how dare you disregard me? Fire Crow Technique. A second-tier fire attribute spell, flames can condense into the shape of crows to attack enemies. Lin Yongmao dared not rashly accept the spell directly, so he quickly formed a hand seal. Fire Control Technique. Lin Yongmao cast the Fire Control Technique. It wasn't a particularly powerful spell, but it controlled the southern bright fire. The crimson flames began to take shape, transforming into the form of the divine beast vermilion bird, instantly engulfing the fire crow, and then swooping down to the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator only had time to erect a spiritual energy shield, but the thin layer of the shield quickly melted away in the intense heat of the southern bright fire. Ah! A scream rang out as the middle-aged cultivator's entire body burst into flames. The extreme heat had completely enveloped him. The other Qinglan sect disciples, seeing this, didn't rush to extinguish the fire. Instead, they unleashed a barrage of spells to attack Lin Yongmao and the other Lin family cultivators. Quickly, let's wipe out these reckless Lin family cultivators. In their eyes, eliminating these Lin family cultivators, who weren't even at the foundation establishment stage, was as easy as crushing an ant. As for the middle-aged cultivator's life or death, they didn't care. The middle-aged cultivator was now consumed by lust. Abu, engulfed in flames. This terrifying, southern bright fire, was the most young flame in the world. How could a foundation establishment cultivator easily extinguish it? If he hadn't been touched, it would have been fine, but now his body was ablaze. Within a few breaths, he was reduced to ashes. This scene was naturally witnessed by the other inner disciples of the Qinglan sect. They were all horrified to see their senior brother burned to death. The others were all weaker than this middle-aged cultivator. If their senior brother was like this, they were even less able to withstand the power of the flames. A young cultivator shouted, "Everyone, kill this brat first. He's only at the qi refining stage, surely he can't unleash such powerful flames all at once. Trying to strike first?" As for the cultivators skilled in close combat, they were wary of Lin Yongmao's flames and didn't rush to attack, only casting a few minor spells. The combined attack of several foundation establishment cultivators posed a significant threat to him. Lin Yongmao first unleashed several second-tier defensive talismans to block the spell attacks, then opened a small jade box with his other hand. Inside lay a talisman. Talisman Treasure Azure Origin Sword. Lin Yongmao didn't only possess one Azure Origin Sword talisman treasure. He had given one to his father, Lin Yuqing, and he still had two. A large amount of spiritual power was instantly infused into the talisman, and a cyan flying sword slowly materialized. This was the second time Lin Yongmao had used a talisman treasure, and the activation process was seamless. When Lin Yongmao first used it, he was only at the qi refining stage. If he hadn't temporarily consumed 1,000-year-old purple jade fruit, he might not have even had enough spiritual energy to power the talisman. But now, having reached the early foundation establishment stage, he possessed sufficient spiritual energy to activate and control the talisman. Lin Yuan and Lin Yuma happened to be nearby and, seeing this, immediately headed towards the direction of the soaring azure light. "This is the direction my little sister is in, let's hurry over there." Under Lin Yongmao's control, the Azure Origin Sword unleashed a powerful aura. The Qinglan sect cultivators, seeing that it was a talisman attacking them, all considered retreating. Lin Yongmao wouldn't give them that chance. Anyone who dared to offend the Lin family would die. Relying solely on the Azure Origin Sword, the talisman treasure, might not be enough to kill all the Qinglan sect disciples, but Lin Yongmao's methods went far beyond that. Sword Shadow Splitting Technique. 8 Azure Origin swords each targeted a cultivator. These foundation establishment cultivators were no match for the talisman treasure. The Azure Origin swords annihilated all the inner disciples of the Qinglan sect present. Before examining the corpses, Lin Yongmao looked at Lin Yulian. "Aunt, everything's alright now." Lin Yulian's body was still trembling slightly. She was quite shocked by the scene before her. In his memory, Lin Yongmao was still just a little kid. How could he have suddenly advanced to a first-tier spirit plant master and now displayed such formidable combat power? Lin Yulian only snapped out of her daze after Lin Yongmao's reminder. "Oh no! Yongmao, we need to quickly inform your second uncle and the others." Lin Yuma and Lin Yuqing arrived together. Second brother, fourth brother. Father, second uncle. Lin Yulian and Lin Yongmao called out hurriedly. At first, Lin Yuma hesitated, but hearing Lin Yuqing's decisive words, his blood surged. The Lin family had been suppressed too severely by the Qinglan sect over the years. Especially Lin Yuma, who had suffered greatly. Now, in this situation, he had to take decisive action. All three were foundation establishment cultivators, and their combat strength was extremely impressive. Even among foundation establishment cultivators, they were considered powerful. Lin Yongmao did not continue using talismanic treasures, but instead used the leaves of the sword soulgrass as flying swords, employing the sword shadow splitting light technique to kill his enemies. Ordinary early foundation establishment cultivators were basically killed instantly. Lin Yongmao quickly replied, "Second uncle, you flatter me. I only learned my great-grandfather's secret technique. Lin Yongmao was not lying. The sword shadow splitting light technique was indeed a secret technique Jade slipped from his great-grandfather's storage bag. However, this Li-shaped flying sword was a different story. While killing the Qinglan sect cultivators, Lin Yongmao also encountered several seriously injured members of his Lin clan. Mysterious True Water. This water has healing properties. Lin Yongmao disguised it as a second-tier spell to heal his clansmen. He already possessed a water attribute spiritual root, so learning water attribute healing spells was quite logical. On the way, the trio happened to encounter Lin Yuan returning from Qingyang City. Big brother. ×2. Uncle. Good. Second brother, you go check on the wounded and dead members of the clan, as well as the extent of the damage to the spirit fields. Fourth brother, Young Mao, and I will continue searching for the Qinglan sect cultivators. Lin Yuan immediately assigned tasks, his eyes turning bloodshot with the loss of some of his clansmen. These Qinglan sect cultivators showed no semblance of the demeanor of experts, harming many Qi refining stage Lin clansmen.